1980, London, England. As a bolt of lightning broke through the air and passed through the sky, a naked baby fell from the sky, slowly landed on a park bench. Soon, several figures slowly walked over. A little girl with light blonde hair suddenly shouted, "Hey, Rick, come and see. There's a baby here." The little girl looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. She was wearing a white dress and a pair of white boots. The hairpin on her head shone in the evening streetlights. Hearing the little girl's cry, a woman pulled a little boy and walked quickly. She looked at Xia on the bench, immediately took off her coat and wrapped him up, and said angrily, "My God, who is so cruel to put such a young child here?" At the same time, Shane heard some whispers in the dark. He gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, Mom, look, he's awake," the little girl shouted excitedly. However, Xia was confused at this time, with several question marks on his head. English, has he returned to Earth? No, why are these people so big? They have arrived in the country of giants. And why can't I seem to move? All kinds of questions surround the young Xia. August 1, 1991, 67 Colton Street, London, England, a small white two-story villa in front. A fat woman ran out of the house angrily, wearing a pink apron, holding a spatula in her hand, head raised in akimbo. "Shane Dolia, you climbed to such a high place again, get down from this damn tree immediately." "No," Xia responded loudly while standing on the 6-meter-high tree crown. One of his hands was still hidden in his clothes, as if he was hiding something. Xia twisted his waist, bent his legs slightly, and let his whole body lean forward. "Can't jump. Come down slowly." When the woman saw this, she didn't know what Xia wanted to do. This unlucky kid had done similar dangerous actions countless times before. But it's obvious that Xia is not an obedient person. "I jump, star. Xia jumped up and slowly landed on the ground along a slender branch in mid-air. "Oh my gosh. I swear to God, if I could, I would have left you in the park to die." Seeing Shane jump down from the tree, Julie Swinton said in horror while patting her chest. "I have heard this sentence many times, but beautiful and kind-hearted Aunt Julie would not leave a child in the park, right?" Xia grinned with his white teeth and said, "And you don't have to worry, I'm very good at it." After speaking, he squeezed his biceps. "This is no reason for you to climb so high and jump down. It's fine if you break your leg, but what if you fall to death?" Mrs. Mary grabbed Sean's ears and said, "There is love, but not much." Xia was speechless for a while. "Besides, the reason I climbed up was actually to save this cute little guy." Then he took out a white kitten from his arms. It had bright blue eyes and was very cute. "Look, it's cute, isn't it?" Shane raised the kitten with both hands and brought it to Julie. "Meow." The little milky voice melts people's hearts. "Oh, poor little guy." Julie took the kitten from Shane's hand and held it in her arms. "Leave it to me. Your task now is to go back to me for dinner immediately." "Okay." Xia agreed and ran into the house quickly. It has been 11 years since Xia came to this new world. Because his body suddenly turned back into a baby, it was really hard for his senses to accept, so he used magic to transform himself into a baby. His consciousness was self-sealed, and it was not until he was 10 years old that the seal was unlocked due to exhaustion of magic power. So for Xia, it only took a year for him to travel through time. After contacting the seal of consciousness, Xia also gained a period of 10 years. Strange memories. In this new world, a British family named Swinton took him back home when he was young at the time, and the little girl who discovered Shane at that time was the eldest daughter of the Swinton family, Alia. There is also a twin brother, Rick, with well-developed limbs and simple mind. After recovering his memory, Shane quickly experienced those 10 years of strange life in his mind, and then felt the magic in his body. Although his body became a child, but the ability of origin is still there, and its ability to help Xia passively absorb magic power has never stopped. Yes, there is magic power in this new world, and compared to a slant, here the magic power is purer and gentler. Why do you say this? In a slant, the magic ingredients in the air are very mixed, containing many different types of magic elements. If the magician directly uses this magic power to use magic, different types of magic elements collide with each other and react violently, which is extremely easy to cause the problem of magic power being out of control. For example, if Natsa directly uses this kind of magic power to roar, it is likely to explode in his mouth before it is released. So in a long time ago, the magicians of Aslant finally invented the magic circle through continuous efforts in order to use magic more stably. By using their own magic power to shape the magic circle, they absorb and filter the mixed magic elements in the air, making the magic power more stable. Finally, the ideal spell casting effect can be achieved. In this way, the magician only needs a small amount of his own magic power to portray the magic circle, and then absorbs and uses the magic power in the air through the magic circle to achieve stable spellcasting. In the new world, here the magic power is very pure. There is pure magic power in the air. There are no special complex elements such as fire, earth, and thunder mixed in it. After Shane regained his memory, he once thought about returning to Aslant. Since his first time traveling, he has been looking for a way home, because there are still his relatives on Blue Star. According to Shane's own research for many years, the world should be connected in time and space, just like a beehive. As long as the space barrier is broken, he can return to the original world. However, the power of time and space is too complex and mysterious, and Aslant does not have many relevant records. Therefore, Xia En's research on time and space magic has always been slow, and it has completely come to a standstill before the second time travel. And now, Shane has inexplicably traveled to a new world. If he can't go back to Aslant, even if he completes the research on time and space magic, he will still be like a blind fly running around in the time and space tunnel. Know when to find your way home. In addition, after so many years in Fairy Tale, he has established a deep bond with his friends in the guild, and he cannot simply abandon them and walk away. Therefore, how to find a way to return to Aslant has become Shane's main goal in the new world. As a digression here, the reason why Shane can still be called by his original name is because he used magic to slightly change the understanding of the Swinton family. Xia En, come and eat, there is barbecue today. As soon as Shane entered the house, he saw Aaliyah playing with knives and forks at the dining table, looking impatient. Because the Swinton family rarely eat barbecue, fried fish is the daily menu. On the dining table, there was a plate of barbecue. It is steaming hot and fragrant, and the fat on the surface of the beef is still sizzling. It is garnished with black pepper and rosemary, and it is very tempting. However, the plate next to the barbecue is covered with cheese. The creamy mashed potatoes really brought down the quality of the barbecue, and the boiled broccoli. Alia, why is it mashed potatoes again? I want to eat rice and noodles, Xia En said with a sudden collapse when he saw the lump of yellow-white starch mud on the table. Before Xia En recovered his memory, his sense of mashed potatoes was actually quite good. After all, he has grown accustomed to it since he was a snack. Well, no matter what, potatoes are just a staple food, and they are unpalatable and unpalatable. But since the memory was unblocked, the rabbit's taste buds have awakened, and the gourmet genes hidden in the blood can no longer accept this long-term lack of food. The food has changed. Mrs. Julie is very good at making all kinds of mashed potatoes, brine, cream, tomato sauce, black pepper, honey, charcoal grilled, etc. Although it happens every now and then. Change the taste, but the essence is still potatoes, which tortured Sean's sense of taste and smell. Why did I just seem to hear someone saying that the food I cooked tastes bad? At this moment, Mrs. Julie walked in from outside the house with the kitten in her arms. Her eyes were fixed on Shane, and the words "If you dare to say it is you, you will be dead" were written on her face. It was obvious that she was listening to Xia and complained. At the same time, the little kitten in her arms was holding a small bottle and drinking water. No, how could it be? Xia En scratched his head and said guiltily. When he said this, he glanced at the upper left corner of his eye. Alia, who was watching the excitement from the side, didn't think it was a big deal and said with a smile, "Humph, sit down and eat." Julie hugged the kitten and found a place to sit down. Where are Rick and Mr. Wilson? Xia En asked. One of them has a competition today and the other has to work overtime. It's a pity. They will definitely miss my cooking. Ms. Julie stroked her cat and said with regret. Speaking of which, Mrs. Julie has always had great confidence in her cooking skills. Although I don't know where it came from, the food she made is indeed edible. But that's it. Shane said that Mrs. Julie's single recipe was a nightmare for him as a rabbit, especially the mashed potatoes. Benedict. 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 And just as Shane looked at the narcissistic Mrs. Julie speechlessly, there were sudden bursts of strange noises outside the restaurant window. It sounded like something was knocking on the window. The three of them turned their heads when they heard the sound. Looking over, I saw a gray and white owl lying on the sill outside the window, with an envelope in its mouth, its head tilted, and its big black eyes staring at Xia En and the others through the glass. No way, could it? Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, Xia En's eyes widened in surprise, and the fantastic childhood memory hidden deep in his heart came to mind again. Arya walked over curiously, opened the window, and took out the letter from the owl's mouth. The envelope was sealed with a piece of red beeswax, and the pattern stamped on it was a shield consisting of 4 animals: a snake, a lion, an eagle, and a badger. There was also a capital H in the center of the shield. Aliyah turned to the back of the envelope and saw what was written on it: 67 Colton Street, London, UK, white 2-story villa, received by Mr. Shane Dolia, who was complaining about eating mashed potatoes at the dining table. Shane, this is a letter for you. Hidia was very surprised, because it was rare for someone to send letters to her home, let alone to Xia En. Please open it for me and take a look. Shane asked Hidia to open the envelope directly, because he knew very well that from this moment on, the Swinton family would begin to come into contact with a strange, mysterious, and fantastic world. They needed to be mentally prepared and adapt in advance. No wonder this world has magic. It turns out that we have traveled to the world of Harry Potter. Shane pinched his temples, thinking about what he should do next. He still has to study, not just for his childhood fantasies, but also for other things. Harry Potter's magic system and Aslan, it is completely different and worthy of his careful exploration. He may be able to get some inspiration for research on time and space magic and the magic of this world. Aaliyah opened the envelope and Mrs. Julie also walked over, and the two began to read together. Contents of the letter: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin, First Class, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, President of the International Federation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Dolia, I am pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. The semester begins on September 1st, and we will be waiting for a reply from the OWL before August 5th. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall, Vice Principal, Female, Uniform. First-year students need 1. 3 plain robes, black. 2. 1 plain peaked hat for day wear, black. 3. 1 pair protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black fabric, silver buttons. Please note that all students' clothing must have name tags. All students must prepare the following textbook: Standard Spells Beginner Miranda Gorshak, A History of Magic, Bathilda Bagshot, A Theory of Magic, Adab Wolfling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Emery Switch, A Thousand Kinds of Magic Herbs and Fungi by Phil Littaspar, Magic Potions and Potions by Arsenius Geiger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Force, A Guide to Self-Defense by Kunbai Tin Chamber. Other equipment: a wand, a cauldron, pewter, standard. Size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass balance. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents, please note that first-grade students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Mrs. Julie and Alia read the letter from beginning to end several times, their voices getting smaller and smaller. London, England, a city with a history of thousands of years. For some reason, the night sky is extraordinarily bright tonight. The stars are twinkling in the deep blue sky, like silver lamps hanging high in the deep black river, which makes people have some dreamy reverie. But under this beautiful starry sky, the Swinton house was brightly lit at this time. Even though it was past midnight, the people who lived in this house still couldn't sleep and couldn't fall asleep. In the living room of the Swinton family's small villa, there were two people looking incredulously, staring blankly at the balls of light floating above their heads, and the kitchen utensils that were automatically making midnight snacks in the kitchen. Too late to speak, did I say you two have seen enough? Is it necessary to be surprised for so long? Alia looked at her brother and father speechlessly and said, so aren't you surprised? There really is magic in this world. The tall, short-haired boy turned his head blankly and replied. He is the youngest son of the Swinton family, Rick, an ice hockey player. Because of the competition, his body is covered with tendons. From the time he came home at night to now, the shock in his heart still hasn't subsided yet. Shane, how did you? When did you find out you could use these? Wilson, the man of the Swinton family, asked with a slight stutter. He opened his hands and gestured to the enchanted things around him. Wilson is a famous detective in the London Police Department, nicknamed Swinton Holmes. For a long time, many complex cases in London have been at his fingertips, which shows his high ability of observation and judgment. But on this ordinary night, when he just got home, his wife suddenly he was told that the child his family had adopted for more than 10 years knew magic and had received an admission notice from a magic school. At first, he thought his family was joking every day, but until the reality came to light, his worldview and values as a police officer for so many years were a little bit different. It collapsed, and he even doubted his professional ability. Because for so many years, Wilson asked himself that he had never found anything incredible happening at home. And such a young child is the time to show his nature. If you know magic, how can you not leave some traces in your home? Oh, I found that out on my 10th birthday. By how caught the midnight snack flying from the kitchen, told a lie that was both true and false, and at the same time secretly cast a magic that could temporarily affect people's thinking. Is that so? Wilson pressed his temples. It is natural for children to have their own little secrets when they grow up, not to mention such incredible things as magic, but Boris still feels that there is something strange about this matter. So, about you going to school, are you really going to that school called Hogwarts? After thinking about it, Wilson cleared out the messy information in his mind first, then took out his pipe, lit the tobacco in the pipe with a match, started puffing, and talked about business. I heard from Julie that you have already replied to the letter, but you must know that with your intelligence, you have a good chance of going to the best university in the UK in the future, but the magic school. The burning sparks on the tobacco turned from bright to dark, a cloud of smoke erupted from his mouth and nose, and Wilson lowered his eyebrows. Shane, I have seen countless times that a person holding a knife or a gun thinks he is invincible. What will the magical world with mysterious powers be like? To be honest, I am very worried. My thoughts are the same, dear. We are not familiar with everything about that world, and it makes me uneasy. Julie also said worriedly. The house suddenly fell into silence. It's normal for the Swintons to worry about Shane's safety. After all, people will always maintain a certain degree of curiosity about things they don't understand, but more importantly, they are in awe. After hearing what their parents said, the two siblings, Aaliyah and Rick, also restrained the somewhat excited expressions on their faces. they were also very conflicted at this time. Although they yearned for the magical world, if they thought about it carefully, they were actually just as worried as their parents about Xia going to a strange place. Xia shook his head and looked at the four of them. He felt confused about whether to laugh or cry. He quickly began to explain, you don't need to worry too much. Think about it carefully. If the magical world is really that dangerous, what will happen to ordinary people? Is it so? Is it really possible for people without magic to survive on their own for many years? Besides, the teachers from Hogwarts School are coming in the next few days. If you have any concerns then, just ask them directly. And don't worry, I'm very strong. After saying that, a dazzling red magic circle suddenly appeared in the palm of Xia's hand and slowly rotated. Then, a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter condensed in mid-air, as bright red and blazing as a maple leaf. But he couldn't feel a trace of heat, and he didn't burn anything in the house. In the blink of an eye, time passed. On the third day after receiving the notice, the teacher from Hogwarts came to Sean's house as promised. At home. At this time, in the small villa of the Swinton family, a serious voice came from the direction of the living room, and instantly the fireball in Shane's hand disappeared without a trace. All curses and finite incantatum. Xia's eyes widened when he saw the empty piece in his hand, and countless question marks and exclamation marks appeared above his head. What the hell? What is the principle of this? Just now, the witch in front of him simply waved her wand and then shouted a spell, which directly dispersed the magic. This made Xia doubt his life for a moment. Yes, the magic power of condensing fireballs. He was defeated directly in front of him like that. It was so unreasonable. It's not like Shane has never seen the method of invalidating the opponent's magic before. In a slant, there are a few magic and magicians who have this ability. Similar functions. But what is the situation in front of him? There is no trace of the flow of magic power. With a wave of a wand and a spell, the fireball he condensed directly returns to dust, and the earth returns to earth. Back to the ordinary magic power flowing in the air. This incomprehensible principle of spell casting, even Xia's natal magic origin, did not respond. And just when Xia was puzzled to understand, pure and simple next to him the professor at Hogwarts, who was just doing an ordinary job of guiding students today, felt a huge wave of emotions in their hearts. The magic performed by this little wizard who had not yet entered school was so powerful that she had to use 10,000 curses. Finite incantatum is an advanced magic spell. You know, this is the most powerful curse-breaking spell in the magic world. Powerful magic like the fire curse does not need to use finite incantatum at all. But what is the situation of the student in front of her now? According to her knowledge, she is visiting an ordinary Muggle family today. So where did he learn this kind of magic? And why can he escape the detection of the Ministry of Magic? Yes, the person who came to Swinton's house was the vice principal of Hogwarts, one of the 4 major houses of Hogwarts, and the dean of Gryffindor House, Professor Minerva McGonagall. In the original work, she is a powerful witch, a master of transfiguration, and has been dedicated as the deputy principal of Hogwarts. When Professor McGonagall first arrived at Swinton's house, she was warmly received by Wilson and Julie. Wilson and Julie took out the cakes and biscuits prepared in advance at home, and made a pot of fresh milk tea. They asked Professor McGonagall to sit down, and then enthusiastically asked about the wizarding world and Hogwarts from time to time. School things. This sudden operation really made the usually serious Professor McGonagall a little overwhelmed. Before she entered the door, she had already gone through various situations that she might encounter in her mind several times, but she did not expect to encounter an almost impossible situation. Because in the past, when she went to such Muggle-born student families, she was mostly questioned and driven away. She had never received such warm reception as the Swinton family. However, although they were a little uncomfortable at first, the attitudes of Wilson and Julie also made Professor McGonagall feel good about her. After she answered the questions asked by the two patiently and patiently, she also learned about Xia from the conversation. Use magic freely. This had to surprise Professor McGonagall. Because based on previous experience, little wizards who have not undergone formal training and do not have a wand perform magic, and the consequences are usually very serious. Like in the original book, it was easy for Harry to turn his Aunt Maggie into a balloon. But if Harry's mood swings were bigger at that time, and if he had some thoughts of exploding her, Aunt Maggie might just ask her to do it. Fried into chunks of meat. Therefore, in line with the responsibility of the vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor McGonagall wanted Shane to demonstrate her magic so that she could make a basic assessment of the little wizard who had not yet entered school. Shane himself also wanted to see how Professor McGonagall would react to his magic, so he agreed. Then, the scene just now happened. Of course, Professor McGonagall didn't actually know that releasing flames was just a basic skill of Shane, and there was no need to use a magic circle at all. It's just a fire. Can it be more difficult than eating mashed potatoes? So the final result was that the different magic systems and concepts of the two worlds collided for the first time. Something beyond their previous knowledge made both Shane and Professor McGonagall confused. Mr. Dolia, to be honest, you are the most shocked student I have ever seen. At least in the history of Hogwarts, no one has ever been able to display such a stable and powerful power at your age. Magic. Professor McGonagall was shocked, but she still maintained her calmness and demeanor as a professor. However, let's stop this matter now. We can discuss your matter slowly after you enroll in school. And now, Mr. Dolia, I must remind you that our time is running out. Besides you, I have 2 other students' families to visit. It's time for you to prepare the student supplies for Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood up straight. So, Mr. and Mrs. Swinton, do you want to go with us? Want? Before Mrs. Julie could answer, Arya and Rick, the siblings who had been sitting next to each other without saying a word, immediately agreed in unison. They could no longer restrain their curiosity and wanted to learn about the unknown of the magical world. Desire drives them crazy. Well, let's go together. Wilson patted his thigh. In fact, he really wanted to see what this magical world was like. So, after simply packing up his things, Shane and Swinton's family of 4 followed Professor McGonagall. Off we went. Of course, a few people took the subway there. The Leaky Cauldron is in London, so there was no need to apparate there, not to mention that Professor McGonagall didn't have the confidence to bring so many people. More than an hour later, Charon at the intersection, Sa and the others and Professor McGonagall had just gotten off the subway. In front is the Leaky Cauldron, founded by Daisy Doddridge in the early 16th century, and behind it is Diagon Alley, where Mr. Dolia can buy all his school supplies. Professor McGonagall pointed to the front and said, "Bar? Where is the bar here?" Rick looked around with confusion on his face. After all, people without magic can't see the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron uses a powerful hiding charm that is invisible to muggles. Professor McGonagall explained, and then led everyone towards the bar. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall touched the greasy door handle of the Leaky Cauldron that the 4 Swintons truly saw the true appearance of the bar. Of course, except for Xia En, he had just seen the dilapidated bar that stood out in this bustling street from a long distance away. It was too conspicuous, and the faint fluctuations of magic power it emanated had to attract his attention. Just now entering the bar, a musty smell hit your nostrils instantly. Compared to the old door behind you, the environment inside the bar was very dirty and shabby. The Leaky Cauldron was very dark, and the only light source was a light above the head. The sunlight shines in from a medium-sized window. Due to the lack of ventilation, the gray and damp walls are already covered with mold spots. There are also many portraits of unknown people hanging on the walls, some of them doing repetitive things. Some were making some kind of movements, and some were chatting across the picture frame. Under the pictures were rows of long tables and log stools placed close to the wall. In the center of the bar were several old long tables. The wooden table has turned white, and several wizards are sitting there chatting and drinking. On the bar at the end of the bar, a bartender with Mediterranean hair is wiping the table. He is the current owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Tom. Hello, Tom. Professor McGonagall walked up and said hello. Oh, hello, Professor McGonagall, long time no see. Tom looked up in response and saw that he was an acquaintance. He responded with a smile, "Can I help you?" "Thank you, Tom. We'd like to take the road to Diagon Alley." "Ah, of course there is no problem. Yes, time flies so fast. Is it time for the new students to enroll at Hogwarts again?" Tom turned his head and looked at Shane standing next to him, with a hint of memory in his eyes. It was obvious that he guessed that Shane was a freshman this year. In fact, there was no need to guess. Aaliyah and Rick looked obvious to him next to him. They are overage, and their expressions looking around also show that it is their first time here. "Little wizard from a Muggle family, what is your name?" Tom leaned over and asked. "Xia En, Xia Endela." Xia En replied, "Dole Ama, a rare surname." Tom stood up and said, "Then, Mr. Dolia, please come with me." Then he turned around and opened a hidden wooden door behind the bar. Then, everyone followed Tom into the door, and saw a very narrow patio in front of them, with some barrels and garbage pushed inside. With the Hedwig variations playing in Shane's mind, the Swinton family's day trip to Diagon Alley officially began. Xia En looked behind the arch with some excitement, childhood memories flooding into his heart again. "Even after so many years, I have grown up, but I still remember watching the movie." Hagrid opened not only the door to Harry's magic, but also the door to the dreams of children who believe that magic exists in the world. The winding cobblestone road stretches from the arch to the end, and bustling people crowd each other in the narrow streets. In Diagon Alley, many people wear pointy hats and plain burgundy, gray or blue robes. Inside the robes are early 20th century style shirts or sweaters, with collars tied. Bow tie or tie, the combination of ancient and modern dressing styles is fully revealed. However, it can be seen from this that there seems to be a big gap between the magical world and the ordinary world, and their development is completely out of sync. Of course, there are also many people like the Swinton family in the crowd, who are wearing modern ordinary clothes and walking through the streets. Without exception, their eyes are full of curiosity and excitement. On the other side, there are noisy noises one after another, and the various owl heads hanging on the sign of the owl shop are hooting. They are loyal partners and messengers. Many wizards like to keep owls as pets. Of course, except for those who are short on cash, these little guys are not cheap at all. On one side of the street, in front of a huge glass display cabinet outside a Quidditch boutique, many young wizards were gathered around, excitedly looking at the broomstick displayed in the cabinet, Nimbus 2000. The sparks flying outside the magic joke shop made passers-by duck and dodge from time to time, as well as the ravens and owls in the sky delivering letters and express delivery. All these make the entire Diagon Alley full of magical atmosphere that is different from modern reinforced concrete. Shane, look, what kind of animal is that? It's so beautiful, and it can breathe fire. Alia was very excited. She held Sean's hand and jumped around looking around. And it's the first time I've seen a real flying pumpkin head, and its eyes and mouth can move. It's Halloween. I must buy one to take home when the time comes. Xiayan looked in the direction of Alia's finger and saw that the fire-breathing animal looked like a giant sea turtle with a back shell studded with jewels. It was trapped in a special glass box, and the back of its butt was coming from time to time. A ball of flame will burst out of the ground. But compared to Arya's curiosity, Shane doesn't care what kind of animal it is. He doesn't see too many similar monsters in a slant. He just thinks about this thing, whether the baby can be eaten, whether it tastes good or not. Alia was extremely excited, and the Swinton couple next to her were not much better. As a policeman, Mr. Wilson was surprised, but always had a look in his eyes, and Mrs. Julie was shocked with a hint of panic. Too many novel things were constantly impacting her outlook, but the most shocked among them was Rick. His little eyes were already wide open. He was looking around with his mouth open, looking stupid. Apparently his brain had been temporarily shut down due to too many factors. Professor McGonagall, could I ask if these things can be purchased in pounds? Or do I need to change to another currency? Wilson was the first to find himself in the new world. He had just discovered that the people around him did not use paper pounds when buying and selling, but something like coins. Unfortunately, Mr. Swinton, Muggle currency cannot be used in Diagon Alley. We must go to Gringotts to exchange gold galleons. Professor McGonagall pointed to a white building in the distance and said, Gringotts? If it can exchange currency, it should be a bank in the magic world. Gold galleons has the word gold in it. Is it made of gold? When Wilson heard Professor McGonagall's answer, he fell into deep thought. There was no doubt that his occupational disease had occurred again. Then, Mr. Swinton, please stay, because it is not convenient for me to take you with me later. Of course, you can also move freely, but please be careful not to enter Nocturne Alley when moving. It is the territory of dark wizards and is very dangerous for muggles. There will be road signs to remind you not to enter there before entering. Professor McGonagall said seriously, well, Mr. Dolia, please follow me. We have to go to Gringotts first. Then, I'll leave first. Xiayan pulled Alia's hand away without leaving a trace, stood up on tiptoes and hugged her. Wait a moment. Boris suddenly stopped Shane, who was about to leave, and then took out a wad of pounds from his arms. Take this. You don't have to worry about the money. Xiayan took it and weighed it in his hands. He estimated it was several thousand yuan. Thank you, Uncle Wilson, Xiayan said with a grin. Come to us after you finish your work later, in that shabby bar just now. Okay, here I go. Shane waved, turned around and left with Professor McGonagall. Shane and Professor McGonagall walked less than a minute before arriving at Gringotts, a crooked three-story white marble building, making people feel like it is going to collapse in the next second. There are two doors in Gringotts. The first door is a shiny bronze door. On both sides of the door are goblin guards wearing scarlet and gold uniforms. They wait when customers come, bow to them and salute. The second door is silver, with the following words engraved on it: Come in, stranger, but be careful. What will happen to you if you are greedy? Asking blindly, getting something for nothing, will be the most severe punishment. Therefore, if you want to take a piece of wealth that has never belonged to you from our underground vault, thief, you have been warned. Be careful not to attract treasure, but evil retribution. Xiayan took a look and felt a little disapproving. This paragraph, the words were purely used to bluff people, and they also gave people a very bad impression. Shane said that if he were the president of Gringotts, he would imitate Voldemort and do something to the thieves who came uninvited. This is a curse. Anyone who leaves Gringotts with wealth that does not belong to them will be censed. Now, if you engrave a text like this on it, who are you trying to scare? Also, you are a banker who doesn't pay attention to service. Open the door first and give someone. A client writes a threatening text. What do you want to do? No wonder everyone in the wizarding world hates goblins. It's only when people like you that you have ghosts. A Quirrell is possessed by the half-dead Voldemort. He can easily break into the ancient spirit. He opened the door of the treasury and walked away without any damage. Xiayan really couldn't figure out what role this text on the silver door had besides attracting hatred. He even felt that this so-called warning reflected the goblin's nature. Endless greed will eventually bite you. After passing through the second silver door, you enter the service hall of Gringotts. Although the goblins of Gringotts were really ugly, Shane never judged people by their appearance. In Aslant, there were a lot of weird-looking people, and Yi was one of them. If he hadn't been pestering Urza all the time, Shane would have been able to resist beating him. Moreover, as a wizard of fairy tale, the word fairy itself has a special meaning to Shane. But now, Xia looked at these goblins with long noses, long ears, and wrinkled faces. Being ugly is not your problem, but the aura of greed and arrogance exuding from all over his body is really disgusting. This is one of the rare times that Xia feels extremely uncomfortable with a kind of creature. The last time he felt this way was when Aslant was on a mission. He encountered the kind of creature that did not distinguish between men and women and forcibly combined with all kinds of creatures, the lewd ape. After walking through the marble hall, Professor McGonagall led Shane to a semicircular counter. The inside and outside of the counter were crisscrossed with golden railings, leaving only a small window. In the window, there was a goblin counting gold galleons with its wrinkled fingers. Mr. Dolia wants to exchange some gold galleons. Professor McGonagall walked forward and said directly without even saying hello, which showed that she didn't have a good impression of these goblins. I have to say that these goblins are short, but they are set. The counter is not short at all. Good guy, I'm afraid Hagrid, who has giant blood, will have to raise his head to look at them when he comes. The goblin at the counter raised his head when he heard the sound, looked at Professor McGonagall and Shane, and then slowly he replied, of course there is no problem, then please show Mr. Dolia the admission notice. Slowly leaning on the table, he poked his head out of the window of the counter. Shane took out the notice from his arms and handed it to Professor McGonagall. No problem. The goblin opened the notice, looked at it, and nodded. Every 5 pounds can be exchanged for 1 gold galleons, or 17 silver sickles, or 29 copper gnats. So, may I ask Mr. Dolia, how much do you want to exchange? All of these have been replaced. Xia Hao took out a wad of 10,000 pounds in cash, which contained not only the money Wilson gave him just now, but also himself. And these, they were also exchanged for me. Then he also took out a lot of gold jewelry. He was worried that these things had no use. In fact, all the money was stolen by Shane himself. In the British society where capital is paramount, there are countless gangs in London. They sell and sell drugs, women, children, and prohibited weapons. Whatever they do to make money, it is their normal operation to ignore the law. These heinous people originally had nothing to do with Xia, but after Xia recovered his memory, one day, Aliyah suddenly came back and said that there was a gang boss's son in school who wanted Aliyah to be his girlfriend, which made Xia furious. These guys thought that their families were rich and powerful, but they turned against him. Still. So on the second night after Aliyah went home to complain, Shane single-handedly rushed into the gangster's lair and swept away the cash, gold and jewelry worth tens of millions of pounds. After a few days, the gangster completely disappeared in London, and the guy who blackmailed Aliyah to be his girlfriend also let Xia and was thrown directly into the fencing fan club. The reason why Xia accepted the money from Wilson just now was because he was too lazy to explain the source of the money he had and could not explain it clearly. Secondly, he had no psychological burden and would look for it later. Several gangsters made meritorious deeds for Wilson and received tens of thousands of yuan in bonuses. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The leprechaun had no reaction when he saw the pound, but when Shane took out all the gold jewelry, his eyes immediately started to shine. The leprechaun carefully put away the pound and the gold jewelry, for fear of losing a gram of gold, and then turned around and walked into the counter. Professor McGonagall next to her looked at Shane with surprise. She was curious about how the little wizard in front of her carried so many heavy gold jewelry on her body. Waiting not long after, the goblin reappeared at the counter. The pounds and gold he had taken away had disappeared and turned into a red cloth bag. Mr. Dolia, all the pounds sterling and gold added together make a total of 4,621 gold galleons, 10 silver sickles, and 6 copper nates. The goblin said as he handed the bag in his hand to Xia. Obviously this is a bag that has been cast an infinite expansion spell, otherwise it would not be able to hold so much money. Xia took the bag and held it in his hand. After a bump, the gold galleons inside jingled and became heavy. Well, Mr. Dolia, it's time for us to set off to the next place. After successfully redeeming it for gold galleons, Professor McGonagall immediately urged Xia to leave. It was obvious that she hated staying in this place. Mr. Dolia, there is one thing you need to pay special attention to. Don't trust goblins easily. Their greed is beyond your imagination. As soon as he walked out of the gate of Gringotts, Professor McGonagall said seriously to Shane, in addition, I am very grateful to your parents for their warm hospitality, but it also delayed my time to pick up another student, so next year I have to prepare things for school by myself. You must remember that the list was attached to the admission letter, so, Mr. Dolia, can you do it by yourself? Professor McGonagall lowered her head slightly and asked with a scrutinizing gaze. No problem. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, I'll be on my own for now. Xia replied with a smile. Now that he has switched to Jin Gallon, he can handle the next thing by himself. If he can't figure it out, he can smash Gin Gallon. Well, see you at Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to be your teacher, Mr. Dolia. I am also very happy to be your student, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded, turned and left without saying anything more. So first, should I buy a wand? After watching Professor McGonagall walk away, Shane immediately decided to buy a wand of his own. He had long been deeply curious about the wands in the Harry Potter world, although he didn't really need a wand to perform magic, but he still walked to Ollivander's wand store as soon as possible. When he arrived in front of Ollivander's wand store, he saw that the gold paint on the sign outside the store had peeled off, but I could barely see that it said, "We have been making fine wands since 382 BC. Shane expressed deep doubts about this sentence, because in 382 BC, were there people in Britain at that time? Even if there were people, they were probably still drinking blood. State. Pushing open the door of the store, a gust of wind chimes broke the silence in the store. I saw that the entire Ollivander store was filled with boxes containing wands. In addition to the boxes, there was also a reception desk made of wood. There were several ancient kerosene lamps burning. Looking down, under the weak light of the kerosene lamp, a quill was struggling to write something on the parchment. There was a movable wooden ladder behind the reception desk. It was set up by Mr. Ollivander to take the wand placed high up. Ouch, shit. When Xia heard the voice behind him, he couldn't help but jump up, blurting out the quintessence of Chinese culture. His neck was stiff and he slowly turned his head, only to see an old man with a bright head and pale face standing behind him. He had a pair of mysterious silver-white eyes. The white hair is as messy as a bird's nest, and the whole person exudes a psychedelic color, with a detached temperament. There is no doubt that the speaker is Garrick Ollivander, one of Europe's three major one of the master wand makers. Mr. Ollivander, please don't suddenly appear behind people. If you scare them, they will scare them to death, Xia said with twitching eyes, and was secretly frightened at the same time. There is no reason. Has my vigilance become so bad now? Xia felt a little chill in his heart, a cold air came out of his back, and he broke into a cold sweat. You know, if such a big living person appears behind you silently in a slant, but you are unaware of it, then you will most likely report to the King of Hell, and how many times he died and how he died. Don't even know that. Relax, sir, I've lived so long and I've never met a ghost that was scared to death in life. Ollivander bypassed Shane and walked to the counter. Shane wiped the cold sweat on his head and looked at Ollivander speechlessly. He was basically sure that Ollivander was the legendary one, a kind of person who lives completely in his own world. Except for things related to himself, this kind of person doesn't care about anything else. And usually, this kind of person has a way of thinking that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. He is unconstrained and unintelligible. Cloud, hello, Mr. Ollivander, my name is Shane Dolia, and I am a new student preparing to enter Hogwarts this year. Xia introduced himself first. I came here to buy a magic wand. Oh, of course, that's right. The little wizards who come to me all come to buy wands. Especially at this time, the new students of Hogwarts will come. So, Mr. Dolia, which hand is your dominant hand? Ollivander asked as he took out an old leather ruler from his pocket. The scale on it had basically been worn away, making it completely unclear. Right hand, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Ollivander stepped forward with a leather ruler and carefully measured Shane's arms, forearms, height, head circumference, etc. After getting the detailed data he wanted, he turned and walked into the store. Go and start rummaging through the many boxes to help Shane choose a wand. Mr. Ollivander, is there any use in measuring these figures? Xia still couldn't restrain his curiosity after all. He didn't think these physical data could help people choose a wand, but he felt that since it existed, it must have a reason. Mr. Dolia, you need to know that the human body contains infinite mysteries. This is the most basic understanding of a wand maker, Ollivander said, pulling out one of the thousands of boxes. It was covered with thick dust and cobwebs. Its existence can be traced back to at least several decades ago. Every wand in the world is different. They use different unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers or dragon nerves as the wand core, and carefully select materials that complement the properties of the wand core as the wand wood. This means each wand has a different personality. 12¼ inches, pine, heartstrings of the Hungarian horntail, which has a bad temper, you can try to tame it. Ollivander took out the wand from the box and handed it to Shane carefully. Shane took the wand and looked at it carefully. It was resin-like in color. He first tried to wave the wand and felt the feel. There was no response, and then I tried to input the magic power. Immediately, a feeling of blockage came from my hand, and the input magic power returned to the body in an extremely violent way. It's interesting, you want to play tricks on me, right? Xia already believed what Ollivander said at this time. Each wand has its own personality. Xia narrowed his eyes, thought about it, and then began to mobilize a large amount of magic power in his body to fight head-on. The method forced the returned magic power to double the amount and poured it into the wand. At this moment, the temperature of the entire Ollivander's wand shop suddenly began to rise abnormally. Ollivander felt everything around him, and his eyes began to blur. It's really incredible that someone can fully activate the power of the wand, but Ollivander stepped forward and took the wand out of Shane's hand. Hey, don't take it away. Xian only felt that his hands were empty. The little game-like magic competition just now disappeared instantly, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I should have thought earlier, Mr. Dolia, you have an oriental face, and this wand is not suitable for you. Ollivander put the wand back into the box. Please wait here for a moment. I may know which wand will choose you. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the innermost part of the wand shop. After a while, Ollivander came out covered in spider silk, holding a white box that seemed to be made of jade. Put the box in his hand. Opening it, a wand with a milky white body and a very smooth surface appeared in front of Sean. This was my dad's work a long time ago. It's very special. When I was little I saw him finish making this wand. It was very difficult, 12 1/3 inches. The poplar wood used to make the staff as a sacred tree with extremely tenacious vitality in the eastern desert. The tail feathers of the night unicorn are the perfect combination of life and death. I want you, who has pure oriental blood, to this wand will make a perfect and correct choice. After hearing Ollivander's words, Shane was suddenly filled with curiosity, and he quickly reached out and took the wand. He waved it, and it was heavier than the wand just now, slightly pressing on his hand. Shane tried again to put the wand in his body. The wand poured in, but unexpectedly, there was no movement at all. Mr. Ollivander, what's going on? Congratulations, Mr. Dolia, the wand has made its choice and you are now its master, Ollivander said with certainty. Shane was very confused after hearing this. This was nothing. In this case, he didn't intend to test it. He waved the hand holding the wand casually, and a burst of white light flashed, and an ice sculpture of a lion the size of a Shiba Inu appeared on the wooden floor, and tiny ice crystals began to rain in the store. When Xia saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. This spell casting speed is terrifyingly fast. Because when building a magic circle in the past, it usually took 2 or 3 seconds to release the magic, but now using a wand, the speed of building a magic circle is almost negligible. If this were in a slant, this wand would be a perfect artifact. In a battle, a short time difference of 2 or 3 seconds could save lives. Very beautiful transfiguration, Mr. Dolia, Ollivander exclaimed. He thought it was Shane who turned the pebbles on the ground into ice sculptures, and did not notice the ice crystals that had fallen to the ground and turned into cold water. Believe me, this wand will be your most loyal partner in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivander. I am very pleased with this wand. After saying that, Shane took out 7 gold galleons from his bag and paid the money, then turned and left. Flourish and Blots is located next door to Madame Malkin's robe shop. I put the robe I just bought into the open carry-on space and opened the door of the bookstore. I saw that the store was very big, but it was very crowded and there was not a single person in sight. The bookcases on both sides reached to the ceiling, almost 5 meters high. Each shelf was filled to the brim with all kinds of books crowded together, as if they had been forced into the bookshelf with tools. The aisle in the middle of the bookcase is also filled with books that have not yet been classified. It is so messy that it is difficult to even find a place to put your feet. Is anyone here? Seeing that there was no one in the bookstore, Xia shouted loudly. The owner of Flourishes and Blots bookstore was a tall, fat lady. She was wearing a gray-white dress and a white apron around her waist. She heard that a customer was coming. She quickly put down the book she was sorting and stuck her head out from the corner of the bookcase. She looked at Shane up and down, and then asked, the little wizard at Hogwarts, yes, ma'am, I'm a new student at Hogwarts this year. Oh, freshman. Mrs. Flourish and Blots lifted up her skirt, stepped over a pile of books and walked out. She said with a smile, look there, the books for the first-year students have been sorted and placed there. Just go and get them. Then he pointed to several book boxes stacked next to the door. Thank you, madam, but besides textbooks, I also want to buy other books, then you can read whatever you want. If you can't find the book you need, you can tell me. Okay, ma'am. After saying that, Xia first collected all the textbooks he needed, and then walked around the store, his eyes constantly scanning the piles of books, looking for what he needed. But after a while, Xia became impatient, because there were too many books, and they were piled up in a mess, and the classification was irregular. His eyes were sore from looking at them. So, he turned around to find Mrs. Flourish and Blots. Hello, madam. Oh, dear, how can I help you? Mrs. Flourish and Blots poked her head out from the corner of the bookcase again. Madam, besides these textbooks of mine, bring me a copy of all the other different books in the store. Xia and Hao looked at Mrs. Lihan and said, all? Are you sure? Honey. Mrs. Flourish and Blots' eyes widened in surprise. That would cost several hundred gold galleons. Yes, ma'am, I want them all. Xia nodded affirmatively, and took out 200 gold galleons from the bag, and piled them into a small golden mountain. This is no problem, but it will take some time to sort it out. You can come and pick it up at this time tomorrow. Although she was very curious about what Xia En wanted so many books for, but such a big deal would be in vain, so Mrs. Lihan agreed without much thought. Thank you, madam. I will put these gold galleons here as a deposit. I will come back at this time tomorrow. Xia En placed 200 gold galleons on the box beside him and picked up a stack of books he had just sorted. There are also these books, selected 18th century spells, forgotten ancient magic and spells, curse and countercurse, dark power and Gilderoy Lockhart novel series. I will start with Take It Away. Is it okay, madam? No problem at all. Mrs. Flourish and Blotz nodded in agreement. The previous books were all for Shane to read, and the last Gilderoy Lockhart novel series was a gift for Swinton's family. In addition, he also bought a lot of magic supplies for them. Although Lockhart is a memory thief, there should be a reason why the novels he wrote are so popular in Europe. Besides, he just plagiarized, and most of the content written in the book is true to other wizards' experience, and let Arya and the others know more about the magical world. After finally dealing with all the things, Shane went to the jumping magic joke shop to buy a few gifts, and then returned to the Leaky Cauldron to plan a meeting with AI Leah, and the others met up. As soon as they returned to the Leaky Cauldron, Shane saw Wilson and Julie chatting animatedly with a middle-aged man with red hair. Next to the man stood a fat woman who also had red hair. On the other side, Arya and Rick were also chatting with two red-haired teenagers who looked exactly the same, laughing happily from time to time. Seeing this scene, how could Shane not know that the Swinton family was? I ran into someone from the Weasley family. Uncle Wilson, Aunt Julie, I'm back. Xia En shouted as he walked forward, instantly interrupting the chat between Wilson and the red-haired middle-aged man. Oh, Shane, you are back. Let me introduce you to the new friend we just met. This is Mr. Arthur Weasley, and this is his wife, Mrs. Molly. Seeing that Shane was back, Wilson excitedly pulled him to his side and introduced the new friends he had just met in the magical world. Apparently they had a very happy chat just now. Hello, Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Molly, my name is Shane Doria. Thank you for taking care of my family. Hello, little wizard, nice to meet you. Mr. Weasley stepped forward and shook Shane's hand. Hello, my dear, you are such a polite and handsome young man. You will definitely be a very good wizard in the future. Ms. Molly also said happily. It's just that she seems to link appearance with magic strength. Although what she said is true, Xia En is indeed handsome and excellent. Several children from Mr. Weasley's family have already enrolled in Hogwarts. His eldest son has even graduated, and their youngest son, like you, is also a freshman at Hogwarts this year. Ms. Julie said it's a pity that Ron didn't come today, otherwise you could definitely become friends. Mrs. Molly said, but it doesn't matter. You will definitely know each other when you enter school. Since they are all students at Hogwarts, they will all become friends sooner or later. Xia En responded with a smile. Oh, by the way, let me introduce to you my other two children. They are also students at Hogwarts and have just entered their second year this year. As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Molly shouted in the direction of Arya and Rick. Fred, George, come here quickly. The tone was completely incompatible with the kindness just now. Here we go, Mom. Hearing their mother's call, the Weasley twins didn't dare to waste a moment and swooped over to them. Fred, George, let me introduce you to him. He is Shane, the youngest son of the Swinton family. Like Ron, he is also a new student at Hogwarts this year. Mrs. Molly introduced to the twins. Hello, George, Fred. Xia En nodded. Hello, this is Fred. This is what George said. He is George. This is what Fred said. If you need anything at Hogwarts, just come to us. We have a lot of fun magic props to share with you. This is what they both said in unison. Shut up, you two, and don't let Xia En into trouble. When Molly heard that the twins dared to sell their prank props in front of her, she immediately waved her hands angrily and slapped George and Fred on the head. The twins covered their heads, not daring to say anything more. Returning from the gameplay, make fun, it's better to be a good child for the time being when mother is angry. However, at this time, Fred seemed to have noticed something wrong with the conversation just now, and then asked Xia En, your surname is Dolia. What a strange name, why do you? But before Fred could finish speaking, Shane secretly snapped his fingers, and a white magic circle the size of a fingernail lit up, and the perceptions of everyone around him were instantly changed. Shane! Just after Shane snapped his fingers, Aaliyah jumped up and shouted and ran over, hugging Shane in an instant, and Rick followed behind her. Shane pushed AI Lee hard. Lia's face told her to stay away from him as much as possible. Her control over her younger brother, who would attack whenever she got excited, was really annoying. Arya, Rick, how was your time in Diagon Alley today? Did you enjoy it? Xia En asked after pushing Aaliyah away. I saw a lot of interesting things, but it's a pity that I don't have the money here, the kind of gold galleons, so I can only look at everything but not buy it. The expression on Aaliyah's face immediately changed from excitement to a droopy face. Especially since she is a girl, it is rare for her to go out shopping. This feeling of wanting to buy something and having the ability to buy it, but not being able to buy it, is really for her. Very uncomfortable. No need to look depressed. I bought gifts for you and Rick, I will give them to you when you get back. Xia smiled and comforted. Besides, I'm going to Diagon Alley tomorrow. If there's anything you want to buy, we'll come back together tomorrow. Okay. Come back tomorrow. When Aliyah heard that she could still come to Diagon Alley tomorrow, she immediately turned from worry to joy and nodded excitedly. Rick, what about you? Xia turned around and looked at Rick behind Aliyah. I am very interested in the sport called Quidditch. I just heard from Fred and George that it is a sport where wizards ride on broomsticks and play in the sky. I really want to go and watch the game with my own eyes. As an ice hockey player, Rick is naturally very curious about Quidditch. But having said that, this Quidditch seems to be quite similar to ice hockey. It also scores goals and allows fighting. But Quidditch uses a ball, and ice hockey involves direct hand-to-hand combat. Rick, Quidditch is more than just grabbing balls in the sky. At this moment, Fred and George heard the sound and came over and put their hands on Rick's shoulders. If we have the chance, we will take you to watch the game. It is really passionate. Last time we... Just as Rick was being fed anecdotes about Quidditch that were both true and false by the Weasley twins, the narrator, Mrs. Julie, suddenly noticed that Shane only brought one box with him when he came back, and then asked curiously, "Dear, have you finished buying all your things? Why is there only one box?" She remembered that there were so many things on that list. "No, I bought them all and put everything in this box." Shane picked up the somewhat worn-out box in his hand and patted it. It was a box he found from a scrap shop that had been cast with a traceless stretching spell, but it wasn't Newt's. Newt's was filled with all sorts of stuff. The box for growing magical animals can be said to be a high-level alchemy tool. The box in his hand is just an ordinary enchanted box. It has about the space of a freezer, the kind that sells ice cream on the street, and there is no Muggle mode and the switching function of Wizard mode. In fact, Xia, who possesses space magic, did not need to buy this box at first, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is good to use it as a cover. By the way, the scrap shop is not that kind of real. It's a scrap shop, but a shop in Diagon Alley that recycles used second-hand magic items, such as broken wands. As for why Shane found this box in the scrap shop, it might be a guy named Malfoy. Seeing that the box was too shabby and old, I thought it was an insult to my identity, so I threw it away, and then it passed into the hands of Shane. Shane silently glanced at a whitish mark on the box, where the word Malfoy was originally printed. Although the words were not the names of the two people he knew, he still used magic to erase them. "How many things can be put in one box?" Ms. Julie said in surprise. "Such a small box might not even be able to contain a few pieces of clothing." "Magic, Aunt Julie, magic." Xia patted the box again helplessly. Then, Xia chatted with the Weasleys for a while, and then prepared to go home with Arya and the others. Before leaving, Mrs. Molly handed over. Shane wrote a note and said, "Shane, this is our home address. You are welcome to visit our home at any time. Just use an owl to send a letter." Correspondingly, Shane also gave his home address to the Weasley family. After sunset, everyone returned home. Under Shane's strong suggestion, everyone had dinner in Chinatown, and it was rare to go out together. Once there, he doesn't want to go home and eat mashed potatoes. "Xia, please take it out and let me see what gifts you bought today." Alia was holding on to her full stomach, Geu was lying on the sofa, and several others were in a sim. Seeing the two angry looks, Xia remembered that these two little guys had been locked in a box by him since he bought them back. They had been bored for a long time without food or water. No wonder they were so angry. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I forgot to feed you." Xia scratched his head in embarrassment, and hurriedly took out the special food bought from the Ela Ul store from the box and fed it to Sean and Fiona, and then gradually calmed down. "But the food smelled so good, I really wanted to. What does it taste like?" "Ha ha ha, it's okay, let's continue." Xia wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled to ease the awkward atmosphere. Just now, Alia and Mrs. Julie were looking at him with strange eyes, as if he had done something evil. "Zion and Fiona are so cute, how can we starve them?" "Uncle Wilson, this is for you. Wizard's chess is similar to chess. It is a very popular game among wizards. The chess pieces in it can move. If you want to play, it has included a rule manual." Xia took out a chessboard wrapped in a piece of red cloth and a box with the chess pieces inside. This book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, records many animals that we usually think are legends but actually exist, such as fire dragons and mermaids. It is written by a master of magical animals in the magic world. Shane took out another book. He specially bought 2 copies of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and they were both gold-bound special editions with Newt Scamander's autograph on the cover. Open it. In the pages inside, magical animals will be displayed in front of readers in a 3-dimensional way, and they can also make sounds. These 2 books were stolen by Xia. He felt that no one in the world could refuse this book. Books. For anyone, Muggle or Wizard. There is also this Gilderoy Lockhart novel series. The stories told in it are said to be the author's real experiences. They are very famous novels in the European wizarding world. This thing is for Rick. Didn't you say you are very interested in Quidditch? It's just right for you. Shane took out another shrunken Quidditch pitch, with a dozen little people playing games inside. Shane bought this thing with a lot of money from a Quidditch boutique, and it had a replica of a certain. The entire process of the Quidditch World Championship finals cost him a full 200 gold galleons. And these Shane kept taking out various gifts, large and small, from the small box. There are flowers that can change into various colors according to the weather, fireworks that can be set off dozens of times, an elf toy treehouse that can fly in the sky and sprinkle gold stars, etc. It took more than 10 minutes for Xia to finally distribute the gifts. He raised his head and saw that everyone had fallen into their own world and began to gradually become fascinated with things in the magical world. Arya was flipping through fantastic beasts and where to find them with sparkling eyes. From time to time she would play with the animals in the book and put her fingers in their mouths. Rick was holding a magnifying glass, kneeling on the ground, transforming into a fan and watching the game and the small Quidditch pitch intently. Mrs. Julie was reading Traveling with the Vampire with gusto, which was one of the books in the Gilderoy Lockhart novel series, but when Shane saw her fascinated look, he felt a little regretful that he should not have bought this set of books at home. This set of books was not cheap and he always felt that he was at a loss. Finally, Mr. Wilson had placed the chessboard on the table in the living room. He was concentrating on it. He lit his pipe at some point and frowned. He held the instruction manual in one hand and fiddled with the chess pieces on the chessboard, placing them in the correct positions. Position, face full of thinking color. Seeing the scene, Xia smiled knowingly, gently covered the box at his feet, picked it up and walked to his room without leaving a trace. They have just started to come into contact with the new world, so let them digest it slowly. After returning to the room, Xia packed up his things and the first thing he did was to take a shower. I don't know what's going on in the magical world here, and the hygiene situation is really worrying. Every store he went to in Diagon Alley today basically had the same characteristics: smelly, dirty, old, messy. He was very puzzled. It is not difficult to use magic to clean up. Why can't you do it if you can do it with a wave of a magic wand? After cleaning himself, Shane returned to his bed. He turned on the bedside lamp, picked up half of Standard Spells for Beginners and read it. He thought that a preliminary study of the magic of this world might be helpful for him to return home. The alarm clock on the bedside was ticking, and time flew by. 2 hours later, Xia closed the book gently, thought for a moment, and then stretched his hand into the void and took out the wand he bought today. Taken out from the portable space Lumos, Xia said a spell casually, and saw a flash of white light at the top of the wand, but it quickly disappeared. But Xia didn't pay attention, and then tried again. At the same time, the Origin ability was activated, and Xia's eyes suddenly it turned into a mysterious purple-red. The white light flashed again, and Xia had already seen the magic structure of Lumos. The structure of a kind of magic is three-dimensional and irregular, and the number and vertical and horizontal arrangement of magic lines are determined in a staggered manner. Its complexity has been greatly reduced. Surprisingly, the magic structure of such a simple luminous spell is far more complex than imagined. If it were just a magic circle, the same magic effect would only need to be constructed with 2 magic lines, but there were more than 20. Shane closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, then tried a few more spells and used Origin to feel it. Without exception, under the conditions of the same spell casting effect, Harry Potter, the magic structure of the magic in the special world is much more complicated than that of a slant. Ever since Shane learned that he had traveled to the world of Harry Potter, he has been reminiscing about this world. All the memories, and after the rough research just now, he had some immature guesses in his mind. Because Xia himself is not a Harry Potter fan, most of what he knows comes from movies and some short videos, and he has only watched the first 4 movies. And he has only watched the first part of the subsequent Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Therefore, based on the current known intelligence analysis, if we only use magic to fight, Shane can crush 99.9% of the wizards in the world. After all, in a slant, the power of magic is either used to fight or to serve the battle. Of course, it is not necessarily true against the 2 old guys Grindelwald and Dumbledore. According to the short video he watched a long time ago, Grindelwald seems to have almost burned down the entire Paris with a fire curse. In contrast, Dumbledore, who defeated Grindelwald, can definitely do the same thing. Destroying a city is at least super magic. To a certain extent, although Xia has confidence in his own strength, there is really no guarantee that he can easily defeat these 2 old guys. As for Voldemort, although he has a few Horcruxes that are unknown where they are, since he knows his weaknesses, he wants to deal with him. It's not very difficult, not to mention that this noseless one is just chewing a big melon from beginning to end, and Shane has plenty of ways to deal with it. In addition, it is speculated that the size of magic in the world of Harry Potter is completely different from that of a slant, and the magic here it is extremely idealistic. To put it simply, it is similar to wishful thinking. Judging from the fact that Professor McGonagall can easily break up his magic today, the magic in this world can be summarized into 3 points. First, it is guided by human desires, and then it is guided by magic, bridge, and finally achieve the effect of affecting reality. This means that the spell is just a hint that the wizard strengthens his own mind or desire when casting the spell. The spell is not important, what is important is how much desire you have to affect reality when casting the spell. For example, the levitation charm is one of the most basic spells in Standard Spells Beginners. In the original book, Hermione was able to learn it immediately, perhaps because she had enough confidence in herself to make the feathers levitate. But looking at Ron, he failed to cast a spell in class, but succeeded in casting a spell later when he was dealing with a troll. The reason may be that he lacked self-confidence since he was a child, and his temper was prone to anger. After several attempts to cast spells failed, he used his wand to pluck feathers frantically. I didn't even think about letting the feathers fly. Of course, the feathers couldn't fly. But later when dealing with the troll, Ron's strong desire to save Hermione made him successfully use the levitating spell in order to save Hermione from the troll. For another example, Mad-Eye Moody, actually Barty Crouch Jr., once said that the killing curse cast by the little wizards would probably only make him have a nosebleed. After all, he was still in school. The little wizard is very simple and cannot have great murderous intentions. So to sum up, in the world of Harry Potter, in theory, as long as your desire and will are strong enough, you can do whatever you say and control everything. However, this is all just speculation right now. But there is one thing. Shane discovered that although the magic structure is complex, it also means that the magic spells in the Harry Potter world have great potential. As long as the magic structure is remodified and the magic circle is stabilized, it can bring out the deeper power of the spell. As soon as he said it, Xian activated Origin again and began to modify the magic structure of Lumos. After a while, Xian opened his eyes and waved the wand in his hand. A small magic circle flashed past the top of the wand, and then a ball of light flew out and flew around the room following Xiao'en's thoughts. Fly away. Success! Xiao'en smiled slightly in his heart, and then he immediately started to transform other magic spells. At the same time that Shane was brainstorming, people from the British Ministry of Magic were scurrying around the Swinton house. Because the ministry had detected abnormal magic fluctuations near this place, the Ministry of Magic sent people out to investigate in accordance with regulations. But I couldn't find the specific location despite searching. In fact, the Swinton family had already asked Shane to perform magic, and the problem of traces in the wand being detected has been solved unintentionally. It's just that the people at the Ministry of Magic have to work overtime tonight. Transforming the magic structure is a very laborious task. Xiao'en must adjust the magic lines one by one and keep trying to cast spells until the desired effect is achieved. This is like forging gears by hand. If you want the two gears to fit perfectly with each other, you can only grind them and try them at the same time. Turning off Origin, Xiao'en rubbed his temples. The transformation spell really made him feel a little dizzy. He turned to look at the alarm clock beside his bed. It was half an hour before midnight. On August 31st, the first day of school finally arrived. In the past month, in addition to taking Arya or Rick to Diagon Alley every week, Shane also read all the magic books in this world that were temporarily available, and learned about magic spells. There's new research on strength. To be honest, Xiao'en never expected that with Origin, even if he worked day and night, he could only transform 9 out of 10 of the spells that a first-year wizard needs to learn. The complexity of the magic power was far beyond his imagination. The more difficult the magic, the complexity of its magic structure increased exponentially, which often made him feel dizzy. Fortunately, over the past month, the transformation of the magic spell has allowed Xian to gradually verify his previous idea, that is, the intensity of magic in the world of Harry Potter is indeed related to the wizard's heart and will. Proportional. Now, even if he doesn't use a magic circle, he can still control the power of the magic spells in the book at will. For example, Lumos can put out a big blinding light bulb, or he can use the levitation spell to make a ball weighing several tons. Stones were flying around in the sky. It's a pity that during this month's transformation process, there were still exceptions. The one or two that were almost indistinguishable was the transfiguration. To put it simply, the magic of transfiguration can change the shape and structure of things. However, this magic can turn a stone into a banana, but why can it also turn a chair into a pig? It's still alive, the kind that can bark and jump. Xiao'en said this is unscientific, not scientific at all. Sean can also understand that turning a stone into a banana is a simple alchemy maintained by magic power. This means that the essence of the stone has not changed in any way, but the form in which it exists in reality is due to magic power. And something changed. But what the hell is a dead thing turning into a living thing? In addition to running and jumping, the pig can also eat. Shane saw with his own eyes that the chair that he accidentally turned into a big red pig suddenly flew out of the room, then rushed to the first floor and ate the potatoes that Aunt Julie was preparing to make mashed potatoes. At that time, Xiao'en was stunned. Moreover, the dazzling magic structure and thousands of magic lines of the transformation spell made him collapse. Origin also said that if you want to renovate this thing, you have to pay extra, otherwise we will go on strike. So now, the transformation of Transfiguration is still in its infancy. If you want to continue to explore its potential, you can only wait until you enter Hogwarts. Perhaps Professor McGonagall's class can give him some inspiration so that his research can be easier. Of course, although it was proven that his idea of the Harry Potter spell architecture was basically correct, after thinking about it, Shane always felt that he had missed something. Logically speaking, even if the power of the curse can realize spiritual manifestation, there is no reason to be so exaggerated that it can transform a dead object into a complete living body. So after thinking for a long time, Xia felt that the problem might be with his soul. Soul magic is one of the magics in the Harry Potter world that is higher than a slant. In a slant, magic involving the soul is extremely rare, and only Xerath has done relevant research. Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, is the soul body. Shane tried to find her on Sirius Island many times, but she never showed up. Therefore, after traveling again, Shane had no chance to contact and study soul magic. In the world of Harry Potter, aside from Voldemort's Horcruxes, there are a large number of ghosts in Hogwarts. They are no different from ordinary people except that they maintain their original appearance and have no body. And Shane still remembered that among the many souls in Hogwarts, there seemed to be one who was a professor, and he had been teaching for many years. So he guessed that maybe the existence of ghosts had special significance to Hogwarts, or the entire magical world. After thinking about it, Shane and the Swinton family had also taken the subway to King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4, is there such a platform in the world? Alia stretched her neck to look at the ticket in Xia En's hand and asked in confusion. Arya, you have been to Diagon Alley many times this month. You should know that things in the magical world are very different from the world of ordinary people. Xia En sighed helplessly. Follow me, I probably know how to get to the platform. After saying that, Xia En led everyone to the 3rd pillar of the 9th platform and the 10th platform of King's Cross Station. This is it. Xia En pointed to the stone pillar in front. You should be able to reach platform 9 3/4 through this pillar. Actually, Xia En didn't know where the entrance to the platform was before, but there were a few people with wands sneaking around this pillar. There was nothing else besides it. Ha, I know, that's it. Wilson suddenly realized, isn't the 3rd pillar of the 9th platform and the 10th platform equal to 9 3/4? Let's go. You guys grab me and I'll take you there. Shane looked around and didn't see the protagonist Harry Potter, so he planned to enter the station directly. I saw Alia and Mrs. Julie each holding one of Sean's arms. Rick and Wilson the husband put his arm around Xia En's shoulders from behind. Seeing that everyone was ready, Xia En said, don't stop in the middle. If you're scared, just close your eyes. After saying that, he led everyone through the stone pillars. I felt a cool breeze blowing over my body, and then a strong smell of engine oil hit my nose. Here we are, Shane said. The 4 people in the Swinton family slowly opened their eyes. The first thing they saw was a steam train with a very period feel. It was lined up on the track, and the exhaust pipe on the roof was wherein hot steam was expelled from the ground, and Hogwarts Express number 5972 was written on the locomotive. The train platform was bustling with people, including students and parents, each of whom was carrying a cart. Luggage looked up and saw a 9 degrees sign hanging high on a stone pillar. We finally came here, the legendary platform 9 3/4. When Xia En saw this scene in front of him, he suddenly recalled that he had watched movies when he was a child. That kind of excitement and yearning, he still remembers that the scene in Diagon Alley and the station was the most profound impression on him at that time, but now that he is actually standing in this place, he doesn't know why Xia En has the desire to see all of this place. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as Xia En and the others entered the station, they heard a rapid ringing sound. Attention gentlemen, ladies, and Hogwarts students. There is still half an hour before the train departs. Students who have not yet boarded the train are asked to hurry up and get on the train. A loud tone came, and a conductor was standing on the waiting platform, holding a wand against the position of his vocal cords and shouting loudly. Okay, Uncle Wilson and Aunt Julie, just send them here, and then I can be alone. After checking the luggage again, Xia En said with a smile. My dear, after you go to school, send a letter home first. Don't do dangerous things and study hard. Do you understand? Mrs. Julie hugged Xia En and said worriedly no. Xia En nodded. Don't worry, if you feel unaccustomed to life at Hogwarts, you can come back. I guarantee that you can go to the best school at any time after you come back. Wilson patted Shane on the shoulder. Xia En, please write to me often and tell me more stories about school if you can. Alia also stepped forward and hugged Xia En. If possible, could you give me a Quidditch golden snitch? Rick said naively. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at him. This guy has been watching the Quidditch pitch for a month, and he almost went to bed with it. When watching games, Rick usually what he likes is the seeker, and he is extremely fascinated by the feeling of galloping on the field. After waving goodbye to everyone in the Swinton family, Shane got on the train carrying his renovated small suitcase. When he opened the carriage door, Xia-en immediately smelled a sour smell. "How long has it been since you last had hygiene?" He quickly covered his nose and waved his hand, "Clean up scour jiffy." With a wandless magic, the car suddenly became clean, and the bad smell just now was eliminated. Entering the carriage, Xia-en first closed the carriage door behind him and cast a silent spell to block out all the noisy sounds outside. Then he walked forward and opened the car window to let in some ventilation, and finally sat down safely and began to close his eyes and meditate. However, although he closed his eyes and rested his mind, Shane was actually building a passive magic called thinking barrier in his mind at this time to defend against Dumbledore's legilimency. In fact, for Xia-en, there are many ways to deal with legilimency, but they are all active skills. Whether it was avoiding looking directly into the caster's eyes, occlumency, or the various brain-shielding magics he learned in Aslant, it all required Shane to take the initiative to cast it. It was difficult for him to ensure that he would not become mentally slack, causing the secrets in his mind to leak out. So Xia-en thought about using Origin to transform a previous magic so that it could passively defend against legilimency. The transformation process of thinking barrier is relatively complicated. Xia-en started it half a month ago. As of today, he has basically completed it, except for the final touches on the magic structure. Has anyone seen a toad? Someone named Neville lost one. Just when Xia-en was about to complete the adjustment of the last few magic lines of thinking barrier, the door of the carriage suddenly opened suddenly, and a milky sound came from the direction of the door. Xia-en slowly opened the door, turning his eyes. He saw a fiery little witch standing at the door of the carriage. She had fluffy brown hair and raised her little head proudly. Hermione Granger, the third protagonist of the original novel, one of the group, nicknamed Miss Know-It-All. Of course, she doesn't like this nickname very much. "Miss Granger, I think if a person needs help, it is best to say please, otherwise it will be considered very rude." Xia-en pressed his temples. The transformation of the magic structure required a high degree of concentration. Being suddenly interrupted like this made his head hurt a little. "Oh, sorry. A student named Neville in my carriage lost his toad and was already crying. I was looking for it for him." The little witch seemed to realize that she seemed too reckless just now, and put away her arrogant expression. "Forget it, you are also trying to help your classmates." Xia-en waved his hand helplessly. "Tell him there's no need to look for it. A wizard's pet will find its owner on its own, and his toad will return to him on its own." "Is that so? That's great. I'll go back and tell Neville now." After the little witch heard what Shane said, she immediately turned around and ran away. She wanted to go back immediately to tell Neville the good news. But before running a few steps, Hermione suddenly realized something was wrong. The boy just now was. How did she know her name? She seemed to have never introduced herself from beginning to end. With questions in mind, Hermione returned to her compartment. What an impatient little girl. This is the evaluation of Shane and Hermione's first meeting. He stood up and closed the carriage door that Hermione had not closed just now. Shane closed his eyes again and continued what he had not finished just now. Boom, boom, boom. After some time, there was a knock on the door, and then a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Hello, is it convenient for me to come in?" Hermione knocked on the door gently. Just now, after Hermione returned to her carriage, she conveyed what she heard from Shane to Neville. After spending some time comforting Neville, the conversation when she met Shane has been lingering in Hermione's mind. Why did he know his name? Why did he know that Neville's toad would return to Neville on its own? After reading so many books about magic, why didn't I know that a wizard's pet would find its owner on its own? No, I have to ask that boy. So, Hermione finally couldn't restrain her curiosity and came here again in front of Shane's carriage door. "Come in." There was a reply from the door. Hermione opened the carriage door and found Shane sitting by the window looking at her. The wind outside the window blew up Shane's slightly long bangs, matching his delicate facial features. The purple-red color emanating from her pupils made Hermione feel a little dazed for a moment. "What are you doing standing there? Come in." Xia-en looked at the little witch standing at the door in confusion. She obviously came to see her for something, so why was she suddenly stunned? "Oh, sorry." Hermione's face turned slightly red and she walked into the carriage. "Tell me, Miss Granger, what do you want from me?" Shane naturally took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, broke it in half and put it in front of Hermione. "Thanks." Hermione picked up the chocolate, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, she asked directly, "Actually, I just want to know why you know my name. Do you know the magic of mind reading? Also, how do you know that a wizard's pet will find its owner on its own?" Apparently Hermione went through some brainstorming and directly regarded Shane as the kind of person who was born in a magical family and could learn magic from an early age. "Miss Granger. Just call me Hermione." Interrupt Xia-en directly. "Okay, Hermione." Xia-en smiled. "Let me answer your first question first. The magic of mind reading does exist, and I can indeed do it, but the reason why I know your name has nothing to do with the magic of mind reading, but I am not in a position to tell you the specific reason. But don't worry, I don't have a hobby of prying into other people's memories." This sentence made Hermione's hanging heart finally relax a little. Then, the second question. Shane held up 2 fingers and said, "Hermione, before I answer this question, can you tell me why the Hogwarts admission notice requires us to only bring owls, cats, or toads as pets?" Xian has unknowingly entered the role of a teacher that he is familiar with. In the past, in the guild, he helped his younger brothers and sisters solve their training problems, except for Natsu and Gray. He was often asked to come to class tied up, and everyone else accepted Xian's teaching seriously. "I don't know this." After hearing Shane's question, Hermione shook her head. She didn't remember any relevant content in the book she had read. That's because these 3 animals, other than magical animals, are the animals that can best assimilate magic with wizards. Xian explained magical transformation? What does it mean? Hermione looked confused. She had never heard of this concept. Let me give you an example. Neville's pet is just an ordinary toad. Unlike magical beasts, toads themselves have no magical power. Xian took out his magic wand and swiped it casually in the void, and the light and shadow of a toad appeared between the 2 of them. Wow! What kind of magic is this? Hermione's eyes lit up. Light and shadow magic, pay attention. Shane tapped Hermione on the head with his wand. His teacher's energy had already risen and he would never allow students to be distracted during class. As mentioned earlier, the toad itself has no magic power, but from the moment Neville got his pet, the toad has been infected with Neville's magic power. Xian clicked in the void again, and the originally light and shadow toad turned into a person holding the toad in his arms. Hermione, you have to remember that the magic power of each person is unique, just like the fingerprints on the hand. Neville's toad is contaminated with his magic power and will gradually take on the characteristics of magical animals. The magic power of both parties is the same. Assimilation, even if Neville's toad runs away, he can return to his master by sensing the same magic as his own. Put it this way, do you understand? The light and shadow between the 2 people became one person and one toad, connected by a thread, and then the toad followed the thread and found its owner again. So that's it. I see. Hermione nodded sharply. With the help of light and shadow magic and such vivid teaching, if she still can't understand it, her title of the best student in the original book will be wasted. Thank you. Hermione wanted to express her gratitude, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that she never seemed to know the name of the boy in front of her. "My name is Shane Dole, just call me Shane." Xian saw Hermione's embarrassment, so he said with a smile, "Thank you, Shane." Hermione smiled a little awkwardly, showing her cute little rabbit teeth. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Just at this moment, the train whistle suddenly sounded. "Attention all students, the train will arrive at the station in 15 minutes. Please be ready to get off." In the aisle outside, it seemed like a senior from a certain college was constantly shouting, especially the first-year students, "Put on your robes and don't run around after getting off the bus. Someone will help you carry your luggage to the dormitory. We're almost off." Shane stood up, moved his hands and feet, and then looked at Hermione with a teasing look. "Well, dear Miss Hermione, you don't want to sit here and watch a man change clothes, do you?" Hermione's face turned red after hearing this, and then she whispered, "Who wants to see you?" After saying that, he ran away. The whistle sounded again, and the train slowly pulled into the Hogwarts platform and stopped. The door opened automatically when they got out of the car, and the little wizards who had packed their things in the car all rushed out of the car. The first-year students among them all looked around curiously after getting off the car. Because it was already night when the train arrived at the station, and although the lights on the platform were on, they could only illuminate the road on the platform. Looking around, it was dark outside the station, quiet and strange, as if there was suddenly something unknown. It was as if a famous monster ran out of it and devoured the little wizards alive. The above are the psychological activities of a few first-year freshmen, especially those little muggle-born wizards. But in fact, more people are not afraid at this time, but excited. Shane was the last one to get off the train. The reason was that a few minutes ago, when Shane was about to get off the train, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a trolley out of the corner of his eye, and then he suddenly remembered something, so he went back to the car. When he got out of the car again, he saw a frog leg that was struggling crazily in his mouth. Chewing on the cheeks, "It tastes like chocolate." After all the little wizards in the car got off, a tall figure in the distance slowly walked over holding a lamp. He first said hello to a little boy. "Hi Harry." "Hi Hagrid." The boy responded with a smile. He has a pair of bright green eyes, and through the dark and messy hair, you can vaguely see a slender lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. With such obvious features, there is no doubt that this person is of this world. The protagonist is Harry Potter. And the identity of the tall figure was also revealed. It was Rubeus Hagrid, the keykeeper and gamekeeper of Hogwarts. He is a hybrid giant with wearing an oversized moleskin coat, his thick messy hair and beard had almost reached his chest, and there were all kinds of weird gadgets hanging from his pockets and belt around his waist. Hagrid and Harry finished fighting. After greeting him, he immediately raised his head and shouted to the first-year wizard, "Okay, first-year students, please come this way and follow me. Quick! Don't be shy and hurry up. The boat is over here." Hagrid kept waving and urging, because at this moment everyone was waiting for these new batch of little wizards. Everyone followed Hagrid to a pier. There were many small wooden boats parked on the pier, and there were many wooden boats on each wooden boat. There is a chandelier that can barely illuminate the ship below. Okay, everyone, listen. Each boat can only seat 4 people, so don't take more than 1 person. I don't think you want to swim in such a cold weather. After hearing Hagrid's words, the little wizards got on the small wooden boat one by one in a trace of confusion. After counting the number of people, Hagrid suddenly shouted, "No problem, we can set off." As soon as he finished speaking, the small wooden boats began to leave the port one after another. Sia and lowered his head and looked under the water. There was some kind of creature pulling the wooden boat forward in the dark lake. It must be those in the lake who have reached a peace agreement with Hogwarts. Fantastic beasts. Shane and Hermione were sitting on the same ship. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also a boy named Seamus Finnegan on the ship. Yes, he was the demolition wizard in the original book. Bow! Hagrid, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted to behind him. It turned out that he was passing through the entrance of a short cave. This cave was very strange. The boat that entered in front disappeared instantly, and even the chandelier on the boat could not be seen. Go in. It was even more like this after the cave. It was really dark and pitch black. This small wooden boat was like a lonely boat in the endless black sea, quite in the style of Thulhu. And suddenly it fell into the boundless darkness. The little wizard, who was still young, could not withstand such an impact. Many people started shouting on the boat and looked around for something to rely on. Some people almost fell into the water. Among them, the one who shouted the most fiercely was Draco Malfoy's young master, referring to the expression of the young master when he heard the troll in the movie Halloween. "I said, can you 2 stop holding me so tightly?" Shane said helplessly behind him while sitting on the bow of the boat. He only felt that the robe on his body was being pulled back forcefully by 2 forces. It was difficult for both Hermione and Seamus to face the fear of the Black Sea in this hole. Hermione was okay, because she was so strong-willed. She suppressed her fear, just lowered her head and closed her eyes and said nothing, but Simo kept lowering his head and crying, "No, no, I want my mom. I want to go home." At this time, at the front of the fleet, Hagrid was listening to the noisy shouts behind him. How could he not know that the annual Hogwarts admission repertoire had begun again? It's true, it happens every year. Hagrid helplessly held his forehead, sighed, and shouted comfort behind him in a rough voice, "Quiet. Don't be afraid, the stones in the cave will absorb the light, and you'll be fine after you get out." It took about 2 or 3 minutes for the fleet to sail out of the cave one after another. After turning around an inlet, a huge ancient castle suddenly appeared in front of us under the bright night sky. The half-hidden full moon shone down. There is a warm silver light, a breeze blows in the middle of the black lake, and bursts of broken waves beat on the stone beach. The pointed towers of Hogwarts Castle stand among the cliffs, with little lights twinkling in them. It itself carries a heavy history. A sense of emotion and solemnity came over one's face, which shocked people. At this time, Hedwig variations inexplicably sounded in Shane's mind again. This problem of playing BGM when encountering classic scenes may not be changed. "Classmates, Hogwarts is here," Hagrid said with a smile. The small wooden boat sailed slowly towards the castle, and soon it docked at a pier. Then the little wizards got off the boat one after another. Shane looked up and saw the whole Hogwarts castle is very high. Looking from below, the castle blocks most of the sky. A cobblestone road on the pier winds upwards with no end in sight. At this moment, several chandeliers on the pier suddenly transformed into becoming a one-legged lamp. He jumped up to the students and began to lead them. Following the cobblestone road all the way up, everyone finally arrived in front of Hogwarts Castle. The heavy wooden door opened automatically, and Hagrid took the little boy with him. The wizards entered the castle and climbed up a wide marble staircase. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them with a parchment. "First-year student, Professor McGonagall." Hagrid stepped forward and said respectfully, "Thank you, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall nodded. After handing over the first-year students to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid left. Before leaving, he winked at Harry and smiled, which relieved Harry's nervous mood. Soothing. Professor McGonagall walked forward, straightened her body, and looked down at the new students. She crossed her hands in front of her and said seriously, "Students, welcome to Hogwarts. In a little while, you will pass through the door behind me, and other students are waiting for your arrival at the opening dinner. But before you take your seats, the school will hold a sorting ceremony for you. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin." When talking about Slytherin, Professor McGonagall even glanced sideways at Malfoy, not knowing what she wanted to express. "During your time at school, Hogwarts is like your home. Good performance can add points to the house. Otherwise, points will be deducted if you violate school rules. At the end of the school year, the house with the highest score will win the house cup. So, please wait here for a moment. the sorting ceremony will officially begin in a moment." After saying that, Professor McGonagall turned around and entered the door behind him, and began to make final preparations for the important sorting ceremony. However, less than 10 seconds after Professor McGonagall left, the blind date between classmates' love begins. "Looks like what they said on the train is true, Harry Potter is coming to Hogwarts." Malfoy, who had a blonde slicked back hair, suddenly stared at Harry with a proud face and started to say. His words caused some commotion in the crowd. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle." What followed was an arrogant self-introduction by Malfoy. After mocking Ron, he still wanted to shake hands with Harry and become friends. But Harry had been looked down upon at his aunt's house since he was a child. In terms of arrogance, to be honest, Malfoy was far from the Dursleys, so he couldn't feel the slightest affection when he saw Malfoy like this. So Harry said to Malfoy expressionlessly, "I think I can tell the good from the bad myself, thank you." In this way, Harry, Ron and Draco formed a rift, which was revealed for a long time afterwards. Countless love and hate. On the other side, Xiaoyan watched the three little brats in front of him bickering with each other with interest, but he was thinking again at this time. It used to be okay when he was watching movies as a kid, but now, he couldn't help but see something deeper in Malfoy and Harry. They are already fighting each other before they even enter school. It is conceivable that the current school spirit of Hogwarts is not much better. Competition in a school is a good thing, but vicious competition basically has no effect other than creating boring hatred, not to mention that there is a dean of the college who is adding fuel to the fire. So, should I find something to do? As Xiaoyan thought this, the red gene of the flower grower in his blood had begun to awaken unknowingly. And just when Shane was thinking about how to reform Hogwarts, he felt his robe being pulled. "Xiaoyan, which college do you think we will be assigned to?" Shane turned around and saw that it was Hermione. "Gryffindor, why?" Hermione asked in confusion when she heard Shane's affirmative answer. She had learned about the 4 houses of Hogwarts before enrolling. The quality represented by Gryffindor was courage, and she felt that she should go there more. "Ravenclaw is famous for his wisdom. Why? Then you have to ask yourself." Shane smiled and said an answer that left Hermione with questions. Indeed, Hermione undoubtedly has the quality of Ravenclaw. But judging from the original book, every time Harry and Ron are in Hogwarts gets into trouble, Hermione is basically involved. If it were a Ravenclaw eaglet, they would feel that paying attention to you is a waste of time studying. Also, the literal translation of Ravenclaw is Raven's Claw. The hidden meaning of the name is greedy predator, which means the thirst for knowledge, and Hermione's greed for knowledge lacks purity. She usually only uses knowledge as a way to gain praise and progress. She lacks respect for knowledge. Therefore, compared to Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, a college that is suitable for promoting nature, is more suitable for her. "No, you. Everything is ready inside, everyone follow me." Hermione saw Shane playing riddles and wanted to continue asking in embarrassment, but at this time the appearance of Professor McGonagall directly interrupted her questioning and stopped Draco and Ron from further conflict with her cold eyes. "Shane, I was thinking that if these two people were to look at each other like before, they might not be kissing each other." Pushing open the beautiful relief door, a bright hall came into view. Thunder and lightning were moving on the ceiling of the hall, and from time to time there was sound. There were bursts of thunder. The walls on both sides of the hall were inlaid with rows of animal statues. Each animal was different. They were lions, eagles, snakes, and badgers, representing Hogwarts respectively. There are 4 colleges in CI. Each animal statue has a huge brazier hanging in its mouth, coupled with hundreds of white candles floating in the air. The fire emitted by their burning illuminates the entire hall. The hall there are 4 extremely long tables underneath, and each table has a certain amount of space to welcome the arrival of new students. Students in the 2nd grade and above are whispering, and at the same time they are looking at this year's new students with critical eyes. After walking through the door, my Professor McGonagall led the freshmen through the aisle in the middle of the hall and stood in front of the professor's chair. Behind Professor McGonagall, there was a round stool, and a pointed hat with a human face was placed on it. Behind him sat all the current professors and staff of Hogwarts. Among the professors and staff was an old man with a white beard. He was the principal of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall had her palms down. She pressed down and signaled the new students to stop, then turned around and walked up the steps, stood next to the sorting hat and said, "Before the sorting ceremony begins, Professor Dumbledore wants to say a few words to everyone." After saying that, he stepped aside. Dumbledore stood up slowly, dragging his long white beard, and faced all the students and began to say, "Before the sorting ceremony officially begins, I want to say a few words, idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw. Hogwarts strictly prohibits students from entering the Dark Forest. It is the Forbidden Forest. In addition, our administrator Mr. Filch asked me to remind everyone that the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die miserably, don't go. Thanks." After that, Dumbledore sat down again and handed the leadership back to Professor McGonagall. The sorting ceremony officially began, and Professor McGonagall opened the parchment in his hand. "Students who have reported their names, please come to the front. I will put the sorting hat on your head, and then determine the college you want to go to." Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat. Hannah Abbott. The Iron Throne appeared, and a rosy-faced girl with 2 golden braids stepped forward. Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on her head. Then, the sorting hat shouted without any hesitation, "Hufflepuff." There was warm applause from the direction representing the corresponding college. Hermione Granger. Then the second one read Hermione. Hermione was startled when she heard her name below. As she stepped forward, she took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, "No, okay, relax, don't nervous." Hermione sat down on the chair with anxiety, and Professor McGonagall put on the sorting hat. "Oh, good, yes, okay." Gryffindor. The sorting hat made its decision in less than 5 seconds, and the long table belonging to Gryffindor suddenly burst into warm applause. Hermione walked down the steps and ran happily to the Gryffindor table, feeling nothing but excitement in her heart. In addition, she was also full of shock. Because Shane guessed correctly, she really went to Gryffindor. Then came the process of going through the process. Freshmen were assigned to different houses one after another, and the most eye-catching one was, yes, there is no doubt that it is our protagonist Harry Potter. The entire hall, except Slytherin, burst into warm applause for his being sorted into Gryffindor. But at this time, Shane looked at the people not far away. The sorting hat is thinking about which house he should be assigned to? To be honest, he is not sure that the sorting hat can accurately assign him to the appropriate house when the thinking barrier is turned on. Of course, if he is willing, he can be manipulated freely. Xia En thought for a while. Going to Gryffindor? But the protagonist is there, it feels uninteresting, and according to the experience of many senior time travelers, there must be a lot of trouble around the protagonist, so I don't want to go. Go to Gryffindor Letland? That's even more impossible. A group of brats with pure blood ideas in their heads. The dormitory is still underground in the Black Lake. The environment is cold and damp, which is not in line with his sunny and cheerful temperament. Besides, Shane is also afraid that he will get rheumatism. Go there. Ravenclaw seems to be a good place. It has a dedicated library, which should be of great help to him in studying magic. The learning atmosphere is also very good, but it is a bit annoying to have to answer questions every time he returns to the dormitory. Shane is not good at playing with his brains. Take a sharp turn. How about going to Hufflepuff? It's close enough to the kitchen, and you can ask the house elf to cook for you any time when you're hungry. It seems good. After much thought, Shane finally decided to go to Ravenclaw. You can work at any time, and even if you want to walk a few more steps, the house elf will not refuse your request. As for the Ravenclaw dormitory door that you said requires answering a question to open, what a big deal. The door, if you can't get in, just use the window, it's not like you can't fly. Shane Dolia. At this time, Professor McGonagall finally read Shane's name. Shane walked forward. He first glanced at the sorting hat, his expression was a bit wrong, and then he looked at Professor McGonagall and said, "Hello, long time no see, Professor McGonagall. It's been a while, Mr. Dolia, please come up." Professor McGonagall responded, and gestured in the direction of the stool with her eyes, hoping that Shane could complete the sorting ceremony as soon as possible. However, what was strange was that Shane did not move for a long time, and instead kept staring at Professor McGonagall. He held the sorting hat in his hand and suddenly stared with dead eyes. He took out his wand without leaving a trace, and suddenly said to Professor McGonagall, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, before Professor McGonagall could react, Shane pointed his wand at the sorting hat and shouted, "Clean up a new scour jiffy, enhanced version." With a flash of white light, the sorting hat was washed clean from beginning to end. Feeling comfortable, Xia En put away the wand happily. The reason why he did this was that the sorting hat made him too sick. In fact, it looked like nothing from a distance, the sorting hat was just worn out, but when I came closer, it seemed that the sorting hat was not only worn out, but the shiny thing on it was probably not 1,000-year-old scalp oil. He's not misophobic, but he really doesn't want to put such a disgusting thing on his head. Today, when the King of Heaven comes, he has to clean up the damn sorting hat first. So, he just made a holy show in front of others. And at the same time, the Hogwarts students sitting below gradually came to their senses. In addition to being shocked, they all shouted excitedly, "Oh, nice. Well done." They can't stand this greasy hat for a long time. Many people took the sorting hat very seriously when they were sorted. Today they are finally comfortable. But compared to the excitement of the students, Professor McGonagall looked incredulous. She looked like. She pointed at Xia En, who stuttered a little and said angrily, "Oh my God, Mr. Dolia, how dare you? Because of your behavior, after you are assigned to a college, you will have your college deduct 10 points on the first day of school." Oh, Xia En shrugged and didn't care. It didn't matter to him whether they were divided or not. "Minerva, calm down." At this moment, Dumbledore slowly stood up and said, "There is no need to be so angry. Besides, it's not a bad thing. What a beautiful cleansing spell, Mr. Dolia." Dumbledore glanced at Shane with a deep look, then turned to Professor McGonagall and said, although his behavior is a bit reckless, the Sorting Hat has indeed not been cleaned for hundreds of years, not to mention Mr. Dolia. It does not violate the school rules, so there is no need for us to bring grudges to the newly enrolled students. What do you say, Minerva? Okay, I get it, Headmaster Dumbledore. Now that the principal said so, Professor McGonagall could only withdraw the punishment and sighed. McGonagall returned to her previous serious face, looked at Shane warily, and picked up the brand new sorting hat again. Then, Mr. Dolia, let's continue the sorting ceremony. It wasn't because of anything else, nor because of the fact that Shane dared to pull out his wand and cast a spell on the sorting hat during the sorting ceremony. For the Kitty Hawks, the key point is how Shane used such a powerful scour jiffy. Because in fact, Shane was not the first person to use this spell on the sorting hat. In the past 200 years of Hogwarts, because the sorting hat only leaves the principal's office during the annual sorting ceremony, some daring little wizards will try to launch a cleaning plan for the sorting hat during this time, and often use methods just use the magic spell, clean up a new scour jiffy. But the result is obvious. Because of the extremely stubborn patina on the sorting hat, the actions of these warriors failed without exception. The little eagles once heard the ghost say that the last time a similar incident happened was decades ago, and the person involved in that matter is sitting on the professor's chair over there now, and he will turn into a cat. At this time, Shane was sitting on the long table in Ravenclaw, crazily stuffing things into his mouth. Cream cakes, fried chicken legs, steaks, lamb chops, fried fish, chips, apple pie, etc. You can eat whatever you want, and everyone around you is stunned. It's just that people are wondering, why doesn't Shane eat mashed potatoes? Faced with the strange looks from around him, Xia and ignored it. He picked up a piece of fried pork chop that was still smelling fragrant, directly put a piece of cheese on it, then took out his wand and grilled it with fire-burning incendio. The melted cheese blends with the pork chops. Immediately afterwards, Shane picked up the homemade cheese-fried pork chop and put it in his mouth. Yes, that's the taste. When the little Hufflepuff badgers at the next table saw this scene, they all looked at the fried pork chops on their own tables and began to imitate it in a decent manner. As a result, after trying it, the little badger's eyes instantly lit up. Damn it! Delicious! How come such a talent is not from our college? Moreover, while imitating, the little badgers also replaced the fried pork chops with fried chicken legs, which was equally delicious. On the other side, Dumbledore, who was sitting on the professor's chair, was looking thoughtfully at Xia, who was devouring it. Well, he was very impressed with this student. Not only because of the action of cleaning the sorting hat just now, but also because Professor McGonagall had mentioned this name to him a month ago. Now it seems that Minerva is right. The student Shane Dolia is special, very special. After dinner, as usual, the prefect of each college will lead the first-year students to their own college lounges and dormitories. The current head of Ravenclaw's class is named Ivana Blanchard. She is taking Shane and the others to Ravenclaw Tower. Hello everyone, my name is Ivana Blanchard, head of House Ravenclaw, and I am delighted to welcome you to Ravenclaw House, Ivana said as she led the new students through the moving stairs. The emblem of our college is an eagle, and the representative colors are sky blue and bronze, which means soaring high to the unreachable peak. Our lounge is at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, hidden behind a door with a magic knocker. Through the arched windows of the circular common room, you can have a panoramic view of the Hogwarts campus, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch and the greenhouses. Other colleges are not lucky enough to enjoy this view. Ivana proudly introduced the various features and advantages of Ravenclaw Academy, and brought the little wizards to an old wooden door with a raven-shaped bronze door knocker inlaid on it. I don't mean to be exaggerated, but Ravenclaw House is indeed where the smartest wizards live. As Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of our college, said, extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of mankind. We don't need to hide the entrance to the common room like other colleges do. Our common room door, at the top of a long, curved staircase, has no handle, just an enchanted raven-shaped bronze knocker. When you knock on the door, Crow Ring will ask you questions. You need to use your wisdom to answer the corresponding questions correctly to enter, but please remember that the answer is not the only one. But I can say that for nearly 1,000 years, no one except Ravenclaw has been able to pass this simple barrier, so, who wants to give it a try now? Ivana turned around and said with her back to the raven-shaped door knocker. The freshmen looked at each other, and after a while, a Ravenclaw freshman volunteered to step forward. I come. Then he raised his hand and clicked the door knocker. The Crow Ring shook a few times, and he asked, what does the elephant's left ear look like? Forehead. This question confused the student because it was too subjective and there was no standard answer. At the same time, the little eagles who heard the question behind were also talking about it. Let me remind you that the answer is not the only one, but it only needs to be recognized by Crow Huan, so don't let yourself be imprisoned by your usual thinking. Ivana reminded at this time. The little eagles started to use their brains, but after several minutes and trying several answers, Crow Huan was not satisfied. At this time, Xia En looked left, then looked again, and gradually he became impatient. because he didn't understand why these little eagles couldn't answer this question because it was pure nonsense literature. So in order to go back to the dormitory early to take a shower and sleep, Shane walked straight to the wooden door and said to Crow, "Ring, an elephant's left ear looks like an elephant's right ear." Correct. Without any delay, Crow Huan immediately opened the wooden door. At this time, the little eagles suddenly realized the answer. "Well done, Dolia," Ivana praised, and then said to the other eaglets, "Don't be discouraged. If you answer more questions in the future, you will naturally master the rules of the questions. Okay, come with me now." Ivana pushed open the wooden door, and Xiaoingman filed in after her. Shane glanced at the wooden door before entering the lounge and thought to himself, "Is this door made of wood? So if I can't answer the question in the future, can I break in directly?" The wooden door was gradually closed, but for some reason, the bronze crow ring on the door suddenly shook inexplicably. It seemed to feel a deep malice coming towards it. Ravenclaw's common room is a large circular room, with blue and bronze as the main colors. It is the best viewing location in the entire Hogwarts school. There are elegant arched windows on the wall, and blue and bronze hangings are hung in front of the windows. Bronze silk curtains, students can usually open the curtains and see the beautiful scenery outside from the windows. The ceiling of the lounge is designed as a dome, decorated with stars and moons, and the dark blue carpet on the ground is also painted with stars, each other relative reflection. At the same time, there are sofas, tables, chairs, table lamps, etc. in the lounge. Some fresh fruits are placed on the round table. Directly opposite the entrance of the lounge is an alcove in which Rowena, a half-length white marble statue of Ravenclaw, and behind the statue is a huge bookshelf with at least 1,000 books on it. Next to the bookshelf is the entrance to the dormitory upstairs. This is the common room of Ravenclaw, which we all call the habitat of wise people. There are a total of 1,126 books on the bookshelf behind. You can read as you like, but please note that these books must not be taken out of the lounge, as these precious treasures belong exclusively to Ravenclaw's 1,000-year collection. The ghost of our college is Ms. Grey. She is the daughter of the eagle ancestor. She is a very beautiful lady, but she seldom speaks, but she can talk to Ravenclaw. It is said that she has something to do with Slytherin's ghost Bloody Barrow. Of course we never ask. She will help you when you are lost or can't find something. So finally, I wish you have a wonderful night today. The entrance to our dormitory is next to the bookshelf. When you go up, you can see the four-poster bed covered with a sky blue silk quilt, and the sound of the wind blowing in front of the window. It makes people feel very comfortable. Of course, you can also enjoy the beautiful scenery and starry sky of Hogwarts through the windows. The above is Ravenclaw's welcome speech to the new students. Ivana will say it once a year after becoming the prefect. After the dissolution, Shane did not stop in the lounge, but hurried upstairs. The entrance to the dormitory, it was a mirror, which dazzled Xia-En. It took him a while to find his own bed, and his luggage was already placed next to a four-leg bed. Seeing that there was no one around, Xia-En opened he took out the pillows, quilts and other bedding that had been prepared in the space. He first changed the pillows and put a pillow towel on them, and then replaced the soft silk quilt prepared by the school with his own. Then he threw his big pillow on the bed, and finally took out the Fairy Tale Guild badge and hung it on the bedside. Done! Shane clapped his hands with satisfaction. The reason why he did this was not because he couldn't believe in Hogwarts, but because he had been deeply impressed by the hygiene conditions of the British wizarding community, whether in Diagon Alley or on the Hogwarts Express. Shane looked at the neat beds and snapped his fingers. Wandless casting, clean up, scour, jiffy. No! As far as hygiene is concerned, he just doesn't trust Hogwarts as well. After making the bed, Shane hurried to the bathroom to take a shower and brush his teeth. He just threw himself on the bed when he came back. Xia-En was actually very tired, because building the thinking barrier relationship consumed him too much energy, so until now, all he wants to do is have a good sleep. Regardless of thunder and lightning or earthquakes and fires, we will talk about big things tomorrow. But after sleeping for a while, Xia-En lifted up the quilt and complained angrily. If he had known it, he would have gone to the Chinese supermarket to buy a bed mosquito net and brought it over. But fortunately, he had anticipated that this might happen before coming to Hogwarts. After all, the flower gardener's rabbit will think carefully when traveling far away. Shane reached into the void, took out the prepared mosquito coil and lit it. After a while, the entire Ravenclaw boys' dormitory was filled with a smell of it. Has a faint floral scent. This kind of mosquito-repellent incense is specially made by Xia-En. Who would go to the supermarket to buy that kind of choking and unpleasant mosquito repellent? After driving away the mosquitoes, Xia-En huddled himself under the quilt and hugged the big pillow, began to gradually fall asleep. It was finally quiet. _____, Azz. The moon was sparse, and over Hogwarts, the moon ran out of the thick clouds, finally showing its full glory. Under the ancient castle, the black lake sparkles. Under the silver light, some small nocturnal animals in the water are swimming under the castle. They were playing with each other, seeming to wish everyone a good dream tonight. The next morning, the sun rose and the sun was shining brightly. It's the first day of school at Hogwarts. At this time, in the Ravenclaw dormitory, a harsh alarm sounded, trying to wake up Shane, who was still sleeping. Buelow, 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 Buelow. Click. Shane reflexively pressed the snail-shaped alarm clock on the bedside. At this time, his body was already awake, but his brain was not yet awake. This telephone bug-shaped alarm clock was specially made by Shane in Diagon Alley. Because Hogwarts cannot use any electronic devices, this alarm clock can only call people at regular intervals and cannot tell the time. After a while, Xia got up with difficulty. He stretched first, rubbed his eyes, and tried hard to dispel the lingering sleepiness in his mind. Then he relied on instinct and slowly climbed out of bed, sleepily went to the bathroom to wash up, and then wandered back to the room to change clothes. When they came to the cafeteria, many people saw a ruthless man who was sleeping and eating breakfast with his eyes closed. And it wasn't until Xia stuffed a lump of white mud into his mouth that he really woke up. "You! Who gave me the mashed potatoes?" A familiar smell rushed into his nose, and Xia's mind suddenly became clear. "How come you can have mashed potatoes for breakfast even when you're not at home?" Xia took a sip of milk to wash away the residual taste of mashed potatoes in his mouth. Then he looked around as if he was aware of it and found that everyone in the cafeteria was looking at him with strange eyes. If he didn't eat breakfast, everyone would. "Why are you looking at me?" Xia scratched his head. At this moment, a familiar figure ran over and sat down opposite Xia. "Good morning, Shane." "Good morning, Hermione," Shane responded, and then looked at the big book in Hermione's hand in confusion, which was at least as big as two of his faces. "Why are you holding such a big book? Aren't you tired?" "It's okay, I just want to read more." Hermione replied, "I plan to finish this book this week. I read it for more than an hour last night." "Are you writing like this at the beginning of the school year?" Shane's eyes twitched, and then he couldn't help but start to persuade Hermione, "You can't study like this. You need to know how to combine work and rest when studying, and just memorize by rote without understanding the content in the book." "Content? No matter how much you read, what's the use? However, if I don't read more when I have free time, I won't be able to keep up with everyone else," Hermione replied stubbornly and a little aggrievedly. After hearing this sentence, Shane instantly understood what the little witch was thinking. Hermione probably thought that she was from a Muggle family, so she felt that she was inferior to those children from wizarding families. "Your own foundation will definitely lag far behind others." "Hermione, do you think that parents of wizarding families start teaching their children magic from an early age? Is not it?" Hermione looked surprised. "Isn't this a natural thing?" "Of course not." Xia sighed, knocked on the table and stood up. "Let me ask you, do you know Squib? You know, people whose parents are wizards but whose children can't use magic." Hermione nodded. "That's right. So do you know why there are dumb guns? If based on genetics alone, if both parents are wizards, Squib should not exist, and you should not be standing here. That's because if a person wants to become a wizard, blood inheritance is not the key is magic riots. Whether they are children from wizarding families or Muggle families, they must experience magic riots before they can be qualified to use magic." Shane and Hermione left the canteen and explained as they walked. "Does it make any difference?" asked Hermione. "In fact, there is no difference. The time when a person's magic riot occurs is uncertain, even for a wizard family. Before the magic riot occurs, you cannot expect a child to learn writing without a pencil. Moreover, even if a child experiences magic riots at a very young age, his parents still will not teach his children to use magic." "Why?" Hermione asked curiously. "Because children do not have mature enough thinking and will to control the power of magic. If an immature child uses magic, do you know what he will do? You must have seen some skinny children being bullied but unable to fight back. If you think about it carefully, what would happen if that child had magic? Power will control people." "Hermione, you will gradually understand this in the future," Xia said a lot. These are actually some summaries of his previous experiences. In a slant, let alone children, there are countless adult magicians who have fallen into darkness because of the power of magic. In order to pursue power, they will do whatever it takes to destroy them. Human nature, gradually losing yourself. Don't do this too much. Of course, magic cannot be taught, but theoretical things can still be taught. Xia added at this time, "Potions does not require magic power, but the subject itself is very complex and has very high requirements for learners. If there is not a potions master who teaches you from a young age, you will not be able to learn it from an early age." So that's it. After what Shane said, the tension in Hermione's heart gradually began to relax, and before they knew it, the two of them walked to the classroom while chatting. Perhaps because they arrived a little early, there were only 2 or 3 little wizards in the classroom, but they all fell asleep in the same room, and only one of them was flipping through a book. But one thing that caught their attention was that there was a tabby cat with square glasses lines on its face looking at them on the classroom platform. Hermione is a cat lover, so when she saw this tabby cat, her cat addiction started unknowingly. When Shane saw Hermione walking to the podium and wanting to pet the cat, his scalp felt numb and he quickly ran over and grabbed her collar. What are you doing? Hermione turned around and looked at Shane angrily. But Shane ignored her and just bowed slightly to the tabby cat. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. The tabby cat jumped from the podium and turned back into human form under Hermione's shocked expression. Good morning, Mr. Dolia and Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall still had a serious face as always. But faced with Professor McGonagall's greeting, Hermione was still stunned and didn't respond, so Shane patted her head hard. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Hermione finally came to her senses and responded quickly. Oh my god. I almost treated Professor McGonagall as a cat just now. Hermione's face was red at this time and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm curious, Mr. Dolia, how did you discover my identity? Professor McGonagall looked at Shane with questioning eyes. A first-year wizard should not be able to see the transformed animagus. I am aware that you are one of the animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic, and I have seen your animagus photo in Transfiguration today. This is Shane's truth. Otherwise, there are so many cats in Hogwarts. Who would know which one is Professor McGonagall? After hearing Shane's answer, Professor McGonagall nodded, but then said duo. Mr. Leah, if you are here to send Miss Granger to the classroom, you can go back to your classroom. I think your dean does not want anyone to be late on the first day of school, especially those from Ravenclaw. Student, wasn't my first lesson about Transfiguration. That's right, I don't think I looked at the class schedule. Sean just recalled now that he fell asleep directly last night and woke up in the cafeteria in the morning, so he didn't know what class he was going to take today. He was just taken to the Transfiguration classroom by Hermione in a daze. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, do you know where my classroom is? Sia smiled awkwardly and asked on the 4th floor. You'd better hurry if you don't want to be late. Professor McGonagall shook her head angrily. Then I'll go first. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. And Hermione, let's talk next time. After saying that, Sia turned around and ran out of the Transfiguration classroom. Sia ran outside the classroom and saw that the stairs on each floor were changing randomly, so he thought about it, and the wand in his hand was in front of him. With one wave, the whole person flew up from the patio in the middle of the stairs, shocking the students from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. Why take the stairs when you can fly? It's still such a troublesome staircase. Classmate, where is the charms classroom? Flying to the 4th floor, Sia patted a classmate on the shoulder and asked. But the student didn't say anything, he just pointed in a direction blankly. Okay, thanks. Sia thanked him and walked towards the classroom. Little did he know that his behavior just now had caused an uproar among the students. Did that student just fly up without using a broomstick? But for Shane, this year's lessons were simply tasteless and a pity to abandon. It's boring because the magic class currently teaches first-year knowledge, all of which are entry-level and mostly theory-based. This is a waste of time for Sia, who has long since completed self-study. It's a pity because Professor Flitwick will teach some of his understanding of magic and spell-casting skills during the lecture, and this is something that Shane can't miss, because any minute details may be harmful to him. It helped that he speeded up the development and research of enchantments. For example, when Professor Flitwick taught the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa, he asked the young wizards to pay attention to the movements of waving the wand. First wave, then shake. This is the standard spell casting gesture of this magic. But just when Professor Flitwick asked the students in the class to try to practice, Shane suddenly raised his hand and asked, Professor, is this action fixed? Or can it be anything? Professor Flitwick, he was suddenly stunned when he heard this question. He didn't know why the little wizard would ask such a question, but he still gave a detailed answer. No, of course not. Professor Flitwick shook his head and said, however, Mr. Dolia, you asked a question that has never been asked by students, at least when I was a professor at Hogwarts. With a slight lift of the magic wand in his hand, a book next to him flew up. The answer to this question is a bit long, but I can still say it. In fact, the casting movements of any spell are not fixed. I once communicated with Miranda Gorshak's daughter. When her mother began to write standard spells, she observed many young wizards. Just like all of us here, she found that when these young wizards began to learn the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa, they would habitually use the swipe and shake movement without any guidance. Of course, some people would be different, but in fact indeed so. Later, after many researches, Ms. Gorshak found that each magic spell has a corresponding casting action, which can make it easier for young wizards who are new to magic to master and learn various magic spells. Therefore, based on this, Gorshak Ms. Grams compiled the spell casting actions for every commonly used spell, and finally wrote the standard spells series of books in 1921. Professor, if the action of casting spells is just an auxiliary means for learning magic, then what is the key to learning a magic? Sia continued to ask. It's the heart, Mr. Dolia, it's the heart. Professor Flitwick scratched his chest with the hand holding the wand, and there was a ripple of memories in his eyes. You will find that magic is the reflection of every wizard's heart in reality. If a person holds if he has a kind heart, he will be able to learn healing magic easily, but if his heart is evil, he will often learn magic that hurts people. To be honest, Mr. Dolia, you really surprised me. No little wizard has ever thought about this. 10 points for Ravenclaw. In this way, while gaining 10 college points for his college, Xian further confirmed his guess about the magic in the world of Harry Potter. In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. After class, Xian went back. First he went to the Ravenclaw common room and made a copy of the course schedule posted on the wall using copy to double Geminio, and then went to the Great Hall to eat. At this time, his cheeks were bulging, and one hand he was holding the class schedule and stuffing food into his mouth with homemade chopsticks in one hand. He didn't realize that there were many people around him looking at him with strange eyes. Look, it's him. The person who flew from the first floor to the fourth floor this morning was him, scaring everyone silly. So smart. Which college is it from? No, you don't know. He was the one who washed the sorting hat at the sorting ceremony yesterday. It turns out to be him. Shane Dolia, I remember he was assigned to Ravenclaw. Why do you think Dolia can fly? Is he an animagus? No, how can there be such a young animagus? Maybe it is an alchemy tool. Don't you know there are innate animagus? I doubt. Gradually, there were more and more rumors about Shane, and they became more and more crooked. Some people were chatting about him, and they all regarded him as that rare humanoid magical animal. But Shane didn't hear these words. He was constantly complaining about the curriculum set by Hogwarts in his mind. At Hogwarts, first-year students need to study a total of 7 courses: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions, and transfiguration. According to the current curriculum, first-year students only have 3 classes at most and 1 class at least every day. From Monday to Friday, except for the potions class, which requires 2 consecutive classes, all other classes are 30 minutes each, averaging 1.2 class hours per day. The academic system of Hogwarts is 2 semesters per academic year. Calculated from the beginning of September to the end of the 3rd week of June next year, the entire academic year of Hogwarts, excluding weekends and holidays, has about 170 students. Class days. One academic year lasts for 10 months, with a total of 204 class hours, an average of 20.4 class hours per month. What do you use the rest of your time for? Surfing. This made Xia En, a person who had received the exam-oriented education of a flower grower, have red eyes. I remember that during the college entrance examination, he spent more than this amount of time studying in 2 days. Moreover, the first-year students are just laying foundations. What can they learn in such little time? No, the more I thought about it, the angrier I became, and my heart gradually became a little unbalanced. And just when Xia En continued to release the resentment remaining in his heart, 2 red-haired guys suddenly came to Xia En quietly. Shane. The Weasley twins suddenly appeared from behind Shane. We have all heard about you flying from the 1st floor to the 4th floor this morning. Fred said, can you tell us how? George asked, why do you ask this? Xia En had already noticed the arrival of the 2 of them, but after hearing their questions, a question mark still appeared on his head. We want revenge on Peeves, Fred and George said in unison. Peeves. Shane then remembered that there was indeed such a character in the original work, but it was just not included when the movie was made, so he naturally forgot about it. Can you tell me more about it? Immediately afterwards, Fred and George began to tell the story of their battle of wits with Peeves throughout the last year. It turned out that Peeves was a famous mischievous troublemaker at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It has existed since the beginning of Hogwarts, and no one in the entire Hogwarts can control him except Bloody Barrow and Albus Dumbledore. Just last year, Fred and George just held on the way back to the dormitory after the opening dinner. Peeves threw a trash can filled with various vegetable and fruit peels on top of the Gryffindor freshman team. Fred and George suffered a big disaster on the spot. From then on, he and Peeves formed an irresolvable hatred. Peeves can fly and pass through walls, making it difficult for us to catch him. Fred said it would often scream and fly through the corridors of Hogwarts, doing all kinds of mischief. It will put a wastebasket on your head, pull out the carpet from under your feet, throw pieces of chalk at you, or sneak up behind you and grab your nose when you can't see it. George said a little angrily. So if you can teach us the magic of flying, we can find a way to catch Peeves. So that's it. Shane nodded to show that he understood, but he asked doubtfully, no, haven't you ever thought about using the levitating spell to fly before? Fred and George looked at each other and said in unison, tried it. But although he can fly, his speed is nowhere near as fast as Peeves. Fred said, moreover, when using the levitating spell, we have no way to control our posture and will hit our heads against the wall. George said, what I use is the levitating spell. You can't do it because you don't practice enough. Maybe you can also try casting the spell on each other. Xia En explained, also, I want to ask another question. Is Peeves short, with a wide face, big mouth, and bright eyes? He wears bright clothes, a tie, a hat, and his slippers have long slits to expose his toes. Fred and George didn't speak, just nodded tacitly. It's right behind you. Hearing what Shane said, the Weasley twins turned their heads and looked behind them, only to see a little monster that exactly matched what Shane had just said floating behind them. Peeves reached out and grabbed the Weasley twins. He pulled his nose back hard and shouted, "Hold your nose." Then he immediately flew away, doing many pranks along the way, such as slapping the cream cake on the table into other people's faces. Ouch, shit, Peeves, damn it, stop. Many little wizards who were having lunch in the auditorium suffered a disaster. Fred and George both covered their noses and chased them out. They vowed to take revenge again. When Shane saw the mess in the auditorium in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Wei Yang, but after a while, he seemed to suddenly think of something and stopped his smile. It turns out that you have been trying to maintain the joy of Hogwarts in this way. Shane looked towards the direction where Peeves just disappeared. I said silently in my heart. After lunch, the only class left today starts at 15:30 in the afternoon. Before that, time belongs to you. Xiaoan originally wanted to go to the library to read, but unexpectedly, he met Gryffindor's prefect Percy Weasley as soon as he left the Great Hall. He told Shane that Professor McGonagall asked him to go to the Gryffindor Dean's office. Shane flew to the window of Professor McGonagall's office and knocked on the window. In the office, Professor McGonagall heard a strange noise outside the window and thought it was another stupid owl from the school that hit the window, so she ignored it. But as another strange noise came, she couldn't help but raise her head, and vaguely saw a figure outside the window. She quickly put on the glasses hanging around her neck. "Professor McGonagall, can I come in?" Xiaoan knocked on the window again. Oh my god. Professor McGonagall quickly stood up, ran over, opened the window, and said, "Come in quickly." Shane flew into the office and saw a burning fireplace, and the Hogwarts Quidditch field could be seen outside the window. "Mr. Dolia, do you know that you have seriously violated school rules?" Professor McGonagall said angrily, "Students are not allowed to use magic in the corridors." "I didn't use it in the corridor, I used it after walking to the lawn," Xiaoan said with a smile with white teeth. This sentence instantly made Professor McGonagall speechless, but she still said, "Since your dangerous behavior has affected other students, Ravenclaw will deduct 10 points. "Well, this is unreasonable," Xiaoan protested. "I don't remember who I influenced." The Weasley twins were lying in the infirmary, and Peeves said that he heard you teach them to use the levitation spell to fly. This time it was Xiaoan's turn to be speechless, because this was indeed related to him. But he didn't expect Fred and George to be so brave. They had just told them to use the levitating spell, and they dared to use it in the chase before they had even practiced it. Seeing Xiaoan's admission, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. She was too impressed by Xiaoan as a student. When the two met for the first time, Xiaoan had already shown abilities beyond ordinary people. She thought that such a student would be very proud or arrogant, but she never expected that Xiaoan showed maturity and courtesy far beyond his peers. At the sorting ceremony, he once again accomplished the feat he had done when he was young, and today he caused quite a stir in the school because of the problem of flying. Professor McGonagall slowly sat back on the chair and returned to her previous serious face. She asked Shane, "Mr. Dolia, I came to you this time just to find out how well you have learned the magic. To what extent?" What was supposed to come was still coming, but Xiaoan didn't expect it to come so quickly. In fact, Xiaoan is not afraid to show off his abilities. Being low-key is not in line with his character. It is also impossible to do things like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, otherwise he will easily turn into a pig. His principle of doing things is that if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Everyone should be happy and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. He doesn't bother to think about other messy things. Too much intrigue will easily lead to gray hair. But of course, it is impossible for Xiaoan to expose all of himself, not because of anything else, but because it will cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, when faced with Professor McGonagall's question, Shane responded directly and ambiguously, "Anyway, I know everything I need to know." This answer was not the answer Professor McGonagall wanted, but it was within her expectation. However, she also learned from this answer that Xiaoan's attainments in magic had probably reached a very high level at this time. "Okay, I get it." Professor McGonagall saw that Xiaoan didn't want to elaborate, so he just nodded and didn't continue to ask, "You can go back, but I warn you again, you can't use magic casually in the school. Try to keep a low profile and don't affect other students." Oh, Xiaoan pretended to nod in agreement, but he didn't agree in his heart. Let fairy tales wizards keep a low profile. Impossible. If the old men in the council heard this, they would probably say that Professor McGonagall was crazy. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Shane continued to go to the library as planned. The library of Hogwarts has at least tens of thousands of books, thousands of bookshelves, and hundreds of narrow passages. It is the most precious accumulation and wealth since the founding of Hogwarts. The librarian is Mrs. Irma Pants. She was a thin, old woman who looked like a malnourished vulture. She has a special knack for immediately identifying and punishing students who damage books. She is also an angry witch, especially when she discovers that someone is trying to destroy her cherished books. It has to be said that when Xiaoan saw Mrs. Pinksy, he was overwhelmed by her strong aura. The kind of crazy energy that is desperate for books and exuded without any concealment. Xiaoan said, "I can't afford to offend him, I really can't afford to offend him." Looking around the library, Xia found that most of the bookshelves were filled with history books, story books, biographies, etc. There are very few books on the knowledge of magic spells, and the content of these books only briefly talks about the inventors, invention processes, uses, etc. of magic spells. The knowledge contained in them is not as good as that of standard charms. Primary, what's going on? After so many years of existence, Hogwarts has collected so few things, Xia said angrily after walking around the library. So he wanted to target the restricted book area on the 5th floor. He felt that there must be something he wanted to see there, but he couldn't go in blatantly. I had to think of another way. In this way, Shane, who had not gained enough in the library, returned to the Ravenclaw common room, where there were more than 1,000 books. Pushing aside Ravenclaw to rest looking out the window of the room, Xia jumped onto the carpet. He stood up and clapped his hands. When he looked up, he suddenly saw a beautiful blonde girl standing not far away holding a book and looking at him blankly. Sorry to disturb your reading. Xia scratched his head awkwardly, and then said, It's okay, you go on, don't worry about me. After saying that, he went to the direction of the alcove bookshelf. Are you Shane Dolia? It's me. Hearing the girl behind him calling his name, Xia turned around stiffly and nodded. My name is Pinelo Cravat, 4th grade. Pinelo first introduced himself, then walked quickly to Shane and asked, I heard that you know a kind of flying magic, can you teach me? I've been looking through the books here for a long time, but I can't find any magic that can stabilize flight like you did this morning. Xia was speechless by this sudden request. It's not because of Pinelo's rashness, but because he feels that after so long of development in the European magic world, they still can't find a magic that can fly stably without a broomstick. Cravat. Just call me Pinelo. Xia was interrupted just as he opened his mouth. He looked at Pinelo's eyes full of curiosity. For some reason, there was a bit of stupidity in the clarity. Pinelo, the magic I use is the levitation spell. No. Impossible. Again, he was interrupted before he finished speaking. Pinelo immediately denied it. What you used is definitely not the floating spell, at least it's not the floating spell in the book. Have you improved the spell? Hearing this, Xia immediately stopped being perfunctory. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, why do you think so? The levitating spell cannot control items that are out of sight. At first I thought you had cast the levitating spell on your clothes or shoes, but I saw that no matter it was this morning or noon, your attention was always distracted. In other words, you are not using a floating spell in the traditional sense. Moreover, the same is true for the clean up a new scour jiffy you used in the sorting ceremony yesterday. No one has ever been able to use this magic spell to remove the stains on the sorting hat, but you did it. Both of these things show that you are extremely capable. There may be the ability to improve the spell. Oh my god. Before I traveled, I heard that people from Ravenclaw were very intelligent. I didn't expect it to be true. Or is this an isolated phenomenon? Shane really didn't expect that someone would be able to do it just by relying on two simple things. It is directly judged that he has improved the magic spell, because this requires a huge knowledge reserve to distinguish the essential differences between the magic spell he used and the traditional magic spell. You are right, what I use is indeed not a traditional floating spell. Xia sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his smile, but I'm sorry, Pinelo, I can't teach you. I can't say the specific reason, but I can tell you that you can fly like me even without using my improved levitation spell. But people's eyes cannot always look at themselves, just like people cannot lift themselves up. Pinelo said you are wrong, people can look at themselves with another pair of eyes, but you just ignored it. After saying that, Xia raised the magic wand in his hand gently, and a chair next to him suddenly turned into a mirror. I think you are smart and will find the answer. After saying that, Xia turned around and continued in the direction of the alcove. In fact, all the magic spells Xia used were basically transformed into magic circles by him using Origin. It's just that he didn't use them with all his strength. The magic circle was just it flashed by in the process of casting the spell, and no one could detect it. The reason why Xia rejected Pinelo was not because he was afraid that the magic circle would be leaked, but because the learning of the magic circle could not be completed overnight. Yes, it has a systematic learning process. If you rely on people to teach it, it will be half the result with twice the result. In a slant, when all magicians begin to learn magic, they must first learn how to release the basic magic circle, how to carve the array pattern, how to fix and stabilize the array pattern, how to pour magic power into the formed magic array without causing it to explode out of control, and finally how to complete the stable release of magic. These things are all basic and need to be learned from an early age. Even Xia, who has Origin, is the same. After completing the study of basic magic circles, a person has the conditions to become a magician, and he can start to practice his own awakening magic or learn to practice some traditions. Magic. But one thing to note here is that whether you are self-awakening or learning tradition, you must only practice one or two kinds of magic at most. The reason is that the magic arrays of different types of magic are unique and incompatible. Yes. If you don't pay attention to the details when condensing the magic circle, it will easily cause the magic to fail or even the magic circle to explode out of control, causing the caster to be seriously injured. And Xia En has the same bug as Origin. The natal magic allows him to practice magic hundreds of times faster, so that he can ignore such restrictions. Therefore, in such a complicated practice system, without the help of teaching materials, Xia En is not willing to spend so much money. He doesn't have much time to teach people, not to mention he doesn't know what Pinello's character is. Today is Friday and there is potions class in the morning. After Shane finished his breakfast in a sleepy state, he came to the potions classroom. There is still some time before class starts, but everyone in the classroom is already seated. This is probably because Snape is notorious and everyone doesn't want to be caught in his hair. Shane. Hermione looked confused when she saw Shane come into the classroom and sit next to her, and skillfully took out all the tools needed for potions class. What are you doing in the potions classroom? We took this class with Slytherin. It doesn't matter, I took other classes too, Xia En said with a smile. This can save a lot of time. This strange answer directly confused Hermione. On the other side, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, was the principal's office. At this time, a woman in noble clothes suddenly appeared in a portrait on the wall. She said to Dumbledore at the table, Albus, the student you asked us to pay attention to appeared in both the History of Magic classroom and the Potions classroom today. Dumbledore suddenly stopped holding the quill in his hand, raised his head and asked Evra, what's going on? The child split into two people. The former headmaster of Hogwarts, Evra, replied, okay, I get it. Dumbledore put down his quill and immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Evra did not continue to say anything, but turned his head towards the depths of the portrait and disappeared into the portrait again and again. After a while, Dumbledore just stood up. He picked up an unopened letter that had just been delivered by an owl. He looked thoughtful again. The perspective returned to the potions classroom. Shane, don't be kidding, this is Professor Snape's class. Haven't you heard of his reputation in the school? Hermione persuaded, you can leave now before Professor Snape comes. I'm afraid it's too late. As soon as Xia En finished speaking, the door of the potions classroom was suddenly pushed open with a bang, and then a figure walked in quickly, and its high-pressure aura instantly plunged the originally noisy classroom into silence. He has a thin body, straight hair, cold and unfathomable eyes, sallow complexion, a big aquiline nose, and is wearing a black robe and cloak, like a big bat. Yes, completely in line with Snape's characteristics. I saw him walking quickly onto the podium, facing the students with his hands folded, condescending and saying in a cold voice, this course doesn't require you to do silly wand-waving or mutter incantations, so I don't think many of you will appreciate the depth and sophistication of potion making. However, for those few who are truly interested. Speaking of this, Snape glanced at Malfoy without any trace, which made Malfoy suddenly look proud. I can teach you how to confuse your mind and senses, I can teach you how to win proclamation and glory, I can even teach you how to live forever. Well, now for roll call. After a threatening speech, Snape opened the roster on the table. At the same time, Hermione leaned into Shane's ear and whispered, I asked you to leave just now but you didn't leave, now it's too late. Professor Snape is the dean of Slytherin House. I heard from second-year students that he would often deduct points from other houses for various reasons during class. As a result, Slytherin has won the House Cup in recent years. I know this. Xia En looked indifferent however, this seems to have nothing to do with me, and I have already added enough points to our college this week, so it doesn't matter if I deduct a few points. In the first week of school, Shane gained a lot of points for Ravenclaw by virtue of his superior understanding of various subjects. At the same time, because Friday afternoon was Ravenclaw's first potions class, so Shane hasn't gotten any bonus points from Snape yet. Of course, when facing Snape, not deducting points is bonus points. As a person who basically knows the ending of Harry Potter, to a certain extent, Shane admired Snape very much. Compared to other professors at Hogwarts, Snape was indeed ruthless, cold, mean, and often criticized mercilessly. And difficult students, he does have a bad character. But at the same time, he also has many accolades, Master of Potions, Half-Blood Prince, and Master of Occlumency. Severus Snape, he is extremely dedicated. Lily Evans, the mother of Harry Potter who loved Harry Potter deeply throughout his life. He was willing to endure everyone's misunderstanding and silently guarded the children of his beloved and his enemies. At the end, he kept watching before his death. Harry has the same eyes as his mother. He even moved between Dumbledore and Voldemort, improbably completed the undercover mission, and made a major contribution to the demise of Voldemort later. He is very responsible, and he is very responsible in Harry. Before the Battle of Hogwarts, as the principal, he tried his best to protect the students from the Death Eaters, thus preserving his vitality for the decisive battle that followed. He was extremely outstanding, and he was the youngest principal since the establishment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The youngest dean in the history of Slytherin House, Professor of Potions, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, and recipient of the Second Order of Merlin. Therefore, compared to all the difficulties he faced towards his students, what he did should be more worthy praise. That's why Shane admired Snape. In the classroom, Snape stopped just after reading Harry Potter's name. He whispered with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh yes. Harry Potter, this is our new and famous character." Having said that, maybe some of you came to Hogwarts with extraordinary abilities and extraordinary self-confidence. So, Potter, tell me, what would I get if I added Narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? Snape started to embarrass Harry without even caring about the roll call, just because Harry looked exactly like his enemy except for his eyes. Listening to Snape's aggressive questions, Harry glanced nervously at Harry next to him. Yes, but Ron was also stunned like him. Instead, Hermione, who was sitting next to Shane, raised her hands high. "I don't know, Professor." Harry licked his lips and even trembled a little as he spoke. "Gee, it seems that fame doesn't mean everything." Snape curled his lips contemptuously. "Then let's try again. Potter, if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look?" "I don't know, Professor." Harry's eyes were gradually filled with confusion and anger at this time. He didn't understand why the professor in front of him was making things so difficult for him. But Hermione was still like that, raising her hands high, wanting to stand up and answer the question directly. "I don't think you've read a single book before term started, right, Potter?" Snape's sarcastic tone deepened, and he continued to ask, "Then tell me about Aconitum scapularis and wolfsbane. What is the difference between aconitum?" "I don't know, Professor." Harry tried his best to look directly into Snape's eyes, but he still couldn't stand Snape's aura and slowly lowered his head. "Well, since Porter can't answer, please ask another gentleman to answer me." At this moment, Snape suddenly turned his finger on Shane without any warning. "I just discovered that a stupid bald eagle suddenly wandered into our class. Mr. Dolia, if you cannot answer the 3 questions I just asked, Ravenclaw will deduct 50 points from you for your foolish behavior of running into the wrong classroom." Shane looked at Snape with dead eyes. The name bald eagle has a bit of a range, right? But Shane, who knew what kind of person Snape was, didn't care. He stood up slowly, pulled down Hermione's hand next to him, and said, "Narcissus root powder and mugwort can be mixed together to make a powerful sleeping potion, which is a dose of water of life and death. Bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a cow and has a strong detoxifying effect. As for Aconitum scaphoides and Aconitum wolfsbane, they are the same plant and are also collectively referred to as aconitum." This is not difficult for Shane at all. He has already memorized these basic knowledge with memory magic, and can retrieve it from his mind like a computer when needed. Snape's expression remained unchanged when he heard that Shane gave the correct answer. Gloomy, but he did not continue to embarrass Xia, but shouted to everyone in the classroom, "Do you understand? So why don't you write this all down?" A powerful aura filled the entire classroom, and the students were so frightened that they lowered their heads and wrote furiously, fearing that Snape's fangs would bite them. "Potter, you will be deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for your ignorance." Snape looked at Harry coldly. "As for Mr. Dolia, although you answered the question correctly, you will be deducted 5 points from Ravenclaw because you went to the wrong classroom." Shane didn't speak or explain, because he knew that it would be useless even if he said it. "Not to mention, at least I can keep Ravenclaw from being deducted 10 points. Why don't you leave?" Snape asked with a frown as he stared at Shane. "Professor, I'm here for the history of magic class this morning. I'll just sit here and listen." Xia replied with a fake smile. Snape squinted his eyes. He looked at the complete set of equipment for refining potions in front of Xia. He felt that the student in front of him did not run into the wrong classroom at all, but was completely he came well prepared. Snape did not agree to Shane's request, but he did not refuse it either. He started teaching directly, which meant that Shane could continue to stay here. Snape divided everyone into groups of 2, start instructing them to prepare a simple potion to treat scabies. And coincidentally, because there is one more Shane, the little wizards in the classroom just make up an even number. Potions class is the focus of Shane at Hogwarts. A subject to study seriously, because the learning ability of origin does not include anything other than magic. The production of potions is very complex and difficult. Whether it is the order in which the materials are put in or the number of grams, each step requires precise operation, even the direction of stirring. There are strict requirements for the number of turns and the number of turns. Just like the simple scabies potion in front of him, Shane strictly followed the steps on Snape's blackboard to make it, but he almost failed in the middle. Snape also used this to deduct Ravenclaw again. 5 points. And Shane discovered that the scabies potion was very dangerous before it was made. Neville at the next table got a little bit of it and was covered in scabies. He was sent directly to the infirmary. Later, 2 little snakes were carried out. Madame Pomfrey was afraid she would have to curse again. It wasn't until the bell rang and Snape walked out of the classroom that the little wizards finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that this potions class was as timid as a war. "Mr. Dolia, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you." After the potions class, when Shane was about to leave the classroom, he met Professor McGonagall walking towards him and said, "No way, here we go again." Xia held his forehead inside. He really couldn't understand why he kept holding on to himself even though he hadn't done anything harmful to the world. Wasn't he just a little too showy? I'll wait for you in the library. Hermione next to her saw that Shane was busy, so she whispered. Shane nodded helplessly, then turned around and weakly said to Professor McGonagall, "Let's go, Professor McGonagall." Although this was something that would happen sooner or later, Shane didn't expect that less than a week after the start of school, he would run into Dumbledore, the White Devil who was respected and feared by the entire European wizarding world. Did he really too high profile? Shane was temporarily reflecting in his mind. Dumbledore's office is located in a separate small tower in Hogwarts. Like the lounges of the 4 major colleges, you need to give the correct password to enter. Guarding the principal's office is a huge stone beast. Behind the stone beast is an automatic spiral staircase. At the top of the staircase is the office door. Pile of cockroaches. Professor McGonagall spoke the command to the guarding stone beast. The stone beast slowly opened, revealing the stairs at the back. Professor McGonagall took Shane up and the stone beast slowly closed. Climbing up the stairs, a gleaming oak door is inlaid with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Opening the oak door and entering the room, I saw an old man with a white beard standing at a table eating piles of cockroaches. "Albus, Mr. Dolia has arrived." Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore's sugar-stained white beard with a bit of disgust and said, "Oh, welcome. Mr. Dolia, would you like some cockroaches?" Dumbledore turned his head with a smile and looked into Sean's eyes with deep eyes, as if he wanted to know something. "Professor Dumbledore, it is very impolite to use legilimency to peek into other people's brains, let alone one's own students." Sean sighed helplessly and said as if he didn't care. Just now he felt a vague sense of prying power, and immediately understood that the old bee in front of him must be using legilimency, but he didn't use all his strength. Otherwise the reaction of thinking barrier would not be so small. "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't help myself." Dumbledore looked like a child who was caught doing bad things by an adult and hurriedly looked away. "So, Professor, why did you come to see me?" Shane asked knowingly. He walked to Dumbledore, took out one of the cockroaches running around in the glass jar, and put it directly into his mouth. This thing looked like an ordinary cockroach. There is no difference at all, and it looks very disgusting. Its appearance alone will directly dissuade many people, let alone eating it. But for Sean, he does not feel any pressure to eat this thing. When he was in Blue Star, what kind of beef stew, he has eaten insect feasts, and the cockroach pile is at best a kind of candy made into a cockroach shape. He has eaten real insects. What is there to be afraid of? He even once found bamboo maggots to eat in the mountains. As long as there is no dada, wash it and throw it into your mouth raw. Unknowingly, eating too much will lead to protein allergy. In the end, you will be sent directly to the hospital, chewing in your mouth, not to mention the pile of cockroaches. It's delicious. It tastes crispy and sweet, but the cockroach legs are a bit irritating to the tongue. It would be nice to lower the sweetness a little bit so that it's not so cloying. Just eating one feels like a big spoonful of wild honey has been stuffed into your mouth. After hearing Shane's question, Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds, and then he began to ask, "Mr. Dolia, who taught you your magic? I think Professor McGonagall should have told you about this issue." Sean grabbed another handful of cockroaches and put them into his mouth. "Actually, Professor, you don't have to worry about anything at all. I came to Hogwarts just to study. You regard me as an unstable factor, which is a big deal. No need. I am not that lunatic Voldemort, I have my own will." Shane didn't feel any surprise that Dumbledore would ask this question, because it was him, and a student who completely transcended common sense suddenly appeared in the magic school he was in charge of, and this student came from an ordinary school. How could this not attract attention in a Muggle family? This is common sense, and Shane can fully understand it. However, when Dumbledore heard that Shane actually said the 3 words Voldemort, there was no problem at all. Finally there was a trace of fluctuation on the face. "It's really amazing, Mr. Dolia." Dumbledore's expression became a little serious. "You should know what it means to say this name directly. Since his death until now, no one dares to call him by his name." "Is he really dead, Professor Dumbledore?" "You and others seem to imagine him so horribly that people forget that just 10 years ago, he was beaten into this ugly appearance by someone they regarded as an ant, just like a parasite can only cling to others and survive." Sean puffed out his cheeks and made chewing sounds from his mouth, looking calm. For someone with a sweet tooth, couldn't he smell the strong smell of garlic on Professor Quirrell? "That's to cover up the rancid smell." Dumbledore fell silent again. Shane's calmness and maturity, and what he knew, completely exceeded his expectations. At this time, Dumbledore was thinking about how to deal with the relationship with this little wizard who was completely unreasonable. "Mr. Dolia, if it is not convenient for you to tell your teacher's name, then it is not easy for me to ask. I am also very willing to believe your words and will not do anything to harm Hogwarts." Dumbledore said suddenly. "However, I still want to ask you not to reveal anything about Quirrell, especially to Harry Potter." After hearing Dumbledore's words, Shane was speechless and an ellipsis appeared on his head, because he found that Dumbledore seemed to have found a good reason for him, and even omitted the link of creating credibility. Although he didn't know what the reason was that made the 109-year-old man in front of him, who could be called a living fossil, make such a judgment, Shane decided to let nature take its course and follow Dumbledore's words. Then, Professor, this is not a request at all. I have no intention of intervening in Professor Quirrell's matter, Shane said with a pun. This answer not only showed that Sean agreed to Dumbledore's request just now, but also showed that he had no intention of paying attention to Dumbledore's desire to use the hands of Quirrell or Voldemort to train Harry. But to be honest, Sean really couldn't understand why the White Devil, known as the Wizarding World, was bound by a small prophecy. It has been 10 years since Voldemort was seriously injured. After knowing that these two when the nostril socket was not completely dead, what on earth was Dumbledore doing for such a long time? Waiting foolishly for Harry to enter school, and then training him to be the savior who can destroy Voldemort according to the prophecy? To be honest, Shane wouldn't believe it to death. With Dumbledore's prestige and power, if he could not relax his investigation of Voldemort within these 10 years, at least he would be able to find out about the Horcruxes, and at least one of them. 2 were destroyed. Moreover, even though Dumbledore believed that the prophecy would definitely come true, there are many ways to train people, but he chose a radical, extremely risky, and uncertain method. Is it true? If you are not afraid that the savior will not be cultivated, you should first create a second-generation Dark Lord. Moreover, Shane is still confused about what Dumbledore is afraid of? As someone who defeated Gellert Grindelwald and ended the Third for Dumbledore during the Wizarding War, as long as he is alive, Voldemort will always be like a rat in the gutter, and it is impossible to rule the European Wizarding world. Shane once found a broken book in a scrap shop. The old diary contains detailed records of the bloody war led by Grindelwald decades ago that affected almost the whole world. In order to win, the saints under Grindelwald did everything they could to win. Extremely, each method is more ruthless than the last. If a terrorist like Voldemort was left at that time, the whirlpool of war would probably tear him into pieces in an instant. Shane bet that Voldemort can live for more than a month. He stood on his head and washed head. Thank you, Mr. Dolia. Dumbledore saw that Shane had agreed, and the serious expression on his face gradually relaxed. However, just when he was about to invite Shane out of the office, Shane punched the words in his throat in advance. Inside, so now, since I've finished talking about you, Professor, it's time to talk about mine. Shane used his sugar-stained hands to take out a piece of parchment from his clothes. On it was written the time, date, and various teaching subjects of Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time. Since I'm here today, no matter what, I want to discuss the Hogwarts curriculum arrangement with you. Look, our current first-grade course schedule. In the following period, Shane began to instill in Dumbledore the teaching philosophy of Flower Gardener's exam-oriented education, and proposed to increase the current average of 1.2 class hours per day at Hogwarts to 5 to 6 class hours, focusing on one it is carried out for grade students so that they can lay a good foundation. Listening to Shane's eloquent speech full of resentment, Dumbledore was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't understand how these little wizards could offend you and come up with such a cruel and inhumane course arrangement. Mr. Dolia, listen to me first. I know you also think about your classmates at Hogwarts. Dumbledore interrupted Shane with a headache and explained, but have you ever thought about it? Our professors simply don't have that much energy to take care of so many courses. You know, the entire Hogwarts has nothing but for 7th grade students. All other grades need teachers to teach them. How big a deal is this? Wouldn't it be nice to recruit more professors? I don't believe you can't even find a few professors, Xia said indifferently. But Hogwarts doesn't have that much money. Dumbledore explained, Hogwarts funding is mostly supported by the traditional British wizarding families. It is impossible for them to give a penny more unless I hand over part of the management of Hogwarts. Gold galleons? Hearing that it turned out to be a lack of money, Shane couldn't help but cast his eyes towards the forbidden forest outside the window. Dumbledore followed Shane's gaze and couldn't help but know what Shane was thinking about. He quickly said, No, this is not possible. Mr. Dolia, it's time for you to go back. Fox, the phoenix that had been nesting on the gilded branch next to it, spread its wings. With a long cry, a flame rushed towards Xia. Well, I'm not done yet, Shane complained. I have long said that this boy is an extremely bad little wizard, and I should have sent him to Azkaban right then and there. On a shelf behind the desk, the Sorting Hat suddenly said. At the same time, the portraits of the past Hogwarts principals hanging on the wall also began to speak. This kid is very strange, Albus, the source of his power is unknown. And he was only 11 years old, how could he know so many things? The people behind him, or his teachers, are certainly not simple people who can teach these things. The principals were chattering and discussing, but at this time Dumbledore had no intention of listening to what they said. He stared at the place where Sean disappeared, the light in his eyes became sharper, and it was obvious that he heard Sean's last words message Evra, please inform Severus and ask him to come here. Dumbledore suddenly interrupted the discussion of the principals, and the noisy office suddenly became quiet. Facing Dumbledore's request, Ivra just nodded without speaking, turned around and disappeared into the portrait. In less than 10 minutes, the oak door of the principal's office was pushed open again, and Snape walked in dragging his usual black robes. "Headmaster Severus, do you know about Horcruxes?" Dumbledore asked straight to the point. "Horcrux." Snape frowned, as if he thought of something. "You mean?" "Yes, we should have thought of it, the secret of his immortality." Dumbledore held a corner of the table with one hand and said coldly, "Has he ever told you about the Horcrux?" "In my memory, no." Snape said firmly, "I would like to ask, does the source of the intelligence come from Shane Dolia? You know?" On the way here, some students said that a flame suddenly burst out in the corridor, and then Dolia suddenly appeared there. Snape explained, "Are you sure Dolia is trustworthy? In just 1 week since school started, he has caused a lot of things in the school. You must know that some of my old friends successfully escaped from the Ministry of Magic and are still missing. This is something I asked a friend at the Ministry of Magic to look into." Dumbledore handed Snape an open letter. It contained some information about Shane Dolia. Dolia seems to be adopted. More than a year ago, his last name was Swinton, and he was not named Shane. Before he was 10 years old, he was no different from ordinary Muggle children, and he did not even show any potential to become a wizard. But just after he turned 10, he inexplicably changed his name, and the family that adopted him, but there was no reaction at all. My friend also retrieved the records of magical phenomena near Dolia's house in the past year, and found that since Dolia was 10 years old, the number of magical phenomena near his home has been more than 10 times that of before. "Do you suspect that Dolia's real family came to find him?" Snape asked, taking a cursory look at the investigation report in his hand. "Yes, if the people who taught Dolia magic were Death Eaters, then with their actions, it would be impossible for the Swinton family to be alive." Dumbledore speculated, is it possible that the real Dolia died when he was 10 years old and someone used Polyjuice Potion in his place? "Severus, everyone is responsible for what they say. Don't you think it's childish for a potions master to say such things?" Dumbledore's eyes suddenly became stern. "At least you can tell whether a person has drunk Polyjuice Potion. But the principal, Dolia, is still suspicious." Snape had a sullen face, still struggling. "I can't trust him, at least now there is no reason to prove that he is worthy of trust. Severus, he's just a kid." Dumbledore's eyes revealed a trace of memory and remorse. "I was exactly the same as you are now, but it turns out I was wrong. My distrust created an extremely dangerous dark wizard. I don't want you to repeat it. Follow my mistakes, trust me, Severus. Dolia is trustworthy." The reason why Dumbledore said these words was not because of anything else, but because he knew through the portraits what Shane once said to Hermione, "Power will control people. If a person does not have mature will and thought cannot control the power of magic." So with these simple words, Dumbledore can clearly know what kind of person Shane is. Shane Dolia, he is an extremely calm person. He is a man with his own thoughts and will. He is not like the original Tom, who only had power in his eyes until he fell into the abyss. He clearly knew what he was doing, and Snape heard that Dumbledore was doing this for Shane. Even if he was full of doubts, he couldn't say anything else. He threw the report about Xia En on the table with a gloomy face, then turned around and walked quickly towards the door of the office. "Severus, Horcrux," Dumbledore reminded, looking at Snape's disappearing back. Snape did not respond, but Dumbledore knew that he already knew what he was going to do. After Snape left, Dumbledore's face suddenly appeared. Feeling helpless, he slowly walked to a black cabinet in the office and opened it. Inside the cabinet was a wide, flat, hollow, shallow stone basin made of metal or stone. The edges of the pensieve are carved with runes and symbols. This is the pensieve, in which the bright silver substance turned into memories by thoughts is stored. Dumbledore lay in front of the pensieve, pointing the Elder Wand in his hand at his temple, and then a ray of glowing white catkins was pulled out. Putting the memory into the pensieve, Dumbledore entered the past memory. He wanted to find the future in the neglected past, but after a while, Dumbledore pulled his thoughts out of his memory. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful. It was indeed because of the young Voldemort who performed too perfectly during his school days at Hogwarts. However, there is no perfect thing in the world. Dumbledore thoughtfully closed the black cabinet with the pensieve, and slowly walked back to his snack table. While thinking deeply, he opened the box containing the pensieve. The cockroaches piled up the glass jar and put their hands in, but they couldn't touch anything. "Oh my God, he ate all my cockroach pile." Dumbledore looked at the completely empty glass jar with annoyance. Shane didn't even leave him a cockroach leg. "It seems that Honeydukes will have to send some over, but before that, Fawkes, please send me to Nico." Dumbledore wanted to go to Nico Flamel. He would know more about the Horcruxes. As soon as he finished speaking, Fawkes spread his wings, and his whole body ignited with golden flames again. After a burst of cries, a phoenix and an old man with a white beard disappeared into the principal's office. On the other side, after Shane was surrounded by Fawkes's flames, he only saw a flash of fire in front of his eyes, and he came directly to Hogwarts' first-floor corridor, and even fell down and squatted hateful. "I'm not done yet." Xia En stood up, rubbed his buttocks and complained. He looked up to the sky and found that it was already getting late. He took out the mechanical pocket watch in his pocket and looked at it. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock, and it's time to eat. Originally, after potions class, he and Hermione had agreed to go to the library to read together, but because of old B's interference, he has now broken the appointment. Now go, it was definitely too late for the library. So Shane took out his wand and waved it casually. Go. A light owl flew out immediately. In the library on the second floor of Hogwarts, Hermione was concentrating on reading a book. But suddenly, she heard a commotion around her, so she looked up curiously. Go. It turned out to be a glowing owl flying into the library from the window. Shane. Hermione immediately recognized who had created this magic. She had only seen Shane use it in the entire Hogwarts. The owl landed in front of Hermione, and the body of light and shadow suddenly dispersed into a ball. A small particle of light was recomposed on the tabletop to form a text, "I am in the Great Hall." It was also accompanied by a pattern of a bowl of rice with a chopstick on it. Hermione was stunned when she saw this. Stunned, before she had time to react, she heard Mrs. Pinksy's angry voice coming from not far away. What little bastard dared to use magic in the library? Hermione felt a chill rush from her back when she heard the sound, and immediately pick up the book and run outside the library. She didn't want Mrs. Pants to find out that the owl was related to her. Even the Weasley twins, who were famous for their pranks at Hogwarts, didn't dare to cause trouble in the library. That would be very tragic. Leaving the library, Hermione hurried to the Great Hall. It was dinner time, and the entire Great Hall was full of people, but Hermione quickly recognized the figure who was being watched and feasting. Hermione walked slowly to Shane. She was shocked beyond measure when she looked at the piles of empty plates stacked extremely high. How can a little wizard eat so much? Even adults can't eat so much, right? But in fact, there is a reason why Xia eats so much. Origin can indeed help Xia passively increase the magic capacity in his body, but this passive method will also consume a lot of Xia's physical strength. If he doesn't eat more, he will be sucked dry by his own magic. What do you think? Hermione rolled her eyes. If she doesn't listen to the truth, why would she listen to lies? Isn't this a waste of time? Oh, you want to hear lies first, right? Shane pretended not to hear Hermione's words and looked serious. No, you heard wrong, I meant. Facing Xia's teasing, Hermione naively thought that Xia really didn't hear clearly, and wanted to explain, but she didn't expect Xia to directly interrupt her. The lie is that after Dumbledore's repeated requests, I promised him not to use magic in Hogwarts. It's really a lie. Not only Hermione, but also the little wizards around him fell silent instantly when they heard what Shane said. In just 1 week since school started, Shane had used magic more times in the school than all the first and second grade students. For example, in the library, when Mrs. Pinksy wasn't paying attention, she sucked the magic on the bookshelf into her hand. For another example, when Shane walked to a staircase, and it happened that the staircase began to move randomly, Shane would pull out his wand and immediately pull the moving staircase back. This seemed to have led to the current situation. It seems that the school's stairs don't dare to be moved casually. For another example, Shane took a fancy to a piece of open space outside the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, so he opened a garden there and planted various fruits and vegetables on it. Nowadays, little wizards with nothing to do come over there every day to take a look. Farm tools such as hoes, shovels, and kettles are still automatically helping Xia take care of the newly sprouted fruits and vegetables. There were countless similar things. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also talked to Shane one after another, saying that Shane was a serious violation of school rules. But faced with the questioning of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, Shane did not panic at all. He silently took out the Hogwarts school rules that he had prepared long ago, and started an irrefutable argument in front of the two professors. Sophistry. According to the first rule of Hogwarts, students are not allowed to use magic in the school corridors. But Shane said that every time he used magic, he was not in the corridor. The place where he took off or used magic was either in the atrium or the lawn outside the castle, or in the library, or on some staircase that he didn't like. Superior. The portraits and ghosts of Hogwarts can all vouch for him. Moreover, there is no rule in the Hogwarts school rules that prohibits students from growing vegetables in school. Professor Dumbledore just said that students are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. His vegetable garden is not in the Forbidden Forest. So, despite repeated persuasion from Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, Shane still went his own way. Both professors expressed their helplessness and in the end simply ignored Shane. There is no need for a young person to be angry with a student, not to mention that the student did not violate school rules. So, now the young wizards at Hogwarts can always randomly see a person flying around somewhere in the school, and they are basically used to it. Therefore, whether it is Hermione or others, they are more willing to believe that the Weasley twins do not engage in pranks than to believe that Shane does not use magic casually in the school. Tell the truth. Seeing Sean's showmanlike appearance, Hermione picked up the book in her hand and threw it over, but the book stopped just a palm away from Sean. Don't get excited, it will be bad if you hit your classmates. Xia moved the book floating in midair aside. The truth is, I actually don't know why that old bee is looking for me, it seems he just wants to chat with me. Chat? Hermione obviously didn't believe it, and what the hell is the title, old bee? She saw with her own eyes that Professor McGonagall took Shane away, and she just asked a student to inform them if they just had a chat, and I don't think the principal is busy with everything. He just wanted to chat with Xia. What did you talk about? Hermione asked curiously at first. Olby just asked me who taught me magic, but then the conversation turned to Voldemort. Voldemort? Hermione looked confused. Who is he? As soon as she finished speaking, there was a crisp sound of knives and forks smashing dishes next to her. Because Hermione didn't restrain her voice just now, some young wizards born in wizarding families nearby heard the name Voldemort and instantly showed expressions of fear. He didn't even care about the dinner in front of him and quickly distanced himself. What are you doing? I'm just asking. SHH. SHH. The few little wizards who were retreating quickly put their index fingers on their lips, signaling Hermione not to say that name. Hermione turned her seeking eyes to Shane, and when Shane looked at Hermione, he remembered that Hermione had just been exposed to the magical world for a short time, and Voldemort's name was almost forbidden, so she still didn't know who Voldemort was. Well, let's put it this way, anyway, just think of him as the leader of a terrorist murder organization whose mind is filled with extremely bloody thoughts every day. That's fine. Shane still doesn't want Hermione to know too much. It won't do her any good. What's more, it will most likely arouse the desire for discovery that belongs to the Gryffindor little lion in her heart. However, Hermione doesn't seem to have it. I realized Xia-N's intentions. She was staring at Xia-N with a very unique look, and grabbed Xia-N's hands while he was eating. Explain. Clear. Chew. Hermione said word for word. Puff. Xia-N couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Hermione's angry look, and then he suppressed a laugh and said, "The look in your eyes is exactly the same as the look in my Fiona's eyes when she's hungry." Fiona? My owl. Hermione immediately picked up another book next to it and threw it over, but still did not touch Shane. Then the two played with each other for a while, and then Shane pressed Hermione's little head and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. I won't tell you anything about Voldemort. After all, it's not something you should know right now, but if you really want to know, don't ask someone without any explanation, otherwise they will think you are crazy." After saying that, Xia-N packed 20 ham sausages and 30 chicken legs on the table, and then left the auditorium leisurely. And just when he walked out of the door, Hermione slowly landed from mid-air. She looked angrily at the direction where Shane disappeared, smoothed her hair that had been messed up just now, and sat there and began to sulk. On the other side, Shane took off directly from the lawn outside after leaving the auditorium and went straight to the outside of Ravenclaw Tower. Pushing open the common room window and lifting the curtains in a familiar manner, Shane wanted to return to the common room as usual, reading a book and drinking a cup of hot cocoa. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the window, he saw at least 20 eaglets in the Ravenclaw common room, each staring at his own mirror in front of him, and whispering to each other from time to time, talking about something, a whole weird scene. When Xia-N saw this, he immediately felt that the scene in front of him was probably related to him. So with the mentality of not disturbing his classmates, Xia-N planned to quietly fly back out the window and go directly back to the dormitory. But he never thought that as soon as he turned around, he would be caught by someone who heard movement at the window. Pinello was tugging on Shane's robe and said, "Shane, you are finally back." Shane was suddenly covered in cold sweat, because Pinello's words directly showed that Ravenclaw is now the person behind the strange phenomena in the lounge was himself. Shane turned his head with a stiff neck, and said with a twitching corner of his mouth, "Good evening, Pinello." At this time, the little eagles in the lounge also noticed Xia and Dan's return, so they all came forward one after another. "Dolia, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly explain to us what another pair of eyes is." Yes. Xia-N was confused as he listened to the chirping of the eaglets. The messy voices gave him a headache, and he quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Quiet! Can anyone tell me what's going on?" The eaglets suddenly became quiet and looked at each other, and Pinello also began to talk about the reasons for what happened. It turned out that day, Shane had a discussion with Pinello on how to use the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa to fly. After the conversation, Pinello stayed in the lounge or dormitory whenever he had free time, looking for a mirror and looking at it. At first, the Ravenclaw eagle did not pay attention to Pinello's strange behavior. "I felt something. Anyway, there are usually a lot of people doing weird things in the college. But until that afternoon, things suddenly changed." Ivana Blanchard, Ravenclaw's prefect, had just returned from class when she saw her successor squatting there and looking in the mirror again. So she stepped forward curiously and asked Pinello, "I saw you have been looking in the mirror these days. What are you doing?" "Nothing, I just heard from Xia-N that we have a pair of neglected eyes. As long as we find these eyes, we can fly with the levitation spell." Pinello looked at the mirror and explained, "But I looked at it for several days and still couldn't understand the meaning of Shane's words, but I knew what he said was right because I felt that the answer was right in front of me, but I failed to catch it." "You mean Shane Dolia?" Ivana sat next to Pinello and asked, tell me carefully, what did Dolia say? Obviously, her curiosity was aroused by Pinello's words. So next, Pinello told Ivana almost all of Shane's original words, and while the two were talking, another person, a young eagle, also walked into the lounge. As soon as he entered the door, he suddenly saw two beauties sitting in front of a mirror and posting stickers, so he wanted to go up and strike up a conversation, but he didn't expect that as soon as he walked in, he was interrupted by the two girls talking about flying. The topic attracted people. It spread like this from 10 to 10. No, my mirror is just a reminder, I don't want you to look at it all the time. Also, even if Pinello is like this, why would other eaglets be like this? Are all Ravenclaw eaglets really a bunch of freaks? Shane felt that if he didn't directly tell them how to fly using the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa today, I'm afraid the entire Ravenclaw eaglets would be in this weird state of learning until they understood the answer on their own. There is absolutely no way to escape this. Xia Enze sighed helplessly, already planning to teach the eaglets how to fly using the levitating spell. Shane asked all the eaglets present, you all want to know how to fly using the levitation spell? Aha! The eaglets nodded, expressing that they really wanted to know. Well, I will tell you in detail. Shane took out his wand and started to enter teacher mode. Everyone, put your wands away. We don't need wands in this class. As soon as the words fell, the eaglets put away their wands and took out their notebooks and quills one after another. Listen up, I'm only going to say it once. In this world, we humans have two pairs of eyes. The first pair are the naked eyes, which are the ones on the face. Xian tapped the corner of his eye with the wand. The eyes of the flesh can see the near but not the far, the front but not the back, the light but not the dark. The second pair of eyes is the mind's eye, but these eyes do not grow on our body, but exist in our consciousness. Just like the floating spell can only control things within the physical eye, we can feel our body because of the existence of the mind's eye. Like this. After saying that, Xian touched the hand of a little eagle next to him with his wand, and saw that the whole body of the little eagle softened instantly. Can you feel yourself in your body? Xiaoying squatted down and asked. No, I can't feel it. Xiaoying fell to the ground and pressed his face, answering vaguely. But he was not angry. Instead, his eyes began to shine because he seemed to understand what Xiaoyan wanted to say. Okay, get up. Xiaoyan patted Xiaoying on the shoulder to let his body regain control, and then continued. To use the levitating spell to fly, you must first learn to cast the levitating spell without a wand. After learning to cast the levitating spell without a wand, you must put aside your previous understanding of the spell and no longer be limited to using your naked eyes to help you cast the spell. To be more specific, after you learn to cast spells without a wand, you need to learn how to use the levitating spell with your eyes closed, and then remember the feeling of making things fly in the process, and then use this. This feeling is attached to oneself. It's not easy, but if you're willing to spend enough time, it can be done. At this time, Xiaoyan raised his head and glanced at the lounge, and found that the entire Ravenclaw lounge was already full of people at some unknown time. Many eaglets joined in during the lecture, and some of them had just returned from dinner. Some of them ran downstairs after hearing the sound of lectures in the dormitory. Is there anyone else who doesn't understand? Xiaoyan asked Shane, do you mean to tell us that we should remember the feeling of casting the levitation spell and then use that feeling on ourselves? Pinello asked. Bingo. That's it. Xiaoyan nodded. Oh, the little eagles made a sound of sudden realization, and Xiaoyan's class was also finished. After a while, Xiaoyan saw the little eagles in the lounge starting to practice wandless casting one after another. Silently thinking in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he quickly realized, why did he feel like he had stolen Professor Flitwick's job? Shane shook his head. There is no room for him in this lounge now, so why not go to the restricted book area? Let's do it. So, after making plans in his mind, Shane left the common room silently. The restricted book zone is an area in the Hogwarts library, located on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle. The book club in the restricted book zone, it is separated by a rope from other ordinary books. The books in it usually contain dark magic or other content not suitable for young people or the general public. Older students may use it when learning defense against the dark arts. Books. If they want to enter the restricted book area, students can only borrow the book after obtaining the professor's permission and showing a note signed by the professor. But for Xiaoyan, it seems to make no difference whether the permission is allowed or not. Others are directly invisible. In the transparent state, he went directly through the rope used to divide the area. Looking around, he saw a few senior students walking around in the restricted book area, seeming to be looking for what they needed. Books. The restricted book zone is very complex and dangerous. To some extent, it is the most dangerous place in Hogwarts Castle. Because there are not only books related to dark magic and poisons here, but they may also contain curses, magic, as well as many unknown institutions and hidden areas. Shane inquired from the ghost that before Voldemort started to cause trouble, the conditions for entering the forbidden book area were not so strict. At that time, all students above the 4th grade could enter and exit at will. Students below 4th grade need permission from the professor. But since Voldemort was seriously injured 10 years ago, perhaps Dumbledore was afraid that students with evil intentions would learn dangerous black magic, which would lead to serious changes in their mentality, so the access restrictions in the restricted book area were upgraded to the current level, and many books on black magic that were placed in the ordinary area were also moved into the restricted book area. Therefore, this is why Xia En was in the library on the second floor before. At that time, he could only find some insignificant books such as the history of magic and biographies. After sneaking into the forbidden book area, Shane wandered back and forth between the bookshelves. For those books that recorded black magic and poisonous spells, he was not interested, because he had mastered dozens of destructive magics and did not need to waste time learning these magics. What Shane wanted to find at this time were books related to curses, and the reason why he wanted to understand curses, the reason is that this kind of power is too evil. In a sense, it is completely a causal weapon. In a slant, magic is either used to fight or to serve in combat. The magic tree adds almost all the points are on the power branch, which is also the reason why Shane has super strong combat power. But in the world of Harry Potter, the magic tree here is biased towards the mysterious branch. Under the mysterious magic system, even if Shane, no matter how strong you are, you can't guarantee that you won't overturn. The sky outside the library window has gradually turned from blue to pitch black, with thick clouds completely covering the crescent moon. At this time, the library has been closed for a long time and the lights have long been extinguished, but for a person who knows magic, reading in the dark is not difficult. Shane has been in the forbidden book area for several hours. It is almost midnight, but he is still studying the book The Power and Principles of Curse. But at this moment, an extremely harsh sound of opening the door suddenly interrupted Xia En's thoughts. Is this filch still patrolling the library so late? Xia En looked in the direction of the source of the sound, but found that the person who came was not the administrator of his school, because he did not hold a lighting lamp and was walking towards the restricted book area in a sneaky manner. Is this another little lion who came to the forbidden book area for adventure at night? Xia En looked at the visitor curiously, but didn't want to pay attention to it and continued to look down at his book. But after a while, he suddenly heard a creepy sound. Xia En was shocked and immediately felt something was wrong, because not only was it the sound, he also smelled a disgusting smell of blood in the air. That little wizard seems to be in the forbidden book area. Without any hesitation, Xia En threw down the book and wanted to save people. Following the sound, Xia En came to the deepest part of the forbidden book area. I saw the little wizard who was wandering at night standing stiffly in the darkness. In front of him was a hidden mechanism that had been opened. At his feet were glass bottle fragments on the ground. Veins popped up all over his body, and the whites of his eyes were completely gone, all replaced by darkness. At the same time, there were bursts of weird snake-like hissing sounds coming from his throat. What the hell? Xia En was shocked when he saw this, and quickly ran over to check the situation. When he ran to the little wizard, Xia En felt an extremely strong fishy smell coming to his nose, which made him nauseous. Classmate! Classmate! Ugh! Xia En quickly blocked his sense of smell with magic, grabbed the little wizard's arm and shook it tentatively. No! Something is very wrong. The little wizard's arm felt like scales, and had a heart-stopping coldness. At the same time, the hissing sound coming from the little wizard's throat became more and more harsh. Faced with such a weird scene in front of him, Xia En didn't know what caused it, and he didn't know what method he should use to prevent the little wizard's condition from getting worse. No, since there is nothing we can do for now, seal him first. Immediately afterwards, Xia En clapped his hands, and a huge golden magic circle covered the little wizard. The pattern of fairy wings in the center of the magic circle slowly rotated. Fairy glitter, activate. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire library on the 5th floor, and penetrated through the corridors and windows. On the other side, Filch, who was patrolling the corridors at this time, was looking in shock at the sacred light that dispersed the darkness in the distance, and after being dazed for a while, he quickly ran towards the 5th floor with the lamp in his hand. The brilliance of fairy glitter slowly disappeared, leaving only a faint fairy wing mark on the little wizard's forehead. Seeing that the seal had been completed, Xia En grabbed the little wizard and disappeared into the library without saying a word. On the other side, Filch had just run to the 5th floor, panting. In the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore had not rested yet. He was still searching for clues in his past memories in the Pensieve. But just when Dumbledore was concentrating on recalling the past, suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind him, and one of them dragged the other and shouted, "Professor Dumbledore!" Oh my God! Dumbledore was suddenly startled, and even his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He turned around suddenly and saw Shane dragging a Gryffindor student standing behind him, and he immediately relaxed. "Toned Mr. Dolia, how did you get in?" Dumbledore's office has a defense mechanism. Except for recognized people, no one can just come in like this. Put aside such unimportant things for now. Shane dragged the little wizard to Dumbledore. "Please see what's going on with him first." This is. Dumbledore put on his eyes. As soon as he saw the little wizard's condition, his expression suddenly became extremely serious. Fawkes, please go to Minerva and Severus and ask them to come here, Dumbledore said seriously to Phoenix Fawkes. As long as it can take the two professors to apparate in Hogwarts. Fawkes responded with a cry, spread his wings, and after a burst of golden flames, in an instant disappear on the golden perch. Well, I didn't notice it when I came here last time. Professor, your pet is a bit extravagant. Even a phoenix doesn't need to use a golden perch. Xian put the little wizard on the sofa, went over and knocked on Fawkes's perching branch. This is at least 10 kilograms of gold, and I'm not afraid that Fawkes's flames will melt it. The flames of the phoenix cannot melt gold in an instant, and this perch has always been one of the inheritances of the Dumbledore family. It is at least older than my grandma, Dumbledore said. After saying that, Dumbledore began to carefully observe the situation of the little wizard. On the other hand, Shane began to pick up Dumbledore's snacks. Mr. Dolia, can you tell me how he became like this? After a while, Dumbledore asked. How do I know that he has nothing to do with me? Xian held a box of shimmering pink coconut sorbet and puffed out his cheeks and said, I was reading a book at the time, but unexpectedly I happened to meet him and something happened. I was just kind-hearted and offered a helping hand. Just as Shane finished speaking, a ball of golden flames suddenly appeared in the middle of the office, and Professor McGonagall and Snape both appeared in the flames. Professor McGonagall was still wearing pajamas and a shawl draped over her shoulders. A blanket. Fawkes must have been woken up from the bed directly. Snape had an angry and impatient expression, and he had staggered and tossed his hair just now. Shane guessed that Fawkes had just woken him up without saying a word. Brought people here, Albus, it's so late. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to ask what was so anxious, she saw the little wizard lying upright on the sofa. Oh, my God. It's Mr. Kenneth Toller. What on earth happened? I think it must be something a big celebrity in our school did. Snape looked at Shane evilly and said, otherwise Mr. Dolia wouldn't have appeared here so late. Xian stared with dead eyes, chewed snacks in his mouth, and didn't want to speak. As for Snape's vicious tongue, if you take it seriously, you will lose. The best way is to ignore it, leaving him with no way to draw on it, and suffocating him to death. Sure enough, Snape saw Shane ignoring him, and his eyes twitched without trace. Severus, please take a look at our student's situation, Dumbledore said. With a wave of one hand, Snape lifted the black robe behind him and walked to the student named Toller. He first opened Kenneth's mouth and looked at it, and then his clothes were torn apart a little. Kenneth's tongue had bifurcated, and at least 1/5 of his skin had silver scales. After a while, Snape finished the inspection, and he looked at Deng expressionlessly. Bulido said, Snake slave blood curse. As soon as these words were said, Professor McGonagall clutched her chest and looked at her students with horror and worry. Can it be treated? Asked Dumbledore. Can. Snape replied, this blood curse is not complete. Technically it looks very immature, like it was made by a novice. It's just that I'm curious. His blood is needed to make a snake slave, but how did this come out now? Moreover, the snake transformation on this student's body seems to have been prevented by someone using a special method. So, can you answer that for us? Mr. Dolia, who looks like a starving man? Click, click, click. The sound of chewing chocolate hazelnut kernels gave the three professors present a headache. Mr. Dolia, now is not the time for snacks. This is a matter of life and death for a student. Professor McGonagall said to Shane angrily, don't worry, Professor McGonagall. Even if I die, this little lion will be fine in 5 years. Xian said while eating snacks. He was caught in the deepest part of the forbidden book area. He seemed to have opened a hidden mechanism and smashed the things inside. Phew, this is it. As he spoke, Shane took out the glass shards that fell at Kenneth Toller's feet. The shards were floating in the air, and under the light of the office lights, the red liquid remaining on them was extremely attractive. Snape took out the wand from the wand bag on his waist and gently fiddled with a piece of glass stained with red liquid. He squinted his eyes and observed it, then without hesitation, he used magic to cut one of his fingers and remove a drop of it. The blood merged with the liquid on the glass. After a while, Snape saw no reaction and said, it has failed. How much time do you need, Severus? Dumbledore looked at Snape. Some materials require special channels to collect, and it will take me 2 weeks to prepare the antidote to the blood curse. Snape replied, well, Minerva, please explain this to this student's parents so that they don't have to worry. Okay, Albus. Professor McGonagall nodded. At this time, Shane, who had been standing aside, saw that Dumbledore had basically solved the problem, so he walked over and asked curiously, Professor, I know the blood curse, but this snake slave blood curse, what is it? What does it have to do with Voldemort? Mr. Dolia, this name cannot be said casually, and you need to explain why you left your dormitory during curfew and appeared in the restricted book area. It was only then that Professor McGonagall remembered that she wanted to settle the score with Xian, because this time Xian actually violated the school rules. She planned to take advantage of this opportunity to punish the naughty student in front of her. Professor McGonagall, I admit that I violated the school rules, but you also have to think from another perspective. If I hadn't been in the restricted book area tonight, no one would have known about this guy. Shane started his reasonable reasoning again, and pointed at Kenneth Toller lying on the sofa. Minerva, it was indeed against the school rules to be in the restricted area during curfew time, but at the same time, Dolia did save her classmates and the fate of Mr. Toller's family. At this time, Dumbledore also joined in and said, "So, regarding Mr. Dolia's violation of school rules this time, I think it would be good to deduct 30 points from Ravenclaw as punishment." "Albus, you can't. Professor McGonagall thinks this is completely connivance. For N, 30 points can be added back in 2 or 3 days. There is basically no big difference whether this punishment is given or not. Minerva, perhaps you have a more appropriate punishment?" Dumbledore threw the question back to his old friend, which made Professor McGonagall speechless for a moment. Because Dumbledore was right. Although Shane did violate school rules, he also saved a person's life. The merits and demerits are equal, and you can't really expel N. So after thinking about it, Professor McGonagall really can't think of a more appropriate way to punish N's violation of regulations. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall is helpless. He sighed, then glanced at Shane and said, "I'll send Mr. Toller to Poppy." Then, he used the levitation spell to pull Kenneth Toller to the campus hospital. Watching Professor McGonagall go away, Shane, holding a snack can, asked Dumbledore the question he just asked. "Professor, you haven't told me yet, what is this snake slave blood curse?" N went in and out of the forbidden book area during this period. He knew that the blood curse was an extremely vicious curse, and its history could be traced back to more than 1,200 years ago. The blood curse can make a person change over time. As time goes on, he gradually loses his mind and turns into a beast. The power of the curse will even remain in the blood and be passed on to the next generation, making it extremely difficult to remove. To this day, the entire magical world has not heard of anyone who can propose a solution to the blood curse. The problem is that there is not even a way to alleviate it. After hearing Shane's question, Dumbledore pondered for a while, and then began to say the snake slave blood curse is an irreversible and vicious curse. Its biggest feature is that it will make people transform into a half-man, half-snake monster and obey orders from a Parseltongue. Back then, he used this blood curse to control those who resisted him and played with human nature, so that many people were forced to kill their relatives or close friends. I still remember one of my students. At that time, he couldn't even hold the magic wand, and he faced his parents who had been controlled heartbreakingly. "It seems that I have to study more, otherwise I won't know when I capsized in the gutter." After hearing Dumbledore's words, Shane murmured in a low voice. The power of the curse was really too strange, so he had to prepare for rainy days and have corresponding means. At the same time, Shane seemed to suddenly remember what, so he asked Dumbledore, "Professor, is it possible that Professor Quirrell did this? Because according to what was just said, if under Voldemort's instructions, Quirrell might have used magic to manipulate Kenneth Toller to be infected with the blood curse, thus giving him one more helper at Hogwarts. The way he looks now, he doesn't have that much courage." Dumbledore said confidently, "What's more, the blood curse on Kenneth is incomplete. The snake slave transformed has a lot of snake characteristics, such as scales and forked tongues, which cannot be hidden." "Then I understand. But now that the matter has been dealt with, it's time for me to go back to the dormitory and sleep." N put down the empty snack can and was about to leave, but just when he was about to activate his magic, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, yes, there are more." N turned around and reminded, "Professor, there is one thing I want to remind you. If Professor Snape has prepared the antidote, please tell me and I will undo the magic on that classmate, otherwise it will be of no use if you pour the medicine down." After saying that, he disappeared into the office in an instant, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. Seeing Shane disappear in front of his own eyes, Dumbledore still didn't understand what kind of magic Shane used to get in. "My own office. Logically speaking, this is the center of the entire Hogwarts. It has no windows and is protected by powerful magic. There is no other way for ordinary people to enter except through the stone beasts outside." I reorganized the messy thoughts in my mind. For a moment, Dumbledore planned to strengthen the protective magic in the office. For no other reason than to prevent someone from breaking in and stealing snacks while he was away. You know, in just half an hour, the snacks were almost emptied. The next day, Saturday, Shane took a long nap and didn't get up until almost lunch. On the first weekend at Hogwarts, Shane brushed that he was grinding his teeth while thinking about how to find something to do. He couldn't stay in the lounge and library reading all the time, otherwise he would easily become a nerd. So, Shane was thinking about how to find something more pragmatic to occupy his time. Take this leisure time. After thinking about it, Shane suddenly remembered that last night, when he was looking around in the Old Bee office, he saw something very special. Gryffindor's sword, which was placed in the branch, in a glass box next to the hat. This reminded him of the plot of the second part of the Harry Potter movie. Slytherin left a secret room in Hogwarts, and the founders of the 4 major houses also left his own inheritance. According to the conjecture of some senior Harry fans, maybe in addition to Slytherin, the other 3 founders may also have left some of their own inheritance for future generations in Hogwarts or somewhere. So, thinking of this, Shane immediately started thinking. As a Ravenclaw eagle, he naturally set his first target on Rowena Ravenclaw's inheritance. And the first step, just want to find Ravenclaw's diadem, because in the original work, this is the only thing that is most likely to contain clues to Ravenclaw's inheritance. Shane still clearly remembers that Ravenclaw's diadem was Voldemort's Horcrux 1, it has been hidden in the Room of Requirement, which is a huge room filled with clutter. All kinds of dilapidated items have even piled up into hills. However, although Shane still remembers Law Winklaw's diadem was located, but he didn't know the specific location of the Room of Requirement. So, he planned to find the ghosts of Hogwarts. They had been in the castle for so long, and they must know where the Room of Requirement was. At least there will be some clues to guide you. You said the Room of Requirement, what was that place? I have never heard of this place in Hogwarts for hundreds of years. The one who spoke was the ghost of Hufflepuff, the fat monk. She was wearing clothes with rumpled collars and tight pants. She was short and fat and dressed like a monk. She had the typical friendliness and compassion of Hufflepuff House. She was a cheerful girl. Ghost. Every year at the start of Hogwarts, the fat friar would try to persuade other ghosts to let Peeves attend the banquet, but he never succeeded. To be honest, Shane wanted to go to Helena Ravenclaw. It's hard work, but this beautiful lady has a really weird temper. Even if he is a little eagle, if he wants to talk to Helena for a few more words, he will be driven away immediately. Therefore, he can only come here to find the best temper. And he was a fat monk who was willing to help others. After hearing the fat monk's denial, Xian remembered that the Room of Requirement was originally a secret place and never had a fixed name, so he changed his explanation and asked, "Do you have the impression that there is a place in Hogwarts where different people will go to different rooms when they open the door?" "Oh, when you mention it like that, I remember such a place." The fat monk thought for a while and said, "On the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry where the troll beat Barnabas stupidly. I once saw Filch get cleaning supplies there. I originally thought it was a utility room, but then I saw Principal Dumbledore go in and it turned into a toilet again. Yes, it should be there." Xian said excitedly, "Thank you, fat monk. If I have a chance, I will go to Diagon Alley and buy you some gifts." There are indeed items and food for ghosts sold in Diagon Alley, but that store is at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, and few people go there. Last time Shane passed by the entrance of Nocturne Alley, he saw that the signboard of Ghost Life and Food, and then I learned that such a place existed. After determining the location of the Room of Requirement, Shane flew to the 8th floor without stopping. He stood in front of the Troll Club to beat the fool. In front of Boz Tapestry, facing a bare wall, he began to mutter impatiently, "I want to go to the place where Ravenclaw's diadem is." I recited it silently several times, but for some reason, the wall didn't react at all after a while. This puzzled Xian. "No, what went wrong? Did you look in the wrong place? The Room of Requirement is not here?" And that's it. While Xian was pacing back and forth thinking, a smooth door suddenly appeared on the wall. This made Xian a little puzzled, because he didn't know which link had gone wrong and caused the door not to appear. But now is not the time to think so much. Shane ran over and pushed open the door of the requirement room, and came to a huge utility room. Countless waste items, desks and chairs with broken legs, books with broken pages, pressed deflated copperware, broken mirrors, torn curtains, as well as countless picture frames, bronze statues, glass jars and boxes, etc. These things are stacked on top of each other from large to small, forming mountains. Can't see the end. Wow, at least there is a Quidditch. The stadium is so big. How can we find a crown? Xian was first amazed at how big the place in front of him was, and then he started to have a headache how to find the thing he wanted among the piles of clutter. There were tens of thousands of large and small clutter in this room. If you just rely on people to find it, you don't know how long it will take. So, how was the crown found in the original book? Shane thought for a while, and he suddenly recalled that Voldemort's Horcruxes seemed to be able to sense each other. Horcruxes? Isn't there a live one in this school? Hogwarts Great Hall, because today is the weekend, many little wizards will choose to play some small games here to kill the boring time. But what is different from the past is, the weekend of the new semester seems to be a little weird. In the auditorium, the young wizards from the other 3 colleges are looking at the eagles not far away. The question marks and exclamation marks above their heads have reached the sky. Gryffindor on the long table. Ron sat at a corner of the table and asked Harry opposite him in confusion, "What happened to the Ravenclaws today? I usually see them acting a little weird, but at least they are normal people. Why are they all so crazy today?" "I don't know, but it looks like they are practicing casting spells without weapons." Harry shook his head as he heard Leviosa coming from not far away. He didn't see the Ravenclaw person holding a wand. Isn't casting spells without weapons something only senior students can learn? And it's not a required course. Why did Ravenclaw come to the auditorium to practice like this? I've found out. Just when Harry and Ron were confused, Hermione suddenly jumped out from the side, holding a huge book in her hand. "I don't think you are any better than them," Ron said while looking at the book. Ron's words made Hermione roll her eyes at him, and then turned her head in resignation. "Hermione, what did you find out? Harry asked curiously at Shane. I don't know why, when Hermione said this name, there was a trace of resentment in her tone. I just found out from someone else that yesterday afternoon, Shane taught everyone how to fly using the levitation charm in the Ravenclaw lounge yesterday afternoon. Now all the Ravenclaw students are practicing this spell. Shane? Shane Dolia. Is that the weirdo who flies around the school every day? Ron's words were obviously a little jealous. Shane is not a weirdo, Hermione said a little angrily. But compared to Ron, Harry was more interested in flying, so he asked Hermione, have you ever found out about this Ravenclaw learning method? No. Hermione shook her head dejectedly. I asked several people and they were unwilling to tell me. They said this was taught by Shane to Ravenclaw and cannot be passed on to others. Oh, I see. When he heard that he couldn't learn how to fly, Harry's whole face wilted. Then why do they come to the Great Hall to practice magic? Isn't the common room enough for them? Asked Ron. It seems that because the Ravenclaw lounge has been occupied by senior students, it is raining outside today, and the school rules stipulate that magic is not allowed in the corridor, so all the current Ravenclaw students below the third year have come. Magic is practiced in the Great Hall, Hermione explained. After Xia came out of the room of requirement, he randomly caught a little lion on the road. After asking about it, he immediately came to the auditorium. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the goal of his trip. Shane came quietly behind Harry and Hermione, and Ron, who was sitting opposite Harry, saw a figure suddenly appear from behind his friend, and suddenly screamed in fright. Ron flew up from his chair. Harry and Hermione looked at Ron in confusion, then followed his frightened eyes and looked behind them, only to see the person they were discussing just now standing behind them. Shane! Hermione yelled, with a bit of excitement in her tone. Hello you all! Shane rubbed Hermione's head vigorously. You messed up my hair. Hermione immediately slapped Shane's hand down angrily, and punched him a few more times on Shane's arm. Her hair was already long and thick, and it was naturally slightly curly. It was very difficult to manage, and she was beaten like this. As soon as Xia did it, his hair became a mess. Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Hermione fixed her hair while giving Shane a fierce look. Because Shane had no interaction with Harry or Ron before, she subconsciously thought that Shane was here to find her, but it was obvious to her wrong guess. Shane nodded Hermione's head with the milky white wand in his hand, instantly making her hair soft, and at the same time said, I'm not here to find you, I'm looking for him. As he said that, he patted Harry's shoulder with his right hand with a smile. Find me? Harry was confused and surprised. It had been less than a week since the beginning of the school year, and he hadn't even recognized all the Gryffindor classmates in the same grade, so he didn't even remember that he had any interactions with the famous people in the school in front of him. I have something I want to ask you to help me with, Shane said to Harry with a smile. What are you busy with? Harry is a little nervous. The living environment he has grown up in has made him a little introverted when facing strangers. Don't ask for specifics, just follow me. However, in return, I can teach you how to fly using the levitation spell. Obviously Xia heard the conversation between the three of them just now. Then, okay, I'll go. When Harry heard that he could learn flying magic, he hesitated and agreed. This may also be because Harry inherited his father's genes and was born with a unique yearning for flying. When watching the movie, Harry was taking flying lessons. It was the first time he came into contact with a broomstick, but he was not afraid of heights at all. He was even allowed by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a first-year student. There was no talent at all, Shane was. Don't believe it. Seeing Harry agree, Shane immediately wanted to drag him to take off. But as soon as he took off, Hermione grabbed his robe. Hermione, please tell me what you have to say, but can you please stop grabbing my clothes when something happens? Sometimes I can't react and you will get hurt. Xia turned his head and looked at Hermione helplessly. Because his speed when taking off could be fast or slow. If someone pulled him when he was fast, it would be a trivial matter for his clothes to be torn and could be repaired with magic. But if he was pulled, this is not necessarily the case for my own person. Falling, dislocating, and breaking a hand may be minor. If you fall from a height of several meters or even 10 meters, it is not impossible that you will fall over directly. I'm going with you, and in exchange you have to teach me how to fly with the levitation charm, Hermione said, holding onto Shane's clothes tightly. Where are you going? I took Harry away to do business. Shane reached out and gave Hermione a head start. If you want to learn, ask Harry to come back and teach you. After that, he dragged Harry and flew away without saying a word. Damn it, Shane Dolia, wait for me. Hermione covered her forehead angrily. Don't ask me to teach you how to make potions in potions class from now on. He is from Ravenclaw, and he doesn't seem to be with us much in class. At this time, Ron reminded weakly from the side, but this made him roll his eyes again. On the other side, under the watchful eyes of many Hogwarts wizards, Shane took Harry to the 8th floor. This is the Room of Requirement, a very secluded place in Hogwarts. Xia pushed open the door of the Room of Requirement and said, I brought you here because I want you to help find something here. Looking for something. Harry looked at the endless clutter in front of him, a little confused. Shouldn't we find more people to find things? I am only one person, and I don't know any magic. After hearing what Harry said, Shane smiled and reached out to pat Harry on the shoulder. Only you can find this thing. Trust me, just follow your own intuition and find the one that attracts you the most. Thing. Okay. Harry licked his lips nervously and replied. Immediately afterwards, Harry walked around among the many hills of debris. At first, he felt that Shane's words were a bit ridiculous, because he relied on intuition to find out among so many things. It was a bit unreasonable to find something that attracted him without using magic. But for some reason, after walking for a while, Harry felt something calling him in the dark, and at the same time, the lightning scar on his forehead appeared. A burning and tingling sensation came. So, following this inexplicable feeling, Harry walked around for more than 10 minutes, and finally came to a round table covered with dust. He saw a round table sitting on the round table. There was a copper star track and an unknown tower-shaped decoration. Between the star track and the tower-shaped decoration, a large ball of hemp rope was entangled with each other and placed on something. Harry was stunned. Looking blankly at the ball of hemp rope, he felt that there was something there that was constantly attracting him closer. At the same time, an inexplicable palpitation surged into his heart, and the burning sensation on his forehead made him extremely unbearable. And just then, when Harry was lost, Shane suddenly appeared from beside Harry and put a cold ice pack on Harry's head. Found it? Xia-en asked. Harry, who was sobered up by the ice pack, didn't speak. He just looked at Xia-en and then nervously pointed in the direction of the hemp rope. Xia-en ran over randomly and excitedly and put all the hemp ropes on the round table were removed, revealing a square wooden box inside. Gently opened the box, and on the bronze velvet cloth, a sparkling crown inlaid with gems was lying there. Shane carefully picked up the crown, put it in his hand and examined it carefully. He saw that the bottom edge of the crown was engraved with Ravenclaw's famous motto: extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Nothing. Doubtful, what is in front of Sean is what he wants to find, the sacred relic of Ravenclaw College, the crown of Rowena Ravenclaw. What's this? Harry walked over and asked curiously. Maybe it was because of the ice pack, or maybe it was for other reasons. At this time, the burning sensation on his forehead had gradually faded. Crown. Shane replied vaguely, then slowly put the crown down. Thank you, Harry. Shane tapped Harry's forehead with his finger, and a miniature yellow magic circle flashed past. This is the method of flying with the floating spell, but whether you can learn it or not depends on you. After saying that, Shane activated space magic and sent the person away. On the other side, there was the Hogwarts Great Hall. Because Harry was temporarily recruited by Shane, Ron was playing with the wizard chess in front of him boredly. But suddenly, out of the corner of Ron's eyes, he saw a black shadow flash across from him. He quickly raised his head and saw that his friend was already sitting in front of him, with a confused look on his face. Harry! Ron looked shocked. When did you come back? Just now. Harry was still a little unresponsive at this time. He looked around and found that he had returned to the auditorium, and then said, Shane didn't know what magic he used to send me back instantly from a room on the 8th floor. He also has the magic of teleportation. Ron looked incredulous. That's right. Shane Dolia, what did he come to see you for just now? He asked me to help find something. It was a crown with a big gem on it. Harry replied. Crown? Why is he looking for a crown, and why would he let you look for it? Ron looked confused. His magic is so powerful, can't he find even a crown? I have no idea. Harry shook his head, but I know that I can find that the crown may be related to the scar on my head, or to Voldemort. Harry said. Shhh, keep your voice down, Harry. Don't say that name so loudly. Sorry. Ron looked around and found no one around, so he asked again, then why are you so sure that that crown is related to Fu? When I found the tiara, the scar on my forehead was very hot. I still remember when I bought the wand in Diagon Alley, Mr. Ollivander told me that the scar on my forehead was left by Voldemort. Harry said softly. This, then Xia and Dolia is not related to Fu, Ron said in horror. In the room of requirement. At this time, Shane was sitting on a huge wooden box, holding the Ravenclaw diadem in his hand, studying it over and over again. But after a while, Xia-en discovered that there seemed to be nothing special about the crown in front of him except that it was beautiful. Even if he injected magic power into it, there was no reaction. Therefore, after researching for a period of time with no results, he simply put the crown directly on his head. According to legend, the crown has the function of increasing people's wisdom, and he wanted to verify whether it was true. As a result, Shane didn't feel anything when he first put on the crown. But after a while, he suddenly felt an inexplicable anger coming out of his heart, accompanied by many negative things. The hysteria when I just traveled to Aslant, the first murder, the massacre in the face of the Dark Guild's inhumane behavior, the anger when I heard that all the companions on Tenro Island were missing, etc. Everything is hidden in my heart. Some deep negative emotions are constantly emerging and amplifying, affecting Xia-en's sanity. This strange situation made Shane immediately take off the crown from his head. Damn it, Voldemort, just wait. Shane is sure that the situation just now must be caused by Voldemort's soul in the crown. Now it seems that if you don't know that the crown is a Horcrux, you will most likely be affected by the Horcrux and lose it if you stay with it for a long time. The self gradually deteriorated. We had to find a way to destroy Voldemort's soul without damaging the crown. Shane recalled that in the original work, he seemed to remember two methods of destroying Horcruxes. One, it's the venom of the basilisk. The second is to use the fire curse. The fire curse will definitely not work. Xia remembers that it seems to be not an ordinary flame. It will most likely melt the crown directly. But if it is the venom of the basilisk, Shane could go to the dungeon of Hogwarts right now, punch through the floor, and go to the secret room to find the basilisk. For such a big snake, the venom in the venom sac in its mouth can definitely soak the crown. But for this, Xia doesn't dare to use this method for the time being, because he doesn't know whether the basilisk's venom will also damage the crown. Unless he has to, he will not choose to take risks, otherwise he will damage the crown and he will cry. The one without tears was still himself. So, after thinking about it, Shane decided to put away the crown first, collect information for the time being, and study it later. However, Voldemort's soul just now reminded him of many strange things in the past. What a beautiful thing. Shane felt that this account must be settled with Voldemort. Killing Quirrell directly was not enough, and he also promised Dumbledore not to interfere in Quirrell's matter. He is a member of the flower-growing family. You can't keep your word. So, Shane thought about it in his mind and came up with a good way, a way to kill Voldemort. At the same time, Harry and Ron also came to Hagrid's house wet. In front of the small house, Hagrid lived in a small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Harry and Ron came here, the first thing they saw was a huge stone bow hanging in front of the door and a pair of rubber galoshes like buckets. Harry took off his eyes, wiped the rain from his face, and then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the collision between Wood and Knuckles was heard, and after a while, with a squeak, the door opened. A gap was opened. Who? Hagrid's voice came from the door. Hagrid, it's me, Harry. Hagrid immediately stuck his head out of the door. He saw two wet children and immediately greeted them to let them in. Oh my God, come in. Harry and Ron trembled and ran into the house. In Hagrid's cabin, they saw several smoky turkeys and pheasants hanging on the ceiling above their heads. On the brazier in the corner, a copper kettle. The water is boiling, and the steam is blowing rhythmically against the lid of the pot. There is a large bed on the other side of the room, and on the bed is a clean quilt that is incompatible with the house. Take off your wet clothes quickly and come here to warm up the fire. Hagrid placed two low stools next to the stove. In this weather, do you have any important business coming to my place? It is now the autumn and winter season in the UK. The temperature outside is less than 20 degrees. Harry and Ron were soaked in the rain. The sudden drop in body temperature made them shivering. Hagrid, today While Harry was warming up the fire, he told him what Shane had just asked him for help. No, it's impossible. When Hagrid heard that Harry actually said that Shane might be related to Voldemort, he immediately shook his head subconsciously to express his denial. Shane can't be related to him, he is not that kind of person. Xia opened a vegetable field next to the Forbidden Forest, not far from my place. He came to me at that time and asked me to help him take care of the things grown there. He also gave me a brand new quilt, which is the bed. That one. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to be related to Fu, impossible. But Hagrid, how do you explain why the scar on my forehead feels so uncomfortable when I'm close to that crown? That's something I've never felt before, Harry asked stubbornly. Harry's words indeed left Hagrid speechless. After a while, Hagrid sighed and said helplessly, okay, I will go to Professor Dumbledore to talk about this matter, but before that, you have to promise me that what you just said will definitely can't talk about it with anyone else. Do you understand? And you, the Weasley boy. As he said that, Hagrid cast his serious eyes on Ron again. Harry and Ron looked at each other and nodded. Got it. Well, I'll take you back first. I don't have any clothes for you to change here. I'll also go find Professor Dumbledore by the way. After saying that, Hagrid dug out a huge umbrella from the pile of debris in the corner of the room. Apart from him, this umbrella was more than enough to protect Harry and Ron from the rain. After Harry and Ron returned to Hogwarts Castle, they came to the stone beast downstairs from Dumbledore's office with an anxious mood. What's the password? Hagrid raised his head and thought for a moment. Sizzling bee candy, butter peanut candy, pear hard candy. After Hagrid tried more than a dozen passwords in a row, he finally shouted jelly slug and the stone beast was finally opened. Hagrid walked straight up the winding stairs and opened the oak door of the principal's office. He saw Dumbledore standing next to the golden perch feeding his phoenix. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, Dumbledore slowly turned around. Professor Dumbledore, good afternoon. Hagrid said hello first. Oh, Hagrid, hello. Want some jelly? As he spoke, Dumbledore pointed at the jelly slugs that were wriggling around on the table. They left crisscrossing, sugar-filled slime footprints on the copper plate. "Oh, no, thank you," Hagrid declined politely. He didn't want to eat something so disgusting. Even though it was actually a kind of candy, he felt that the crusty pie was better. It would be more perfect if there was a little meat in it. This is what Shane taught Hagrid. Professor Dumbledore, that's it. Harry just now. Hagrid reported to Dumbledore what Harry had just said to him. He looked exactly like Harry in the cabin just now. Dumbledore patiently listened to Hagrid's story. The humor on his face suddenly disappeared, and turned into an expressionless expression. Hagrid couldn't lie, and the possibility of Harry making something up was very slim. So, if it's true what Harry said, what is Shane's purpose? What does the crown he found have to do with Voldemort? Just when Dumbledore was deep in thought, the person who told him the answer quietly came. In the huge office, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a voice that gave Dumbledore a headache was heard. "Professor Dumbledore, please lend me your hat," Shane shouted. This not only made Dumbledore sigh violently and repeatedly, but also shocked Hagrid, who was present. Hagrid, you are here too." Sian saw that the big guy he had just met a while ago was here, and said hello with a smile. "Mr. Dolia, if you can, please go through the front door next time you come to my place. I, an old man, don't want you to scare me like this." Dumbledore said helplessly, "Professor, you look down on yourself a little too much when you say this. If the White Devil can be scared to death, you might as well make people believe that I am Qin Shuang." Sian joked, "But we can talk about these things later. Professor, could you please lend me the sorting hat?" "Sorting hat, what are you looking for?" Dumbledore was a little confused. "Ask it something, there is something I need to deal with." Shane took out the Ravenclaw crown from his arms. "I found this. The sorting hat must have known something after living for so long. This is Ravenclaw's diadem." Dumbledore took a closer look and instantly recognized what was in Shane's hand. There was some shock on his face. "Where did you find it?" "Don't worry about this for now. This is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I want to destroy the soul inside without damaging the crown." Horcrux, Voldemort, Dumbledore and Hagrid next to him exclaimed at the same time. Ahem. Dumbledore pretended to cough twice, and then said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, you go back first, I already know what happened just now." "Oh, okay, Professor Dumbledore." Hagrid touched his big belly awkwardly. "Then I won't disturb you and go back first." After that, he left the office with heavy steps. "Is this the crown you're looking for Harry for?" Seeing Hagrid leave, Dumbledore immediately asked directly. Shane tilted his head. He didn't realize how Dumbledore knew for a moment, but when he remembered that Hagrid was here just now, he suddenly understood. "Oh, we understand, that boy Harry went to find Hagrid, right? I have to say, Mr. Dolia, you do have Ravenclaw's wisdom beyond ordinary people." Dumbledore was not surprised that Shane guessed the cause of the matter, and confirmed Shane's guess with a disguised answer. "Is Harry also one of the Horcruxes?" Sian raised his eyebrows when he heard this question. "Professor, you are asking this question knowingly. Although I don't know the specific situation back then, if you think about it carefully, you will know that no matter how many Horcruxes Voldemort made that night, part of his soul would definitely be there that night in Godric's Hollow. Where do you think this part of his soul went after he was severely injured by Harry's mother at the cost of his life? Could it be that someone cut the scar on Harry's forehead with a knife?" What Shane said was correct. In fact, just when he said that Ravenclaw's diadem was a Horcrux, Dumbledore had already guessed that Harry was also one of the Horcruxes. The reason why he asked this question, he just wanted to be more sure of his thoughts. But this put him in an extremely difficult situation. If Harry is a Horcrux, that means that in order for Voldemort to be completely destroyed, Harry must die. Could it be that this is the so-called savior? A prophecy? To sacrifice a child and save the world at the cost of his life? Faced with this situation, even Dumbledore, who has experienced countless storms, has no choice at all. And Shane, standing aside, looked at Dumbledore, suddenly fell into silence and couldn't help shouting twice, "Professor, Professor?" But he didn't get any response. So Shane shook his head and simply ignored Dumbledore. He walked straight to the shelf behind Dumbledore's desk and used magic to take off the sorting hat. "Broken hat, wake up, wake up!" Took the sorting hat and shook it up and down a few times, shaking it awake. "Stop, you nasty little wizard." The sorting hat that had just woken up twisted its brim and shouted, "I should have sorted you into Azkaban then." "Azkaban? You are just enjoying your mouth, but in the final analysis you are just a hater. You are the one who is a loser, and your whole family is a loser. My master in life was Godric Gryffindor, the most outstanding duelist of that era. The 4 founders of Hogwarts also injected their thoughts into me. I am the greatest hat in the world." I believe your last sentence. Your inexplicable self-confidence and arrogance are exactly the same as those of the little snakes in Slytherin now. Hate black-hearted people. What followed was a scolding battle between Shane and the sorting hat that lasted for several minutes. The kind that looks very childish to others. A few minutes later. Stop. Stop. Xian suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten his original purpose, and immediately stopped and said, I almost forgot about the real thing, Shabby Hat, you should know this thing, right? You, huh? The Sorting Hat wanted to curse again, but suddenly it saw the appearance of the crown, and immediately swallowed back the curse words it was about to say, and fell into silence. The tip of the hat pointed at the crown and swung it up and down, looking like a man is bowing, and the creases in his hat become deeper, you know it, right? Seeing the sudden silence of the Sorting Hat, Shane said firmly, Can you tell me about Rowena Ravenclaw? Apart from the diadem, does she leave anything behind in Hogwarts or in other places? Brat, you're not the first person to want to find the legacy of the four founders since the founding of Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat suddenly said seriously, but they all failed without exception. Only you for thousands of years, appeared before me with a token I could not refuse, and asked me about my inheritance. Am I the first? Xiaoyan was a little confused, then pointed to the glass box next to him. Then what is this? I can't believe no one has ever held the sword and asked questions about Gryffindor's legacy. At least I think the person standing there probably asked. As he said that, he pointed at Dumbledore, who was still in a daze not far away. Gryffindor is special. Speaking of his master Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat paused, as if he didn't want to continue the topic. Kid, although you hold the token, I am just a reminder left by the four founders to future generations. How to find Rowena's legacy can only be determined by yourself. The four houses and their founders maintain a strong and sincere friendship. They are like four stone pillars, firmly supporting Hogwarts. The teaching here is pleasant and harmonious, but the shortcomings and horrors of human nature are like the devil. The Sorting Hat suddenly began to murmur and sing a song in a low voice. The brave Gryffindor came from the desolate swamp. Beautiful Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverside. Merciful Hufflepuff, from the open valley. The shrewd Slytherin comes from that quagmire. Go to the one who knows all about Hogwarts history, and he will guide you forward. Singing and playing, the Sorting Hat left the last words, and then suddenly returned to silence and returned to its original appearance of an ordinary hat. Shane carefully put the Sorting Hat back on the shelf and began to think in his mind. He most likely knew who the person the Sorting Hat mentioned just now knew all the history of Hogwarts. But compared to this, what Shane cared more about was the brief lyrics that the Sorting Hat inexplicably hummed in the middle. The first part is meaningful, and the latter part is the origin of the four founders. The most compelling thing to note is the phrase strong and sincere friendship in the lyrics of the previous part. According to the legend, Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts because of disagreements with the other three founders, but now this simple lyric seems to make some truths that have long been lost in the long history come to the surface. But Xiaoyan felt that the issue of lyrics could be put aside for the time being. Now that he had obtained important clues about the founder's legacy, he now wanted to immediately find the person who knew all the history. So, N turned around and looked at Dumbledore, wanting to leave. I said goodbye to him first. But I never thought that in less than 10 minutes when Shane was talking to the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore had already recovered from his pensive look and was eating there as if nothing had happened. BB's multi-flavor beans, oh my gosh. The smell of earwax. Dumbledore looked disgusted and threw the multi-flavored beans back into the plate. He raised his head and saw that Shane had finished chatting with the Sorting Hat, so he asked Mr. Doria, would you like to try it? Taste it? Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, but I'm not hungry now. Xiaoyan politely refused immediately. This old bee has good intentions and wants to harm me. Since he last ate BB's multi-flavored beans that taste like dung beetles, he vowed never to touch this thing. Oh, that's such a pity. Dumbledore's tone was full of regret, but soon he returned to his previous calm and composed appearance. Mr. Dolia, I will help you find a solution to the problem of Ravenclaw's diadem, but I also really hope that if you can find it in advance, you can inform me of the solution. Shane looked at the guilt that Dumbledore was trying to hide in his eyes, and he nodded. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. Thank you. After coming out of the principal's office, it was already evening. Xiaoyan stood in the corridor and looked out at the sky. At a glance, there are mountains and ridges. The dark clouds in the sky have dispersed, and the golden sunlight shines through the remaining clouds, turning into flames that burn the entire sky. The black lake in the mountains has also turned into a lake mirror, with the water and sky reflecting in it, and Hogwarts Castle reflected in it, like a dreamy wonderland. It had been a long time since Shane had seen such a spectacular fire cloud, which made him stop and admire the rare beauty in front of him. At the same time, there was the common room of Gryffindor House. This is the place where Gryffindor students usually study and rest. It is filled with soft armchairs, tables, and a bulletin board with school notices, various advertisements, posters, etc. The windows look out onto the school grounds and a large fireplace takes up an entire wall. At this time, the chain of suspicion extended again. Two little lions seemed not to have listened to Hagrid's words at all. No, this is impossible. Hermione said categorically, you said that Shane is related to Voldemort. This is simply a fantasy. Hermione, please keep your voice down, we promised Hagrid not to tell anyone else. Ron said in a lowered voice, but you told me anyway. Hermione glared at him. Didn't Harry and I come to remind you because we saw you and Dolia getting clothes? Ron said with a righteous look, we are doing it for your own good. What if you are in any danger? I think it's even more dangerous for you to speculate on other people's appearance at will. What's more, why do you say that? Hermione asked angrily. Dolia, he is very suspicious. I am sure that the crown he got in the room on the 8th floor is definitely related to Voldemort. Harry stuttered a little at first, but the more he spoke, the more confident he became. Hermione was a little speechless after hearing Harry's words, because she didn't know how to refute Harry. However, she didn't believe what Harry and Ron said from the bottom of her heart. For her, she subconsciously rejected the speculation that Shane was connected to Voldemort without even thinking about it. Therefore, in order to help Shane prove his innocence, Hermione thought for a while and asked Harry, do you remember what that crown looks like? I can't remember exactly what it looked like, but I remember that the crown was very bright and set with a very large gemstone, and there were many smaller gemstones in the rest of the place. Harry recalled it and said, oh, right. I still remember that there was a line of words engraved on the crown, but I only saw 2 words and was sent back to the auditorium by Dolia. Which 2 words? Asked Hermione. Wisdom and wealth. Harry replied, wisdom and wealth. Crown. Hermione wrote these words in her notebook, but for some reason, the more she looked at it, the more she felt that the combination of these words looked very familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a while. After a while, Hermione couldn't find any useful information in her brain, so she simply slapped down the notebook, raised her little head, glanced at Harry and Ron, and said, I'll go directly to Shane and ask for details. After that, he got up and walked directly to the door of the lounge. Harry and Ron looked at each other, shrugged helplessly and scratched their heads. They felt that they had said everything they should say, and Hermione insisted on trusting Shane Doria, so there was nothing they could do about it. Walking out of the Gryffindor common room, Hermione walked straight towards the stairs. It was dinner time now, and she was almost certain that Xian was most likely devouring food in the auditorium at this time. However, Hermione miscalculated this time. She had just walked a few steps when she saw a familiar figure standing not far from the corridor, looking at the scenery outside intoxicatedly. Shane, Hermione called out uncertainly. Shane, who was admiring the flaming clouds, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw that it was the little witch who was often teased by him, and then responded with a smile. Oh, Hermione, it's really you. What are you doing here? Hermione said as she trotted over with her calves. I just came out of Professor Dumbledore's office. I originally thought about going to eat, but I didn't expect to see the flaming clouds, so I just stood here and admired it. Xian said with a smile, what about you? What are you doing here? I am. Hermione was about to say that she came to see him, but for some reason, the words were stuck in her throat as soon as they reached her throat, and she could not speak for a long time. I am. I also want to go to the auditorium to finish the meal. Hermione stammered for a moment, then came up with the most reasonable excuse. Looking at Hermione, who was hesitant to speak, Shane suddenly felt a little confused, because it was obvious that she had something to say to him, but it seemed that for some unknown reason, Hermione was reluctant to speak. Then, Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a blue halo, and he understood everything instantly. These 2 little brats are smart and arrogant at the same time, believe deeply in your own assumptions, and even form a self-righteous truth about something in your mind without any evidence. This is human nature. People will automatically resist those things that deny them, regardless of the truth or not. However, regarding Harry and Ron's suspicions, Shane did not want to be in the same boat with them. The wizards of fairy tale have always put their beliefs into practice, rather than trying to talk to others for a while. Only when knowledge and action are united can the greatest power of magic be unleashed. Shane didn't intend to expose Hermione, but when he saw Hermione's embarrassed look in front of him, he couldn't help but remember that a long time ago, Lysina was like this, like a stray kitten, timidly approaching him. Then she asked some questions about magic practice at a volume so loud that you couldn't even hear what she said. Recalling the past, Shane decided not to be too anxious to find the person who knew all the history of Hogwarts. Anyway, there was still a lot of time in the future. He reached out and touched Hermione's little head, and then said, "Follow me." Before Hermione could react, Shane had already taken her to the sky above Hogwarts Castle in an instant. Hermione felt as if her eyes were dazzled, and she saw that there was nowhere to rely on under her feet. The sudden weightlessness suddenly filled her heart with fear. She quickly and subconsciously hugged Xian and let out a harsh scream of, "Ouch, oh my god." Shane quickly covered his ears with one hand and covered Hermione's mouth with one hand. "Stop. Stop barking." Having her mouth covered by Shane, Hermione immediately stopped screaming, but she was obviously frightened. Her face was full of grievances, and there was even some moisture at the corners of her eyes. Seeing her pitiful look, Shane also felt that as if he had bullied the person too much, he quickly slapped her. He took out the chocolate from his pocket in embarrassment, broke off a piece and stuffed it into Hermione's mouth. "Ha ha ha, this is the chocolate I made myself. Try it, it's delicious." Xian smiled awkwardly. Hermione was originally very angry and aggrieved, but the rich sweetness of the chocolate and the silky texture instantly made her bad mood disappear. Xian, seeing that the little witch's mood gradually calmed down, she also slowly descended to the top of the castle tower. This is the highest point of Hogwarts Castle. Under their feet is the astronomy classroom, where Professor Aurora Sinister will be. Let the students learn the movement patterns of stars and planets in the night sky through telescopes. Finally calming down her emotions, Hermione looked at Shane resentfully, suddenly grabbed his hand and bit it. Ouch! Shane was caught off guard, and the stinging pain on his arm made him cry out. He quickly pressed Hermione's head with his other hand and asked loudly, "Hermione, are you a puppy?" Hermione shook Shane's arm hard, then wiped her mouth and said in relief, "I let you bully me." Hey, the corner of Xiao's face twitched, but he was a little helpless. "I thought about it, forget it. I don't have the same experience as this little girl." Hermione looked around and found that she was standing on the top of the Hogwarts Tower, bathed in the golden sunlight. She asked curiously, "Where is this and why did you bring me here?" "The top of the astronomy tower has such a beautiful scenery. Come here to have dinner." As he said that, Shane took out 2 more pieces of chicken drumstick sandwich and 2 pieces of Black Forest chocolate cake, and gave half of each to Hermione. But Hermione didn't dare to take it at all, because she had gradually realized that human beings, her physical fear of heights made her tightly hold on to the top of the tower next to her to stop her trembling body. Seeing her appearance, Xiaoyan couldn't help but roll his eyes, and stamped his feet. An earth-colored magic the formation flashed by, and then a stone platform extended from under the 2 people's feet. "What kind of magic is this?" Hermione said in surprise. "Eat, so many words." Shane handed the sandwich and cake to Hermione, and then began to complain, "Now I really regret bringing you up. I originally thought that we could have a chat with more people while eating, so it wouldn't be so boring. I didn't expect you to yell as soon as you came up, which almost effed me. It's not your fault. Just because you didn't say hello in advance, I was shocked." Hermione glared at Shane not to be outdone. But soon, as Hermione bit into a piece of sandwich, the perfect fusion of bread embryo plus chicken thigh plus salad dressing plus cheese made her eyes suddenly turn into a pair of crescent moons. The sun slowly began to set, and the burning clouds gradually faded away. The sky put on blue clothes and began to show its mysterious side. Putting the last bite of cake into her mouth, Hermione licked her lips with unfinished content and looked up. She saw countless stars looming in the dark night clouds, and suddenly felt a pity in her heart. What a shame, if it hadn't been so cloudy we could have seen the Milky Way. A hint of memory flashed in Hermione's pupils. "A long time ago, I went to my grandparents' house. They had a big farm there. I remember my mother carrying me on a roll of wheat straw, and that was the first time I realized that the sky could be so beautiful besides just being blue. But I don't know why, after returning home to London, I have never been able to see the same beautiful starry sky." At this time, Shane was half lying on the stone slab, feeling the slight coolness under his body, and also feeling the breeze that was constantly blowing in front of him, carrying the fragrance of rain and vegetation. He listened to Hermione's words that seemed to be as if making a wish. He looked at the distant mountains behind. The last trace of the sun was gradually being swallowed up by the night. Xiaoyan suddenly asked, "Then do you want to see it?" "What?" Hermione turned her head and looked at Shane with confusion. "I said, do you want to see the starry sky above your head?" Xiaoyan asked repeatedly. "Sure, but they're covered. If you want to see it, just tell me earlier. Why are you saying so many disgusting things?" Shane slowly stood up from the stone slab, took out his wand from his waist, and pointed it at the sky. Seeing him like this, Hermione suddenly looked in disbelief and said, "Shane, stop joking. No matter how magic." But before Hermione could finish her words, she saw a scene that she would never forget. In front of Xiaoyan's milky white wand, a sky-blue magic circle unfolded rapidly from small to large, with gorgeous and complex patterns carved in it that gave off a brilliant shimmer. Under the pull of the power of the magic circle, the surrounding air is rapidly shrinking towards the center of the magic circle, and a harsh buzzing sound is heard, accompanied by strong winds. Hermione was so blown away that she couldn't even open her eyes. "Dragon-killing magic in the sky, roar of the heavenly dragon." As Shane's words fell, the power of the magic circle was released, and a stream of air compressed to the extreme rushed into the sky and tore the air apart. After a while, Hermione saw countless residual objects in the night sky above her head. The clouds were dispersed by a huge force, and the stars in the sky suddenly showed their full appearance. And through the light of the stars, Hermione even vaguely saw a shock wave spreading in the sky, followed by a dull explosion. There was a sound. Boom! The little wizards at Hogwarts all thought it was thundering outside. "Well, let's see." Shane put away his wand as if nothing was wrong, then took out another piece of cake and ate it. Hermione stared at all this with her mouth open, because this was completely beyond her cognition. She could not imagine it at all. How much power is needed to blow away all the clouds in the sky above her head? She looked at Shane blankly, unable to speak. And when Shane saw Hermione's stupid look, there was a burst of laughter in his heart, but he still pretended to be confused and said to Hermione, "Why are you looking at me? Look at the stars. How did you do it?" Hermione asked blankly. Just break up the clouds, how else can we do it? What a joke! Hermione pointed at the sparkling starry sky and shouted like crazy, how can this kind of magic exist? So what did you just see? Xian asked with a smile. Hermione was speechless. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Shane stretched out his hand and patted Hermione's head like a kitten. I just heard you said you wanted to see the stars, so I wanted to help you realize this little wish, so you must keep it a secret for me. This time Hermione never slapped Shane's hand away. Instead, she pulled the hand that was rubbing her head in front of her and asked, can you teach me? In this month, the new little wizards have gradually become accustomed to the life here. However, due to the appearance of Shane, the random butterfly, and the flapping of its wings, the normal study life at Hogwarts took on a lot of beautiful colors. In the first week of school, after Shane taught the Ravenclaw eaglets how to fly using the levitation spell, the entire atmosphere in Hogwarts began to become more and more uncomfortable. In the first 2 weeks, most of the eaglets in Ravenclaw had just started to practice wandless spellcasting, and the young wizards from the other 3 colleges saw them shouting Leviosa in the Great Hall. I just feel curious and ridiculous. But after 2 weeks, things started to look completely different. Because some senior eaglets have already had several years of learning experience, their practice of wandless spellcasting soon began to show results. They began to be able to make objects fly without shouting magic spells. However, this extremely simple change caused great disaster to all the little wizards in the school. Since these senior eaglet spellcasting methods have advanced, they naturally started the next more advanced stage of practice, casting levitating spells without their wands. However, without the assistance of a magic wand, these little wizards who are still in the learning stage will inevitably have some magic out of control. For example, when a little eagle is practicing the wandless floating spell, the object of his spell is an apple, but inexplicably, he will make the fruit plate under the apple fly. For another example, although what I want to cast is the levitating spell, for some reason, some eaglets cast other spells, such as Flame Incendio, Petrificus Totalis, and the like, even Obliviate. The most serious incident was the fire that almost destroyed Ravenclaw's collection of books. That day, while practicing wandless spell casting, a senior eagle accidentally blew up the burning fireplace in the lounge. Countless sparks scattered and ignited the entire lounge in a short period of time, causing there was a raging fire. Although Xiaoying, who was present at the time, quickly realized something was wrong and escaped from the lounge as soon as possible, the fire also ignited the books on the bookcase. If Xiaoyan hadn't happened to be passing by outside at that time, he saw a burst of fire in the lounge of his college through the window, and rushed forward to put out the fire, and also restored all the burned books. Otherwise, the little eagle that got into trouble might be eaten alive by others of the same kind. After this accident, Shane guessed that some little eagles would unintentionally release magic that was inconsistent with their own wishes. This situation may be related to that person. Just like Seamus Finnegan, who was not to be called a blasting genius, he was also born with some special talents. However, the above situations are not bad, after all, they are only limited to Xiaoying. In fact, what frightens all the young wizards and professors at Hogwarts the most is that when the eaglets lose control of their magic, there is often a certain chance that the target of the spell will suddenly fly out like a cannonball. If the buffs of other magic spells are accidentally superimposed during this process, it can be regarded as a compound high-attack magic. Although the person who is hit by the spell will not ascend to heaven on the spot, serious injury is inevitable. Therefore, in this complicated situation, according to incomplete statistics, the glass in the Ravenclaw common room has been repaired by Reparo no less than 30 times, the carpets, curtains, and sofas in the common room the number of times a series of items such as cigarettes and vases have been torn, damaged, or burned has been incalculable, and almost all the eaglets have been attacked indiscriminately by their classmates' out-of-control magic, and Madame Pomfrey's school hospital has also reported this. Many over-budget expenditures. And this only happened in the Ravenclaw common room. The worst situation was in the Great Hall. Because the auditorium is full of young eagles below the 3rd grade, their understanding of magic is much worse than that of senior eagles. Therefore, among them, the phenomenon of out-of-control magic can be said to have increased exponentially. After more than half a month, the young wizards in other colleges have become insecure. When walking on the road, they are afraid that some random things will fly towards them, and they will be inexplicably plotted by Ravenclaw, and then they will be killed. He was carried to the school hospital. Anyway, Madame Pomfrey has been receiving new patients every day during this period, 95% of which are caused by the eaglets, and the other 5% are sent from the potions class. At the same time, due to the surge in the number of patients in the school hospital, this also gave rise to the emergence of a volunteer group, that is, the Hogwarts Treatment Volunteer Group, which was formed spontaneously by a group of Hufflepuff badgers. They are all lovers of healing magic, and their future aspirations are to become a healer or work in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. Their main task is to help Madame Pomfrey take care of patients in their free time. However, in Shane's opinion, these little badgers are very dark. Their wish is indeed true, but it is also true that they treat injured patients as guinea pigs, except for Ravenclaw's eaglets who take Hogwarts. In addition to the chaos, another incident happened in the school this month. I don't know when it started, but a Q-version comic book suddenly became popular in the school. The author is unknown. This comic book adopts a very novel and funny style. It is not long, just over 100 pages. There is an interesting story on every 1 to 2 pages. Each story is composed of 6 to 12 pictures. It is very fascinating. When the young wizards at Hogwarts saw this comic book, they felt as if they had been hit by a dimensionality reduction, because they had never seen such an interesting thing since they were children, and they all started discussing it enthusiastically. Of course, except for the Slytherin snakes, because the setting in this comic strip made them very uncomfortable. The protagonist in the comic strip is a Hogwarts student named Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood wizard and a Slytherin student. The story of the comic strip tells all the interesting and funny stories about Tom coming to Hogwarts, from being sorted into Slytherin by the Sorting Hat, to his graduation. For example, when he first entered school, he was frightened by a ghost when he went to the toilet, and then ran naked into the corridor. For another example, during the potions class, he licked the unfinished potion out of curiosity. As a result, he turned into a monster with a big tongue, and was sent to the school hospital. For example, Tom went to Diagon Alley to buy flowers for the girl he liked, 1 flower for 3 copper newts, 3 flowers for 10 newts, and finally he bought 3 flowers and so on, inside the Great Hall of Hogwarts. At this time, the little wizards were all sitting together. Some of them were reading, some were doing homework, and some were practicing magic, but no one dared to play wizard chess or read comic books. The reason is that the Ravenclaw eaglets crazily practicing wandless spell casting attracted the professors of the other 3 colleges. Therefore, facing huge competitive pressure, they had no choice but to start assigning more homework to their students, which resulted in resentment boiling on the ceiling of the entire auditorium, almost to the point of melting down. On the Gryffindor long table, there were fruits and pumpkin cakes waiting for afternoon tea in front of the little lions, but they had no appetite to eat them. As the deputy dean, Professor McGonagall has a proud temperament, and the homework she assigns makes the little lions complain incessantly. At this time, Seamus Finnegan, who is known as the explosives genius, is practicing magic. I saw him holding a wand, constantly chanting incantations that others couldn't understand into a copper goblet. He looked like he was about to break the wand, which made people anxious for him. The rabbit's eyes are slipping and the harp is faint, turning this clear water into fine wine. What does Seamus want to do? Harry asked curiously in a low voice to Ron beside him. Turned into wine, yesterday it turned into light tea, but... Before Ron finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. Hermione, who was sitting next to Seamus, was so frightened that her eyes widened. At the same time, billowing black smoke came out of the goblet, which was pungent. The smell of gunpowder smoke wafts in the air, ha ha ha. The little lions around looked at Seamus being blown away by his own magic, and they all laughed out loud. At this moment, on the skylight of the auditorium, owls suddenly flew in one after another. Woo-woo, the owls each make different calls. Each owl holds various items, large and small, on its talons. They can accurately locate the owner of the express delivery and deliver the express to the destination. In front of it, Pigwidgeon, the Weasley family's owl, delivered a letter and a newspaper to Ron. Ron picked up the newspaper and read it, then threw it aside without any interest. When Harry saw it, he picked up the newspaper with great interest and asked Ron, "Can I take it and take a look?" Ron nodded, and Harry immediately picked up the white paper outside the newspaper roll. The knot is untied. He glanced at the contents of the newspaper and saw a big headline on the front page, Gringotts break-in incident, Gringotts security breach. Below the title is a large dynamic picture of several goblins arguing in front of an empty vault. Vault number 713. Looking at the familiar number on the newspaper, Harry immediately patted Ron next to him. "Hey, Ron, look at this. This stolen vault was the one Hagrid took me to. At that time, he was so mysterious that he wouldn't let me ask what was in the vault. What's weird about this, my mom did the same thing when she took me to the vault." Ron curled his lips disapprovingly. "She often made me stand outside the vault and wouldn't let me in, as if she was afraid that I would know how much money the family had. I'm just curious why it took a month for this news to be reported." "Don't think so much. Look, Neville received a memory ball." Ron gestured in the direction opposite him with his eyes. "Memory ball? What did it come from?" Harry asked curiously, looking at the ball in Neville's hand. "I know, I once read in a book that if the smoke inside the memory ball turns red, it means you have forgotten something." Hermione explained on the sidelines, "But I don't remember what I forgot." Neville listened to Hermione's explanation and watched the memory ball in his hand gradually turn red, and he was suddenly confused. "Neville, show me." Ron suddenly became interested in the memory ball, so he reached out to Neville to play with it, but every time he thought about it, the memory ball was still red in his hand. Ron scratched his head and looked left and right in confusion. Said, "Did I forget something? Show me too." The memory ball passed from Ron's hand to Harry's hand, but the smoke in the ball still did not change. The red smoke was like a strange bloody red cloud, making it difficult for the little wizard to see the mystery. "Is this broken?" Harry began to have some self-doubt. I remember I finished all my homework, and just when the little lions were confused, something happened that gave them the answer. Suddenly a commotion came from one side of the auditorium. I saw a small shadow crossing the air, and shot down a poor owl. After that, it continued flying and hit the brazier hanging on the wall. Then, after a strong rebound, it knocked the cup in front of Fred away. Finally, it spun more than 10 times in midair before suddenly inserting it into the fire pit. On the table. With a scream of pain, Fred was knocked unconscious by the cup. Everyone looked at the fork standing on the table in shock and horror, and suddenly felt a cold air passing behind them. I think I know what you have forgotten. In fact, not only you, but all of us have forgotten that we should not be so relaxed here doing homework without being wary of those crazy people in Ravenclaw, Seamus said in a daze. It turned out that just now, on the long table of Ravenclaw, a little eagle lost control while practicing wandless casting, causing a fork to fly out. After a while, Hogg the little badgers of the What's Treatment volunteer group happily pulled the 2 injured people away from the auditorium. Why 2? That's because in addition to Fred, the little badgers who caused this casualty also half of his ear was knocked off by a fork, but in fact, the target of his spell was actually just a grape next to the fork. And just when Madame Pomfrey was having a headache to accept a new patient, Dumbledore was pressing his temples with a headache in his office. Some time ago, he went to the International Federation of Wizards for a business trip. Because something very serious happened in the East, he had to stay there for half a month to stabilize himself. The situation didn't come back until late last night. But he didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he found that Hogwarts, which he had run for many years, suddenly became a little strange. The various accidents Ravenclaw caused every day were second to none. Yes, but that comic strip simply made his scalp tingle. He didn't even have to guess who it was from. The contents of the comic strip were placed on the table when he came back yesterday, through the previous Hogwarts principals. He learned from his mouth that it was posted by Professor Minerva McGonagall. At first, Dumbledore didn't pay much attention to this comic strip. Until he read the contents just now, he instantly understood why his old friend wanted to such a childish thing was placed in his office. To be honest, Dumbledore felt that if the name of the protagonist in the picture could be changed, he would be very happy to send this rare pleasure to Nermengard. But, Shane Dolia, who is your teacher? And what is your purpose of stimulating him like this? Dumbledore frowned and kept sighing, and then he asked the portrait on the wall, where is Doria now? He's flying around school now. This answer made Dumbledore's head hurt even more. The perspective returned to the Great Hall. After a brief period of commotion, and after repeated warnings from Professor McGonagall, Ravenclaw was deducted 10 points. The little eagles reluctantly stopped practicing wandless spell casting temporarily. The little wizards continued to write hard and complete the homework assigned to them by the professor, but this calm did not last long, and was soon replaced by a familiar voice broke. Ah ha ha ha. Peeves suddenly emerged from a wall of the Great Hall, then laughed loudly, and at the same time he twisted his butt in the direction he came from. You can't catch me. Can't catch me. Here we go again. All the little wizards looked up at Peeves and shook their heads in unison, while Professor McGonagall, who was sitting at the top of the auditorium, looked angry and helpless. This would make the little wizards the fact that Professor McGonagall behaved like this was not because of the arrival of Peeves, because it has stopped playing pranks recently. Instead, the focus is on the people following Peeves. Peeves, stop, came a very familiar voice throughout Hogwarts. Shane flew into the Great Hall through the owl's skylight, and angrily shouted to Peeves in midair, Peeves, don't run away. No matter what, I'm going to catch you today. As he spoke, a silver magic circle flashed past in his hand, and then flew towards Peeves at an extremely fast speed. However, just when Xia-En's hand had touched Peeves' body suddenly it became a little transparent, and Xia-En's hand went directly through it. At the same time, Peeves also slapped the 2 raw tomatoes on Xia-En's head. Black hair turns into red hair, ha ha ha. Peeves pointed at Shane, who was full of tomato jam, and laughed, and then passed through a wall and disappeared. Shane also flew too fast and couldn't brake in time, and hit the wall with his head. It looked like a human-shaped finger cake smeared with ketchup. It was stuck to the wall and slowly slid down, leaving a long red mark on it. Nice, epsilon equals omicron asterisk. Well, some of the little wizards shook their fists in celebration, while others sighed. The one who shook his fist was because he won the bet and the homework was over. The one who sighed was because he lost the bet and his homework was double. The chase between Shane and Peeves has now become a daily routine at Hogwarts. Just over half a month ago, after Shane got clues about the legacy of the founder of Hogwarts from the Sorting Hat, his feud with Peeves began. That's right, as the Sorting Hat said, the person who knows all the history of Hogwarts is Peeves. Pushing the time back to more than half a month ago, Shane found Peeves who was preparing to play a prank on a sunny morning, and was ready to ask about the founder's legacy. But what Shane didn't expect was that when Peeves saw him taking out Ravenclaw's diadem, he suddenly heard him shout, "No, not yet. You can't catch me." Then, he turned around and flew towards the end of the corridor quickly, disappearing in an instant. At first, Shane thought Peeves was just playing a prank on him and didn't want to answer his questions. So, he thought about using strong methods to catch Peeves and then planned slowly. Shane originally thought that Peeves was very easy to catch because unlike other ghosts, he had a physical body. However, as soon as he started to take action, Xia suddenly realized that something was wrong, because he discovered that Peeves was most likely not a ghost, or that it might be a special kind of ghost. When Shane caught Peeves, he discovered that the owner of Peeves has the ability to transform ghosts and entities at will, just like the power of the Hokage, which can blur or solidify his body at will. When in the virtual state, Peeves can penetrate any object at will, and no matter how fast Shane is, he can't catch it. Even if caught, Peeves can immediately escape from Shane's hands by becoming invisible. So faced with this situation, Shane chased Peeves for more than a week and tried many ways, but failed to catch him as he wished. In the end, he simply suspended the arrest and dug out all the information about ghosts in the Hogwarts library and the Ravenclaw common room. Because the Ravenclaw table was at the very edge of the Great Hall, Pinello and the other eaglets saw Shane slipping down from the wall, and they all stepped forward to ask worriedly. This made Sean, who had already stood up from his chair. Hermione snorted coldly and sat back down again. "I'm fine." Xia touched his red forehead, and then suddenly reacted. His eyes started to look around with fire. "Damn it, where is that guy Peeves? It just passed through the wall behind you and then went to who knows where." Pinello said, "Damn it. The new magic developed was useless to it." Shane scratched his hair a little irritably. This magic that can capture ghosts took him more than a week, combined with materials from Hogwarts and Ravenclaw lounges, and worked hard. He did it. In order to verify the effect of this magic, he had tried it several times with other ghosts in Hogwarts, and the effects were very good, but he didn't expect it to be useless against Peeves. "What's wrong with you, Peeves, that keeps you chasing him?" Pinello asked. "You will know this later." Xia answered ambiguously, "But I want to ask, do you know where there is information about ghosts? The magic I newly developed has no effect on Peeves, and I can't catch it at all." "Actually, Shane, it may not have any effect if you do this." At this time, Ivana next to Pinello suddenly said, "If you only focus on ghosts, then you will probably never be able to catch Peeves." Why? Because Peeves might not be a ghost. Ivana explained, then took a book from a hawk beside her and handed it to Shane. "Peeves has been around since the founding of Hogwarts. No one knows its origin. The name Peeves was given to it by Helga Hufflepuff." This book says that not long after the founding of Hogwarts, Peeves suddenly appeared in the school out of thin air and never left Hogwarts Castle since then. Xia took the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The entire cowhide cover had already turned white, and the title on it was blurred. There were many soft little burrs on the edge of the cover, which looked very obsolete. This book has always been placed in the most hidden corner of the library, on the highest shelf of the bookshelf. Except for a few Ravenclaws, no one knew of its existence. Ivana continued, "I think this book will be helpful to you, so I borrowed it for you." "Oh, thank you so much, Ivana." Shane held the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in his hands with bright eyes, because he no longer had to worry about modifying the magic to capture ghosts. God knows how laborious it is to create a new magic through origin. Xia felt that millions of brain cells had died in the past week or so, and he was almost blind in order to adjust the magic lines. However, just as Shane was happy, the chase between him and Peeves was not yet over. I saw Peeves, who had just disappeared in the Great Hall, come back again. He was still holding a bunch of drawing papers that he didn't know where they came from. He flew to the Great Hall and sprinkled them down one by one, laughing loudly at the same time. "Shout, Tomato Head, I found your prank. Ha ha ha, what did it come from?" Xia suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly grabbed a piece of drawing paper that had just floated in front of him, and saw that it contained the content of the comic book he had made to disgust Voldemort. "Damn it! Isn't this my manuscript? How did Peeves find it? I hid it in the room of requirement." Xia's scalp suddenly went numb. When he made this comic book, he referred to his childhood memories of the old Master comic series that was popular in the Chinese world for nearly half a century. In Harry Potter, in the world of Magic World, magic is inherently closed and is almost completely out of touch with the development of modern human technological civilization. This has also led to the complete stagnation of the development of the entertainment industry in the magic world. Not to mention television, computers, electronic games, etc., even if it is an ordinary non-technical entertainment project. There are only two options: wizard chess and novels. The choices are very single. This is why Gilderoy Lockhart's terrible bloody novels are so popular in European magic. Because of the world. Therefore, the serious lack of entertainment products based on the magic rules of the Harry Potter world has caused the comic strips produced by Shane to have a negative impact on the young wizards at Hogwarts in a short period of time. It was precisely because Xia had anticipated this situation in advance that he secretly deleted his name from the comic book author column and hid the manuscript in the deepest part of the room of requirement to avoid creating a fan effect and attracting public attention. Some unnecessary troubles. But actually these are not the most important. The most important thing is that Shane's comic book is a foreshadowing of his plan to deal with another thing. Voldemort is just a tool man. But now, Peeves actually used. He turned over the manuscript and said "Tomato Head" loudly, which directly disrupted all his original plans. And just when Shane was scratching his head, the little wizard in the Great Hall of Hogwarts at first, they doubted whether the tomato head in Peeves' mouth was Xiao-En, but Xiao-En's two subconscious words directly cleared their doubts. Sure enough, little wizards had begun to gather in Xiao-En's direction, and asked excitedly, "Dolia, was this picture really drawn by you? When will the second book be released?" "Yes, your comic is so interesting, but it's just too little to read." "When will the second book be released? I can pay galleons. If it's not enough, I'll add more." Can you sign your name for me?" It's over. Xiao-En said that what he was worried about has happened. In the next period of time, he may be pestered by little wizards to produce new works wherever he goes. More and more little wizards are flocking to him. He originally wanted to the Ravenclaw eaglets who protected Sean could help block it at first, but soon, they were also squeezed into meat pies. At this time, Sean, who was the source of the chaos, now his whole person has changed. His face turned pale white, a wisp of soul floated out of his mouth and he said feebly, "Don't stop crowding, damn Peeves." In this way, I don't know how long it took, but Shane successfully escaped from the crazy fans with the rescue of Professor McGonagall, and weakly came to the office of the Dean of Gryffindor. In the office, Professor McGonagall, looking at Xiao-En who was hanging in the air with a straight face, he said in a stiff tone, "Mr. Dolia, stop pretending." Xiao-En opened his eyes and replied instantly, and immediately smiled at Professor McGonagall and scratched his head. "Thank you for saving me, Professor McGonagall." "Don't thank me yet, let me ask you, is this thing really drawn by you?" Professor McGonagall asked, holding the comic in her hand and raising it twice. No, I didn't draw it." Xiao-En quickly shook his head in denial and wanted to quibble. "Mr. Dolia, do you know that your behavior puts all the students at Hogwarts in danger?" Obviously, Professor McGonagall didn't believe Xiao-En's words at all, and when she saw Xiao-En looking like a rogue, she immediately became very angry. "Since you can write this name, you should know exactly who the owner of the name is. If you spread such a picture book teasing him throughout Hogwarts, it will make him target everyone." "Well, Professor McGonagall, with Voldemort looking like this, what would he dare to do? It's too late for him to hide from Professor Dumbledore now, and he still dares to hurt students under his nose." Xiao-En listened to Professor McGonagall's words and waved his hand disapprovingly. "Besides, even without Dumbledore, do you think Voldemort would dare to take action? Putting aside the fact that many people don't know Voldemort's real name, the comic strip I created is, at best, a children's book. Why would Voldemort attack students because of this? Doesn't this make it clear that there is something wrong with the content in this comic strip? Acknowledge that Tom Marvolo Riddle and Lord Voldemort are one and the same." "Professor McGonagall, what do you think if this sentence gets out? Those followers who follow Voldemort not out of fear but out of pure blood glory will think this is a conspiracy. Haven't you and Professor Dumbledore figured out that Voldemort's most powerful weapon has never been his personal power, but the theory that he can summon those pure-blood madmen?" Shane's words immediately left Professor McGonagall speechless. From the day he entered school, Sean saw the conflicts between Harry, Ron and others in Malfoy, and he wanted to find something to say. Things were done. Shane felt that Hogwarts, as a magic school with a long history, should not have made students so antagonistic. He learned from his usual chats with ghosts that just a few decades ago, students of Landfinder and Slytherin can still sit and laugh at the same table, chat and eat. But I don't know since when, there is such a rule in the school rules of Hogwarts: the same house students must sit at the same table no matter what they do, eat, read, or do homework, which is called easy management. When Shane saw this school rule, he vomited crazily. No wonder Hogwarts, the school spirit here, is so bad. Doesn't this directly cut off the communication and contact between students and forcefully divide students into opposites? Gryffindor likes to call others cowards. Slytherin likes to call others cheap muggles. Ravenclaw likes to call others idiots. I'm just stating the facts. Xiao-En, who had long noticed that someone was eavesdropping at the door, turned around and replied, "Besides, is eavesdropping on other people's conversations a hobby of yours?" Professor Dumbledore. Yes, just when Professor McGonagall was rendered speechless by Shane's rebuttal, Dumbledore, who had already arrived at the door of Dean Gryffindor's office, suddenly opened the door and walked in. "Originally, I wanted to invite you to my office, but Deli said you were here at Minerva, so I came over in person." Dallas Devant, headmistress of Hogwarts from 1741 to 1768, she was a prominent healer. Her portrait hung in Dumbledore's office in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies, so that she could move around freely among the portraits. "Mr. Dolia, you are right. I did pay too much attention to Tom back then and ignored the power behind him. Whether it is based on fear or sincerity, if there is no with the support of those pure-blood families, Tom alone would not be able to cause so many bloody storms. But one thing you did misunderstand is that not all of the Death Eaters following Tom didn't know that Tom was a half-blood wizard. It was just fear or worship that made them automatically ignore this fact. Then, Dumbledore began to talk about some things during Voldemort's rebellion. At that time, Dumbledore was not unaware of the role of the pure-blood family behind Voldemort. But at that time, Voldemort was causing trouble everywhere, attacking the Ministry of Magic and all major magics, schools, mass killing of Muggles and half-blood wizards, and even letting his Death Eaters launch simultaneous attacks on the Muggle world in major European cities. Dumbledore, who was tired of dealing with various events, was thinking about it every day at that time, how to find this evil student and crush him to ashes. At that time, he believed that the source of all incidents was Voldemort. As long as he was completely eliminated, peace would return to the European wizarding world. Therefore, plus most of the due to various factors such as the fact that the pure-blood family has been completely controlled by Voldemort, Dumbledore believed that even if Voldemort's identity as a half-blood wizard was revealed, the effect might not be too great, so he did not work hard on public opinion. After hearing what Dumbledore said about the cause and effect, Shane rolled his eyes in his heart and said, "Oh no, that's too mean. The pattern is not too small. It seems that even the old bee who has lived for 109 years has ignored it. These 4 words are feared. What if some of the Death Eaters know the identity of their master? There must be those who are extremely pure-blooded among them, right? They are instigating rebellion. Even if there is no way you can instigate rebellion or make him rebel secretly, no matter whether he is dead or alive, at least it has weakened part of Voldemort's power, right? Also, Voldemort cares so much about his bloodline that he directly published it in the newspaper and called him a mudblood. If God wants him to die, he will go crazy and use it as bait to lure Voldemort out. Even if he has a spare Horcrux, let the White Devil kill one of his souls first. And you said that the mudblood will harm the mixed-blood wizard? Cause internal strife? This is a war, not playing house. Come on. This kind of thing is better left to our gardener's rabbit." Hearing that Dumbledore wanted to continue talking, Shane quickly interrupted him and said, "Two professors, the problem at that time has become a thing of the past, and it is useless to talk too much. And I have basically guessed the purpose of Professor Dumbledore coming to me. So I won't beat around the bush and tell the truth. I just want to comply with my teacher's last wish and completely eradicate the cancer of pure blood theory from the wizarding world, and this comic book, or Voldemort, is just an introduction to all my plans." In order to prevent Old B from asking questions, Shane directly pulled out the non-existent teacher as a shield and killed him directly to avoid future troubles. When Dumbledore heard what Shane said, he couldn't help but frown, because he saw the shadow of his old friend in Xia En. He was also so ambitious many years ago, but he ended up going astray. So, in order to prevent the young student in front of him from going astray, Dumbledore began to persuade Shane, "Do you know what you are facing? The power of pure-blood families is connected all over the world. They control most of the resources in the magic world, and what they are most proud of is their own blood. The theory of pure blood is that pure blood families can continue their family's noble roots, but now you want to dig up this root. Do you know how much turmoil this will cause? Ha ha! Extraordinary wisdom is mankind's greatest wealth." Shane suddenly said the famous motto of Ravenclaw, "Professor, you have to understand that this is not just a simple war, this is a revolution. Whether it is magic or technology, the development of civilization does not allow the existence of blood theory. Sooner or later, the rolling torrent of history will promote the occurrence of this revolution, and what I am doing now is just to advance it." I don't know why, when Sean said these words, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall seemed to see a red 5-pointed star shining in Sean's eyes. In fact, they didn't know that the flower gardener's rabbit they have always been born revolutionaries, and they will take the initiative to stand up whenever history requires it. But when Sean, a purebred rabbit, saw the opportunity to lead a revolution, the red gene in his blood could no longer be suppressed. Under Professor McGonagall's shocked eyes and Dumbledore's thoughtful look, Shane left the Gryffindor Dean's office. He first used space magic to teleport to the observatory tower of Hogwarts Castle top, and then took out the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that Ivana gave him, and began to study it carefully. The top of the observatory tower was the quietest place, allowing him to concentrate on studying the content of the book. Shane, after roughly browsing, the historical evolution in the book seems to be incomplete. Starting from the establishment of Hogwarts around 990 AD, the recorded history ended in 1769 AD, with intermittent content in between, and after 1769 there is no history at all. This may be a cultural problem. Whether it is technology or magic, Europe as a whole does not seem to have the habit of recording history. Shane opened the first page of the book. He did not need to read the book from beginning to end. He only needs to find the content about Peeves. The earliest records about Peeves started when Hank Elton Humble served as the first administrator of Hogwarts. This administrator was composed of the 4 major appointed by the school's founder. He also has the most knowledge about Peeves. The first few pages of the book contain Hankelton's personal notes. He said, "When the poltergeist appeared, I wondered where it came from. I asked it a few questions, but he didn't answer. He just giggled and was silent for a while. I told the great wizard Salazar about the troublemaking ghost, but he ignored me. I talked to GE again. Derek the Great Wizard said, but he just said a ghost, no need to make a fuss. So in the end, I can only let the troublemaker ghost in the school. It sometimes sits on the wooden beams of the classroom and watches the students in class, and sometimes it would steal food, and I was curious about why the ghost could eat. Until one day, the troublemaker ghost began to change. It laughed and started to do some pranks. It would sing rude and annoying ditty on any occasion, and when he knocked over Salazar's medicine bottle and added sand to the pumpkin porridge in the kitchen. Hank Kelton's transcript of Peeves ended abruptly here. Shane turned back and read the following. The content only mentions some fragmentary events, such as Helga Hufflepuff giving Peeves his name. However, the content of Hankelton's notes is worth pondering. Peeves just came in when it appears in Hogwarts, it will giggle for a while and be silent for a while, and for a long time after that, it just observes the students. Then one day, it starts to change and plays pranks everywhere in the school. But what is it? Why? What caused Peeves to change? No, that's not right. Shane kept speculating in his mind and suddenly remembered something. When he first found Peeves, it looked like it clearly recognized Ravenclaw's diadem, but it said, no, not yet. Did Peeves notice Voldemort's soul in Ravenclaw's diadem? Also, in the Great Hall just now, Peeves had obviously left, but he deliberately took out the manuscript that he had carefully hidden in the room of requirement. Then it shouted that it had found my prank. Why did it do this, and why did it say it was my prank? Peeves, he knows the room of requirement, and he probably knows everything about Hogwarts. Therefore, Peeves knew Voldemort's identity from beginning to end. It knew that Voldemort had tampered with Ravenclaw's diadem. The reason why it made my manuscript public was not to trick me, but to take revenge on Voldemort. It wanted to make a fool of itself, a nasty person. Thinking of this, the ideas in Xia En's mind became clearer and clearer. Peeves is not a ghost, he is the condensed thoughts of all Hogwarts students. So it can know everything about Hogwarts. The reason why it just giggles and is silent at first is because it has just been born and has no emotions. But as time went by, it began to receive the thoughts of the little wizards in Hogwarts and gradually grew up. The little wizard is young and old, active physically and mentally, but trapped in such a big castle and unable to go anywhere. His playful thoughts were conveyed to Peeves, and his pranks were meant to add happiness to the little wizard. During this time, Shane had given up on his previous plan to capture Peeves, because he knew that Peeves would not tell him the clues to Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy unless Voldemort's soul was removed from the Ravenclaw diadem. Therefore, in order to get rid of Voldemort's soul as soon as possible, Xia En has recently asked several of his missing bodies to take over, while his real body wanders back and forth between the Forbidden Book area and the top of the observatory every day, constantly activating, researching magic that can solve Voldemort's soul. Thought Body Aslant is a kind of clone magic that is extremely difficult to use. It can create a disembodied clone that is exactly the same as the main body. Of course, people with excessive magic power can divide into several more, and the main body and the missing body can share the experience. On the top of the Hogwarts Observatory, the mysterious purple-red color in Sean's pupils gradually faded. He rubbed his eyes and pressed his temples to relieve the soreness in his eyes and head. During this period of time, he had found a way to directly eliminate Voldemort's soul through purification without damaging Ravenclaw's diadem. However, because of the lack of soul magic reserves in Aslant before, Shane could only use Origin, based on a super magic he mastered, combined with some magic spells from the Harry Potter world. Conduct research and development. As soon as the research and development started, Shane immediately thought of a very famous curse in the world of Harry Potter. The Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. In the original work, Voldemort is the best and the most commonly used curse. Its biggest feature is that a green light will appear when the spell is emitted. If it hits the target, it can kill people immediately, but it will not leave any scars on the target. After Xia En's research on this curse during this period, he can basically come to the conclusion that the reason why Killing Curse Avada Kedavra has such characteristics is because it never attacks the body of a living being, but its soul. He raised his right hand slightly, and a small forest green magic circle appeared on Xia En's finger and slowly rotated, emitting countless small green lightnings to the surroundings. The pattern on the magic circle is a faceless god of death holding a long scythe and wearing a broken cloak. Countless souls with ferocious features surround it, seeming to be howling in pain. This is the magic circle of Killing Curse Avada Kedavra. From the perspective of Origin, it has an extremely chaotic magic structure and nearly 10,000 magic lines. As for the basic super magic, its magic structure is also a chaotic and orderly form, with tens of thousands of magic lines. What Xia En needs to do is to extract all the magic lines in the Killing Curse Avada Kedavra magic structure that can cause damage to the soul, and then seamlessly integrate them into the super magic structure. God knows how difficult this process is. This is like a 3-dimensional network crisscrossed by countless spider webs. Xia En has to select those thousands of specific threads, extract them without reservation, and restore them into a complete network, separate 3-dimensional network, and then perfectly embed this network into the magical structure of super magic. To be honest, Xia didn't know how much effort it took just to extract these threads. You must know that each silk thread represents a magic line, which is a complete whole. If the extraction is incomplete, the entire reconstructed three-dimensional network will fail or directly collapse. It is already noon, and today, as every year on Halloween, Hogwarts holds a grand dinner. Therefore, Xia thought that it was rare to have a holiday, so he planned to stop the research and development of new magic today. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Let's take a good rest today. Then, after moving his body, Xia jumped up and started a free fall. And just when Xia was about to hit the lawn, an invisible force lifted his entire body and landed safely. Before having lunch, Shane first took back those thoughts with resentful expressions, and then slowly and leisurely arrived at the Great Hall of Hogwarts. I saw that the entire auditorium had been completely transformed for tonight's Halloween dinner. Under the careful arrangement of the house elves, the thousands of candles originally used to light up the hall were replaced by pumpkin heads with ferocious expressions. On the ceiling covered with dark clouds, green or red lightning kept flashing, making it look even more eerie and weird than usual. At this time, the ghosts in the school are flying around happily in the sky. In fact, to put it bluntly, today is their holiday. The entire auditorium felt like it had turned into a large haunted house. Xia looked at the pumpkin heads above his head who laughed from time to time, making laughter that could only scare the crying baby. He didn't quite understand why Arya liked this kind of thing, and even wrote a letter specifically a few days ago, asking him to send home some talking pumpkin heads no matter what. In Xia's opinion, this kind of ghostly element is far different from the ghosts in our flower gardening family. As long as you are involved in cause and effect, no matter how far apart you are, no one is looking for you. I will look for you. Before you die, you will be tortured repeatedly both mentally and physically, and then you will be frightened to death in the end. Xia originally planned to have lunch and then go back to the dormitory to rest, but unexpectedly, before he could find a seat to sit down, a house elf suddenly rushed in front of him at an incredible speed. "Duo, Mr. Dula, what can I do for you?" The elf timidly rubbed his hands, raised his head and looked at Xia and said, "But Lulu, are you here to help arrange the party?" Xia looked down at the elf and said with a smile. The house elf in front of him was named Kalulu. He was the elf named by Xia to help him open the small stove. Just over half a month ago, he was in the forbidden book area in the middle of the night. While reading, he suddenly felt hungry, so he wanted to go to the kitchen of Hogwarts to find something to eat, because he had asked the twins who often wandered around for late-night snacks before, so he knew where the kitchen was. On the basement floor of Hogwarts, behind a still-life portrait of fruit, as long as you scratch the pear on the fruit bowl in the painting, the pear will turn into a green doorknob, and then push it open to see the main hall of Hogwarts. The kitchen. Shane still remembers that when he first appeared in the kitchen, he was instantly surrounded by hundreds of house elves inside. They all looked at him with their big pitiful eyes and shouted, "Oh my God! It's a little wizard from Hogwarts." "Sir, how can I help you?" "Sir, what do you want to eat? I can do it for you." Chirping, you said something to me, and at the same time, you pulled Xia's trouser leg to make Xia make a request, which made Xia faint. Therefore, in order to prevent chaos, Xia randomly pointed an elf to cook for him, and also taught him many ways to make huajia dishes, which moved the elf to tears all over the floor. And the designated elf is Kalulu. "Oh, Mr. Dolia talked to Kalulu. This is Kalulu's honor," the elf said to himself happily, and then answered Shane's question. "Yes sir, I will arrange the party here. Can you get me some roasted lamb legs and roasted pig's feet? I'm hungry." "Okay, Coca, go right away, go right away." Hearing Xia ordering him, Lulu immediately shouted happily, snapped his fingers and disappeared into the auditorium. He quickly returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Xia. Xia, on the other hand, found a seat and sat down casually, staring boredly at the pumpkin heads floating above his head. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, an idea suddenly flashed in Shane's mind, and a very interesting and evil idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked around. When he found that there was no one in the auditorium, his eyes turned into an upside-down crescent shape, and a smile more evil than a pumpkin head began to appear on his face. G. It's approaching evening, and there are less than 2 hours before the Halloween dinner. Many little wizards begin to come out of their nests, wanting to go to the auditorium early to experience the Halloween atmosphere. "Ron, I think you should go apologize to Hermione." On the way to the Great Hall from the Gryffindor Lounge, Harry suddenly said to Ron beside him. The reason why Harry said this to his good friend was because in yesterday's charms class, Ron had problems with the pronunciation of the spell. Hermione taught him something arrogantly. So after class, Ron angrily secretly said some bad things about Hermione to his classmates, but he never expected to be heard by Hermione, who was following them, so he did. The two of them are very embarrassed now. I'm not wrong, she is." Ron was still a little unconvinced and wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Harry frowning. "Ron, okay, I'll just go and apologize to her later." Ron looked at Harry's serious look and knew that he was in the wrong. Indeed, what he said yesterday was a bit excessive. After hearing Ron admitting his mistake, Harry also smiled again, and the two of them walked quickly to the Great Hall. They walked towards the direction, but unexpectedly, before they reached the gate, the two of them suddenly saw a crowd of people standing outside the auditorium from a distance. When they got closer, they found that the gate of the auditorium had not opened yet. It was replaced by a grinning pumpkinhead, and there were several people lying not far away with circles around their eyes and foaming at the mouth, while the little badgers from the Hogwarts therapy support team were trying out the awakening spell Renovate on them. What happened? Harry looked at all this with his mouth open. He was fine during lunch. Neville, what is going on? Ron pointed at Pumpkinhead and the fainted little wizards, and asked Neville, who had arrived a long time ago. See for yourselves. Neville pointed to the sign erected next to the Pumpkinhead not far away. Harry and the other two stepped forward and took a look, and saw the sign saying, "To all my dear classmates at Hogwarts, hello everyone. Today is a day. It's Halloween every year, so in order to add some joy to everyone on this rare holiday, I have prepared a very interesting game for all the students. The first person to clear the level will get 100 gold galleons, and the second place will get 90 gold galleons, third place 80 gold galleons, and so on. The game allows multiple people to play at the same time and ends before the official start of the dinner. I wish everyone a happy game." Signed, Shane Dolariu, smiling face plus scissorhands. Did Dolia make it? What game? I'll try. Ron suddenly looked excited when he saw that there would be generous gold galleons as a reward for clearing the game. Ron, I advise you to think again before deciding whether to play or not. Anyway, the first person who discovered this game is already lying there and has not woken up yet. Neville couldn't help but shuddered and pointed to the lawn in the distance. It turned out that not only the few next to him, but also more than 20 people were lying on the lawn, and they all looked like they were about to pass over. Seeing this spectacular scene, Ron couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and suddenly felt a sense of retreat in his heart. Those lying down were all senior students from Slytherin. Not long after they entered Pumpkinhead, they were thrown out by a strange hand. Neville added, "So who else is in there now?" Harry asked curiously. "George was thrown out half an hour ago. He went in at the same time as Fred. So far, he is the one who has lasted the longest." Seamus next to him took over Harry's words. Harry and Ron looked at each other. For now, it seems that the golden galleons that are readily available are not so easy to get. Even the Weasley twins, who are usually famous for their pranks in Hogwarts, have suffered one. From the zigzag mouth of the Pumpkinhead, a human hand stretched out tremblingly. Fred was seen staggering, his face and lips were pale white, as if he had been sucked. It looked like it was done. At the same time, he was still holding a cloth bag tightly in his hand. Every time he took a step, the cloth bag would make a jingling sound like metal collision. The little wizard standing outside Pumpkinhead saw someone clearing the level. Gamers all rushed forward excitedly, congratulating Fred and asking about the situation in the game. "Fred, that's great. You were the first to come out. Fred, did you pass the level successfully? What kind of games are there? Is that gold galleons in your hand? Oh my god, what Dolia said is true." Everyone was asking him questions one after another, not paying any attention to the fact that Fred was almost unable to stand. Sure enough, before anyone could react, Fred suddenly fainted and fell to the ground with a bang. He became like the person who was thrown out before, with circles in his eyes and foaming at the mouth. When the little badger in the treatment team saw another white mouse coming out, he happily ran over and carried Fred onto a stretcher, and he was taken away after a while. As everyone watched Fred, who was covered with white cloth, gradually disappear, they all felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of demons and monsters are there in this game that actually made Fred wilt after completing the game? According to everyone's usual understanding of the Weasley twins, no matter which one of them clears the game and gets a reward, they should be screaming with excitement. But what is the situation now? However, although they were very nervous and scared, when the little wizards thought of the heavy bag of gold galleons in Fred's hand, they couldn't help but feel greedy, and stared at the Pumpkinhead eager to try. Now that Fred is at the bottom, it shows that this game can be cleared, and now you can still fight for the 90 gold galleons. No matter how bad it is, there will still be 80. Just like this, one after another little wizards began to warm up, preparing to break into the magic cave in front of them with great ambition. At the same time, Dumbledore and the deans of the 4 colleges were standing not far away, silently watching everything happening in front of the auditorium. "Albus, is there really no problem with this?" Professor McGonagall asked worriedly. She looked at the lawn not far away. The fainted little wizards were still being transported one after another by the little badgers from the treatment team. "I don't think there's anything to worry about, Minerva. Dolia is not the kind of person who can't distinguish between priorities." Dumbledore replied with a smile, "These students just fainted, nothing serious. Besides, don't you think it would be fun to add some extra surprises to your students during the holidays?" "No, I don't think so. At least I don't think those students who fainted would think so." Professor McGonagall immediately denied it and was full of doubts. She saw the faces of the little wizards who were thrown out. They didn't seem to find it interesting at all. Dumbledore looked at the commotion of the little wizards not far away. For some reason, he suddenly sighed. "It's great to be young, and you can still feel the passion unique to this age. Then, he took out his pocket watch from his pocket and looked at it. Seeing that there was still some time before the Halloween banquet, he suggested to the 4 deans, "Everyone, we might as well go back and take a rest first, so as not to disturb the children's fun." Although several deans have reservations about what is happening in front of the auditorium, since the principal has said this, they can't express any opinions. Therefore, they can only go back for the time being and just treat it as drinking too much in the office. It was afternoon tea. However, before leaving, Snape stared coldly in the direction of the Great Hall and said, "What a boring game." On the surface, his words were talking about Shane's game, but in fact, his eyes had been staring at the Slytherin students who had fainted on the ground, and there was a cold light in his pupils. I thought that these fainted little snakes were a disgrace to Slytherin House. The scene returned to the Great Hall again. At this time, several young wizards resolutely crossed over after repeated struggles in their hearts. Pumpkinhead's mouth, and this time the team that broke through the barrier were little badgers from Hufflepuff. But after a while, maybe less than 10 minutes, these little badgers who were still confident when they walked into Pumpkinhead came to the ground. They were thrown out one after another. Without exception, they were all stunned. So, it continued like this until shortly before the banquet started, and the game finally ended. And the initiator of this game also stepped on it in time. Walking slowly. In front of the auditorium, all the little wizards saw Xiao's smiling face, and they all moved out of the way with horror, as if the Dark Lord was right in front of them. Xiao looked around and found the little wizard on the lawn. "I fainted a lot, so I grabbed a little badger from the treatment team and asked about my results today." According to statistics, nearly half of the students in Hogwarts participated in the game throughout the afternoon, that is, 401 people, except for Fred. The other 400 people all fainted, including 400 people who fainted and foamed at the mouth, and 401 people who had nightmares at night. In fact, the Pumpkinhead was actually a large-scale magic weapon used by Shane. Illusion magic. It was improved on the basis of the magic skyscraper used by Fairy Tale's S-Class mage, Misturgan, when Shane was still in Aslant. Skyscraper, modification illusion magic will pull people into the illusion designed by the caster. Unless the caster actively releases it or his own spirit is strong enough, it cannot be broken. As for this Halloween game, the fantasy game that Shane set for the little wizard was a horror game he brought from Blue Star Silent Hill. Anyone who has played this game knows that it ranks among the top 10 horror games in the world. In order to give the little wizards a sufficient sense of experience, Xiaoyan also thoughtfully adjusted the flow of time in the fantasy realm. The time flow rate between illusion and reality is 10:1, which means that when you spend an hour in the illusion, only 6 minutes of real time passes. Upon entering Pumpkinhead, little wizard players will not immediately enter the game. Before the game officially begins, they can all see one rule: hold on for 2 hours or find out the world's hidden secrets. As long as these 2 conditions are met, the little wizard can get a generous reward, which is gold galleons. However, if someone feels that it is not enough and wants to try to pass the level, Xiaoyan has no objection to this. Of course, Shane is not crazy enough to let the little wizards clear Silent Hill. This game on a computer is not something that ordinary people can afford, let alone a completely 100% real experience, and the players are still these little wizards who have not yet matured their minds. Therefore, in order to prevent the little wizard from going crazy, Shane replaced all the bloody elements in the game and turned the blood into black and red. In the game, players can be resurrected if they are killed, but they will be thrown out of the Pumpkinhead if they faint. However, even though the game event has ended, Shane has not lifted the magic on the Pumpkinhead. He moved the Pumpkinhead to a corner next to the door of the auditorium. The little wizard could go in at any time if he wanted to play, and he made it clear that he wanted to bring disaster to the entire little wizards at Hogwarts. The game is temporarily over, and the Halloween party will be held as scheduled. And those little wizards who fainted while participating in the game all came back to life under Xiaoyan's magic. But after waking up, he looked at Xiaoyan with nothing but fear. At the banquet, Fred kept holding the bag of gold galleons for psychological comfort. It was because after he came out of the game, monsters that were completely beyond his ability to describe in words have been playing in his mind. It won't go away. And Ron next to him kept asking him how he cleared the level, but he didn't want to tell him. He really didn't want to remember it. It was too scary. But Shane must know how Fred passed the level. Fred was unlucky, but also lucky. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. He was unlucky because not long after he entered the game, he was discovered by his third brother and chased him around. But he was lucky. During his escape, he accidentally ran into a group of nurse sisters. At that time, Fred unexpectedly discovered that as long as he didn't make a sound, the faceless nurse monsters around him would not attack him. So in the end, he stood forcefully in the middle of the nurse, not daring to move for more than an hour. He even breathed carefully to get through the level. At the same time, he was very lucky that the third brother did not find him. However, just as the little wizards were discussing their experiences in Silent Hill, an unusually panicked voice suddenly came. Everyone heard the sound and looked around, and saw Professor Quirrell rushing into the auditorium and shouting, "Troll! There's a troll in the basement! Troll! Troll! I think you should know." Then, he pretended to faint. After a moment of silence, the little wizards who finally reacted screamed in fear, and the whole auditorium suddenly became chaotic. But amid this high-frequency scream, those little wizards who had participated in the game before the banquet looked indifferent. Is the troll just a ball? Can it be more terrifying than the monsters in the game? Quiet. Seeing many young wizards shouting in panic, Dumbledore had to use sonorous with a loud voice to calm the students. Please don't panic. Now, the heads of grades are taking their students back to the dormitories, and the professors and I are going to the basement. As soon as he finished speaking, the seniors of each college began to evacuate the students from their own colleges to the lounge in an orderly manner. But at the same time, while standing in the crowd, Harry suddenly remembered someone. He quickly grabbed his side and prepared to evacuate. Ron said Hermione. Hermione didn't know about the trolls yet, and Neville said she'd been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. The two looked at each other, and then ran towards the basement without thinking much. But at this moment, Shane arrived at the basement of Hogwarts earlier. He had almost forgotten that there were giant monsters on Halloween before. This was the fault, thanks to the troll that Quirrell had just rushed into the auditorium and reminded him. When he walked into the girls' bathroom, Shane shouted into it, "Hermione! Come out faster!" Hermione, who was hiding in the cubicle and still crying sadly, suddenly heard a familiar voice and quickly asked weakly and tentatively, "Shane, it's me." Shane walked to the compartment where Hermione was and opened the locked door. "Ah, you are perverted. This is the girls' bathroom." Hermione immediately blushed and looked at Shane with a look that looked like a pervert. "What's wrong with you? I don't care about you." Shane took out a tissue and wiped the remaining tears on Hermione's face, and then said, "Let's go. Are you still waiting for the troll to come and eat you?" "Troll? What troll?" A troll was released into the school. Sia-en pulled Hermione out of the door of the girls' bathroom first, and then pointed in the direction of the end of the corridor. "Hey, that's it." Hermione looked in the direction of Shane's finger. At the end of the basement corridor, a figure over 3 meters tall walked out from the corner with heavy steps. His skin was dull and as gray as granite, with a small, bald head like a coconut on its huge body, and a big wooden mallet in its hand. "Ouch, it stinks." A stench coming from the troll hit their faces, and Shane and Hermione quickly covered their noses. The smell was exactly the same as smelling a dead rat up close, and it was 10 times more stinky. That kind. "Shane, get rid of it." Hermione hid behind Shane and said angrily. Since she saw Shane's magic that shattered the sky last time, she didn't think that Shane couldn't even deal with a small troll. "Why are you so anxious? It's rare to see a giant monster. Let's play with it first." Sia-en first used magic to seal off his sense of smell, and then took out his wand. "By the way, is there anything on this giant monster that can be sold for money? It seems that the expenses have been a bit high recently." "Hey, stupid big guy," Sia-en shouted at the troll, which instantly attracted the troll's attention. The troll quickly looked around. It saw 2 little men standing there in the distance. With its low IQ, it immediately thought that they were. He delivered the food to his door, so he started to walk towards Sia-en with steps on his arm. "Hermione, get behind me first." Sia-en protected Hermione behind him, pointed the wand forward in his hand, a small red magic circle unfolded, and a blazing fireball instantly shot out and directly hit the troll. Roar! The giant monster suddenly let out a huge scream. But looking at the slightly burnt skin, it was obvious that the magic circle version of the fire-burning incendio attack by Shane just did not hurt it. This is because Sia-en had just compressed the power of magic to a very small level. He wanted to test the magic resistance of magical creatures. But at the same time, although Sia-en's magic did not hurt the troll very much, it did. The only fig leaf on the troll's body was burned to the ground. Upon seeing this, Shane immediately gave a solid spell and smashed the troll's little kunkin. This Hermione is still behind. Little girls can't watch these inappropriate things. But Sia-en subconsciously told the flower grower's most popular code name, but he immediately realized that even if the iron-eating beast in front of him was the weakest being in the group, calling him this name was a bit disrespectful, so Sia-en immediately changed his words and said, "Come on, Zubawa." The triangle dumpling immediately flew over Sia-en's head and collided with the giant monster. The two behemoths struggled with each other, causing the entire basement to shake violently. At this time, he, who was hiding behind Sia-en, when Min saw the image of Zubawaho, his eyes immediately filled with red hearts. "Wow, is this Panda? So cute." A long time ago, she had seen Panda in the zoo, but the two she saw at that time were far from as cute as the ones in front of her now. In fact, Sia-en originally wanted to use the image of Fei Yun, who has the title of King Kong Barbie. Yes, but when I thought about it, it seemed like it would be too much to bully the trolls, so I finally decided to use the one with the weakest combat power among the panda group. Bang! In the basement of Hogwarts, Zubawa put his sharp claws around the troll's neck, swung it from side to side, and slapped the troll against the wall. A stone pillar was hit instantly and opened a big hole, causing earth and rocks to fly. At the same time, the brazier hanging on the wall next to it also affected the fish and was overturned. High-temperature coals fell on the giant monster. The pain and high temperature made it scream in pain again. However, even though he received a heavy blow, the rough-skinned and fleshy giant did not fall down because of Zubawati's palm. The giant monster shook his head, trying hard to keep himself clear. Through his blurred vision, he swung the big wooden club in his hand at the black and white figure in front of him. But it is a pity that the panda race is generally not good at standing. The troll's club directly passed the pig's head and hit a giant oil painting on the wall with a bang. The picture frame shattered due to the huge force, and the people in the picture were frightened and screamed and fled in all directions. Shane, is this really no problem? Hermione hid behind Xia-En, grabbing his robe nervously, looking a little worriedly at the increasingly messy things in front of her. She felt that if she continued to fight like this, she would be unable to explain it when the professor came. But Xia-En, faced with Hermione's worries, Ian's face was extremely excited. He was directing the pigs to fight like a game, and replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, it's no problem. When the time comes, I can repair a new reparo, to restore them all. When the professor comes, you can put all the responsibility on me. Professor Dumbledore will not do anything to me, and he will give me extra points if he is not sure." As he said that, the whole person suddenly shouted anxiously to the front, "Oh, shit. Don't hit it on the head. The monster's head is very brittle, and if it faints, you won't be able to play anymore." Hermione looked at Shane's childish look and was speechless for a while. On the other side, just as the troll was struggling to its death, Harry and Ron arrived belatedly. The two of them ran to the entrance of the basement out of breath, but before they could go down the stairs, they heard a huge roar from under their feet. Ouch! This painful scream came, scaring both Harry and Ron to the point of numbness. The two of them glanced at each other hastily, and both saw the fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. Thinking that Hermione was still downstairs, the two of them plucked up the courage to go downstairs quickly. Go down the stairs to the basement. The two felt the vibrations under their feet and gradually slowed down as they listened to the roars getting closer and closer to them. Harry and Ron came to a corner, and the sound came from the corridor on the other side of the corner. So, just when the two of them were about to poke their heads out to check the situation, a long black shadow suddenly flew out from around the corner quickly. An arm holding a large wooden mallet fell directly on the wall nearest to them, and after bouncing on the ground a few times, it rolled in front of them dripping with blood. Harry and Ron looked at the bloody scene in front of them with constricted pupils, and were so frightened that their hearts skipped a beat. The two swallowed, looked at each other again, then tried hard to suppress the fear in their hearts, and cautiously poked their heads out of the corner. I saw a giant black and white beast fighting with the giant monster in the long corridor of the basement, making a huge noise. The two of them were so frightened that they quickly retracted their heads. Harry turned to Ron in shock and asked, "What's going on? Isn't it a troll? Why is there an extra one?" But Ron just shook his head in horror and said, "Don't ask me, I don't make it. Is there any other way to go to the girls' restroom?" Harry stretched out his head to take a look again, and then asked Ron anxiously, "No, there is only one corridor in the basement, and the girls' bathroom is in the middle of the corridor." Ron replied. And at this moment, there was another huge and tragic roar, and a brazier that should have been hung on the wall suddenly flew towards the direction of Harry and Ron, and was directly embedded in the two of them. On the corner of the wall above the person's head, Harry and Ron looked up blankly at the nearby brazier with sparks still coming out. Some gravel and sand fell in front of them along with the charcoal fire. "We need to find the professor," the two said in unison, reached a consensus in an instant, and ran away. Because they realized that the battle between the two monsters in front of them was not something that their two little wizards could participate in. If they went to save people, they would not even be considered dead. Harry and Ron quickly ran back to the first floor along the same path. At this moment, they felt that they had never run so fast in their lives. As soon as Harry and Ron ran back to the first floor, they saw Dumbledore from a distance. He led a group of professors and walked quickly towards them. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. The two of them ran forward as if they had seen a savior. Harry was panting and holding on knee, pointed in the direction of the basement and said, "Teach, Professor." Basement. There are two monsters in the basement, besides the troll. Hermione. Hermione is still down there. The words are a bit unclear. When Professor McGonagall heard that there was still a student trapped in the basement, and heard a series of dull loud noises coming from the distance, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly ran towards the basement. "Ah, ow, ow. Oh, ah." At the same time, in the basement corridor, Zubawaho had already suppressed the beaten monster under his buttocks, raised his head and raised his hands in the air, and let out a victorious cry, "Orcs will never be slaves." The troll is out of breath and will probably die soon. At the same time, Shane also noticed behind him that the professors from Hogwarts were about to arrive. So, he decided to call it a day. With a slight wave of the wand in his hand, under Xiao'en's control, Zubawa moved his chubby body away from the giant monster, slowly walked to the wall of the corridor, and transformed back into the knight's stone sculpture. And at the moment when the stone sculpture of the knight was taking shape, the professors from Hogwarts also heard the news and came over. "Oh, Merlin bless you. What happened?" Professor McGonagall ran at the front. As soon as she got off the stairs, she saw a giant monster's arm lying on the ground at the corner not far away, bleeding and still warm. She quickly walked over to check the condition of the giant monster's arm. The fracture was obviously torn. This means that the monster fighting the giant monster is very powerful. It can directly tear off the giant monster's arm. Think about how much strength it takes to do this? So, my Professor GE kept praying in his heart that nothing would happen to Hermione, and he ran quickly in the direction of the loud noise just now. When he turned the corner, he saw a tragic scene in front of him. There were rubbles everywhere, and the original beautiful oil painting was either torn apart or stained by the blood of the troll. Countless stone sculptures of knights that had guarded Hogwarts for thousands of years were in pieces, with only one intact standing not far from the troll, which looked particularly abrupt. The troll's next to the mutilated body, Shane was looking left and right, as if he was looking for something. Hermione, on the other hand, stood aside awkwardly, and when the professor came, she reminded Shane in a low voice, "Mr. Dolia, Miss Granger, can you two explain it to me?" Professor McGonagall trotted over and asked Shane and Hermione in horror, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, you are here." Xiao'en said hello with a smile, and then pointed to the giant monster at his feet. "I have dealt with the giant monster, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall, who was well aware of Sean's irresponsible temperament, quickly turned her attention to Hermione in order to avoid being angered by 1.1. She wanted to know why the most obedient and outstanding student in her college would be with Sean. Students get together on this issue. Professor McGonagall, Hermione glanced at Shane nonchalantly and motioned for him to help explain. It was really because her mind was blank at the moment and she couldn't think of how to explain it. And Shane also received Hermione's look of help. He looked at Hermione's embarrassed look, so he explained to Professor McGonagall, "Professor, Hermione did not attend the banquet tonight. I heard that she was in the girls' bathroom. The troll came. I was afraid that he was in danger, so I came to find her." The two of them looked at Professor McGonagall's questioning eyes, and then began to walk out tremblingly, stammering out all the bad things they said about Hermione behind their back yesterday. After hearing the whole story, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. She glanced in Hermione's direction, and then said to Harry and Ron, "Gentlemen, do I think you should say something to Miss Granger?" Harry and Ron moved slowly with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Walking slowly to Hermione, Ron didn't even dare to raise his head and look into Hermione's eyes. "Hermione, I'm sorry." Although Harry was embarrassed, he was also very straightforward. In fact, he had nothing to do with talking bad about Hermione. He just felt that after Ron said bad things about Hermione yesterday, he also catered to Ron's words and naturally let out the same sarcastic laugh. Therefore, Harry felt that he was also wrong in this matter, but the mistake was not a big one, so he could say it so directly. He apologized. However, compared to Harry's frankness, Ron was completely opposite, because the whole thing happened because of him. So, just listen to him lower his head and whisper, "I'm sorry." What? In fact, Hermione had already heard what Ron said, but she decided to pretend not to hear it because she felt that such an apology was perfunctory. "Sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that yesterday." Finally, after constant struggle in his heart, Ron finally plucked up the courage and shouted out his apology. This made Hermione beam with joy and proudly replied, "Okay, I forgive you." But at this moment, Xiao'en, who was still walking around on the corpse of the troll, suddenly shouted, "You don't think that you are right. If you are still so arrogant in the future, you will easily have no friends." Drop. These few words made Hermione's face turn red, and her eyes made her want to rush over and chew on Shane. At the same time, Snape also walked to the troll's body and confirmed that the troll's body was indeed dead. After everything was clear, he asked Xiao'en expressionlessly and stiffly, "Dolia, what are you doing?" "I'm looking for something," Shane replied, and then he brought the two canine teeth that had just been pried out of the troll's mouth to Snape and asked, "Professor, do you think these troll teeth are valuable?" However, this behavior made Snape hold his nose and take a few steps back. Even if he usually refines potions and is used to smelling the strange smells of various raw materials, he can't stand the stench of the troll, let alone the stench of the troll. "I just took it out of my mouth. The sour and refreshing taste can make people ascend to heaven on the spot. No part of the troll's body is worthless, but Dolia, you haven't figured it out yet. You killed a giant monster and destroyed the school's basement like this. I think you should consider how to compensate the school for its losses now. Or, you can choose to take the train home tomorrow." Snape surprisingly answered Shane's question first, and then taunted him. Shane was a little disappointed when he heard that the troll had nothing of value, but he quickly became angry and faced Snape. "You said, Professor Snape, what you just said is really looking down on me. We are all wizards. Isn't it easy to repair these damaged things? How about compensation?" After saying that, he took the wand and clicked twice in the void. Soon, the unrecognizable basement that had been destroyed began to slowly recover. The fragments of stone pillars, statues, paintings, braziers, and other items were like time. Like flowing backwards, it gradually formed a hole in mid-air, returned to its original appearance, and then returned to its original place one after another. After a while, except for the corpse of the troll still lying on the ground, the entire Hogwarts the basement is no different from before the troll invasion. "Look, I'm right," Shane ignored Snape's livid face and said proudly. But he didn't notice at all that Snape was disgusting with his actions. At the same time, Professor McGonagall, after teaching his 3 students, he began to say earnestly, "You 3, because of what happened tonight, Gryffindor will be deducted 30 points. Although it was very painful to do this, because after all, she was the Dean of Gryffindor House, but as the Vice Principal, she had to punish this matter impartially." But Hermione was confused about this punishment. She asked in surprise why? It's fine if Harry and Ron had points deducted, but she was the victim, so why should she also have points deducted? "Because you are fooling around with Mr. Dolia," Professor McGonagall explained seriously. "After you are saved, you should immediately stop Mr. Dolia and report to us. You may not know how much trouble the death of a giant monster will bring to Hogwarts." Stop him. What's the trouble?" Hermione's speechless colleague, Shane, suddenly jumped out from behind her. This made Professor McGonagall stare at Shane with an annoyed look on her face. "This giant monster comes from a troll tribe in the Black Forest. Now that it is dead, the leader of this tribe is likely to attack Hogwarts. Therefore, Mr. Dolia, although you saved your classmates, Ravenclaw could have added 30 points, but at the same time, you also brought unnecessary trouble to the school, so Ravenclaw will deduct 30 points. Wow, Professor, your reason is a bit far-fetched." Xian looked dissatisfied. "I have never heard of a school rule prohibiting the killing of magical creatures. What's more, I was acting in self-defense. Whether you are defending yourself or not, I think you know best," Professor McGonagall said. "Although I don't know how Xian did it, he beat the troll like this and said it was self-defense. Who would believe it? Okay, everyone. Although there was an accident, at least the threat of the troll has been eliminated. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. We were also lucky enough to witness the growth of several young people and the courage of 2 Gryffindors to admit their mistakes." At this moment, Dumbledore, who had been silent just now, suddenly came out and said, "Now that the crisis is over, let's call all the students back. Our Halloween party shouldn't end like this. Severus, please dispose of the body of this troll and tell Hagrid to say hello to the guy in the Forbidden Forest for me." This guy refers to the leader of the troll tribe in the Forbidden Forest. Although trolls generally have low IQs, there are some special exceptions. A clever troll can become the leader of a troll tribe, and now one of his tribe has died, which is a serious violation of Hogwarts' agreement with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. However, people often say that agreements are used to protect the weak. But few people know that this kind of protection is often given temporarily by the powerful party to the weak, and if it comes to the point where it is unwilling to do so, the consequences can be imagined. After the troll invasion, after returning to the auditorium on the way, Hermione blushed, suddenly looked at Shane walking beside her sheepishly, and then whispered, "Shane, thank you for today. If it weren't for you today, I might have died." "Hi. What a big deal." Xian waved his hand and replied with a smile, "You don't hold anything in your heart in the future. If you need anything, just tell me. I'm happy to help." "Then you teach me your magic." "Sure. Oh, or not, huh?" Hermione was still a little frustrated subconsciously, but she reacted instantly. Just now she heard Shane say something like, "Okay. Did you agree?" "I agreed, but whether you can learn it or not depends on you." After saying that, Shane took out a book from nowhere. The cover said, "Basic Principles of Magic Arrays and Depiction of Array Patterns," and handed it to Hermione. Magic Circle. Hermione took the book and looked at the title with curiosity on her face. If you can draw the basic magic circle mentioned in it within 3 months, it proves that you have the talent to learn Magic Circle, but if not, it means that you are not suitable for learning my magic. So 113, come on. After saying that, Shane touched Hermione's head. For some reason, the little witch has gradually become accustomed to Shane's action. The next day, the story of Shane's killing of the troll spread throughout Hogwarts. And I don't know who said it, but it actually spread outside the school. The Daily Prophet even asked an owl to send a letter to Shane, saying that he would come to Hogwarts to give him an interview, but this directly made Shane reject it, because he knew the name of the signer on the letter, and God knows what the beetle would write to disgust him. Hogwarts Great Hall, lunchtime. Although the little wizards look superficially they are all eating, but if you look carefully, you can find that they will look curiously in the same direction from time to time, and at the same time guess at each other about how Ciandolia killed the troll yesterday night. Shane, can you explain to me the book you gave me? I watched it all night yesterday, but I didn't understand much. On the long table, Hermione had dark circles under her eyes and said a little aggrievedly as she took the book given to her by Shane. She started studying as soon as she returned to the dormitory yesterday evening, but after staying up all night, she found nothing she could read it in. The things in the book were so profound that it was difficult for her to understand. You have to slowly understand it yourself. I think I was the same way back then. The old man lost a few books and ignored me. You don't know that my head was about to explode at that time, so I learned it slowly. Xia chewed a fried chicken leg and said resentfully, "It's not that he doesn't want to teach, it's because the basic principles of the magic circle can only be understood by himself." Hearing Shane say that the basic principles of magic arrays can only be understood by oneself, Hermione could only pick up the basic principles of magic arrays and characterization of magic arrays again in frustration and started chewing on it. This scene made Sean couldn't help but recall that in Aslant, in the underground library of the Guild Castle, there would often be a cute little girl with blue hair, sleeping and forgetting to eat and sleep in the stacks of books to study three-dimensional text magic. She also seems to like to read or write and draw in the guild with a book, which is very similar to Hermione in this aspect. Thinking of Rebichan's cute appearance, Shane smiled, then skillfully stretched out 2 fingers and tapped Hermione's forehead without her noticing, and the latter instantly fell asleep. This was how he forced Lebby to rest before. Otherwise, if you stay up for days and nights studying word magic, your body will definitely collapse. He gently rested Hermione's head on her arm and took the book from her hand. Opening the pages of the book, Xia discovered that in just one night, the little witch had actually made a lot of notes in the book. Although there are many logical errors in it, her efforts are clearly visible. So, after Shane slightly corrected some of Hermione's wrong notes in the book, he put the book directly back next to Hermione, and then started to deal with another matter. I said, "Classmate, just tell me if you have something wrong. Why are you sneaking around and peeking at me?" Xia turned around, glared at him and said helplessly to a young wizard sitting behind him. It turned out that not long after Xia entered the auditorium, he noticed that someone behind him had been attacking him. Peeping here. In his perception, the sight was simply naked. It was not until he heard Xia's words that the little wizard who was peeking slowly turned around. Xia saw that he was embarrassed and wanted to speak. Stopping hello, the little wizard scratched his head nervously. He didn't know why, even though he knew that the person in front of him was 2 grades younger than him, he still felt an inexplicable pressure. Shane squinted his eyes and glanced at the house emblem on the little wizard's chest, and realized that it was the little badger from Hufflepuff House, and judging from his face and height, he should be a third-year student. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Hello, I am Cedric Diggory, a third-year student at Hufflepuff House." Cedric politely extended his right hand and introduced himself to Shane. Cedric. Hearing this name, Xia instantly remembered who the little badger in front of him was. No wonder he looked so familiar. Cedric Diggory first appeared in the original Goblet of Fire. He is one of the warriors who represented Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament and is a very good student. But at the same time, it's a pity that he is also an unlucky guy. In order to help Harry Potter get the trophy of the Triwizard Tournament, he and Harry Potter were accidentally transported to Voldemort by the Portkaya, and then he was chewed by a giant melon. Dumbledore's evaluation of Cedric at the final ceremony of that period was, "Cedric fully embodies the unique qualities of Hufflepuff House and is a model worthy of everyone's learning. He is a kind and loyal person. A friend who advocated fair play. His death shocked everyone, whether they knew him or not. Please always remember Cedric, and when you have to choose between the right path and the shortcut, please don't forget an upright, honest man. What happened to a kind, brave boy?" However, at this time, Cedric was not the person in Goblet of Fire who dared to point his wand at Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew. At this time, Cedric's face still had blush, and the childishness on his body had not completely faded away. His whole body exuded a youthful but elegant temperament. Although he didn't know what Cedric wanted to do with him, Shane shook hands with him politely and then asked, "So, Cedric Diggory of Badger Yard, what do you want from me?" Apart from comic strips and trolls, what can I say directly? "Actually, I want to ask you about the magic, the one you applied to the pumpkin head yesterday." Cedric replied a little shyly, "I participated in the game you designed yesterday and thought it was very powerful. I have never seen such special magic since I was a child. I was embarrassed to come to you at first. After all, this kind of magic cannot be easily taught to others without even thinking about it. But I just sat behind you and accidentally overheard your conversation with the lady sitting next to you. I found out that you were teaching her magic, so I wanted to ask if I could learn it too. I know it's very presumptuous of me to say this, but this magic is indeed very important to us." After hearing Cedric's words, Shane's pupils flashed with a faint blue halo, and then he sighed helplessly and said directly, "People say that Hufflepuff's little badger is upright and honest, but in my opinion, that's not entirely true. Just your classmates from the healing volunteer group used healing magic randomly on the lawn in front of the auditorium yesterday, almost causing Madame Pomfrey to faint from exhaustion. You want to learn skyscraper mainly because you want to use this magic to help the Hufflepuff Quidditch team train, right? You know that. Cedric said in surprise, then a little embarrassed. Is the name of this magic called skyscraper? You are right. I really want to use this magic to help our college's Quidditch team train. Yesterday I was playing. I already thought about it while playing the game. Hufflepuff's Quidditch team hasn't produced any results in decades. We also wanted to learn from the strengths of other houses, but whether it was Gryffindor's chaotic play, Ravenclaw's endless tactics, or Slytherin's sinister and vicious style of play, we can't learn. Not to mention, the Quidditch players from these three colleges more or less have their own private broomsticks, and we. For some reason, Cedric didn't want to continue talking at this point. But Sia had just learned the specific reason through legilimency, so he rolled his eyes angrily, shook his head and said, Hufflepuff's school motto is integrity, loyalty, honesty, and fearlessness of hardships, but you have transformed it into an inexplicable rigidity. The reason why Shane said this is because the concept of Hufflepuff's little badgers playing Quidditch has always been to pursue play on a whiteboard and crush with technology. The little badgers believe that, like the little snakes of Slytherin House, the behavior of often relying on the advantages of equipment to crush your opponents is futile. The strength of Quidditch is ultimately reflected in the personal quality of the players. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. In fact, the concept itself there is nothing wrong, but the problem is that the little badgers seem to be tied to death by their own concept, or tied to the neck with a knot. They uphold the Hufflepuff school motto of being honest and not afraid of hardships, and rely on. He sneered at the idea of winning the game with superior equipment, and even vowed to use Hogwarts' already terrible broomstick to sweep the other three colleges with technology. It is indeed a good thing to have dreams, but that's how you are. Do you understand being honest? Please apologize to Ms. Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of your college. Equipment advantages and personal abilities are interrelated things. No matter how good the equipment is, it must be only if someone can use it. No matter how good the equipment is for someone with poor skills, it will just be a waste of money. The rabbits of the flower growers used to have the same thoughts as the little badgers for a while. But since the time with Eagle Sauce, after having a fight with a dozen other gangsters in front of their home, Rabbit immediately realized the importance of equipment, and everyone immediately suffered from a lack of vitality phobia, but at the same time, his people-oriented characteristics have never changed. Shane thought about Cedric's request to learn skyscraper. He wouldn't refuse Cedric just because this was the first time they met. To be honest, Shane had already planned it. The idea of establishing the Fairy Tale Guild in Hogwarts starting from next semester. By then the guild will be established. As long as the young wizards can pass their own test and officially become a member of Fairy Tale, they will have the opportunity to learn the magic circle. This is also a method that Shane came up with. A method that can eliminate many unnecessary troubles after the power of the magic circle is completely exposed to the world. In other words, Hogwarts and Dumbledore, it is his big backing, because even if it is a terrorist like Voldemort, he would not dare to act rashly against the school, not to mention that there is a white devil sitting in charge. With Cedric's character, Shane felt that there would be no problem for him to join Fairy Tale, so it was not a problem to teach him the magic circle in advance now. However, Skyscraper itself is an extremely powerful illusion magic, and this power can even affect the caster himself. In a slant, even Mistgang needs the help of a magic wand to keep himself awake, otherwise he will easily fall into his own illusion. In addition, Skyscraper has been strengthened and transformed by Xia En. Although its stability has been strengthened to a certain extent, it has reached the level of super magic. If Cedric wants to learn Skyscraper, he must test whether his natural mental strength can withstand the backlash of illusion magic. Otherwise, he would directly fall into the illusion during the cultivation process, and then die in it without even knowing it. Therefore, to be conservative, Shane thought for a while and said to Cedric, I can teach you Skyscraper real. But, before Cedric started to get excited, Science but made the former feel like a plate of cold water was poured on his head, and he forcefully suppressed the smile on his face. Skyscraper, I can teach you, but at the same time, you have to promise me one thing. Shane continued, next semester, next school year at the latest, I will set up a guild in Hogwarts. If I promise to teach you 683th Skyscraper now, then you must also promise me to join my guild when the time comes. What is a guild? Cedric asked curiously. He was quite wary of joining such an unclear organization, not because he thought Shane was a bad guy, but mainly because he was afraid that after joining, the so-called guild's philosophy would be different from his own. If it doesn't match, then he will force himself to do something that goes against his own conscience. But when faced with Cedric's question, Shane simply replied, don't ask, you will know when the time comes, just tell me whether you can accept this condition. Then, okay. No problem, I promise you. Cedric struggled repeatedly in his heart, and finally decided to agree after weighing the pros and cons. Then, Shane continued, how come there is then? I asked you little badgers, don't you all like to interrupt people when they are talking? Can you please listen to what people have to say first? A tic-tac-toe appeared on Xia En's forehead. The same thing happened last time when he went to the kitchen for a late-night snack. That day he encountered a few little badgers eating secretly in the kitchen in the middle of the night. In fact, this should be nothing, after all, the kitchen is right there. Next to the Hufflepuff common room, it was normal for the little badgers to come and steal food. At first, when these little badgers saw Shane, they just said hello politely, and then continued to cook on their own. However, when they saw Kalula helping Xia En make midnight snacks, smelling the mouth-watering aroma, their eyes lit up one after another, and they all ran to Xia En to ask how to make crayfish. At first, Xia En was still very enthusiastic to explain to them. After all, they were promoting the excellent food culture of flower growers. But they never thought that these little badgers would often have strange ideas during Xia En's explanation, and they would directly interrupt Xia En. Yes, and then couldn't wait to talk about whether it would be okay to replace garlic with tomato sauce, etc. At that time, Xia En was so angry that he wanted to turn those little badgers directly into tomatoes and plant them in his vegetable garden. Back to reality, Cedric saw that Shane was a little angry, and he quickly began to apologize and said, "I'm sorry, please continue." Xia En took a deep breath and continued what he just said. "If you want to learn the magic of skyscraper, you need to be extremely talented in a certain aspect. I will cast a spell on you later. If you can escape within the specified time, it will prove that you are qualified to learn skyscraper. With that said, Xia En took out his wand from his waist. "One more thing, if you have no way to learn skyscraper, the promise you just made to me can also be invalidated at the same time. However, you can also choose to learn other magics, and I still have a lot in stock for you to choose from." When I said this, I still had a proud expression on my face. "So, are you ready?" "Ready." Cedric nodded nervously. "Okay, let's shake hands first." Xia En suddenly thought out of his mind and stretched out his hand. Cedric held it reflexively. In an instant, a thin, dazzling tongue of flame suddenly emerged from Xia En's arm. Like a red-hot wire wrapped around Cedric's hand, an unbreakable vow. Cedric shouted in shock. But before he could react, the wand in Shane's hand quickly hit his head, and then Cedric felt a white shadow flash in front of his eyes, and then his vision became whiter and whiter. CFBG became more and more blurry, and then I fainted directly. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Cedric's friend in the distance didn't know the reason, but suddenly saw Shane casting magic on his friend, so he ran over with an angry look on his face. "What did you do to him?" a little badger asked angrily. "Don't worry, with the same magic as yesterday's Halloween game, he will wake up in about 10 minutes. Xia En waved his hand and explained. In the fantasy world, Cedric slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was darkness. He first felt his body, as if he was lying on a cold ground. "Why am I here?" This was Cedric's first thought, but he quickly reacted. "Dolia cast a spell on me, and he asked me to escape within the specified time." "Escape? How to escape?" Cedric stood up slowly, looked around, and found that he was standing on a giant quadrilateral staircase. The four corners of this staircase were connected to each other, and the staircase seemed to be high and low, giving people a sense of very confused feeling. Where is this place? Cedric walked a few steps and reached a corner of the quadrilateral staircase. Then he looked up and down and found that there seemed to be nothing special, so he walked to another corner. But as he walked, something was wrong. The staircase in front of him seemed not as simple as he imagined. He seemed a little unclear about the reality of the staircase. Just now, he clearly felt that he was going up, but why did he go up? From the other corner, looking back, would the starting point behind him be on his head? Cedric couldn't believe his eyes, so he quickly ran around the quadrilateral staircase. As a result, he found that, no matter from every angle, the stairs in front of him seemed to be uncertain. He could not find the highest point or the lowest point of the stairs. This was completely beyond his usual understanding of things. In fact, Cedric, what K is standing on now is a famous geometric paradox, Penrose stairs. It was proposed by the British mathematician Roger Penrose and his father, the geneticist Leonid Penrose, in 1958. It refers to a ladder that always goes up or down but never ends. It can be regarded as a variant of Penrose's triangle. The highest point or the lowest point can never be found on this ladder. At this moment, Xia En watched Cedric swaying from side to side on the Penrose stairs, at a loss as to what to do, and sighed for him. Cedric was born into a pure wizard family, had no contact with modern science, and did not understand what four-dimensional space was. He is temporarily unable to understand what is happening in front of him. Moreover, the Penrose stairs is just a reminder given by Shane, not a challenge. What is after the stairs is Cedric's real test. Penrose on the stairs. Cedric ran around the stairs several times, but could not find any useful hints. So he thought for a moment, and then slowly moved himself to the edge of the stairs. Looking at the invisible place under the stairs at the end, there was darkness that seemed to swallow everything up. Cedric swallowed nervously. For a moment, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and then his eyes blurred and he suddenly heard someone calling his name. "Hey Cedric! Wake up quickly." Cedric slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a little drowsy. He rubbed his tired eyes and found that the person calling him was his friend from the same hospital. "Cliff," Cedric called out tentatively. He was still in a state of confusion. He looked around and found that he was in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. "Didn't I jump down from that staircase? Why am I here?" "Stairs? What stairs? Are you confused in your sleep?" Cliff said doubtfully. "We should go. Snape's class will be here later. We can't be late for his class, otherwise we don't know how many points we will deduct from him." After saying that, he wanted to put his arm around Cedric's shoulders and walk out of the auditorium. But Cedric still felt something was wrong, so he quickly grabbed his friend and asked, "Cliff, do you know Ciendol? You're not really asleep, are you? Who in the entire Hogwarts doesn't know him?" Cliff looked at Cedric with a strange expression. "Also, didn't you just tell me before you fell asleep that you wanted to learn that magic from him to train our academy's Quidditch team?" "Yes, that's right. I thought about it," but Cedric wanted to say something more, but when the words came to his mouth, his mind suddenly went blank. "What's wrong with you? Could it be that you were frightened when you participated in the game of Shandala on Halloween yesterday? Do you want to go get some cheer potions from Madame Pomfrey?" Cliff asked worriedly. "Forget it, I'm fine. Let's go to class first." Cedric smiled stiffly, then stood up and walked towards the potions classroom. Walking on the road, Cedric always looked confused. He really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that he really just now are you dreaming? But it's impossible. If it's really a dream, it can't be so real. Also, I remember the conversation between Dolia and I clearly. I still remember that he seemed to give me I made an unbreakable vow, and then I appeared in that staircase. Whether it was a dream or anything else, Cedric sorted things out from beginning to end. But the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Nothing is wrong. Could it be that after making an unbreakable vow with me, Dolia immediately used skyscraper on me while I was not paying attention? So what I am in now is still almost the same as yesterday's Halloween game. The illusion here is almost exactly the same as reality. That's why Dolia said at that time, "Let me escape." Thinking of this, Cedric suddenly became a little enlightened, but he quickly reacted. Even if he knew this was an illusion, how could he escape? Cedric was sitting in front of the tin crucible for refining potions, thinking more and more, and he even added too many ingredients into the crucible without even realizing it. As a result, as the last drop of leech juice in Cedric's hand dropped into the crucible, the potion began to react violently, boiling and white bubbles emerged. And 2 seconds later, with a dull explosion, the potion in the crucible was like someone throwing a small firecracker into it, scattering like flowers across the entire potions classroom. "Cedric Diggory!" Snape roared angrily, his face turning darker than ever before. He suddenly waved his sleeves, shook off the potion that almost spilled on his face, and rushed in front of Cedric. "You stupid guy, did a troll gouge your eyes out? I wrote clearly on the blackboard that I only added 3 drops of leech juice, but you actually poured it all into the crucible. You should be glad that what you practiced today was only the shrinking potion, otherwise everyone in this classroom would have been harmed by you and would have been in the school hospital for half a month." "Professor, I'm sorry. Facing Snape's venomous tongue, Cedric reflexively wanted to defend himself, but before he could finish his words, Snape interrupted him directly. "Diggory, Hufflepuff has been deducted 20 points for your stupidity. Also, you have to clean the classroom by yourself after class and make it spotless. Don't let me know you use magic or else." The warning in Snape's words is self-evident. After class, Cedric was cleaning the potions classroom dejectedly, holding a broomstick that could no longer fly at all. At this time, he just felt that he was so wrong. He made such a big mistake in the potions class and even caused the college to be deducted 20 points. But why was I distracted just now? Thinking of this, Cedric's hand holding the broom suddenly stiffened, because he suddenly discovered that just for a while, he seemed to have forgotten that he was still in the fantasy realm. If things go on like this for a long time, will he really forget everything and be trapped in an illusion from now on, unable to return to reality? Thinking of this, Cedric suddenly broke into a cold sweat. To read exciting novels, go to Feel a Novel Network. No, it's too dangerous here. I can't stay here any longer. Cedric threw the broom aside and began to think about how to leave the illusion. After a while, Cedric gradually recalled what Ciendolia had said to him before entering the illusion. Then to learn the magic of skyscraper, you must have a special talent in some aspect. So what is this special talent? Cedric racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. What's also strange is that Dole can obviously let him enter the illusion directly, but why did he specifically send me to the infinite loop of stairs first, and then send me here? Cedric suddenly felt that the answer lay in the Penrose stairs where he had been at the beginning. He paced back and forth in the potions classroom, gradually feeling like he was in a dead end. At this moment, Cliff suddenly sneaked into the classroom. He opened the door, looked at Cedric in the classroom, and whispered furtively, "Cedric, I'm here to help you." When Cedric heard his friend's voice, he couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then subconsciously responded, "Cliff, it's okay, I'm." But before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. "No, can't respond. This is an illusion, everything is nothing. You must not communicate with anyone or anything in this illusion, otherwise you may sink deeper and deeper until you completely forget that you are in the illusion." So, in order to prevent himself from losing his mind, Cedric chose to treat Cliff like air and quickly walked out the door. Cedric's actions surprised Cliff. He quickly stepped forward and took Cedric's arm and asked, "Cedric, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me?" But it was as if Cedric didn't hear his words. He silently pulled out his arm and continued walking forward. Cliff looked at his empty hand in confusion. He couldn't figure out why Cedric, who was usually very kind to others, would suddenly ignore him. On the other hand, after Cedric walked out of the potions classroom, just keep going forward. He had no goal, he just felt that he could not stop, and he ignored any voice around him calling his name. But the road under your feet always ends. Cedric looked at the night statue at the end of the corridor not far away and felt a chill in his body. Because he knew that not only the people around him, but also the statues in front of him were fake, and the road under his feet was also fake. If you think you've really reached the end of the road, what's the difference between admitting that Cliff is real? So he thought about it again and again in his mind, and Cedric kept breathing to suppress his too fast heartbeat. After a while, he slowly closed his eyes and began to slowly speed up and run forward. This was just an illusion, everything was illusory. There is not a wall in front of me, the road under my feet is not the road, and the voices and things of everyone around me are all fake. Throw away the perception of these illusory things and feel your real body. Walk over. Strengthen your will and go through. Cedric continued to strengthen his belief in his heart. Slowly, he passed the tall night statue, and then entered a mysterious state. At this time, Cedric gradually put aside all superficial perceptions of things, and even his consciousness had become somewhat diffuse. He now only had one thought. Run ahead. Keep running forward. It's me, congratulations on escaping from the illusion. Xia stretched out a hand, forcibly opened one of Cedric's eyelids and said with a smile. To be honest, Cedric's performance exceeded Xiao's expectations. Xiao did not expect that Cedric was here not long after falling into the illusion. He was able to clearly distinguish whether he was an illusion or reality. This shows that Cedric has a very clear understanding of himself and real things. Moreover, he can also make himself aware of himself in a short period of time. Empty the entire consciousness and throw away the body's surface perception and understanding of everything in order to achieve the purpose of escaping from the illusion. Did I really escape? Cedric slowly opened his eyes with some suspicion, and then looked around. He found that the surrounding environment was indeed the same as before he entered the illusion, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, don't think that you can relax after you succeed this time. If I had just set it up in the illusion to see me when you wake up, would you still find that you are still in the illusion? Xia asked, raising his eyebrows. This Cedric was immediately stunned by this question. Indeed, after jumping off that staircase, if he opens his eyes and sees the scene in front of him, maybe he is still in an illusion at this time. However, no matter what, you passed the test. Xia took out a book called Basic Principles of Magic Arrays and Characterization of Array Patterns and handed it over, and then said, I will read this book thoroughly within 3 months. If you can't read it clearly, then don't expect to learn skyscraper. Thanks. Cedric took the book. Although he didn't know what the magic circle written on it was, he thought it might be a spell or something like that. After all, a particularly powerful magic like skyscraper would definitely be different from the daily learning of magic. Knowledge of mantras. Oh, right. Cedric suddenly remembered something, and then looked curious. Dolia, you just shook hands with me, was that an unbreakable oath? Just call me Xia from now on. Shane replied, and then began to answer Cedric's question. You are right, that is indeed an unbreakable oath. But isn't this magic spell only able to be cast by a third-party witness? But what about you? I just improved it a bit. If you can make skyscraper, I can also teach you. Xia replied calmly, what, you want to learn? No, I just asked out of curiosity. Cedric smiled a little awkwardly. I still have another question to ask, which is why you sent me to that strange staircase in the first place. Does this have any meaning? That's called the Penrose Stairs. Shane explained and corrected, the Penrose Staircase is an infinite loop of stairs, and it is difficult to tell whether it goes up or down with the naked eye. And since you don't have any experience fighting illusions, Penrose's ladder is a tip I give you. The nature of the infinite loop means that if you can't find the right way out, you can only spend your life trapped in an illusion. The indistinguishable shape of the stairs reminds you to throw away what you see visually and use your spirit to perceive the way out of the illusion. So that's it, Cedric suddenly realized. Thank you very much, Duo, Shane. Okay, we are all guild partners from now on, saying thank you too much would be pretentious. Xia waved his hand generously. Also, don't be so anxious to thank me. After all, you haven't even touched the threshold of learning skyscraper yet, but compared to this girl, I think you will be more rational. As he said that, he touched the head of Hermione, who was still sleeping next door. This made Hermione, who was still sleeping, frown subconsciously. Watching Cedric gradually go away with the book, Shane continued during lunch, I started thinking about how to establish a guild. Now in the entire Hogwarts, Hermione and Cedric have already started to learn about magic circles. And to be honest, this person is the vice president of the guild. Capable. However, establishing a guild in Hogwarts is not like setting up a guild in a slant. In a slant, the Magister's Guild is, to put it bluntly, a mercenary organization. Its operating model is that guild members complete the tasks of the client and collect corresponding commissions. But this model is absolutely unworkable in Hogwarts. After all, there are so many tasks for you to choose from, and you can't let young wizards who are still in the learning stage, like ours, go out to do tasks like that. But up to now, Shane has no specific ideas about which model the guild should adopt, and he still needs to talk to Dumbledore about this matter. After all, he is the headmaster and is in Hogwarts. It was impossible for Cigun Guild to avoid him. In this way, as time passed, more than a week passed. On this day, as soon as Cigun left the library, he met Ivana in the corridor. However, why was she leaving in such a hurry, as she was the senior in the class? Shane, why are you still in the library? It's too late. Ivana said to Shane. Too late? A question mark appeared on Cigun's head. Why is it too late? To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Today is the first Quidditch match of the school year, didn't you know? When asked this question, Ivana's face was still a little excited and incredulous. In her opinion, how could someone not remember the time of the Hogwarts Quidditch game? Oh, I remember. After Ivana reminded me like this, Shane remembered that it seems that the Quidditch match at Hogwarts starts in early November every year. Come on, there won't be any room left if you go late. Ivana jogged and turned to Shane and said, today is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. I heard that Harry Potter also became the youngest seeker at Hogwarts in this century. Many people went to see it. After saying that, he ran towards the court like flying. Shane looked at Ivana's back in surprise. He didn't expect that the usually strict senior would turn out to be a crazy Quidditch fan. Forget it, go check it out. Speaking of which, I have never watched a Quidditch match. After reading all morning, Cigun also wanted to take a rest. However, before he goes to the stadium, he has to do something first. Quidditch, Quidditch is an important aerial team sport in the world of Harry Potter. It is a ball game played by wizards riding broomsticks in the wizarding world. This sport is very popular among wizards and wizards. According to what Hagrid said before, Quidditch is as popular among wizards as football in the Muggle world. The fan base ranges from teenage wizards to centenarians. Wait. The only criterion for determining victory or defeat in this sport is that the winning side needs to score more points than the opponent. There are 3 50-foot-tall gold poles at each end of the Quidditch pitch, with rings on top. Participants are divided into 2 teams riding broomsticks to fly in the air. Each team has 7 people, each with a goalkeeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and a seeker. Players from both teams earn 10 points for each ball they score and enter the ring, while the seeker earns 150 points for catching the snitch. At the same time, a Quidditch match can only end when the golden snitch is caught, or with the consent of the captains of both teams. If the snitch never gets caught, the game could go on for many days. It is said that the longest Quidditch match lasted was 3 months. Oh my god, is this a Quidditch pitch? Rick and Arya looked at the huge stadium in shock, with shouts and cheers coming from various viewing platforms. Yes, because Rick was deeply obsessed with Quidditch before Shane used space magic. I brought Rick to Hogwarts, and also brought Arya, who was at home with me. The stadium at Hogwarts is very large, surrounded by towering viewing platforms, with hundreds of people lined up on the platform. There are chairs so that the audience can clearly watch the game from a high place. Although the Quidditch pitch is no different from an ordinary football field on the surface, it is more than twice the size of a football field in the Muggle world. But this is not surprising. After all, Quidditch players fly in the sky on broomsticks, and footballs run on the ground. Shane took Rick and Arya to find a very good seat to sit down. The little kids around the wizard saw that there were 2 people without robes, and they were very curious for a moment, but the commentator, Jordan from Gryffindor House, shouted one by one, instantly diverting the little wizard's attention. Jordan was seen holding he shouted with a golden speaker similar to a microphone, I'm Jordan, the commentator, and welcome to the first Quidditch match of the year at Hogwarts, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and the players are already in. Come on Gryffindor. Slytherin must win. Next to Professor McGonagall, Jordan shouted with a golden loudspeaker, the players are in place. Now Mrs. Hooch is entering the court. The game is about to begin. Mrs. Hooch walked to the center of the court and looked up with eyes like an eagle. He looked at the players of the 2 teams, and then said seriously, I hope both sides can compete at a high level and with a high level of style. Then he kicked away the wooden box containing the Quidditch ball. The blood jars and the snitch then took off. At the same time, Mrs. Huochi also picked up the quaffle and threw it upwards, and the game officially began. The game started. The quaffle was first grabbed by Gryffindor's Angelina, and then she made a beautiful pass. Oh no! It's a pity that it was intercepted by Slytherin. The captain of Slytherin took a very beautiful shot. Was it going to score? Oh my gosh, so beautiful. Gryffindor's captain would made a beautiful save, and he successfully defended the 10 points. However, Katie next to her was accidentally hit in the head by a bludger. Oh, it hurts to look at it. Slytherin was in possession now, and their pursuer tried to break through Gryffindor's defense, but was hit by Gryffindor's Weasley's bludger. Gryffindor's Angelina grabbed the ball and started attacking. She flew up and dodged a bludger. Slytherin's keeper pounced. Missed it. The ball went in. Gryffindor takes the lead. Well done. Gryffindor must win. Jordan cheered enthusiastically, and at the same time, the little lion behind him also let out bursts of excited screams and cheers. On the viewing platform, Shane looked at everything in front of him speechlessly. This Quidditch looked passionate. It's quite exciting, but 25 points of the rules are too simple and crude. It doesn't look like a ball game, but a fight with the ball. Also, the little lion named Jordan, during the commentary it seems a bit private. But compared to Shane, perhaps because ice hockey and Quidditch have many similarities in the game methods and rules, Rick, an ice hockey player next to him, was extremely excited at this time. It's just that for some unknown reason, he has been cheering for the little Lions of Gryffindor. Back on the field, with Jordan's passionate commentary, the game became more and more intense. Now let us turn our attention to Harry Potter. As the youngest seeker of Hogwarts this century, how will he perform, etc.? Is that the Golden Snitch? Harry Potter saw the Golden Snitch and he chased after him, but Slytherin's Seeker isn't far behind. Two people squeezed together. Oh, damn. Slytherin's Seeker committed a foul, he knocked Harry sideways, and the Golden Snitch disappeared again. Well, that's not quite right. There seems to be something wrong with Harry's broomstick, but the one he rides is Nimbus 2000. The broom looks like it's about to throw its owner to the ground. How is this going? The stage was filled with astonishment. No one knew why Harry suddenly lost control. At this moment, in the Gryffindor stands, Hermione, who was watching the game intently, held a telescope and suddenly saw the stadium. Snape was on the opposite side of the room. He could be seen staring directly at Harry in the sky, and kept mumbling something. Oh my god. Why? Hermione put down the telescope and said in shock, why would Snape curse Harry? What did you say? Ron next to him heard that Hermione seemed to know the reason, and asked quickly it was Snape, and Snape was hexing Harry's broom. With that said, Hermione handed the telescope in her hand to Ron. What should I do? Ron put down the telescope anxiously. It was obvious that he had just seen what Snape was doing. Look at me. Immediately, Hermione, who had confirmed the truth that Harry was out of control, quietly walked around to the Slytherin stands, and using the cover of the wooden stairs, she set Snape's robe on fire with a flaming move. And Snape, who was constantly reciting the counter curse, suddenly felt that his feet were getting hotter and hotter, but he had no time to care about it, because at this time he just wanted to keep his lover's child from harm. But after a while, a professor finally discovered something strange about Snape's robe. At the professor's reminder, Snape quickly stood up and put out the flames on the robe. Correspondingly, his getting up also interrupted Quirrell's spell. Curse, Harry returned to the competition with a broomstick. And all this was seen by Shane not far away. So in the end, today's showdown between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Harry took the lead. The curtain came to an end after catching the Golden Snitch. Seeing that the game was over, Shane patted Aaliyah who was sleeping on his shoulder next to him and said, Aaliyah, wake up. It has ended. To be honest, Sia-en also admired her for being able to fall asleep in such a noisy environment. Finished. Aaliyah slowly woke up and rubbed her eyes. Who won the game? Gryffindor wins. Sia-en smiled bitterly, if I had known you didn't like watching Quidditch, I wouldn't have brought you here. It's okay, I just can't see it. Aaliyah yawned and shook her head. It was interesting to watch at first, but it was such a big stadium. I could only see a dozen small dots flying around in the sky, and then I didn't know why. The more I look at it, the more sleepy I feel. You just had to say no. I can turn you into a telescope. Sia-en sighed helplessly. Forget it, since the game is over now, I'll take you home. Oh, but where is Rick? To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. It was night in a blink of an eye. After finding Rick, who was abducted by the Weasley twins, Shane sent the two Swinton siblings to him. After returning home, he also had a dinner at home. After the meal, he used space magic to return to Hogwarts again. As usual, he went to the top of the observatory and began to study magic. Unknown to him, how long has passed, the night is getting darker, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Just when Sia-en was peeling off the magical structure of Killing Curse Avada Kedavra, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. Shane, are you up there? A question mark appeared on Sia-en's head. The purple-red halo in his pupils dissipated instantly, and the broken green magic circle in his hand also disappeared. He sat on the platform he had created on the top of the tower and heard the sound. Looking over, he found Hermione lying on the windowsill of the astronomy classroom, looking up at him. "Hermione, you actually know how to swim at night," Xiaoan exclaimed. "This little witch is usually a good girl. She will not do things like night outing, which is obviously against school rules and will result in deduction of points, unless necessary. It's not curfew time yet," Hermione said seriously. "Also, let me come up quickly, I have something important to do with you." Okay. As soon as Shane thought, the little witch flew up involuntarily. After landing on the platform, before Shane could ask what was going on, Hermione began to talk about Quidditch this afternoon. Thing about the stadium, and also inexplicably associated the previous Halloween troll invasion incident with Snape, which made Shane stunned for a moment. "Stop!" Shane interrupted Hermione directly. "I probably understand what you just said, but I heard so much from you just now, and almost all of it was imagined by you, Harry, and Ron, based on their usual impressions of Snape. You said that Snape wanted to kill Harry on the Quidditch pitch today, then let me ask you, why did Snape do this, and what was his motive for killing Harry? Secondly, you said that Snape put the troll into the school. What evidence do you have? Didn't I just say that I personally saw Snape staring at Harry and chanting spells? It wasn't until I burned his robes with magic that Harry's broom returned to normal," Hermione explained. "But your 517 explanation does not answer my question just now." Shane said, "That's why Snape wanted to harm Harry? I have no idea," Hermione said angrily. She hated the feeling that Shane didn't trust her, but usually Snape targets Harry like this, he must have his reasons. As for the troll, you can't just rely on Snape walking with a limp after Halloween to infer that he is related to the troll, right? Well, one time during recess, Harry, Ron, and I accidentally entered a room in the corridor on the 3rd floor. There was a 3-headed dog guarding something there. There are only 2 of us here, so you don't have to lower your voice." Shane suddenly interrupted Hermione. Seeing the mysterious look on the little witch's face when she spoke just now, he couldn't help but complain. "Just listen to me first." Hermione blushed and glared at Shane. "According to what Harry said, what the 3-headed dog is guarding is probably a top-secret item that Hagrid once brought back from Gringotts. Snape let the troll into the school during the Halloween party in order to divert attention and get it through the 3-headed dog. Don't you remember that day in the basement and he was the last one there? Professor Quirrell was also the last one to arrive that day." Shane stared at him and asked, "Also, does this have any connection with Snape's desire to kill Harry?" "We should stop Snape," Hermione replied with a righteous look on her face. "It seems that the Sorting Hat was right in sorting you into Gryffindor. Compared to the Eaglets in Ravenclaw, you have a clear stupidity that is opposite to them. Hermione's face turned red with anger when she heard what Shane said. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't think of any good reason. Looking at Hermione's angry look, Shane also calmed down his expression, and suddenly he became a little serious. He reached out and pinched Hermione's little face and asked, "What? You mean, you want to be a hero? Just one thing, even if Snape wants to steal something guarded by the 3-headed dog, can the 3 of you defeat Snape? We can tell Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore," Hermione retorted. She wanted to swat away Shane's hand that was squeezing her face, but she didn't know why she didn't swat it away after 2 times. She could only hold onto Shane's wrist tightly to prevent him from being touched. "It hurts so much, so tell me, why do the 2 professors doubt a professor who has worked with them for many years because of your one-sided words? You know you haven't been able to produce any evidence so far. Then you can help me too." "Hermione, until now you don't understand." Shane put the hand that was holding Hermione's face on her head, and controlled her to look directly into his eyes. "This is not a question of whether I am willing to help you or not. First of all, everything that happens has its causes and consequences, but you, Harry or Ron, only believe in the result you want, and never authenticate or pursue the reasons for the result. What's this? Is it so-called self-confidence, or is it a kind of stupidity that cannot see the logic of reality?" Hermione was left speechless, which even made her dare not look directly into Shane's eyes. "Besides," Xiaoan continued, "suppose you have never known me and never known the strength I possess, then who are you going to ask for help? Are you still relying on your own baseless assumptions and your own loneliness to face an enemy that you can't possibly defeat? Go ask Harry, how did he get the title of savior? Not long after he was born, the bodies of his parents were lying next to him. Being a hero is not easy, you have to bleed and sacrifice. Your abilities are not at that level yet. Just finish studying the book I gave you first." After speaking earnestly, Shane gently pushed Hermione's forehead, and then activated space magic and sent her back to the door of the Gryffindor lounge. Hermione stood with a red face. In front of Madame's portrait, she was stunned for a while before stamping her feet angrily. Looking at Xiaoan's attitude just now, she knew that Xiaoan would not help her in this matter. "Dragon scum." Hermione said the password and angrily walked into the Gryffindor common room. But she never thought that as soon as she entered the door, she met Harry and Ron, who were sitting by the fireplace and discussing something with each other. "What are you two doing?" Hermione asked curiously. "Hermione, you came just in time." Harry jumped up from the sofa, rushed to Hermione and said excitedly, "We know something. The thing guarded by the three-headed dog is related to Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel? How do you know?" When Hermione heard that she had found a clue, she instantly forgot what Shane had just said to her. "After the game this afternoon, Ron and I went to Hagrid to talk about what happened at the stadium today and the three-headed dog in the corridor room on the third floor. Although Hagrid didn't believe what we said, he revealed that the three-headed dog's name was Lue, and that it was borrowed by Professor Dumbledore to guard something related to Nicholas Flamel." Nicole Flamel. I vaguely remember seeing this name somewhere. Hermione scratched her head, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. "So be it, Hermione," Harry suggested. "In the next period of time, we will all work separately to find out about Nicholas Flamel. Anyway, we have to stop Snape and not let him get what Lue is guarding." "Good. Time flies, and it's Christmas Eve in a blink of an eye." The arrival of this festival also represents the official end of the first semester of Hogwarts, and the little wizards can get a 2-week holiday. However, even on such an important holiday in the West, half of the students in Hogwarts were left. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick and the house elves were decorating the Christmas party decorations. Outside the corridor of the auditorium, Shane gently stroked Fiona's snow-white feathers and said in a somewhat humble tone, "Fiona, please, help me deliver these gifts to Arya and the others." After saying that, he handed over the snack gift bag and several sets of magic robes that he had prepared. Fiona tilted her head and looked at the heavy lump in Shane's hand. Her eyes widened. She looked back and forth between Shane and the gift, and whined. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. When Xiaoyan saw her like this, he didn't know what was going on, and then he stretched out 5 fingers and said, "5 small dried fishes." Fiona listened. He flapped his wings, then raised one of his paws to signal. 420. Xiaoyan was immediately furious. He stared at Fiona crazily and shouted, "Do you know that your snacks are very expensive? 20 dried fish already cost 10 silver coins." Woo-woo. Fiona tilted her head to one side, meaning she didn't have enough dried fish, so she couldn't imagine working overtime in such a cold weather. Okay. Isn't it okay if I agree?" Xiaoyan took out 10 pieces of dried fish with a little heartache. "I'll pay you 10 pieces in advance, and I'll give you the rest when I get back." When Fiona saw the dried fish, she immediately happily jumped on Xiaoyan's shoulders and started enjoying the food. After eating 10 dried fish in a very short time, Fiona grabbed Xiaoyan and the gift slowly flew away. Xiaoyan looked at the white figure disappearing into the snow mist, sighed melancholy, and then took out the purse that had been cast the traceless stretching spell. He clicked on it. There is not much money left in it. When he went to Diagon Alley for the first time, in addition to the pile of school supplies, he also bought a lot of gifts for the Swinton family, which he exchanged at Gringotts. 4,621 gold galleons, more than half of which was spent on that day. Among them, the special gold version of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them Gilderoy Lockhart novel series, and the Quidditch World Cup model bought for Rick is the most expensive. In the month before school started, he took Arya or Rick shopping in Diagon Alley every week on average, which cost a lot of money. So this resulted in him having less than 500 gold galleons in his wallet when school started. Moreover, owls in the magical world are different from ordinary owls. As messengers of wizards, in order to maintain their intelligence or activity, their food is specially processed. The average cost of raising an owl is 10 gold galleons per month. For Fiona and the Swinton family's Thane, who is almost fat as a ball, that's 20 gold galleons a month. Coupled with the rewards from the Halloween game a while ago and the spending on Christmas gifts this time, my wallet has reached the bottom. With tears streaming down his face, Shane returned to the auditorium and sat down silently in his purse with only single digits of galleons left. Next to him, Pinello looked at Xiaoyan's dejected look and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you?" Fine. Shane put his head on the table weakly and responded, "It's just that the gold galleons have been spent." Are you short of money? I can lend it to you." As he said that, Pinello took out a money bag that was exactly the same as the one in Shane's hand. It seemed that it was also a gift from Gringotts. Wow, what a rich woman. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned into golden galleons. He looked at the fullness of the money bag in Pinello's hand. It was probably about tens of thousands in it. When my father and I went to Gringotts, he exchanged 100,000 pounds worth of gold galleons for me, but until now, Lily Zhao, in addition to buying some school supplies and gifts in Diagon Alley, it didn't cost much, Pinello said calmly. 10W. Xiaoyan looked shocked. Will those goblins be willing to change it for you? Although Gringotts does not clearly stipulate the exchange amount, after all, they also need to use the currency of the Muggle world to purchase some goods or goods that are not available in the Wizarding world. However, due to the long-term closure, the Wizarding world has a large demand for goods from the Muggle world. In fact, it is not that big, so Gringotts will be very vigilant and subjective about exchanging large amounts of Muggle world currency. Not willing. Sure enough, when faced with Xiao'an's question, Pinello shook her head, but she added the goblins were only willing to exchange for 10,000 pounds at first, but my father saw that the gold galleon seemed to be made of gold, so he sent someone home to bring 90,000 pounds worth of gold, and the goblins were immediately willing to exchange it. At the same time, just when Xiao'an lamented that he saw the legend in reality. Not far away on the Gryffindor table, Hermione was stabbing the lamb chops on the plate with her fork, staring in the direction of Shane and Pinello with an extremely resentful look. What's up with her? Ron, who was playing wizard chess with Harry next to him, looked at the resentment on Hermione's face that was about to solidify, and couldn't help asking curiously. I'm not sure, but I guess it's probably related to Dolia. Harry responded with a shrug. How to say? I also guessed. It seems that Hermione and Doria had a conflict more than a month ago. Harry whispered, although I don't know what happened. I did see that they seldom talked recently, and I found that. He paused for a moment and glanced at Hermione secretly. And I discovered that it wasn't Doria who ignored her, but Hermione herself who turned away every time she met Doria. Then why is she looking like this now? Ron looked puzzled. Didn't he think this was Hermione's own problem? I think it's because she hasn't received Dolia's Christmas gift yet. You see, it's already Christmas Eve. If she wanted to give it to her, she would have received it long ago. Harry guessed. You also know Hermione's character. She may have been waiting for Dora to take the initiative to talk to her. After saying that, both of them secretly turned their heads to look in Hermione's direction, but were glared at by Hermione, who was aware of it. The two of them were immediately frightened and pretended to continue playing chess. Because Hermione's resentment was so deep at this time, Harry and Ron did not dare to discuss her and Shane's affairs anymore in order not to get burned. So, while playing chess, the two started chatting about their daily life. Ron, won't you 303 go home this Christmas? Harry moved the rook on the chessboard forward twice and asked, I saw Fred and Patsy at school. I'm going back after Christmas this year, and then I'm going to Romania to see my brother, where he raises fire dragons. Ron took the opportunity to eat one of Harry's chess pieces and said, in fact, in previous years we went back today, but this semester Fred and George both failed their transfiguration exams. Professor McGonagall said that they should stay and make up for the exam, and Patsy also said that they should prepare for it, W.L exam, so they didn't reply, so I didn't want to go home early. But in fact, the main reason is that my silly owl broke its wing some time ago. My mother took it to St. Mungo's owl department for treatment and spent a lot of money on it. So instead of going back to spend Christmas, it is better to stay, and H.O. Gwartz had a more sumptuous dinner. As he said that, Ron put aside the pieces of Harry's dead chess piece. Seeing that the situation on the chessboard was not conducive to him, Harry quickly moved a chess piece for defense. At the same time, he asked, what did you do just now? Says Patsy is preparing O.W.L exam. Where does this come from? It's actually a kind of wizard level exam. Ron began to explain. O.W.L test, also known as Ordinary Wizarding Level 1, it is a subject test that 5th year students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry need to take, and is administered by the Wizarding Examination Authority. Students in specific O.W.L. The scores obtained in the exam subjects will, CFCF, determine whether he or she can continue studying the course in the following year. In addition to referring to the exams taken by 5th grade students, O.W.L. Sometimes it also refers to the difficulty of a student's course, that is, O.W.L. level. These things were all told to me by Patsy. He kept talking in our ears every day. I felt like .W.L. These 3 letters are almost engraved in my mind. Ron sighed and said in disgust. However, Harry was a little confused when he heard it, but he probably understood it. W.L. The exam may be a test of a wizard's comprehensive ability or what kind of job he is qualified for. Hey, Harry, why don't you go home for Christmas? Ron realized again that his best friend had not gone home for the holidays, so he asked curiously. The reason why Ron asked this was because Harry hardly mentioned a word about his previous life. He heard Harry talking about some things about his aunt's family in fragments. When he heard Ron's question, Harry's face suddenly showed a complicated expression. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and then he said, if I could, I'd never want to go back. For him, the small closet in Privet Drive was not a home at all. Compared with the comfortable dormitory at Hogwarts, it was a hell. That's why he doesn't want to go back. Ron looked at Harry's somewhat ugly face, and he thought he shouldn't ask any more questions. But at the same time, he also directly checkmate Harry's king on the chessboard. After dinner. For pay, of course, Xiao'an did not accept the sponsorship that Nello, a rich woman, lamented. He was just too worried about the small money and complained about it before. You know, he wants to make money, and there is a big man next door to Hogwarts. The vault is there. Before setting off, Shane went to the room of requirement and picked up 2 super large oak barrels. After cleaning them, he took them and flew towards the Forbidden Forest. The Dark Forest, also usually known as the Forbidden Forest, it is located on the edge of the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As its name suggests, it is usually not allowed for Hogwarts students to enter. It is only in special circumstances such as confinement or care of magical creatures classes. Under the Forbidden Forest, students can be specially allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest, but only in the outer areas. For hundreds of years, because there are many mysterious magical animals and potion materials in the Forbidden Forest, many students want to go in to find out, but most of the students who broke into the depths of the Forbidden Forest died, and some of them could not even find their bodies. To read violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Xia once heard that the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class last year he disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. He seemed to have stayed in Azkaban for a while before entering Hogwarts. At that time, Dumbledore mobilized all the professors and staff of the school to enter the Forbidden Forest in order to find this professor. But in the end, nothing was found except for a piece of bloody cloth. The Forbidden Forest was very big, but with Xiao's speed, he landed quickly in less than a minute. Standing on the soft thick moss of the Forbidden Forest, looking around, it was pitch black, nothing could be seen, and there was poisonous miasma everywhere. Xiao raised his hand slightly, and a yellow magic circle appeared on the palm of his hand, and then several light balls emerged from flying out of the magic circle and surrounding Xiao, lighting up the road ahead. The ball of light was extremely dazzling in the dark Forbidden Forest, and Xiao was like a big light bulb. He did this to attract some nocturnal magical animals, but after waiting for a long time, he found that except for some light-seeking insects, nothing came close. It's strange. Isn't it said that there are many magical animals in the Forbidden Forest? Why can't I see anything? Xiao was confused, so he began to plan to explore the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After walking like this for a few minutes, he suddenly saw a particularly conspicuous nest made of rotten leaves not far away. He looked closer and saw in the rotten leaf nest, there are more than a dozen petite magical animals with spherical bodies and soft fur covering them all looking up at him. Wow, so cute, it's pu wrong. When Xiao saw such a cute thing, he was immediately overflowing with love. However, he was immediately surprised. How could these Pujongrong be here? Pujongrong, a magical creature, has a docile personality and has no attack power. Even if it is attacked by someone, it is indifferent to being hugged or thrown around. It is a scavenger. From time to time, a very slender pink tongue will stick out from the middle of its body, stretching around like a snake, looking for food. In the wizard's house, the velvet will eat everything from leftovers to spiders, but it especially likes to stick its tongue up and get into the noses of sleeping wizards and eat their dry boogers. Therefore, the docile temperament of the velvet has made them loved by generations of wizard children, and they are popular pets for wizards. So, how come this animal is not used as food by other animals when it is placed deep in the dangerous Forbidden Forest? Eaten? Although he didn't know how the nest of cattails in front of him survived, Xiao didn't think too much. He took out a cloth bag and put all the catkins in it. These little cuties were in Diagon Alley can sell them for an average of 2 gold galleons each. So Shane thought that if he took this nest of velvet back to Hogwarts, it would definitely disappear in seconds if it sold for 1 gold galleons. After all, this kind of cuteness, the things in the Forbidden Forest are fatally attractive to the little witches. Bad bird, a bird with a large head and slender legs, and extremely colorful feathers. The color of its fur is usually orange, pink, lime green or yellow, and other colors can rarely appear. It is a bird native to Africa. The bird's high-pitched, chirping call can make people lose their minds, so each bird needs to be cast with a silent spell before it can be sold. Its feathers are used to make quills, and their eggs are brightly patterned. In order to prevent the evil bird from escaping, Xia immediately activated magic to teleport to the fir tree as soon as he saw it. Before the evil bird had time to react, he grabbed it with both hands and cast a silent spell at the same time. Landing on the ground, Xia discovered that the feathers of the evil bird in his hand were a rare orange-red color. He had been thinking about what Christmas gift to give Hermione for the past few days, but he didn't expect this to come to his door. Looking at the struggling evil bird in his hand, Xiao gently stroked the gorgeous feathers, and then suddenly showed an evil smile and said softly, "Don't worry, little one, I won't eat you." After saying that, the hand stroking the feathers began to move. After a while, Xiao walked away happily, and at the same time, there was a naked one with circles in the eyes in the Forbidden Forest. Evil bird. Explore the Forbidden Forest dungeon to unlock the magical creature Evil Bird, and get a reward. 112 beautiful orange-red feathers can be used to make exquisite quills. The night sky on Christmas Eve was exceptionally bright. Star lanterns hung high above the Milky Way. Through the dense trees, they provided a glimmer of light to the dark Forbidden Forest, making everything seem so mysterious and unknown. Stepping through the thin snow, various nocturnal animals rustled through the dense ferns. They were all attracted by the light around Sean. Faced with the animals surrounding him, Xia ignored them. Because most of these animals are not magical animals, even if there are some mixed in, they don't have any particularly valuable materials. However, as Xia continued to go deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the magical animals he thought he encountered finally appeared. Suddenly, Xia saw a faint blue fluorescence flying around among the trees in the distance, like a will-o'-the-wisp. What is that? Shane frowned, and a question mark appeared above his head. He didn't remember that there were any magical animals that emitted blue fluorescence in the book. In the wizarding world, everyone reads fantastic beasts, and where to find them is used to divide the levels of magical animals, and they are divided by the letter boggart and the like. Level 2, XX not actively aggressive, but can cause serious harm to wizards. For example, Bowtruckle, Billywig, etc. Level 3, XXX huge in size, extremely aggressive, and can cause serious harm or even death to wizards. For example, trolls, werewolves, acromunchulas, etc. Level 4, XXXX extremely aggressive, has special magical abilities, and can cause fatal damage to wizards. For example, poisonous leopard, curled-winged demon, basilisk, etc. Level 5, XXXXX possessing high intelligence, powerful magical abilities, and posing a fatal threat to wizards or even causing large-scale disasters. For example, dragon, thunderbird, phoenix, etc. Xia searched several times in his mind, but he couldn't find any magical animal with the characteristics of blue fluorescence. So, he planned to go in and take a look. But he didn't expect that just after taking a few steps, Xia heart suddenly sounded alarm, and the combat intuition cultivated through years of fighting made him subconsciously dodge. Just as Xia jumped to the side to avoid it, a shadow covered with bone spurs passed by his nose at an extremely fast speed, followed by a strong smell of blood. Xia quickly stood up, looked at the direction where the shadow disappeared in shock and said, "What is that?" Phew! A sound broke through the air, and the black shadow quickly jumped out of the darkness at the same speed as before, heading straight for Xia face. Xia instantly tilted his head to avoid it, but he didn't expect that a small cut was made on his face. "Is that the winged demon?" Xia raised his eyebrows and wiped the blood off his face at the same time. He had just seen what the black figure looked like. A pair of blue-green wings full of spikes, which looked like a reptile and a huge butterfly. This is obviously the appearance of the winged demon. In addition, the familiar fishy smell he smelled when he attacked for the first time is exactly the same as the previous monsters whose heads he smashed, that is, the brain. The taste. The curl-winged demon likes to eat human brains, so it just kept trying to pounce on his face. However, Xia was also confused at the same time, because the curl-winged demon in front of him was completely different from the one recorded in the book. Ordinarily, the curling winged demon does not have a light-emitting organ like a firefly, and its speed recorded in the book is not exaggerated as the one in front of you. The speed just now was almost close to the speed of sound. And just as Xia was thinking, the curling winged demon, after the demon failed to eat Xia's brain twice, it began to make a comeback. Its sharp wings cut through the air, and the curled winged demon suddenly broke through the sound barrier and flew towards Xia at a faster speed. Xia listened to what was coming from his ears. There was a huge sonic boom, a green light suddenly lit up under my feet, and a lifelike huge tree slowly rotated in the magic circle. Natural magic, the birth of the tree world. Just when the sharp teeth of the curling winged demon were about to bite Xia's eye socket, hundreds of thick vines sprouted from the ground and trapped the curling winged demon tightly. The winged demon was tied up with vines until only its head was exposed. It made a series of piercing chirping sounds, twisted its body crazily and stared at Xia's head. "It's really a curling winged devil." Xia came closer and took a closer look, confirming that he had read correctly. At the same time, he reached out and tapped the white bone head of the curling winged demon. "Little guy, can you tell me why you can shine?" However, the response was still a beast-like cry. "You have good qualifications, be my pet." Xia thought for a while and decided to take this special curling winged demon under his command. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. When he was in a slant before, he wanted to find he only had a handsome and good-looking powerful monster as a pet. In addition, based on his performance just now, Xia felt that this curled winged demon still had a lot of potential that had not yet been realized, so it just met his conditions. So, Xia thought about activating the contract magic and taking the curling winged devil as a pet. However, the curling winged devil in front of him didn't seem to want to surrender. I saw that its mouth suddenly emitted the same blue light as its body, and then it shot out a breath. "Damn it!" Xia hurriedly avoided. He looked at the stone behind him that was sprayed by his breath, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The blue fluorescent venom was corroding the hard stone into shape, and was exuding a thick white smoke. This is extremely poisonous, and it can still be attacked physically. And it's not over yet. After the curling winged demon used a burst of venomous breath to drive back Xia, it suddenly let out a shrill scream. It was ear-piercing. The cry resounded throughout the forbidden forest in an instant and reached very far away. Many animals in the forbidden forest, whether they were ordinary animals or magical creatures, were immediately frightened and fled in all directions. Their survival instincts were telling them to find something as soon as possible. Run as far as you can. Xia covered his ears and quickly took a few steps back. He wanted to see what other abilities the curl-winged demon had. Hearing the end of the chirping, the curling-winged demon suddenly let out a dazzling ghostly sound. The blue light, sharp bone spurs and skin began to secrete venom, and the vines that trapped it were corroded in a short time. Immediately afterwards, the entire body of the curled winged demon began to expand until it grew to more than 10 times its original size. Stop! The winged demon is suspended in midair, with its two wings stretched out to at least 20 meters long. Through the fangs in its mouth, you can vaguely see the blue light in its throat that is ready to go. It is full of the bone-spurred tail hangs down to the ground, and the sickle blade dripping with fluorescent venom on the tail tip is constantly scratching the fallen leaves under the snow, making a rustling sound. At this time, this curled winged demon is like a dark angel who has fallen into the world. It is simply dark. Perfect combination with beauty. What the hell is this curled winged demon? Isn't it the ability of birds and snakes to change body size? Xia-En was already stunned. After saying that, before Xia-En could react from the shock, the curled winged demon that had completed its transformation let out a cry again, and flicked its tail blade, which was at least 10 meters long. A quick attack in the direction of Xia-En. Hey, you little guy can't do this. It takes hundreds of years for these trees to grow that big. Xia-En easily avoided the tail blade attack of the curling winged demon, but at the same time, several thick fir trees behind him were neatly cut off, and the cuts were smooth. The curling winged demon's huge venomous breath hit the 7-layered ring of blazing sky without making any progress. The scattered venom completely corroded the surrounding plants. More than a minute later, Xia-En stood there and looked at the blue venom that was already flowing out of the curling winged demon's mouth, and decided not to waste time and subdue it directly. He clapped his hands together and shouted soul contract. A huge golden magic circle instantly covered the exhausted winged demon. A few seconds later, a small blue-green, spiny cocoon lay in the center of the magic circle that had just disappeared. Xia-En stepped forward and picked up the curled winged demon that had returned to its initial state. The huge form just now must have consumed a lot of the curling winged demon's physical strength, so now it can only wrap its body tightly like this to slowly recover, and it is still in urgent need of food. Having said that, the crooked winged demon's favorite food is human brains, so what should I feed it? Xia-En was immediately troubled. He can't really kill people and dig out their brains for this little guy, he's not a zombie. And just when Xia-En was worried about his pet's food rations, a message 753 suddenly came from the callus on his hand. Just listen to the curled winged demon asking, Master, can I eat your brain? This sentence suddenly made several tic-tac-toes appear on Xia-En's forehead. I'm solving your food problem, but you want to eat your master's brain. Forget it, wait a minute and look for some animal brains in the forbidden forest for you to eat. And seeing that you are all blue and blue, you are still a girl. Let's call her Helena from now on. The reason why he came up with this name is because from Helena's butterfly-like appearance and the blue fluorescence emanating from her body, Xia-En suddenly thought of the kind of butterfly known as the most beautiful butterfly in the world, the goddess of light. Butterfly, also known as Helena Morpho. After giving his pet a name, Shane hung Helena around his neck and continued his journey to the Forbidden Forest. Explore the Forbidden Forest dungeon to unlock the magical creature Curling Winged Demon, and received a reward, a suspected highly mutated curled winged demon, Helena. And continuing to walk deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Xia-En finally found the biggest goal he wanted to find during this trip to the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps Helena's momentum just scared away all the surrounding animals, so Shane walked for a long time without seeing any new magical animals. It was not until a long time later that he suddenly heard some strange sounds. Xia-En pricked up his ears and listened in the direction of the sound source. He suddenly heard bursts of rustling sounds coming from the distance. It sounded like there were quite a lot of them. They seemed to be a group of reptiles, and they kept moving toward him, approaching from this direction. Suddenly, Xia-En had a guess in his mind, so he flew into the air and controlled a small light ball beside him to fly into the darkness in the distance. I saw, under the light of the light ball, a large group of whole-body big spiders covered with thick black hair are constantly moving their slender legs and crawling out of the darkness one after another. Aha! It's the acromantula. Xia-En waved his fist happily. The main reason he came to the Forbidden Forest this time was to find the acromantula. Before coming, he went to the room of requirement to find 2 standard 225-liter oak barrels, in order to get the 8-eyed giant spider. The venom of the giant eye spider. You must know that 1 pint of this thing can sell for 100 gold galleons on the market, and there is a price but no market, not to mention the price on the black market. Hey, leave all the small money for me. Xia-En looked at the countless acromantulas gathered under the ball of light. He waved his hands to both sides of his body, and 2 red magic arrays engraved with dragon head patterns appeared in front of his palms. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, Red Lotus Red Cliff. A golden red fire wall instantly surrounded all the acromantulas. Petrificus Totalis. Following that, another huge gray magic circle covered all the acromantulas in the entire firewall. In less than 10 seconds, except for a very few fish that slipped through the net, thousands of acromantulas of different sizes appeared. The giant-eyed spiders all froze and lay scattered on the ground. Xia-En took out a huge syringe from his pocket, and after dividing out dozens of thoughts, he began to treat these walking golden gallons. Extract the venom. Because there are too many, and at the same time adhering to the sustainable development concept, Xiaoan only takes action on those acromantulas above the size of adults, and he can't control so many other smaller ones. 10 minutes later, Shane finally obtained about 226 pints of venom from these acromantulas, which means that he earned 22,600 gold galleons in a very short period of time. To be honest, this was more expensive than robbing Gringotts. The money came quickly. Xiaoan looked at most of the oak barrels that were still empty, and then looked at the acromantulas around him. He knew where to go to fill the oak barrels. Xiaoan first lifted he illuminated the ball of light, then removed the magic from all the acromantulas, and then began to follow the spiders in circles in the forbidden forest. He wanted to find the big spider in the original book. After following the spiders for a long time, Xiaoan K was led to a huge cave by a dozen acromantulas carrying food in their mouths. At the entrance of the cave not far away, countless acromantulas were coming in and out, densely packed like ants. There is no doubt that this is the lair of the acromantula. Shane flew into the cave at an extremely fast speed. He was suspended in mid-air, looking at the mountain of animal bones and dome-shaped spider webs under his feet. The air smelled of rotten flesh and ammonia. Is it Hagrid? Deep in the cave, the lord of the acromantula named Aragog suddenly smelled the scent of human beings, and slowly crawled out from behind a boulder with a body as big as a bus. I saw that it was covered in blood. His hair has turned gray, and his eyes are pale due to blindness. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. You are that one. Xiaoan looked at the big spider in front of him and scratched his head. He had already forgotten the name of the acromantula. You are not Hagrid, Aragog said angrily. Human, you shouldn't come here. Although I promised Hagrid not to eat humans, my children don't have that good tolerance. But I can give you 1 minute, you can. Before Aragog could finish speaking, he heard a clear snap of his fingers. A green magic circle appeared at Xiaoan's feet, and then a green light wave spread out at a speed that was beyond the reach of the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, all the acromantulas were knocked unconscious by the power of stupefy who fainted. At the same time, the juvenile bodies on the roof of the cave also fell down like rain. What did you just say? Xiaoan asked jokingly. Aragog didn't respond. Although he was blind, he could still feel the surrounding environment. It moved its huge spider legs to draw white marks on the rock, and slowly tried to retreat. Come on, you don't really think you can run away in front of me? Xiaoan said angrily when he saw this, and then took out the oak barrel that was still mostly empty. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But do you choose to do it yourself or do I do it myself? Aragog silently walked up to the oak barrel, opened his big fangs and began to inject venom into the barrel. It's not that it doesn't want to resist, it's just that the power gap is too great and there's nothing we can do. After a while, Shane stuffed the full oak barrel back into his pocket with satisfaction, then sat down next to Aragog and asked casually, by the way, what's your name? For Xiaoan, he only remembered that the old acromantula in front of him appeared once in the Chamber of Secrets, and he had long forgotten its name. Aragog, Hagrid named me. Aragog replied tremblingly. Aragog, why are you talking? The reason why Xiaoan asked this is not just out of pure curiosity. Even though the acromantula is a 4x magical creature, this race does not have the conditions to speak in terms of intelligence or physical structure. So Shane wanted to find out from Aragog whether there really was a way to make magical animals speak like humans. If possible, he also wanted to apply this method to Helena. But it was obvious that Aragog's IQ did not seem to be able to support it in answering such a question. He only heard it answer, Hagrid taught it, and it took a long time. How was it taught? Just talk. Let me ask another question. How did you and Hagrid talk? Talking while eating wild deer. After this conversation, Xiaoan was speechless. After leaving the acromantula's lair, Xiaoan wandered around the forbidden forest again, and then found the moonchild beast in a very high cave, and obtained 30 kilograms of the moonchild beast's feces before sunrise. Can make magic plants grow fast and strong. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was already past 10 p.m., so Xiaoan decided to go home. Throughout the night, he gained a lot of money while exploring the Forbidden Forest dungeon. 1. Obtained 16 velvet downs. 2. Obtained 112 orange-red feathers of the evil bird, can be used to make exquisite quills. 3. Obtained a powerful mutant crooked winged demon. 4. Obtained 2 oak barrels of acromantula venom, in exchange for about 40,000 gold galleons. 5. Obtained 30 kilograms of moon-crazy beast's feces before sunrise. 6. Obtained several herbal materials that can be used to make potions. Anyway, it's been a rewarding experience. Shane happily counted the loot in the dormitory, and then started making his own Christmas gifts. The next day, Christmas. Because he had to make and pack Christmas gifts yesterday night, Xiaoan didn't get up until very late. He resisted his sleepiness and sat up, stretched, and then waved out the window Fiona. A snowy owl fluttered its wings from the window and flew in front of Sean. Fiona came from the window in the middle of the night last night. The Swintons came back from delivering gifts. Shane touched the white and soft feathers on Fiona's body, took out the 10 dried fish he owed, and then pointed to a wrapped gift box on the table next to him. "Fiona, please send this thing to Hermione." Fiona screamed happily twice, quickly ate the dried fish, then flapped her wings, grabbed the gift and flew away. After getting up, Shane freshened up and then teleported to Dumbledore's principal's office. I looked around, but no one was there, and Phoenix Fox was not on the perching branch. He must have gone out for something. So Shane put the chocolate gift box prepared in advance and wrapped in wool socks on Dumbledore's table. The chocolates inside were all bought by him from the most exclusive dessert shop in London. The 108 chocolates are worth £1,000, which is no different from stealing money. Then, Shane teleported to Gryffindor's office and gave Professor McGonagall a copy of The Chronicles of the 1877 Quidditch World Cup. The 1877 Quidditch World Cup is known as the event that no one remembers, and it was also the most controversial game in the history of the Quidditch World Cup. Because at that time, the venue for the Quidditch World Cup had been selected, the tickets had been sold, and the merchandise had been produced, but neither the players nor the fans could remember that they had ever participated in or watched any game. Then, gave Professor Flitwick a pair of shoes with wings, so that he would not have to use books to build stairs in the future to climb up to the podium to give lectures. Then, he also prepared a pair of Jinkla 20 from the Moon Crazy Beast for Professor Sprout. Kilograms, it would be a big help to her herb garden. Although this thing is just a piece of cake, it has a price but no market in Diagon Alley. Because the Moon Crazy Beast lives in remote and uninhabited places all year round, it is extremely difficult to find. Its silver excrement must be collected before sunrise, otherwise it will lose its effect of promoting plant growth and development. Shane also prepared a crystal headband for Pinello to prevent her messy blonde hair from covering her beautiful face. Because there were too many gifts, Shane simply went to the kitchen to give them away. Please. Lulu gave away all the gifts. However, among the deans, he still had to prepare a Christmas gift for Snape. What should I give as a gift? After thinking about it, I took into account Snape's identity as potions master, and also for his own selfish reasons. Shane finally packed 10 pints of venom from Helena as a gift for Snape, and then walked toward the basement of Hogwarts with a bucket of acromantula venom. Snape's office was next door to the potions classroom in the basement. Boom, boom, boom. Shane knocked on the door and called inside. "Professor Snape, are you there?" After waiting for a while, no one responded. Xia pushed the door of the office and found that it was unlocked, so he opened the door and walked in. Snape's office was very dark and damp, and you could vaguely smell the musty smell mixed with the smell of potions in the air. On the shelves along the wall, there were many glass containers of different sizes, which contained organ specimens of various unknown animals, which looked very disgusting. However, there is one unusually clean place in the office, and that is the fireplace deep in the room. There was no ashes in the fireplace. It had not been used for an unknown period of time. There are 2 old pine tables in the office. One table is filled with quill pens, books, and other utensils, while the other table is filled with several cauldrons, inside which are rolling magic materials full of weird colors. Medicines, they are exuding a charming aroma. The owner of the office was not there. So Shane began to visit Snape's office out of curiosity. He looked at the glass containers on the shelves and was very interested in what was inside. When I came to a square glass box, there were many small black bugs crawling around inside. Lobo worm. There are plenty of them in the Black Lake, so why would Snape keep them here? Xia said with some confusion. Although the venom of Lobo worm can be used to make magic potions, its side effects are extremely high and strictly restricted, so many potion makers usually do not prepare this thing. Xia knocked on the equipment. There was a glass box with Lobo worms, and then he looked at another thing that looked like a goat's horn. I've never heard that the horns of the long-horned water snake can be used as raw materials for making potions, but I've heard of them for making wands. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. There is even a specimen of Jin Fixia. Xia suddenly saw a glistening golden bird specimen behind the glass jar with the horns of a long-horned water snake. It was round and round, with a particularly slender mouth and a pair of sparkling ruby eyes. It was quickly extinct due to overhunting. The golden snitch. As he discovered more and more novel things, Sean's curiosity gradually exploded. He jumped up and down in Snape's office and had a great time visiting it. "Ha! What is that?" Shane suddenly caught a glimpse of a huge glass jar filled with dust and cobwebs in the darkest corner. He walked forward curiously and looked inside with the light ball he created. It turned out to be a huge scarlet tail. The tail of a fire dragon. Xia wiped the dust on the glass jar and looked inside carefully, but it doesn't look like it. It's all horny, no scales. This is the tail of the Chimera, a very bloodthirsty and violent magical creature native to Greece. A familiar and indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind Xia and directly answered Xia's question. Xia looked suddenly enlightened, and smashed his fist in the palm of his hand. Oh, it turns out to be a chimera beast. Ah! He had already noticed Snape's arrival, even if the old bat walked without making a sound. Dolia broke into the professor's office without permission. Snape looked at Shane with cold eyes, 10 points will be deducted from Ravenclaw Academy. Professor, I am not breaking in. The door is unlocked. Xia En pointed in the direction of the door and said sophistry. Snape did not argue with Xia En. Instead, he held up his black robe and raised his hands like a giant bat. His face was expressionless, and his eyes began to faintly glow with blue. Color halo, Xia Endela, what brings you to my place? Shane stared at Snape with dead eyes, and said helplessly, Professor, did Professor Dumbledore tell you that legilimency is useless to me? The halo in Snape's pupils dissipated instantly, and the hand holding the robe tightened involuntarily. Shane noticed the shock in Snape's heart. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes in his heart, and then took out his pretend the crystal bottle with Helena's venom said, Professor, I'm here to give you a Christmas gift. Snape frowned as he looked at the crystal bottle handed over by Sean. He did not speak, but stared at Sean with a suspicious look, then slowly stretched out his hand, and suddenly took it from Sean's hand. Pull out the crystal bottle with force, Professor, be careful. Helena's venom is very toxic. I tried several containers and found that only crystal bottles will not be corroded, Shane reminded. He was afraid that Snape would not understand the situation and accidentally get the venom on his skin, and he would suffer a lot then. Snape uncorked the bottle and held the crystal bottle to smell it between his nose. Got the news, the venom of the curled winged demon? But it's different. Snape relied on his many years of pharmaceutical experience to instantly smell out that the venom in the crystal bottle came from the winged demon. Where did you get it? Snape asked, staring at Shane. The venom of the winged demon can be diluted appropriately and can be used to eliminate bad memories, and it will emit a silvery white light, but the bottle in his hand now has never been seen before. It's a darker blue than ever before. For a potion master, this may be a new pharmaceutical material, and it can even make some potions that only existed in theory become a reality. This is the venom secreted by my pet, Xia En replied. After saying that, a black shadow flew out from Xia En's chest. Helena flapped her blue-green wings and hovered next to Xia En. Let me introduce, this is Helena. Xia En introduced with a smile and seriously. But at this time, Snape paid no attention to Xia En's introduction. When he saw a brain-eating curled winged demon suddenly flying out in front of him, he immediately instinctively flew towards. He took a few steps back and took out his wand and pointed it at Helena warily. Professor Snape, you don't have to be so nervous. Xia En let Helena hang on his arm by her tail, it won't attack you. But Snape still didn't put down his wand, and began to say in a cold voice word by word, Ciandolia, raise dangerous magical creatures in school. The last person who did this was expelled from school. I know, Mr. Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I remember he seemed to be from Hufflepuff, and he was very familiar with Professor Dumbledore. Shane first took Helena back, and then brought the oak barrel filled with a chromatula venom to Snape. In fact, Professor, you just saw that Helena is different from ordinary curling winged demons. Her venom may have a unique effect in potions. This bucket of acromantula venom is my reward for asking you to help me. With that said, Shane opened the oak barrel containing the venom. A faint fishy smell immediately floated in the air. Snape shrugged his nose. As soon as he smelled it, he knew that the oak barrel in front of him contained genuine acromantula venom, and it was still fresh. To be honest, since he started to learn potions, the total amount of acromantula venom he has seen and used may not be as much as the oak barrel in front of him. After a moment of silence, Snape suddenly waved his robe, then turned around and walked into the office with a crystal bottle that was faintly emitting blue light. He came to the bookshelf next to his desk, pulled out a few specific books on it, and then pointed the wand at the empty space on the bookshelf and said some incantation. Suddenly there was a snap, and a hidden mechanism in the bookshelf was opened. Snape took out a bottle of silver potion from it, then turned back, threw the potion directly to Shane and said coldly, I will truthfully report the matter of the winged demon to Principal Dumbledore. Now, get out of my office. After saying that, he turned around and returned to his desk. Walking out of Snape's office, Shane looked at the silver potion in his hand, and the joy on his face could not be concealed at all. He really didn't. I thought that sending Christmas gifts in person would bring unexpected rewards. The bottle of potion in front of me is one of the sealings of potions, the elixir of good fortune. It is a kind of potion that can make people lucky within 12 hours. To be honest, the value of the elixir is far greater than the gift given by Xia En, and it can even be said to be a costless transaction for him. You must know how many are available in the Acromantula Forbidden Forest. If you don't have enough venom, just go get some more. And Helena is Shane's own pet, so there is no need to worry about the supply of venom. But then again, are all Slytherins like this, so arrogant? Shane recalled Snape's somewhat embarrassing and unexpected request when he received the gift just now. He must have not received a Christmas gift for many years. After giving Snape the gift, Shane was nervous again. Then we came to Hagrid's hut by the Forbidden Forest. He also prepared a Christmas gift for Hagrid, and stopped by to inquire about Helena and the secret of Aragog's ability to talk. Boom, boom, boom. Hagrid, are you there? Shane knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut and shouted inside. Who? Is it Harry? Hagrid's voice came from behind the door, and then there was a burst of heavy footsteps. The door creaked open, and a slightly smoky Hagrid poked his head out. "Merry Christmas, Hagrid," Xian said with a smile. "Oh, Shane, it's you. Come in quickly." When Hagrid saw that the visitor was Xian, his face was immediately filled with surprise, and he quickly invited Xian into the house. "Thanks." Xian thanked him, and then stepped into the house. He looked around and found a lot of charcoal suddenly appeared in the corner of the house. Xian raised his eyebrows, suddenly remembered something, and then found that on the table not far away, there was a round thing wrapped in a linen bag. Hagrid, who had just closed the door, turned around and saw that Xian had been staring at the treasure he had just won, and his face immediately became a little nervous, hurriedly walked over and stood in front of Xian and said awkwardly, Xian, Merry Christmas. Have fun, Hagrid." Xian responded with a smile, then tilted his body and looked behind Hagrid. "You don't have to be so nervous, I know it's a fire dragon egg, I saw it." "Oh, how did you know?" Hagrid was a little at a loss for a moment. He picked up the dragon egg on the table and said in a pleading tone, "Xian, don't tell others, I just..." "Don't worry, I'm not like you," Xian replied thoughtfully, and then took out the gift he had prepared and handed it over. "Try your gift to see if it fits." "Oh my god!" Hagrid exclaimed, hurriedly put down the dragon egg in his hand, wiped his soot-stained hands, and then carefully took the brand new wool coat that Shane handed over. "I saw that the coat you were wearing had not been changed all day long, and there were many patches on it, so I thought I would give you a new one this Christmas." Thank you so much." Hagrid wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with emotion, and then began to take off his old moleskin coat and put on the new clothes that Shane gave him. After a while, he happily faced Shane, spread his arms and asked, "Is it appropriate?" "Very good, very suitable." Xian nodded and praised, and then began to take advantage of Hagrid's physical and mental joy to tell him another purpose of coming this time. "Hagrid, I saw Aragog yesterday night." Xian said directly, "Aragog is Aragog." Hagrid didn't react at first, but after 2 seconds, his eyes widened. He shook his head at Shane in disbelief and said, "No, impossible, it promised. I won't leave the Forbidden Forest." "It? How did you see it?" "Yesterday evening I went to the depths of the Forbidden Forest and met a group of acromantulas. Following them, I saw it." Xian replied truthfully. "Did you go to the Forbidden Forest? And went to the acromantula's lair?" The shock in Hagrid's heart was indescribable. He glanced at Shane in stunned silence. "You must know the acromantula's lair. Apart from himself and Dumbledore, basically no one can come out alive from that place." "It's okay, Aragog and his children were very polite to me yesterday night." Xian waved his hands with a relaxed expression and said, "Actually, I'm just a little curious, how did you make Aragog speak like a human?" "Oh, that's what you asked." Hagrid finally recovered from the shock. He touched his big belly, and then a trace of memories began to appear in his eyes. "Actually, I don't know why Aragog can speak. What can I do? This will start when I pick up Aragog." It turns out that just 48 years ago, Hagrid was still a third-year student at Hogwarts. One day, he accidentally discovered an acromantula egg near the Forbidden Forest. So he, who had a natural affinity for magical animals, secretly took the egg back to Hogwarts for incubation. The acromantula species needs to go through 10 instars from hatching to adulthood, and each instar is about 6 to 8 months. And in these 6 to 8 months, the food the acromantulas eat and the living environment they live in will have a huge impact on them. I remember that Aragog was very cute when he first hatched, but in order to avoid drawing attention to others, I usually kept him in a wooden box and gave him food such as cotton aphids and stable flies. Hagrid gradually told some of the things that happened that year. "But what does this have to do with being able to talk to Aragog?" Xian said doubtfully. "Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't." Hagrid shook his head with regret. "To be honest, I was still a student at the time. Although I was very interested in magical animals, I didn't do much research in this area. It wasn't until I became the gamekeeper at Hogwarts and had more contact with the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, Wang Zheahao, plus some knowledge from books, that I slowly began to realize, to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Aragog, it may be a very special existence among the acromantula group. To tell you the truth, I have tried to raise an acromantula in the same way as Aragog before, but in the end I failed." "In other words, you are completely wrong." Xian sighed with a little regret. These words of Hagrid shattered his idea of training Helena to speak, because even if he found the password that Aragog could speak, it would only apply to the acromantula race. Close when Hagrid saw Helena, he immediately picked up a large iron bucket from the side and put it on his head in panic, and then held a pair of fire pliers in his hand. "Don't be nervous, Hagrid." Xian smiled and gently stroked Helena's silky wings with his hand. "It is my pet, Helena. It will not hurt anyone without my order." Hagrid stared at Helena carefully and observed that there seemed to be no danger, so he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Hagrid stroked his chest, and then the way he looked at Helena gradually changed from nervous and scared to confused. "Oh, it's so beautiful." Hagrid slowly came up to Helena, looked at her carefully, and exclaimed, What happened? Xian suddenly noticed something was wrong with the look on Hagrid's face, and quickly raised his head to look at Helena. He saw that its two wings were regularly emitting a dazzling blue light, giving people a rather dreamy feeling. Damn it! Do you still have psychedelic abilities? Xian was shocked, because those rhythmic blue flashes on Helena's wings obviously have the ability to visually disturb people's spirits. So Xian quickly stepped forward and grabbed Hagrid's hand and shouted, Hagrid, Hagrid, wake up! Oh, huh? What happened to me just now? Hagrid suddenly woke up, his face full of doubts. You almost put your brain in Helena's mouth just now, Xian complained. Hagrid was stunned for a while after listening to Xian's words. Then he remembered what happened just now, but he didn't show any fear. Instead, he stared at Helena with shining eyes. Shane, I have to say that this pet of yours is really special, Hagrid said excitedly. I have never seen a curling-winged demon mutate to this extent. So, Helena is really mutated? Rather than a magical creature that is a cross between a winged demon and other magical animals? 023 This question has been lingering in Xian's mind since he subdued Helena yesterday night. He even thought that Helena was a combination of the winged demon and the snake bird. After all, it can be done without the help of among all recorded magical creatures. Only birds and snakes can expand their size to more than 10 times their original size under the influence of external force. After hearing Xian's question, Hagrid, who was proficient in magical biology, shook his head with certainty. Shaking his head, he said, Of course not, because you can see that Helena is completely in the form of a winged demon, but it is a little special. If two different magical creatures are combined, then Helena will definitely have the appearance characteristics of the two magical creatures. What's more, until now, people have not found any precedent of a successful combination of two different magical creatures in the wild. So how did Helena mutate to this extent? Xian asked as he held Helena in his arms. Not sure, it may be because it ate a lot of fireflies when it was growing up. Firefly? Xian was stunned when he heard this answer. Isn't the curly-winged demon eating brains? It's impossible to eat it right after birth, right? Hagrid replied matter-of-factly, actually, it's not just the crouching winged demon or the acromantula. The magical creatures themselves are very wonderful. They can often evolve into different forms according to the environment in which they grow. I still remember that a long time ago, a mutated poisonous leopard was discovered in South America. Because it lived in a miasma-rich rainforest for a long time, the poisonous mist it emitted killed everyone in a village. Magical creatures have existed in this world much longer than us humans. Sometimes I wonder if this mutation of magical creatures is retrieving the abilities they should have had that have been lost in history. After listening to Hagrid's long lament about magical beasts, Shane walked out of the hut thoughtfully. Before leaving, Hagrid gave Shane some sheep brains. He said that ordinary sheep brains or cow brains would be enough for Helena's food, and human brains were only the most delicious food for the winged demons. Hagrid also confessed that Helena is still underage and may still have untapped potential abilities. Therefore, Shane can sometimes feed Helena the blood or brains of some magical creatures appropriately to promote its growth or evolution. Of course, Hagrid also begged not to use Agarak's brain, and Shane agreed. For a long time after that, except for Agarak, the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest began to suffer great disasters. After sending him away from Hagrid's hut, Shane received a message from Aunt Julie. Letters, she was constantly urging Shane to go back for Christmas. So, thinking that there were more than 20 days during the Christmas vacation, and thinking that there was nothing to do in school, Xian finally decided to be obedient, go back to the dormitory, pack his luggage, and go home. However, after the vacation started, Xian suddenly started to work as a saltfish at home. He felt that he had done too many great things since he entered Hogwarts. What drives Hogwarts curriculum reform, the search for the founder's legacy, the development of soul-killing magic, and more. It feels like it never stops. So Xian said, I have done a lot of great things for a semester, but I can't enjoy it anymore. On Sunday, after lunch, Xian went back to his bed and fell asleep. It's been a week since Xian lived this pig-like life, where he eats and sleeps every day, and he doesn't look like he was serious at school at all. However, just when Xian was sleeping soundly, there was a knock on the door suddenly, which woke Xian up. Shane, wake up! Your classmates are here to find you, Mr. Wilson shouted from outside the door. At the same time, he kept cursing in his mind, You brat, you left your female classmate outside the house and slept in the house. It turned out that just now, when Wilson came back from the police station, he suddenly saw his home. There was a cute little girl sitting in front of the door. When he saw this, he stepped forward and asked curiously, and found out that it was Shane's classmate at Hogwarts. She said she had been here more than half an hour ago but kept knocking on the door but no one answered. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. This immediately made Wilson furious. CFDE, because today my wife, eldest daughter and youngest son have something to do and have gone out separately. Xian was the only one left at home, and he must have been sleeping in his room at this time, so he would not have heard the knock on the door at all. So, Wilson first welcomed the little girl into the house, then rushed to Xia En's room on the second floor and called Xia En directly. Classmate? Shane got up from the bed with his hair like a chicken coop and rubbed his eyes. Is it George and Fred? After all, apart from the professors at the school, it seems that only the Weasley family knows the address of his home. Shane yawned and walked downstairs sleepily, but before he reached the living room, he heard an angry shout. Shane Dole. Hermione stared angrily at Shane, who was standing at the top of the stairs. Why don't you open the door for me since you are at home? Hermione, how did you come? Xia En looked at Hermione standing in the middle of the living room with surprise. He didn't remember that he had ever told her the address of his home. How did she find this place? You have the nerve to say it. Hermione stood up angrily, ran to Shane and grabbed his collar. Why have I written several letters for owls to send to you, but you haven't responded? Letter. A question mark appeared on Xia En's head and he scratched his head. I didn't receive it. Impossible. Hermione said with certainty, I asked the owl to send 4 letters back to Hogwarts. Are you stupid? Xia En immediately complained. I went home on Christmas Day. What's the use of sending a letter to school? How is it possible? I heard Hagrid say in Diagon Alley a few days ago that you were still at Hogwarts on Christmas afternoon, and that morning was the last express train home. Then guess how many times I can travel between Hogwarts and home in one day? Xia En rolled his eyes immediately. How could I know? Hermione argued with a blush. Okay, don't be angry, Shane said with a smile, then put his hand on Hermione's head. Touch your head. Get out. Hermione blushed and swatted Shane's hand away. I haven't settled with you the fact that you didn't talk to me for more than a month before. Wow, don't be slanderous. Who turned around and left when he saw me during that time? Shane complained. Shut up. Okay. Xia En quickly made a gesture of surrender, then walked to the cupboard, took out the black tea and milk inside, and asked, by the way, how did you find my address? I remember not telling you before. Yesterday I met Ron's family in Diagon Alley. They were buying gifts to visit Ron's brother Charlie in Romania. Mrs. Molly told me your home address. Hermione replied, so that's it. Shane nodded, then made a cup of milk tea and handed it to Hermione. Tell me, you're sending a letter and you're coming to my house. What's the important thing? I just want to tell you that I have finished learning the basic principles of magic circles. Hermione picked up the milk tea and took a sip. Her eyes suddenly turned into crescent shapes. It was so sweet. Not bad, exactly 2 months. Xia En gave a small compliment, and then said, then I know why you came to me, come with me. After saying that, he turned and walked upstairs. Upon seeing this, Hermione quickly drank the milk tea in the cup and followed quickly. Shane took Hermione to his room, closed the door, and then turned to face staring at Hermione expressionlessly. The room was suddenly filled with a strange atmosphere. Hermione felt a little hairy at the sight. She took a few steps back, hugged her body with her hands, and asked stammering, what do you want to do? Have you tried drawing the basic formation patterns? Xia En asked. No, I just learned it not long ago, and there are traces of magic in it, so I don't dare to test it at home. Hermione shook her head and replied. Xia En's magic circle teaching class continued until the evening without stopping for a minute. Hermione felt like her mind was filled with so much stuff that it was hard to digest for a while. That's all for today. Xia En put away his wand, and then began to warn, you only need to roughly remember what I just said. The main thing is the carving of the basic formation patterns. You must continue to practice like I just led you to do. Let your body become familiar with the feeling instead of using your mind. Do you understand? Understood. Hermione nodded, a little dizzy. It was only an afternoon, but Shane's class made Hermione feel more tired than a day of homework or reading. After class, it was time for dinner. The rest of the Swinton family returned home one after another, and Hermione also stayed at home for dinner at Shane's invitation. After dinner, Alia excitedly took Hermione and chatted nonstop. At the end of the conversation, she suggested that Hermione just spend the night at her house tonight and sleep with her. Of course, this matter was dropped under Shane's strong opposition. What a joke! If it were you, it would be the first time for your daughter to visit her male classmate's house, and you would still understand if she was invited to dinner. But being left home overnight? If it were me, Mr. Granger, I would drive over immediately and kill him. However, a few days later, Shane also visited the Grangers' house at the invitation of Hermione's parents, and was warmly welcomed by the Grangers. Perhaps she heard from Hermione that Shane's magic was very powerful. Mrs. Granger always asked Shane to take good care of her daughter at school, saying that although her daughter was good at studying, she was actually a smart-mouthed, butch-hearted person, and at the same time, when Mrs. Granger was enthusiastic, she also revealed all the dark history of Hermione from childhood to adulthood, which made Hermione so embarrassed that she wanted to give her mother a shot, forget everything, empty obliviate. So just like that, the Christmas holidays passed quickly. The little wizards at Hogwarts have also begun to return to campus one after another and start the new semester. Time has come to February, the time of winter and spring. Evening, Hogwarts Great Hall. For some unknown reason, Harry, who had always been prejudiced against Shane, suddenly found Shane who was having dinner. On the long table, Shane looked at the boy in front of him who was hesitant to speak, rolled his eyes angrily, and then said, "I mean Harry Potter, you are already sitting here like a girl. I've been squirming for several minutes, so what's the matter with you?" Hearing the impatience in Shane's words, Harry pursed his lips nervously, hesitated for a few times before stammering, "That's it, Dolia, I want to ask, do you know Nicole?" Shane raised his eyebrows, and a teasing expression suddenly appeared on his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Harry and said, "Why, don't you think of me as Voldemort's subordinate?" Harry immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. In fact, the reason why Harry suddenly came to see Shane today was entirely because he encountered something at school during the Christmas vacation. Go back in time to more than a month ago. Not long after the Christmas vacation began, Harry was bored in the common room, so he put on the invisibility cloak that someone gave him and started walking around the school at night. However, just as he was exploring the secrets of Hogwarts alone in the dark, he unexpectedly encountered Snape threatening the weak Professor Quirrell in a corridor. At that time, Harry couldn't quite understand the conversation between the two, but he felt that Snape seemed to be planning something very bad, which made him more eager to find out the clues about Nicholas Flamel as soon as possible. But that's not the most important thing. What's important is that after Harry met Snape and Quirrell, he accidentally discovered a very special mirror in a room. That mirror allowed him to see the parents he had never met since childhood. Therefore, Harry, who had lacked the care of his relatives since childhood, would run to the mirror every day for a long time and silently look at his parents in the mirror, gradually sinking into it and unable to extricate himself. And this situation lasted until a few days ago, when he suddenly met Professor Dumbledore in front of the mirror. "Stop. So don't remember it anymore," Shane said with a headache and rubbed his temples. After Harry finished asking Nick Flamel's question just now, he fell into silence again. He knew the cause and effect of everything through legilimency. That mirror is actually the mirror of Erised, a mirror that allows people to see the most urgent and strongest desires deep in their hearts. Let's not talk about other things that brainwashed Harry, the little lion. Shane is in Harry's memory. "I saw what Olby said to Harry. Harry, the mirror of Erised cannot give us knowledge and truth. Many people will waste their time in front of it and even go crazy. Of all the people I've met, the only one I've met is Shane Doria, who said something boring when he saw the mirror of Erised for the first time." Dumbledore said Dolia. Harry didn't expect to hear this name suddenly. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Yes, he is the most sober and intelligent student I have ever seen. He seems to know everything, but he never loses his true nature like Voldemort. Dumbledore said, but suddenly changed the topic. "Harry, the mirror of Erised can deceive people, so don't come here again. This mirror will be moved away tomorrow." Shane looked at Harry's memories and looked up in the direction of the principal's office with his head full of black lines. These seemingly innocent conversations contain a huge conspiracy. The mirror of Erised had been placed in Old B's office before, and he did say boring thing to the mirror when he visited his office before. But that's not the point. The point is that Dumbledore said so much. His real purpose was to clear up Harry's misunderstanding about him, and at the same time, he also wanted to cause Harry, the savior, to get into trouble with him. He said that no wonder Harry came to him suddenly. It turned out to be a good plan made by the Old B. Xia En thought secretly. Snape usually has a pure villain style, coupled with the little lion's self-righteous mentality. After Harry had been searching for Nicholas Flamel's clues for several months to no avail, he finally found him after Dumbledore's suggestion. Thinking of this, Xia En sighed helplessly. "Forget it, just be a favor. Anyway, I need the help of Old B to establish the guild." So, he opened his mouth and said to Harry, "Nicholas Flamel, he is a famous alchemist and the only master of alchemy in the world who can create the Philosopher's Stone. He relies on the magical power of the Philosopher's Stone to create the elixir of life, which can prolong life. I and my wife Perennial have lived for more than 6 centuries. After saying this, he immediately disappeared with his dinner. The little lion in front of him was completely stupid, and Xia En was afraid that his stupidity would be passed on to him. When Harry saw Shane suddenly disappearing in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly realized that he seemed to have found a clue to Nico Flamel. Magic stone. Nicholas Flamel. Harry exclaimed excitedly and ran back to the common room like crazy, found Ron and Hermione and told them about it. The Philosopher's Stone. I'm so stupid. Now I finally remembered that when I first entered school, I once found a book in the library for entertainment, and Nick Flamel was mentioned in that book. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was pacing back and forth on the carpet with a look of realization on her face. The Sorcerer's Stone, so it was the Sorcerer's Stone that Lu Wei was guarding, and Snape wanted to get it. Harry, how did you find this information? While Hermione was blaming herself, Ron asked excitedly next to her. It's Dolia, he told me, Harry answered truthfully. Shane. Hermione suddenly looked incredulous when she heard this answer. She turned her head and stared at Harry and asked aggressively, why would he tell you? Last time I asked him for help, he told me a lot of words and then directly used magic to send me back to the portrait of the fat lady. Harry looked at Hermione, who was growing resentful, and was suddenly too frightened to speak. he just shook his head in fear, and at the same time motioned to Ron next to him with his eyes. Harry knocked anxiously on the door of Hagrid's hut. After a while, Hagrid opened the door and walked out. He lowered his head and saw 3 little lions running to the door of his house overnight, so he said seriously, "Ouch. What are you doing here at this time? Don't blame me for being rude, you should go back to your dormitory, and I don't have time to play with you today." After saying that, he wanted to close the door. When the 3 Harrys saw this, they immediately shouted in unison, "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid opened the door again immediately after hearing the sound. He glanced at the 3 people with a shocked face, then stepped aside and let the 3 people into the house. "We think Snape wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said decisively as soon as he entered the house, and he did not doubt his judgment at all. Oh my gosh. You are still doubting him." Hagrid sighed helplessly. He first fiddled with the copper pot that was burning in the fireplace with his insulated gloves, then turned around and looked at Harry and the 3 of them seriously and said, "Listen, you guys, no matter where you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, Snape is one of the professors who protects the Philosopher's Stone. Your suspicions are groundless." "What?" The 3 Harrys looked at each other. They never imagined that the thief in their hearts was actually one of the protectors of the Sorcerer's Stone. "Okay, you go quickly, sneak out before anyone notices you. I have important things to do today." Hagrid was uncharacteristically a little impatient today. He couldn't wait to drive the trio back. But after all, how could the 3 little lions just give up? Hermione sat directly on Hagrid's huge on the sofa, and then grabbed the key points of Hagrid's words and began to ask, "Wait, Hagrid, did you just say 1? Does that mean more than 3-headed dogs are protecting the Philosopher's Stone?" "Of course, I would say this is completely unnecessary. After all, no one can pass Lue." Hagrid patted his chest with pride. "No one knows how to deal with Lue except me and Dumbledore." Dang, dang, dang. Just when Hagrid was feeling proud of himself, a violent metal collision sound suddenly came from the copper pot hanging in the fireplace behind him. Hearing the sound, Hagrid hurriedly put on his heat-insulating gloves. He took out a round object from the copper pot and carefully placed it on the table. "Merlin, this is a dragon egg." Ron walked to the table in shock and looked at the steaming dragon egg. "I saw it at my brother Charlie's during the holidays. This is a Norwegian Ridgeback egg." "It's just, Hagrid, how did you get it?" "Won it from a stranger," Hagrid replied, with a somewhat puzzled look on his face. "It's just strange. I don't know why he seems eager to lose to me." While the 2 were talking, the dragon egg on the table began to shake. After a while, the eggshell outside the egg exploded, and the Norwegian Ridgeback wrapped in egg liquid made a sound similar to a crow. He slowly crawled out. Hagrid suddenly looked fascinated. He stretched out his hand to tease Charmander's chin and said softly, "Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at the little guy thinking of me as his mother. He wanted to raise a fire dragon himself a long time ago, and now he finally got his wish. Hi Norbert. Norbert. It has to have a name, right?" Hagrid said to Harry matter-of-factly, his fingers still teasing Norbert, and he made strange tut-tisk sounds in his mouth. Gradually, perhaps because he was annoyed by Hagrid, the little Norwegian named Norbert the Spinosaurus tilted its neck back and sprayed out a stream of fiery dragon breath, directly igniting Hagrid's thick beard. The room was suddenly filled with the smell of burnt protein. Hagrid quickly panicked and used the gloves extinguished the flames on his beard, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face for a moment. He defended himself to the 3 Harrys. "Haha, of course, it still needs some training." But just when Hagrid was embarrassed and excited, he suddenly saw a figure flashing outside the window. He then frowned and shouted loudly, "Who is there?" Harry followed Hagrid's line of sight and turned his head. He immediately recognized him. The person standing outside the window and peeking out was his archrival, Draco Malfoy. Oops. The 3 of them looked at each other and ran out of Hagrid's cabin frantically without saying a word. They had to run back to the dormitory before Malfoy could tell the truth. But at the same time, Hagrid was sitting in the room in a daze. Inside, looking at the door that was still shaking, with a look of "it's over." The next day, the news that 3 little lions from Gryffindor and a little snake from Slytherin were punished with solitary confinement spread throughout the world. Hogwarts. It was actually because the gemstone hourglass used to track house points suddenly dropped a lot and was too conspicuous. Gryffindor was deducted 150 points, and Slytherin was also deducted 50 points. Commonly known as Limit 1 Change 3, to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Late at night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, 3 little lions and a little snake were following Filch dejectedly, looking anxious and scared. Filch walked ahead while holding a kerosene lamp, showing his ugly black and crooked teeth, and said in a sinister tone to the 4 little wizards following him, "It's such a shame that we can no longer punish you in the old-fashioned way. When I was in solitary confinement, I had to be hung in the basement with my thumbs tied." The screams were really nostalgic. Just 2 sentences frightened the 4 of them. After a while, Filch brought the 4 of them to Hagrid's hut, where a huge figure was already waiting there. "You have to go to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid for tonight's detention. He has some small things to do, so you have to go to the Forbidden Forest with him." Filch said to the four people, and then turned to look at Hagrid, who was holding a huge crossbow. The troublemaker is here, Hagrid. Hagrid nodded. Okay, little guys, it's time for us to set off. But Draco on the side immediately became frightened when he saw this, and his previous arrogance instantly disappeared. He looked at Filch and Hagrid in horror and said, "Are you kidding? Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? We can't go there. Students are forbidden to go there, and there are werewolves in there." Filch listened to Draco's words and slowly turned his head with a gloating and evil smile. He stared at Draco with an extremely threatening tone and said, "Boy, there are more than just werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, that's for sure, but one thing you can rest assured is that there is no moon tonight, and werewolves usually don't come out, but other things are not guaranteed. Have a nice night, troublemakers." After saying that, he left with a grin. Watching Filch leave, Hagrid strung up his crossbow and looked at the four of them with a serious expression. "Let's go back quickly. I don't want you to stay in the Forbidden Forest for too long. The deeper the night, the more dangerous it is." After saying that, he held up the kerosene lamp and led the four of them towards the Forbidden Forest with the faint light. Tonight the Forbidden Forest seemed unusually quiet for some reason, and even the howling of wolves that could often be heard suddenly disappeared. Hagrid looked around with a crossbow in his hands with a vigilant look on his face. He also used a kerosene lamp to shine on the ground from time to time, as if he was looking for something. Harry followed Hagrid. He looked at the darkness everywhere, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous and afraid in his heart. So in order to relieve the bad mood in his heart, he took the initiative to ask Hagrid, "How is Norbert?" "Norbert is very good. If possible, you may be able to see him more often in the future." Hagrid replied calmly, but Harry saw a hint of happiness in his eyes. "Are we looking for something?" Hermione quickened her steps and stepped forward. Hagrid suddenly sighed when he heard this question. Without any explanation, he simply glanced at the four of them and said, "You will know later." I don't know how long it took, but the tall Hagrid suddenly saw a pool of strange silver liquid on the ground not far away. He led everyone forward, squatted down, dipped his fingers into some liquid and rubbed it a few times. After confirming that it was what he was looking for, he stood up and said to the four Harrys, 3.8, "This is what we are here for. Purpose: unicorn blood. I found one dead elsewhere a few weeks ago, and now it seems that another one must have been injured, and very seriously. Our mission today is to find this poor unicorn. Well, now Ron and Hermione are in a group with me, Harry and Draco are in a group, and we'll go look for them separately." Before Hagrid agreed, Draco immediately raised his hands and loudly agreed. At this time, he only thought that he would feel safer being with the big Hagrid, and it was better than being with the hateful Potter. It's much better to be together. But after hearing Hermione's suggestion, Hagrid suddenly felt a little confused. He frowned and asked Hermione, "Can you tell me why?" "For no reason, the two of them can't be together, otherwise I don't know what will happen." Hermione pointed at Harry and Draco meaningfully, and then continued, "But I don't want to be with this guy who deducted 150 points from us, so I chose to be in the same group with Harry." While saying this, he glared at Draco fiercely, which made the latter feel terrified. It turned out to be a conflict between the young wizards. After hearing Hermione's words, Hagrid sighed helplessly. Said to be honest, after Hermione reminded him like this, he really wasn't worried about Harry and Draco being together, because Harry usually said bad things about Draco in front of him. The conflicts between these children were caused by other things. It doesn't matter where it is, but this is in the Forbidden Forest. If the two enemies, Harry and Draco, had a disagreement on the road and attracted some dangerous guys in the Forbidden Forest, someone would really be killed. It is better to be cautious. Therefore, Hagrid finally chose to respect Hermione and agreed with her opinion. So, after regrouping, the two teams started searching in different directions. The surroundings were quiet, so quiet you can hear the sound of leaves falling to the ground. The dense ferns and ferns on the ground provide a natural barrier for the animals living in this strange forest to ambush their prey. The dim Forbidden Forest is filled with an erratic atmosphere. In the uncertain fog, the trees are looming under the insignificant light of the kerosene lamp. From time to time, several wolf howls can be heard coming from very far away, making the woods in front of you feel even more eerie and terrifying. Haha, Harry led Yaya and walked in front. The kerosene lamp in his hand was the only thing that could bring him a sense of security. Forcibly suppressing the fear and tension in his heart, Harry suddenly asked Hermione behind him, "Hermione, why do you think the unicorn is injured?" "I am not sure as well." Hermione staggered across a huge tree root, always having a bad feeling in her heart. "I have read in books before that unicorns are extremely noble and pure, and other magical creatures will not take the initiative to attack them. Moreover, unicorns are 4x magical creatures. Their horns can easily penetrate the body of any wizard. The hair on their bodies can even make them immune to most magic spells. Even the devil can hardly take advantage of them. So if you say so, what if we encounter something that can kill unicorns?" Harry suddenly stopped and turned around with a worried look on his face. Whether it's a human or some other unknown monster that hurts the unicorn, it seems like it's not something that the two of us can handle. Faced with Harry's worries, Hermione was speechless. The two of them could only bite the bullet and continue walking forward, and just after they passed through a thick old tree root protruding from the ground and descended a slope, a terrifying scene immediately fulfilled what Harry said. I saw that Yaya, who had been leading the way just now, did not continue forward, but stopped in an open space and stared straight ahead, with his four legs still shaking slightly. The two people immediately looked in the direction of Yaya's eyes, and saw a strange figure lying on the body of a unicorn under a huge tree not far away, doing something indescribable. Harry and Hermione were stunned for a moment. They stared closely at the strange figure in front of them, not daring to make a sound, for fear of attracting any of his attention. But what happened was contrary to expectations. The strange figure seemed to notice something and raised his head with feeling. The half of the pale face hidden under the hood suddenly bared its teeth and made a shrill hiss sound at Harry and Hermione, with silver liquid flowing from the corners of its mouth. There was no doubt that he had just been sucking the blood of a unicorn. Facing this sudden horrific scene, Harry and Hermione's eyes widened in fright. Both of them were so frightened that they froze in place and found it difficult to breathe. At the same time, Harry still felt the scar on his forehead hurting, but the fear in his heart made him unable to care about it. The strange figure slowly stood up. It floated up from the unicorn's body like a snake. The broken black cloak full of the breath of hell was rolling in the wind. The cold breath exuding from the whole body made it look very much like the legendary figure of death. When Yaya saw something bad, his legs stopped shaking and he immediately turned around and ran away. Harry and Hermione finally reacted and subconsciously screamed in fear, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The silence of the Forbidden Forest was instantly broken, and the huge screams were faintly heard by Hagrid and the three people who were still patrolling in the distance. At the same time, on the other side of the Forbidden Forest, an eight-eyed creature was stepping under 1 foot. The giant spider, who was holding the bloody spider brain in his hand, was looking in the direction of the sound with confusion. The Forbidden Forest was lush with vegetation and tree roots. In addition, Harry and Hermione were still young and had short legs. Even if a person exerts all his strength to drink milk, he still cannot run fast. On the way to escape, Hermione suddenly let out a scream. She had just been tripped by a huge tree root. Hermione! Harry stopped quickly when he heard the voice behind him, and then turned back anxiously to help Hermione up. But what was worse was that Hermione tripped and got her foot stuck between the gaps between two tree roots. Unable to stand up at all for a moment. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. She frantically tried to pull out her legs, but the huge fear made her hands and feet panic. Harry felt the approaching Hankai, raised his head and saw the mysterious shadow that looked like the god of death. So he quickly picked up the stone next to him and threw it forward, but the shadow easily dodged with a slight twist of his body. Then, he saw a pale hand stretched out from the rolled black robe, and the wand held in his hand began to glow green. The moment Harry and Hermione saw the green light, they felt the breath of death, and the fear in their hearts was infinitely magnified to the extreme. Harry suppressed his fear and stood in front of Hermione, trembling all over. He could barely even stand now. And just when the green beam symbolizing death was about to hit Harry, a graceful figure emitting blue light suddenly flew out of the darkness and stood directly in front of Harry. Immediately afterwards, a blazing and dazzling beam of light fell from the sky. Bang! Harry was instantly knocked to the ground by the huge air wave, while Hermione looked at the slowly rotating golden magic circle in the sky. Her eyes suddenly became moist, and tears flowed down unconsciously. "Are you okay?" A familiar voice appeared beside her, and a hand pulled Hermione out of the root of the tree. Hermione stood up slowly, wiped the tears on her face and shook her head silently, and then smiled happily at the owner of the voice. "Smile, it's okay. I'll deal with that guy first. Helena will protect him. Sia touched Hermione's head and said with a smile, then walked forward, looked coldly at the mysterious figure not far away who had half of his body burned and said, "Avada eats a big melon." Voldemort raised his hand and fired a life-killing curse. But when faced with this curse that frightened everyone in the world, Shane remained as steady as a rock and did not move at all. In fact, there are usually two ways to deal with the life-killing curse. The first is direct dodge, which is also the simplest and most direct response method. The second is physical defense. The death curse can be blocked by solid obstacles such as walls and shields, but it will also cause serious damage to these objects. Of course, success depends on the strength of the obstacle. However, Xia En, an outsider, is an obvious exception. He used the third method. The space in front of him suddenly became distorted, and suddenly there seemed to be a side that made people feel uncomfortable. A dazzling kaleidoscope mirror stood in front of him, illuminating Voldemort's entire body. The death curse was instantly rebounded. Voldemort was shocked when he saw this, because this was the second time he saw a death curse that could bounce back. He hurriedly dodged, but the mirrored green spell penetrated his robe and hit a big tree behind him. The whole trunk of the tree was suddenly blasted with sawdust flying. After Voldemort dodged a death curse, he immediately had his head turned upside down. Without looking back, he quickly ran away into the darkness in the distance. He didn't dare to use apparition. This seriously injured body no longer supported him in using this magic. If he used it forcefully, missing arms and legs would be a trivial matter. Half of his body was gone and he might have landed in the middle of the flight. At the same time, when Xiaoyan saw that Voldemort only fired one shot and ran away, he immediately lost his interest. Damn it, why are you so cowardly? Even in the residual soul state, he still wanted to see the power of the Dark Lord, but he didn't expect this guy to be so afraid of death. No wonder he was able to get 7 Horcruxes before. But since the other party doesn't intend to play with him, then Xiaoyan he didn't intend to hold back. He slapped his hands on the wet ground, water droplets splashed on the moss, and a forest green magic circle with tree patterns instantly unfolded under him. Natural magic, the sea of trees summoned spirits. In an instant, the power of magic used the earth as a medium, giving the spiritual power of life to all things around it. Thick tree roots spreading everywhere and crisscrossing the surface of the forbidden forest broke through the ground one after another, and hundreds of towering firs and pine trees turned into tall trees. The tree elves. The tree people pulled their huge bodies out of the soil, and used the thick roots as their legs and feet, and kept rushing towards Voldemort with overwhelming force. Their huge power made the surrounding large areas of earth and rocks jump, and issued a huge rumbling sound. Voldemort faced countless strong branches in front of him. Like a snake, he kept twisting his body in midair to dodge. Even if there was a very small gap between the branches, he could dodge it with a single movement. They got through with an extremely weird and soft posture. However, with the blessing of Shane's natural magic, the power of these tree people was actually far more than that. Just when Voldemort used a few spells to destroy the blocking road in front of him, after Tiger, I saw that the gaps in the branches that had been beaten to pieces suddenly grew fresh branches in a very short period of time. Voldemort was shot to the ground before he could dodge, and in an instant, those around him were also given the gift of the low shrubs that had gained strength tightly entangled his hands, feet, and body. The tree people also pounced on Voldemort, forming a huge tree cocoon like a bun. When Sean saw this, he was still worried and immediately added a solar flare was fired. A huge beam of light fell from the sky again, and the blazing high temperature directly melted the center of the tree cocoon to create a huge circular pit. I saw the burning charcoal with the remaining flames from the cave wall fell off and fell into the magma pool at the bottom of the cave, instantly turning into ashes. On the other side, under the protection of Helena, Harry and Hermione had been hiding behind a giant tree. The two of them had been trapped just now. The huge sound of fighting was so frightening that they should not raise their heads. It was only now that they heard no more noise, so they slowly poked their heads out of the tree to check. The two of them could see that Shane was standing on a flat ground holding a wand, and surrounding him was a large open space where even the soil had been turned out, and at the far end of the open space, there was a tall black shadow like a hill, glowing with red fire. Shane! Hermione ran out immediately when she saw that the battle seemed to be over. She looked at the huge tree cocoon that was still burning in the distance, which once again refreshed her understanding of Shane's combat power. Is he dead? Asked Hermione, probably, Shane answered ambiguously. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. What do you mean, even if you are attacked like this? Hermione, taking this good opportunity, let me teach you a lesson. Before Hermione could finish her words, Shane interrupted her directly. No matter how much stronger you are than the enemy, even if it is the gap between an ant and a giant, after you think you have defeated the opponent, you must remember the autopsy. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, he saw the red fire getting brighter and brighter in the hollow between the tree cocoons, and then countless tongues of fire spurted out from the gaps between the tree cocoons. Hermione was instantly frightened when she saw this. His eyes widened, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran back to hide behind the huge tree trunk. Two little lions and a curled-winged demon hid behind the giant tree. With only one pair of eyes exposed, Harry curiously asked Hermione, "How is the situation?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know. Anyway, the magic just failed to solve him, and it seems that he is angry. The tree cocoon is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its burning state does not seem to be caused simply by high temperature, but like a state of rapid corrosion." Seeing this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "A fierce fire spell. Fiendfire, the inventor is unknown, and the specific spell is unknown. According to the records in the book, using this magic can summon demonic fires that continue to become more and more powerful. These flames can mimic the forms of some monsters, constantly hunting down all flammable objects regardless of the enemy or friend, and carrying a curse, is powerful and is one of the few magics that can destroy Horcruxes. The only solution to the curse is finite incantatum. To be honest, he always thought that the fire curse was just a powerful fire magic, so he never paid much attention to it, but now it seems that this curse seems to have its special features." The tree cocoon gradually turned into a blazing fireball and slowly rose into the sky. The high temperature it emitted made the moss on the surrounding ground gradually turn gray-green and then turned into ashes. Xiaoyan did not take action immediately, but suddenly activated Origin to study the magical structure of the Lee fire curse. His eyes turned a mysterious purple-red, and a magic structure composed of tens of thousands of chaotic magic lines appeared in front of him. "How come?" Shane frowned. From the perspective of origin, he actually saw that the magic structure of fiendfire showed a large number of characteristics of space magic. You must know that no matter which kind of magic it is, its magic power structure will show the same characteristics as its similar magic. For example, ice modeling magic and water flow magic will have the same water attribute magic feature structure. The fiendfire in front of me actually has a lot of characteristics of space magic. This means that fiendfire is actually a kind of summoning magic. This is why Xia suddenly made a questioning voice just now, which was completely different from his previous understanding of Li Huo. Wan Ziahao, however, just when Xia was studying fiendfire carefully. Beneath the Luo fireball, on the magma pool, a figure whose skin had turned into charcoal was suspended in midair. He let out a painful roar, and at the same time, the fireball above his head began to expand. Voldemort wanted to detonate the fireball and kill Shane together. However, when Shane faced the coming huge explosion, all he could see was that he raised his hands expressionlessly, like an elegant music conductor, gently turned his wrist upwards, and gently stroked his wand from bottom to top. Breaking the air is close. It seems that my guess is correct. The only one who can cause such a big commotion around Hogwarts is you, Xian Dole. The magma ball lost its magic power and hit the ground, and a hot and sticky magma lake suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Xia turned his head to hear the sound, looked at the familiar figure, and immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Professor, you could have come a little slower. Oh, you also know that as a 109-year-old man, I need enough sleep, and I also need to change clothes when I go out at this time." Dumbledore walked to Shane and looked at the hot lava lake not far away. "How is he?" "I don't know, maybe he escaped. I don't know what method he used to escape my perception." Xia shrugged and replied calmly, "It's just that even if he escaped, Professor Quirrell's body should be unusable after being burned like that. Professor, I suggest that you let Professor Snape teach defense against the dark arts in the next few months. He seems to have been coveting this position for a long time. I will arrange it." Dumbledore nodded, and then his face became a little complicated. "I'm afraid you didn't expect that he could achieve this level in his half-dead state." I was indeed a little surprised. If the fireball exploded just now, it would be powerful enough to blow at least half of Hogwarts into rubble. Xia put the wand back to his waist. However, he can only achieve this level by absorbing the fierce fire of a large number of trees. To be honest, if he hadn't split his soul to create a Horcrux, would you have been able to beat him, Professor? "Oh, maybe half a dozen." Dumbledore recalled some things and replied matter-of-factly, "Splitting the soul will significantly reduce a person's control over magic. With the talent that Tom showed at Hogwarts, if he had not created a soul, it's hard to say I can beat him." So, Voldemort's failure actually stemmed from his fear of death. Xia curled his lips, with a disdainful smile on his face. "So I really don't understand, why are you afraid of a coward?" Dumbledore was stunned when he heard Shane's evaluation of Voldemort, and then seemed to realize something, and suddenly began to murmur in a low voice, "Yes, for people with a clear mind, death is just a great event. Taking risks, and Tom's courage may not even be as good as our little Gryffindor wizard." On the other side, Harry and Hermione, who were hiding behind the giant tree, suddenly saw a tall figure appearing next to Shane after seeing the spectacular magma ball. The two thought they were enemies again, so they retracted their heads, but after waiting for a while, they didn't hear any movement, and then they slowly poked their heads out again to check. "That seems to be Professor Dumbledore." Harry guessed, of course. Yes, the Hogwarts side must have heard the huge noise of the battle just now. Hermione affirmed, "Let's get out." After saying that, he took the lead and ran out of the giant tree. "Professor Dumbledore." Hermione walked up and said hello, and Harry followed closely behind. "Good evening, two little wizards." Dumbledore turned to look at Hermione and Harry. "I apologize to you on behalf of Hogwarts. I'm sorry that you encountered such danger in the Forbidden Forest." "Kfab, Professor, we're fine." Harry shook his head, and then glanced at Shane with a complicated look. "Thanks to Doria, if it weren't for him, we might have been killed by Voldemort. You two can just have fun secretly. If I hadn't happened to be looking for food for Helena in the Forbidden Forest, would it be just you two? It's already a corpse." Xia held Helena in his arms and complained. In fact, he remembered that there was such a plot in the Forbidden Forest in the original work, but it just happened that he had been training Helena in the Forbidden Forest for the past 2 days, and he could only train Helena late at night. Back, during the day, the classes at Hogwarts were all taught by the nostalgic body, so he didn't know that Harry, Hermione and others would come to the Forbidden Forest tonight. However, let's not talk about Voldemort for now. Let's talk about the issue of confinement first. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Shane suddenly changed his attitude and looked at Dumbledore with a reproachful look. "Professor, you know how dangerous this Forbidden Forest is. Isn't it inappropriate for Hogwarts to send these little wizards here as punishment for confinement? As I said last time, the school system of Hogwarts." Listening to Shane's chatter, Dumbledore's head began to hurt again, because every time Xia had the opportunity, he would talk about all kinds of unreasonable things in the school and instill in him his own ideas of campus reform. And just when Shane began to preach to the old bee, Harry and Hermione watching all this were stunned once again. They don't understand why Xia En treats the principal of his school so much? And Dumbledore still looked helpless. Woof, woof, woof. But just when Dumbledore had a headache, a dog barking came from not far away, which instantly rescued him. Hagrid and the three of them arrived late. Fang ran to Dumbledore from a distance and kept wagging his tail around Dumbledore. Hagrid came panting with a crossbow in his hand. As soon as he saw the magma pool in the distance, he said in shock, "Oh, my God. What the hell happened?" Then he continued, seeing Dumbledore present. He was shocked and immediately stepped forward and said, "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, what on earth is this?" Glancing at the magma pool again, "Good evening, Hagrid," Dumbledore responded, and then looked at Harry beside him thoughtfully. "Unfortunately, something happened tonight. Can you please send these 4 children back to Hogwarts first?" Sure, of course, no problem." Hagrid immediately understood the meaning of Dumbledore's words, and then looked at Harry and Hermione aside. "Okay, let's go, otherwise you will doze off in class tomorrow." After saying that, he immediately pulled the 2 of them towards Hogwarts. However, Ron and Draco on the other side were still hesitant because they had not yet recovered from the shock of the magma pool. "React, Ron, let's go." When Harry saw this, he grabbed Ron's arm forcefully and dragged the latter away. In the process, he could still see him turning back every 3 steps. And Draco was exactly the same as Ron, except he was kicked awake by Hermione. Watching Hagrid and others gradually go away, Dumbledore looked at the mess in the Forbidden Forest and suddenly sighed. What a pity, this large forest is a forbidden forest. Home to many creatures, what's not a pity? Xia En yawned, and then the magic circle of natural magic under his feet instantly unfolded. Under the influence of magic power, the magma pool instantly cooled, and the land affected by the battle continued to grow new plants like bamboo shoots after rain. After a while, in addition to the piece of hard obsidian, the destroyed Forbidden Forest once again showed a scene of towering ancient trees, deep roots, and luxuriant leaves. "Professor, I forgot to tell you, I am a person who likes nature very much," Xia En said with a smile, and then disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore looked at the Forbidden Forest that had been restored to its original appearance, with mixed feelings in his heart. Through tonight's battle, it can be seen that Xia En's ability has far exceeded he imagined it. Although he could achieve the same effect in terms of the destructive power of magic, it would never be that easy. Moreover, thinking of Xia En's usual unrestrained character, he also saw Xia En in the battle just now. The attack was ruthless. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. He understood that the student Xia En was somewhat evil, which made him think more. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, putting aside the thoughts of how to deal with the relationship with Xia En. He then activated his transformation and returned to the principal's office. As soon as he landed, he saw a familiar figure in the office. "Good evening, Minerva." "Oh, Albus, you are finally back. Something seems to have happened over there in the Forbidden Forest." Professor McGonagall looked anxious, but when she saw Dumbledore's magic robe, it was obvious that he had just come back from outside, and then she said, "I think you already know." On the other side, just as Hagrid was sending Harry and the 4 back, Harry couldn't wait to tell them what they had just seen. "Hagrid, I'm sure I heard you right. Shane did say that man was Voldemort." Hermione heard it then too. Hermione also nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's Voldemort. He seemed to be sucking the blood of a unicorn when we met him." Hagrid looked at the 2 little wizards in front of him with a complicated expression. He knew that the 2 of them were not lying, but as they just said, Cien Dolia actually defeated Voldemort by himself and bombarded the Forbidden Forest at the same time. A huge crater with lava coming out? To be honest, this is too far-fetched. But having said that, what did Hermione say Voldemort was doing just now? Hagrid fiddled with the crossbow in his hand, and he chose to believe it for the time being. What the 2 said, and then asked Hermione, "You just said that he was sucking the blood of unicorns." Hermione nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, the corners of his mouth are covered with silver liquid, which is exactly the same as the unicorn blood you showed us. Do you know why he did this?" "Yes, I know." Hagrid's face suddenly showed sadness and regret. "Unicorns are extremely pure and noble magical creatures. Drinking their blood can delay the life of a dying person. In other words, Voldemort is dying." Harry was a little excited, not sure, but it's definitely no better. Hagrid shook his head, then looked resentful. "If possible, I really hope that he really dies, instead of continuing to live and harm the world. Harry, you must remember that killing such a noble creature as a unicorn is a very serious crime. From the moment his lips are stained with unicorn blood, he will be cursed forever." The perspective returned to the principal's office at Hogwarts. Just now, Dumbledore briefly told Professor McGonagall what happened in the Forbidden Forest tonight. So, Tom is really alive, but now he has to live on unicorn blood. Professor McGonagall was filled with fear at this time. She did not expect that Harry and others would encounter Voldemort tonight, and although she had heard Dumbledore say that Voldemort was still alive, she had always been dubious. After all, no one had ever to be able to survive under the curse of the killing curse. "I told you so, Minerva. He is indeed alive, but too weak to cause trouble." Dumbledore stared at the bright flames in the fireplace with his deep eyes. So what's going on with him now? Xia En beat him seriously and he released Li Huo and ran away. Dumbledore shook his head, but you don't have to worry, Quirrell's body will definitely not be usable. Quirrell? Professor McGonagall frowned. What does this have to do with Professor Quirrell? Dumbledore realized instantly that he had let something slip, because in the entire Hogwarts, only he and Shane knew that Voldemort was parasitic on Quirrell. He didn't tell the old guy in front of him at all, otherwise she would pull out his beard for the safety of the students. Albus, don't be silent. Tell me clearly. Professor McGonagall had begun to realize something at this time, and her face began to become darker and darker. No, I definitely can't say that. Otherwise, not only will his beard not be saved, but all the candies in the cabinet will be confiscated. On the other side, the Gryffindor common room. The three little ones have been sent back here by Hagrid, but although it is already late at night, they are not sleepy at all, and are discussing what happened tonight around the fireplace. You said the Dark Lord is in the Forbidden Forest? Ron asked in horror. He had gradually recovered from the spectacular magma pool and had already listened to Harry tell what happened to him and Hermione tonight. Yes, we did meet him. Harry paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, and he is very weak now and can only rely on unicorn blood to extend his life, and I think we all thought wrong before. Snape probably stole the Philosopher's Stone not for himself, but for Voldemort. The Philosopher's Stone can create the elixir of immortality. Snape wanted to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone to help Voldemort recover so that he could make a comeback. Harry, who thought he had figured everything out, sat down on the sofa, looking unfounded and worried. So if it's true what you said, if he really comes back, will he come to kill you? Ron pursed his lips and asked worriedly. At least not now. Hermione next to her suddenly looked certain. You saw, he was beaten half to death by Shane last night, and he will definitely not be able to cause trouble for you in a short time. That's only for a short period of time, right? Ron swallowed, with a worried look on his face. I was actually worried about failing the final exam in potions class before I went to the Forbidden Forest today. Could this be more serious than meeting Voldemort? I think so. Harry nodded matter-of-factly. Do you dare to fail Snape's potions class? At least before Voldemort attacked, for the students of Hogwarts, he was the most terrifying Dark Lord. Ravenclaw Public Lounge. After Xia En took back his missing body, he also absorbed the memories of the past 2 days. Damn it! This old bee actually plotted against me. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Xia En was angry and his heart said. It turned out that the person who spoke to Harry in the auditorium yesterday was Shane's missing body left in the school. However, now is not the time to care about this. Shane was lying on the bed at this time, and had been thinking about Fire Curse Fiendfire. Through the ability of Origin, he knew that Fiendfire is actually a kind of summoning magic according to the limited records in some books I have read before. First of all, the inventor of the Fire Curse is unknown, the specific spell is unknown, and even the time when it first appeared is unknown, so where did it come from? In the world of Harry Potter, except for some lost spells, almost all spells have records of their inventors and the corresponding invention process, especially those that have had a major impact on wizarding society or are powerful. This is the case, for example, Ripplemuggletum, Fiendfire, etc. This is because the invention of magic spells will definitely involve a process of trial and error, and recording the experiences of failure and success in these processes is an indispensable part of the final formation of a new magic spell. This will not only help latecomers invent new magic spells, it provides a lot of experience and can avoid many detours, but now, there is no historical data about Fiendfire. This made Shane very confused. So on the next day, Shane first looked through the books in the Ravenclaw common room, and then ran to the library to look for information. After a day of investigation, he came up with 2 guesses. The first guess was that it was Fiendfire, or the appearance of Fiendfire was probably mistaken by a certain wizard or magic master in history, summoned by accident. The reason why there is a serious lack of historical data on this curse may be because when Li Huo first appeared in the world, its powerful power reduced all surrounding matter and life, including the wizard who summoned Li Huo, to ashes. The most likely time of that disaster was the Great Fire of London in 1666. According to relevant historical records, the fire lasted for 4 years. 87 churches, 44 companies, and more than 13,000 houses in London were all destroyed. Nearly 1/6 of the housing area in London was burned to the ground, causing heavy losses. It was probably because of this big fire that the wizard who came to put out the fire noticed the source of the severe fire, and then accidentally created the current severe fire curse. Later, it may be because Fiendfire is too powerful and only a few wizards can use it, or it may be due to some other messy reasons. The history of Fiendfire curse only remains in the oral tradition, which is why no related information can be found now. Any historical data. The second guess is that the world where Li Huo comes from is probably the so-called Hell. The fiend in Fiendfire is the devil of Hell, the devils, which is combined with the word fire, which means the flame from the devil in hell. Coupled with Li Huo's ability to constantly hunt down all combustible objects regardless of friend or foe, and possessing the characteristics of a curse, it can indeed be connected to hell. Secondly, Xia-En also found a fairy's notebook in the forbidden book area, which also recorded some history about fiend fire. The name of the owner of the note is Kabir Burnett. When he opened the old black cover, it was filled with the writings of the Goblin clan, and many of the words were blurred, and the things recorded were all fragmentary. However, the note records such a period of history. In the 18th century, human wizards successfully suppressed the last Goblin rebellion, and the owner of the note, Kabir Burnett, was a goblin who survived the rebellion. He wrote in the note such a thought-provoking sentence: "When we were about to win, humans sold themselves and summoned the fire from hell, fiend fire, to drive us away." When Shane saw this sentence, he concluded that this so-called hell's fire flame refers to the fierce fire. In the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore put a cup of black tea on the table with an expressionless expression. To be honest, he didn't really welcome the arrival of the blonde man in front of him. "Welcome, Lucius. You are here because you are a member of the school board. Do you have any special opinions?" Dumbledore asked a bit eccentrically. The person coming was none other than Draco's father, an ancient, wealthy and influential pure-blood wizarding family among the 28 holy families, and the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, with his pale golden hair, cold grey-blue eyes, and pale pointed face, except for the luxurious clothes, is simply the same Snape. In the original book of Harry Potter, this Malfoy is arrogant, extremely thoughtful, and good at taking charge of everything. After graduating in 1972, he joined the ranks of Death Eaters and was extremely afraid of his master Voldemort. In a sense, from the late 1970s to the early 1980s, Voldemort's power-crazy expansion, the wealth of the Malfoy family behind Lucius played an important role in it. Although after Voldemort was severely damaged 10 years ago, he escaped the magic at the expense of a large amount of wealth and the reason of being under the Imperius Curse. The liquidation of the Ministry was 347, but Dumbledore knew very well that even a 3-year-old wizard would not believe this kind of rhetoric. Faced with Dumbledore's ironic question, Lucius's face was arrogant and stiff, and he said in an unquestionable tone, "I have only one purpose here, to demand on behalf of the board of directors that Hogwarts expel the student named Ciandolia." Dumbledore was silent at first, and then said the reason. "You know what I'm talking about." The snake staff in Lucius' hand hit the carpet hard, and then he threw the comic strips that his son secretly took home on the ground. "That student named Dolia, I don't care how he knows this. Something, but his staying at Hogwarts will only bring great danger to the students." Dumbledore glanced at the comic strips on the ground, took out a cockroach from the glass jar with one hand and put it into his mouth. "Lucius, unlike him, at least you understand family affection, right?" This sentence made Lucius' stiff face twitch twice more. To be honest, when he accidentally found this picture book in his son's room, he was so frightened that he almost couldn't even stand stable, because he knew very well that Voldemort was not dead, and the mark of the dark devil on his arm had not dissipated. The content in this picture book was a great insult and blasphemy to Voldemort. If Voldemort really came back one day, he would, after learning that his son Draco had seen this picture book, he simply couldn't imagine the result. So out of fear, he first destroyed the picture book that Draco had hidden in the room, and then passed after inquiring about the origin of the picture book. He rushed into Hogwarts without saying a word. The purpose was to drive the author of the picture book out of Hogwarts to prevent his son from suffering disaster when Voldemort took revenge. "Shandala, I won't fire him." Facing Lucius's request, Dumbledore said expressionlessly, "I know what you are worried about. In fact, Voldemort was in the Forbidden Forest yesterday night." After Xia-En said coward yesterday, he no longer cared about the so-called curse of the name. But when Lucius heard these 3 words, his face immediately turned pale. He tried hard to suppress the trembling of his body and grasped tightly with his right hand. He held his right arm and said, "No. This is impossible. I don't have to lie to you, Lucius." Dumbledore said calmly, "And your son was also in the Forbidden Forest last night, but he was lucky enough not to meet Voldemort. I need to get Draco out of here," Lucius said as he turned around and staggered towards the oak door of the principal's office. He pulled the handle hard a few times, but found that he couldn't pull it open. Then he turned around and looked at Deng in shock. "Bulido, sorry, Lucius." Dumbledore suddenly exuded an aura of terror, and the blue halo in his pupils continued to flow. "There are some things that you must explain clearly before you can leave here." At this moment, Malfoy, who had followed Voldemort, once again experienced the power of the White Devil. On the other side, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the little lions were discussing a strange thing that happened today. "Hey, you know what? I heard from people in Ravenclaw that the defense against the dark arts professor seems to have been replaced by Snape." Simo, the demolition genius, took a bite of the chicken leg and then whispered, "What?" When Ron heard the bad news, he immediately drooped his head like an eggplant beaten by frost. "Forget it about the potions class. Do I also have to be tortured by Snape in the defense against the dark arts class? I feel pretty good, but I have long been unable to stand the strong garlic smell of Professor Quirrell. I get a headache every time I take defense against the dark arts class." Neville frowned with disgust on his face. He was one of the few people who didn't have any dislike for Snape. It seems that Professor Quirrell sprayed garlic essence all over his body because he was afraid of vampires. At this time, Fred suddenly interjected, "You said he suddenly disappeared. Could it be because he was abducted by a vampire while taking a shower?" Everyone rolled their eyes after hearing Fred's nonsensical idea. They must know that the last vampire who dared to approach Hogwarts was directly tied to a cross and sunbathed repeatedly for several days. The kind that meets and then rests for a while. Seamus, did you hear anything about why Snape suddenly took over the defense against the dark arts class? Reminiscent of Snape's attempt to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry felt that there must be something fishy about it. "I'm not so sure either." Seamus shrugged and curled his lips and replied, "I just heard from people in Ravenclaw that by the end of the semester, Professor Quirrell will no longer be the professor of defense against the dark arts. But I guess it is probably related to the explosion yesterday night, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. Although I don't know what exactly happened yesterday night, I think it must be related to Professor Quirrell's disappearance. I think it's very possible." Neville also agreed, "My bed is by the window. After I woke up from a fright last night, I saw a lot of red or golden flashes in the Forbidden Forest. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network." Hearing this, Harry and Hermione looked at each other. They knew that what Neville saw must be the light emitted when Shane was fighting Voldemort. "Harry, that can't be." "Shut up." Before Ron could finish his words, Harry and Hermione interrupted him in unison. It was about Voldemort. How could he say it so casually in front of everyone? This would easily drag the little lions around him into unnecessary danger. However, Ron didn't seem to understand what the two meant. He stared at his two friends with wide eyes and asked why, but he only received two pairs of blank eyes in response. At the same time, a young eagle suddenly rushed out of the auditorium, took off directly from the corridor, and headed straight to the common room of his college. Dinner time was almost over, but Xian was still in the library at this time. He was flipping through information about Fiend Fire. He wanted to collect as much information as possible so that he could be fully prepared before going to hell. But just then, Hermione suddenly rushed into the library. She broke into the restricted book area without saying a word, then grabbed Xian's hand while panting and said, Xian, third floor corridor, what's going on here?" A string of question marks appeared on Shane's head, and he asked in surprise, "Voldemort is coming. You, just go and take a look and you will know." After saying that, he pulled Xian and ran to the corridor on the third floor of the school. "I saw magic spells flying in front of my eyes, and a group of eagles and a group of small snakes started fighting for some unknown reason. Why did this fight start?" Xian looked at all this in shock. "I don't know, we were having dinner just now, and suddenly we heard a loud noise outside the auditorium, so we all ran out curiously to see what was going on, and found out that they were fighting for no reason." Hermione explained, "What about professors? Someone has informed me, but I don't know why." Hermione was also very confused at this time. The fight had been going on for at least 5 or 6 minutes. Why didn't a professor come to stop it? But now is not the time to think about that. Hermione put all these questions aside, then pointed anxiously at the closed door at the end of the corridor on the third floor and said, 1.5 Shane, stop them quickly, they are about to reach Lu Wei. If a little wizard accidentally knocks open the door, Lu Wei, who is locked inside, will be very willing to accept the food that is brought to his mouth. Lu Wei, that three-headed dog. Shane activated his perspective magic and looked behind the door, and found that Dumbledore hadn't stopped playing this childish game. Forget it, let's figure things out first. Xian saw that the snake eagle was completely on fire, and all kinds of curses were flying in the corridor. He took out his wand and pointed forward Immobilis. The magic spell instantly froze both parties in the fight. John Chu smoothed his scattered hair, glared angrily at the little snake on the wall, and then began to explain the ins and outs of this conflict. It turned out that just before dinner today, a group of senior Slytherin students suddenly gathered in front of the auditorium, with sinister expressions on their faces, and they didn't know what they were doing. At this time, a Ravenclaw eagle happened to be passing by, and suddenly heard the group of little snakes seeming to be discussing in a low voice what kind of magic they would use to deal with Ciandolia. The little eagle instantly realized that things were not simple, so he rushed into the auditorium and told another senior eagle what he had just heard. After hearing this, the senior eagle immediately became angry and rushed out of the auditorium. Then, regardless of the school rules, he used the flying magic that he was not familiar with to go straight to the Ravenclaw common room. Fei went and told the others about Slytherin's plan to ambush Shane. Of course, the eaglets were very angry after hearing this, and they all shouted that they really thought they had no one in Ravenclaw, right? As a result, a group of eaglets immediately set off from the common room and rushed to the Great Hall, preparing to settle accounts with the Slytherins. But what a coincidence, because Xian was fascinated by reading in the library that night, he did not go to the auditorium on time to eat as usual. The little snakes who were ambushing in front of the auditorium saw that they could not wait for their target to appear, so they thought of setting up an ambush for Shane again near the Ravenclaw lounge. In the end, the two groups met unexpectedly on the stairs on the third floor. The two parties just looked at each other and instantly understood that the other party was here to find them. Then they started having sex without saying anything, and then what happened just now happened. When Xia En heard Zhang Chu explain all the ins and outs of the incident, he was immediately speechless. He quickly waved his hand to summon a small snake to his side, and then used legilimency to read his memory. So that's it, the pure-blooded old aristocratic force. Xia En smiled and nailed the little snake in his hand back to the wall. It seems that the comic strip has begun to play its role, and representatives of the revolutionary targets have begun to emerge. Xia En started from the little snake just now. From his memory, he learned that not only Malfoy, but other pureblood families were also aware of the existence of the comic book. Because of a Christmas holiday, the comic book produced by Shane had been circulated outside the school to a certain extent, and those who knew history or extreme pureblood families also learned about the content of the comic strip. Therefore, whether it was out of fear of Voldemort or wanting to maintain the honor of pureblood Slytherin, these pureblood families began to issue instructions one after another. The students of their own family at Hogwarts must make the comic book author Shane pay the price for taking action. And the reason why they waited until today to take action is entirely because quite a few of these pureblood families are very cowardly. The content in the comic book is very important to them. It was too scary for them. They felt that how Shane learned about Voldemort's secrets must be investigated first. Otherwise, no matter what the outcome would be, they would instruct people from their own family to target a person in Hogwarts. When students take action, just facing Dumbledore is enough for them. So until a few days ago, those pureblood families continued to check, and finally came to a very correct conclusion when nothing could be found. The conclusion is that Cien Dolia is just a mudblood, and he may just know the history of the Dark Lord by accident. So, just yesterday, a dozen senior Slytherins learned from the owl after receiving the letter from the family, and seeing that it was for the glory of the family and the pure blood. These little snakes acted like chicken blood, and without hesitation they did the stupid thing of ambush Xia En. After solving the problem of the little eagle and the little snake, Xia En originally wanted to ignore this conflict. He planned to let their parents pick up the little snakes he pinned to the wall. Yes, it was the parents. It was useless even if the professor came. However, just when Shane wanted to take over as the boss, Fox appeared beside him at the right time, and then a flash of fire took him to the principal's office at Hogwarts. Ouch! Xia En squatted down on his butt, looked up and saw Dumbledore standing not far away looking at him, and then began to complain. Professor, next time you want to find me, you can ask the portrait to tell me directly, there is no need. Get Fox over here. Sorry, but your book has caused a lot of trouble to the school. Dumbledore pointed at the drawing book on the table. To be honest, I didn't expect these people to come to me until now, and their methods were much more childish than I imagined. Xia En stood up and dusted his but, is this why you came to me? Not completely, Dumbledore said. When what happened in the corridor on the 3rd floor, I had a guest here. Guest? Xia En raised his eyebrows. From your tone, you don't seem to like this so-called guest very much. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, is here to represent the school's board of trustees and ask me to expel you from Hogwarts. Dumbledore explained, then with a serious look on his face, I asked you to come just to tell you that they have started to take action. Are you ready? Professor, it doesn't matter whether you are ready or not. Shane smiled, and then walked to Dumbledore's snack cabinet. I basically know them, the Holy 28 Tribes. They are all powerful and wealthy pureblood families, and their bloodline is spread all over the world. But so what? These so-called power and wealth are all in the past. In the long years, how long can they shout pure blood glory to maintain their gradually declining status or power? Among these 28 tribes, how many families have become extinct? Didn't they follow Voldemort because they couldn't stop shouting the slogan pure blood glory? Dumbledore was speechless for a moment. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Indeed, the so-called pure blood glory is extremely prone to the problem of incest. Among the current 28 sacred tribes, the Foley family, 4 families including the Shafik family, have completely become extinct. Most of the other families either died during Voldemort's rebellion, or were under the overall liquidation of the Ministry of Magic, leaving only 1 or 2 descendants. Their wealth and power have long gone forever. Even the current board of directors of Hogwarts and the power of the Holy 28 clan are only a handful of families like Malfoy who can barely maintain the family's wealth. And compared to before, their power has been greatly weakened. Of course, the above has nothing to do with the Weasley family. They are special and very fertile. And Dumbledore knew the form of the pureblood family, and was determined to launch the revolutionary. Xia En also understood the same thing. The famous saying of a flower grower, know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. So Xia En continued, Professor, my goal has never been these half-dead pureblood families or Voldemort. What I want to do is to eradicate the cancer of pureblood glory. Pureblood families are just mud under the wheel of history. This is why I have been pestering you to reform Hogwarts, because only in this way can the bullshit concept of pure blood glory be removed from the hearts of young wizards. You have also seen what happened in the corridor on the 3rd floor today. If Hogwarts can provide guidance in daily education, these Slytherin students will not even hesitate to think of dealing with me. Dumbledore was silent for a moment and found that he had no way to refute Shane's words, so he said the Malfoy family is considered a powerful group on the Hogwarts board of directors. Even though I support your approach, there is no way without the financial support of the board of directors, your idea will be difficult to realize. Shane smiled when he heard this question. Professor, Lucius Malfoy is a very smart man. From the way he just asked you to expel me, I know that he is not the kind of person who believes in extreme pure blood. He is actually an egoist. I guess that he just wanted to use Voldemort to expand his family's power, but he didn't expect that Voldemort's madness was far beyond his control and knowledge. I think you have already told him about the Horcruxes. Do you think he will take the initiative to find Voldemort's Horcruxes for us? He definitely wants Voldemort to die completely more than anyone else. Hearing this, Dumbledore once again refreshed his understanding of Shane's wisdom. Shane was right. He had told Lucius about the Horcrux. Whether it was for protection or destruction, Lucius would help find Voldemort's Horcrux intentionally or unintentionally out of fear. At least one. On the other side, the Malfoy family's mansion. It is located in Wiltshire, England. Legend has it that it was the land given by King William I 1,000 years ago, and Armand Malfoy established Malfoy Manor here. Malfoy Manor is a dignified lord's residence surrounded by well-designed gardens, with fountains and free-roaming white peacocks. The exquisite wrought iron gate allows visitors to feel like walking through smoke when passing through. The interior of the manor is described as lavishly decorated, with a large foyer, portraits hanging on the walls, stone floor tiles almost entirely covered by gorgeous carpets, luxurious furniture, marble fireplaces, gilded mirrors, etc. But at this moment, Lucius Malfoy returned here with a cold sweat on his face. With the support of his wife, Lucius quietly walked down the door of the basement that had been sealed for a long time. He looked at the wooden door that had not been opened for 10 years, and his heart could not be calm for a long time. He had never allowed his family to enter this door before. Behind the door, just because the basement contained an item that Voldemort entrusted to him for safekeeping. Locking the door to the basement behind him, Lucius took a magic lamp and began to walk slowly down, and walked down the dusty stairs. Clear footprints were left on it. All the way down to the end of the stairs, there was another iron door. Lucius took out his wand, pointed it at a gem on the iron door, and said a secret word. Then there was a snap, and the door suddenly made a metallic groaning sound. When I walked behind the iron door, I saw an empty space in front of me. There was nothing except a table and some other old portraits. Lucius walked to the only table in the basement in front of him. He stretched out his hand to open the cabinet on the table, and what came into view was a diary with a black leather cover. Lucius did not dare to touch it, but he looked at the stringed Tom Marvellori on the cover of the diary. This book instantly reminded him of those dark years. For a long time, he didn't know what this diary was, but out of fear of Voldemort, he never dared to read it. After some research, even after Voldemort disappeared 10 years ago, he did not dare to throw it away, but sealed it in the basement of his home. Until just now, Albus Dumbledore suddenly told him about the Horcrux, and he immediately understood that the diary that Voldemort entrusted to him for safekeeping was probably one of the Horcruxes. Looking at Voldemort's Horcruxes in front of him, Lucius was constantly struggling in his heart. He was now thinking about whether to destroy Horcruxes should be kept until Voldemort returns, so as to claim credit for the survival of his family and clan. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make a decision. As a Death Eater, he knew very well what Voldemort's methods were. How terrifying. Lucius's clenched fists had lost their color due to excessive force, and at this moment some of the words Dumbledore had told him reappeared in his mind. Dumbledore said Horcruxes are the secret of Voldemort's immortality, but no one knows how many Horcruxes he created. But if all the Horcruxes can be found, then he will be no different from a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out. Thinking of this, Lucius seemed to have something in his mind. With a sudden force, he closed the cabinet containing Voldemort's Horcrux again, then turned and left the basement. Narcissa, who had been waiting anxiously for her husband at the basement door, saw her husband coming up, and immediately stepped forward and asked Lucius, "What happened?" "Narcissa, I need you to do something." It was also when Lucius Malfoy began to plan his future because of the Horcrux incident. In the Hogwarts office, the conversation between Shane and Dumbledore was suddenly interrupted by two people. Headmaster Snape rushed in with a sullen face, and his expression turned even darker when he saw that Shane was also there. He immediately said coldly to Sia and Dolia, "I order you to release my student immediately." He just used many methods in the corridor on the third floor but failed to release the student who was stuck to the wall. After grabbing a random person and asking them about it, they found out that it was Sia An's magic. But when faced with the so-called order from Snape, Shane looked very disapproving and replied, "Professor Snape, can you let me put them down from the wall and let their parents come to Hogwarts to pick them up in person? But otherwise, I guarantee they will be nailed to the wall for the rest of their lives. Of course, you can also give their parents the option to dig out the walls they're stuck with and take them away." "You want him to let him go just like that? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon?" But at the same time, not only Snape, but also Professor McGonagall, the deputy principal of Hogwarts, also wanted to persuade Xiao, well, let him go quickly, Mr. Dolia, this is not the time for joking. Do you know how much impact they will have on the school if they continue to act like this? Professor McGonagall said seriously. You must know that Slytherin students are all born into pureblood families. They have considerable influence in the British wizarding world. If they collectively attack Hogwarts, there is no guarantee that what trouble will happen no matter what the impact, just let those pureblood families come after me. Xiaoyan said, since they dare to instruct their family members to deal with me, they should also have the courage to bear the consequences of failure. Against you. Professor McGonagall caught the key point of Shane's words, what on earth is going on? Xiaoyan was speechless when he heard this question. The two professors in front of him seemed to have come here before they knew what the situation was. So he started to complain, two professors, you didn't come here without fully understanding the cause and effect of the matter, right? Sure enough, Professor McGonagall and Snape were silent after hearing this question. Shane sighed helplessly. Let Professor Dumbledore explain to you what is going on. As the person involved, it seems that it's not appropriate to say that. Then he looked at Dumbledore, who was standing aside. Professor, I hope you can seriously consider what the two of us talked about just now. I also put the application for the establishment of the guild here. After saying that, he disappeared into the office in an instant. Snape immediately looked at Dumbledore wordlessly, his expression clearly indicating that he wanted to give him an explanation. And Dumbledore was silent for a while before saying, Severus, the Slytherin students did some very bad things. So for the time being, let's just let the families of those students come to Hogwarts. We can't just let this matter go. According to school rules, these Slytherin students would have to be expelled from the school. On hearing this last sentence, Snape truly realized the seriousness of the matter. Because there are only a few young wizards enrolling every year. Even though Hogwarts is so big, there are no more than 100 students enrolled here every year, so in order to ensure the source of students, it is very rare to expel students. The last time this happened in Hogwarts was decades ago, and the expelled student now lives by the Forbidden Forest. He was also banned from using wands by the Ministry of Magic. Snape turned and left the principal's office. Now he was going back to ask his lovely students what they had done that might lead to them being expelled collectively. And McGonagall, the professor, watched Snape leave. At this time, she also recalled that there were many questions about what happened tonight. Logically speaking, if such a big thing happened, she, the vice principal, should be the first to know. After all, the office is not like the principal's office, which requires a password to enter, and any student can come in. But the strange thing is that she was almost the last one to know about what happened tonight. When she arrived at the scene, the little badger had already begun to get injured. The little eagles carried the stretcher. Albus. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. At this time, Professor McGonagall just wanted to know what happened from Dumbledore. On the other side, after Shane left the principal's office, he came straight to in front of the room of requirement. He had just talked to Dumbledore about establishing a guild, and had agreed in principle. Therefore, he now had to prepare a guild base camp or residence. After thinking about it, Shane still felt that the room of requirement is the most suitable place. It's a big enough place, and few people have ever set foot in it. It's basically a deserted state. Xiaoyan pushed open the door of the room of requirement, looked at the mountains of debris inside, and started to release his fierce fire without saying a word. It is impossible to clear away so many things in a short time. Besides, these waste items are of no use. It is better to destroy them all on the spot to avoid trouble. However, why is his Li Huo this color? Xiaoyan brought in doubt. He closed the door of the room of requirement and began to wait by the door. With Li Huo's powerful ability, the mountain of old things inside should be burned down in about 10 minutes, so just sit outside for a while in such a short time. However, just when Shane was sitting by the door chewing chocolate, the stone beast guarding the principal's office in the distance suddenly opened slowly, and Professor McGonagall walked out with a sad look on his face. Professor McGonagall. Xiaoyan said hello. Professor McGonagall looked up when she heard the sound, and saw that the person who spoke turned out to be the source of all evil in Hogwarts. In an instant, she felt her headache getting worse. Mr. Dolia, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall asked with a straight face. Nothing to do. Xiaoyan chewed the chocolate and said nonchalantly, I'm just burning something. Burn something. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her voice suddenly rising by dozens of decibels, please tell me clearly. Just burning something. After saying that, Xiaoyan pushed the door of the room of requirement behind him, and instantly a large ball of blue-purple flames rushed out. Oh my god. Professor McGonagall was so frightened that she quickly took a few steps back. It's not finished burning yet. Xiaoyan scratched his head, and then while maintaining the power of all spells end, he began to ask doubtfully, Professor, do you know why the fierce fire I summoned is this color? Could it be that the color of Li Huo varies from person to person? But it was obvious that Professor McGonagall didn't want to answer Xiaoyan's question. She covered her chest and looked at Xia with an incredible look. Mr. Dolia, how dare you use Liwo in school? Do you know how dangerous this magic is? Of course I know, Xia replied, that's why I used 10,000 curses to finally control it. Don't worry, Professor. Don't you know my abilities yet? Professor McGonagall looked at Xia's smiling face and felt helpless. After all, even Dumbledore once told her that Xia is a very special student. He is a student with a very unique personality, so when facing don't treat him the same way you treat ordinary students. Otherwise, you will be pissed to death. Professor McGonagall took the wand and checked the burning status of Li Huo. After making sure that there was no great danger, he stopped for a moment. She breathed a sigh of relief. But then, she suddenly discovered something. When was there a room here? Professor McGonagall frowned. She has been in Hogwarts for so many years, and has often been in and out of the 8th floor since she became a professor, but she has never discovered that there is such a room here. Shane was very confused when he heard Professor McGonagall's question. Because as far as he knew, the room of requirement was not a secret in the upper floors of Hogwarts, and students who often traveled at night had accidentally discovered it before, but they all thought it was an ordinary room, and few people could discover the characteristics of the room of requirement. So with doubts, Xia began to ask, Professor, this is the room of requirement, don't you know? Have you never seen this place before when you went on a school night outing? Room of requirement? I've never heard of it, Professor McGonagall replied, then showed a hint of embarrassment. Also, I never went out at night when I was studying. Puff. Who are you kidding, Professor McGonagall? Xia couldn't help laughing. Is there any student in Gryffindor House who hasn't gone out at night? Isn't this the tradition of your college? This sentence made Professor McGonagall even more embarrassed. Because Shane was right. 99% of the students who were caught wandering at night in Hogwarts were angry with Gryffindor. During the boring conversation between Shane and Professor McGonagall, the fire burning in the room of requirement no longer continued to expand, which indicated that all the waste items inside had been burned. So Xia immediately activated all spells end to dissolve all the fierce fire in the room. To be honest, this spell is really omnipotent. It can instantly turn all magic into original magic particles floating in the air. However, even though all the fires had been extinguished, there was still thick smoke billowing in the room of requirement, and a strong smell of gunpowder smoke assaulted the nostrils. Shane covered his nose and waved the wand in his hand, and then a whirlwind swept up all the remaining ashes and smoke in the room of requirement, and then piled them all at the door under Shane's control. Filch or the house elves will come and clean up the garbage. After finally clearing the room of requirement, Professor McGonagall and Shane both walked in. McGonagall curiously looked at the room in front of her that was comparable to a Quidditch pitch, and exclaimed in disbelief, I didn't expect that Hogwarts actually has such a place. The room of requirement has countless rooms. It can satisfy a person's wishes to the greatest extent. Shane looked around and said, I heard that Professor Dumbledore has been using this place as a toilet. It's really a waste of money. Then what kind of guild are you planning to set up here? Asked Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore told you all. Xia nodded, yes. This is the most suitable place for the entire Hogwarts. Such a big place is not used in vain. 113 Then can Mr. Dolia please tell me what you think? For some reason, Professor McGonagall suddenly turned around and looked at Shane seriously and said, Principal Dumbledore just told me that you wanted to form a student group, but he didn't explain the reason. Shane looked at Professor McGonagall's sense of responsibility hidden deep in his eyes, and he knew that he would always have to face Professor McGonagall. Because although the principal of Hogwarts was Dumbledore, he actually dealt with it was Professor McGonagall who was responsible for the specific affairs. When Voldemort was a student, he secretly recruited people to gather power at Hogwarts, and organized some classmates in the school who fanatically followed him to establish the Valpurgis Knights, and this knighthood, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall knew about it at the time, but they ignored it because there were countless incidents of students forming small groups in the school. Harry's father also established the Predator while he was at school. So based on the lessons of history, Professor McGonagall is now very concerned about the student groups on campus. She is afraid that another organization similar to Death Eaters will pop up. Of course, Shane is also aware of Professor McGonagall's worries, so he also without saying a word, he waved his wand, and 4 different light and shadow animals appeared between the two of them. Shane looked at the lion, snake, eagle, and badger in front of him and began to ask, Professor, what do you think of Hogwarts now? How about CI? I feel it's okay, Professor McGonagall replied. But Xia clearly felt that she was a little hesitant before saying this. Professor, do you really think so? Shane's wand clicked twice in the void in front of him, and then the animals representing the 4 houses of Hogwarts walked to the 4 directions respectively, standing opposite each other, and then split into 4 little wizards, pointing their wands at each other. Although Gryffindors have courage beyond ordinary people, they are stubborn. Slytherins are extremely united, but they are ambitious. Ravenclaw is always obsessed with pursuing supreme wisdom, but they are alone. Hufflepuffs are kind, loyal, tough, and unconventional, but they are greedy and mediocre. Professor McGonagall, ever since I entered Hogwarts, I can see the antagonism between colleges and students everywhere in the school. This kind of opposition is unintentionally amplifying the negative characters of students in these four colleges. Gryffindors like to call others cowards, Slytherins like to call others cheap muggles, Ravenclaws like to call others stupid, and Hufflepuffs like to call others hypocritical. Hsia-En said, paused here, and then waved his magic wand again, directly scattering the light and shadow, and what followed was a thick black mist. Professor, Hogwarts is a wonderful place, but there are many things behind the scenes that neither you nor Professor Dumbledore have seen. For example, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, why are they so opposed to each other? Is it just because of Harry's rejection at the beginning of school, or is it because of Malfoy's arrogance that he can't let go? You may think this is just a fight between children, but you don't know that this age is the time when seeds of hatred are easily sown. From 11 to 18 years old, if the seeds of hatred continue to sprout, when do you think the seeds of hatred will continue to sprout? Will Gwarts breed another Dark Lord again? After the words fell, Professor McGonagall's eyebrows were lowered, and a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on his face that could not be dispelled. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Because she found that she had no way to refute Hsia-En's words, she had forgotten how many times she had said the word coward before. And whether it's from Voldemort or today's conflict between the snake and the eagle, it also shows that what Hsia-En said is correct. Hogwarts is now like a petri dish of hatred, but I have never noticed it. So, you want to change Hogwarts by forming an organization? Professor McGonagall sorted out the complicated emotions in her heart and asked. This is only one reason. Shane answered truthfully, Professor, the way Hogwarts is now is not something I can change by setting up a guild. Whether it is you or Professor Dumbledore, you must take the initiative to do something. After a while, Professor McGonagall left the room of requirement. She returned to the principal's office again. She was deeply touched by Shane's words, so she wanted to talk to Dumbledore about the reform of Hogwarts. Looking at the back of Professor McGonagall disappearing behind the stone beast, Hsia-En smiled secretly in his heart. Old B, I think you have to agree even if you don't agree this time. However, after feeling secretly happy, Hsia-En turned around and looked at the empty girl who responded to requests. House, and immediately began the preparations for building his own guild. During the Forbidden Forest dungeon development on Christmas Eve a few months ago, excluding the bucket of acromantula venom given to Snape, Shane exchanged the materials obtained from the Forbidden Forest in Diagon Alley for a total of 1.5 gold galleons around W. He then used these gold galleons to purchase a lot of equipment, such as some commonly used magic potions, various magic books, anti-magic dolls for practicing magic, and other miscellaneous alchemy props for magic practice, etc. Wait. Secondly, he also went to the supermarket and bought many sofas, tables, chairs, cabinets, beds and bedding, fitness equipment, kitchen facilities, etc. He planned to divide the entire guild base camp into 8 areas, namely study area, actual combat area, library, construction room, infirmary, rest area, kitchen, and material storage area. Hsia-En first simply divided the 8 areas in the room that he had imagined, then took out all the items he purchased from the portable space, and then spent half an hour sorting them into categories and placing all the facilities to their corresponding areas. But after doing this, Hsia-En frowned again, because he always felt that the guild station in front of him looked very awkward. The 8 initially divided areas are all empty at first glance. There is no physical separation between the areas, making the entire station look a bit strange. So Hsia-En thought for a moment, and then used magic to teleport to the Forbidden Forest. After a while, some young wizards in Hogwarts suddenly saw the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Several huge black shadows emerged from the middle of the woods, and then suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene immediately stunned these little wizards, and they once wondered if they were dreaming. In the room of requirement, Hsia-En used the crush magic to cut all the boulders he dug from the Forbidden Forest into floor tiles. Then, after polishing them, he repaved the entire floor of the guild's residence. It was almost evening, and after going through many hardships and dangers, the little wizards at Hogwarts finally passed the last final exam of the semester. And in the central courtyard of Hogwarts, the 3 little Gryffindors who had just finished their exams were walking out of the castle. Now that the exam is over, they want to see Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback that was just hatched a while ago. It's strange that when Draco complained, he didn't tell Professor McGonagall about the dragon. When I entered school before, I heard people say that the final exams at Hogwarts were scary, but I thought they were quite interesting. Hermione looked relaxed. It was obvious that the exams in the past few days were not stressful for her. Only you think so. Compared to Hermione's ease, Ron was a little frustrated. He knew clearly that his test results were not very satisfactory. Except for Transfiguration, he was already in high demand if he could pass other subjects. So, he was thinking when he was thinking about how to deal with the storm from his mother during the summer vacation, he looked at Harry next to him and asked Harry, "What about you? How did you do in the exam?" "I'm okay," Harry pressed his forehead and answered vaguely. Seeing his friend frowning in pain again, Ron couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is the scar on your head still hurting?" "I feel like it's burning, and it's been like this ever since I came back from the Forbidden Forest." Harry replied, "This has never happened before." I've been thinking about whether I should go to Madame Pomfrey's to have a look, but I'm also afraid that people from Hufflepuff's house and the school hospital will mess around. Indeed, Fred and George were tortured by them last Halloween. Ron couldn't help but shuddered as he thought of the little badgers and the volunteer treatment team at the school hospital. But you said it started after returning from the Forbidden Forest last time. Could it be related to that person? Because it was in a public place, surrounded by young wizards, Ron did not dare to say Voldemort's name. But Harry shook his head. I don't know exactly. I remember when I met him in the Forbidden Forest. The scar on my forehead is also very painful. Then I think you should not go to the school hospital, but go to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore. Ron suggested. This has something to do with him. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills may not be very useful. What do you say, Hermione? Ron also wanted Hermione to express her opinion, but when he turned around, he suddenly found that Hermione, who was walking with him a few seconds ago, was gone. Harry and Ron quickly looked around, and then they found Hermione looking up at something not far behind them. The two looked at each other and walked over quickly. Hermione, what are you looking at? Asked Harry. I'm looking at the astronomy tower, where Shane usually practices magic. Hermione put her hands flat in front of her forehead to block the sun. I don't know what happened to Shane recently. I can't find him. The Ravenclaw people said before that he disappeared after class. Isn't this strange? Isn't he always elusive? Ron shrugged disapprovingly. Last time I was in the corridor, I met 3 Dolia suddenly walking out of different classrooms. At that time, I thought I had seen a ghost. There are so many ghosts in Hogwarts. How many of them have you seen? Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, and then began to explain. That's actually Shane's magic, which seems to be called the missing body. This magic can create several clones and share memories, so Shane often uses this magic to take upper-level courses. Wow, if this is the case, he may not need to study at Hogwarts for 7 years to graduate. Ron exclaimed blankly, where did Dolia learn these weird magics? Who knows? Harry shrugged. To be honest, Dolia's magic is very difficult to learn. The flying magic he taught me last time, I can only barely cast spells without a wand. While several people were talking, several figures suddenly flew over their heads, and they were not riding broomsticks. The people of Ravenclaw are really powerful. I heard that at worst they can levitate themselves. Harry looked at the little eagle above his head who was practicing flying magic with envy. There's no way around it. Dolia is originally a Ravenclaw, and they can always ask for advice if they have any questions. Ron also looked envious. In fact, Harry had taught him how to practice flying magic a long time ago, but this guy, who spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, had never properly performed the wandless floating spell. Exercises, okay, if you haven't seen enough yet, keep watching. I'm going to Hagrid's first. The sun is going down, and I don't want to be in confinement again when I'm almost on vacation. After saying that, Hermione ran towards Hagrid's hut. She had no interest in the topics the 2 boys were talking about, just because she had the worst grades in flying lessons. And so did Harry and Ron. Realizing that it was getting late, he quickly followed him. When he arrived at the hut by the Forbidden Forest, he saw Hagrid sitting on the steps in front of the hut playing the bagpipes under the setting sun. He looked up and saw 3 little ones running towards him. Come on, I instantly showed a happy smile. Hagrid. Harry and the 3 of them said hello in unison. Good afternoon, kids. Hagrid responded with a smile. Are you here to play? We came to see Noble. Harry shouted a little excitedly. Oh, that's such a pity. Hagrid looked regretful. You can't see it now. Why? Ron's originally full of expectations suddenly fell. It has grown bigger than a tooth now and is not very controlled. Hagrid explained. Shane reminded me before that the fire dragon is a magical animal with a very territorial sense. Before I tame Norbert, don't let others get close to it, otherwise it can kill a person with 1 breath of dragon breath. People burn to ashes in seconds, but I think Xia is too cautious. In fact, the best way to deal with ferocious magical animals like fire dragons is to keep them quiet. Take Lu Wei, for example. As long as you play some music, he can fall asleep. I shared this method with the person who lost the dragon egg to me at Christmas, and he was very happy after hearing it. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. After saying that, Hagrid looked proud. Christmas, dragon eggs. After hearing Hagrid's words, Harry suddenly noticed something was wrong. Then he immediately started asking, Hagrid, is the person who lost the dragon egg to you very interested in Lu Wei? Of course, after all, even magical animal dealers rarely see 3-headed dogs. Hagrid replied proudly, oh my god. Harry suddenly seemed to have figured out something, and immediately looked at Ron and Hermione beside him and shouted anxiously, quick, let's go back. After saying that, they ran towards Hogwarts Castle without looking back. Ron and Hermione were immediately confused when they saw this. They looked at each other and quickly followed the footsteps. Only the sea was left behind. G.E. Wren still looked like he didn't know what was going on. Harry, what's wrong? Ron asked as he caught up with Harry. I should have thought before that Hagrid wanted a dragon, and at this moment a stranger happened to appear next to him holding a dragon egg. Think about it, who would walk down the street holding a dragon egg? Harry said with a regretful look on his face. Are you saying that the stranger gave the Hagrid egg on purpose? Ron understood instantly, but he immediately thought of another question. But if that's the case, since Snape already knew the weakness of the three-headed dog, why didn't he take action? Of course, Ron naturally regarded this so-called stranger as Snape himself or someone sent to trick him. Dumbledore. It's Professor Dumbledore. Hermione followed behind and heard what Harry said, so she also said, if he was at Hogwarts, Snape wouldn't dare to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. So, with what they thought was a correct guess, the three little Gryffindors ran to the Transfiguration classroom like crazy and found Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Harry rushed to the front and said breathlessly, we want to see Professor Dumbledore, and we want to see him now. Professor McGonagall raised her head and glanced at the three little lions in confusion, then put down the quill for correcting the test paper and said Professor Dumbledore is not in school now. Yesterday, he received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and went east to deal with some matters urgently. Got it, he's gone? But this is important. Harry looked anxious. It's about the Sorcerer's Stone. Professor McGonagall's expression changed immediately when she heard the words Philosopher's Stone. She looked at the three little ones in shock and asked, how do you know about this? Someone wants to steal the magic stone. It's, oh ho. Just as Harry was about to say Snape's name, Hermione behind him immediately twisted his waist, causing him to grin in pain. Harry turned to look behind him in confusion, but Hermione just shook her head to signal him not to speak. Seeing the suspicious looks on the three little ones, Professor McGonagall sighed and immediately warned them seriously, listen here, you three, no matter how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, I guarantee it is very safe now. What you should do now is to bury this matter in your heart and not mention it to anyone. Now, go back to the dormitory. Immediately, the three of them were kicked out of the Transfiguration classroom. The three of them walked in the corridor with sad faces. Hermione, why didn't you let me continue? Harry asked strangely, are you dumb? Have you forgotten what Hagrid said before? Hermione explained with a face full of hatred, Snape is also one of the professors who protects the Philosopher's Stone. Do you think Professor McGonagall will trust us three students or Snape? So what do we do now? Ron felt that his brain was a bit out of use. As you just heard, Professor Dumbledore is not in school right now. Tonight may be the best time for Snape to take action. Then we will take out the magic stone in advance and find a new place to hide it. Harry suggested after taking back the memory body that took the exam. Xia continued his work of building the guild. His main goal now is to build a house in the rest area of the guild station. He plans to build a 3-story wooden house here. The design is that the first floor is a place for leisure and entertainment for guild members, while the second and third floors are office areas and bedrooms. I saw that Xia first used magic to remove the bark of the pine trees and firs cut from the Forbidden Forest, and cut them into cylinders of the same size. Then he used crush to carve out perfect gaps on both sides, and then followed them one by one. The wooden house components with mortise and tenon structure came out. However, after doing this, Xia continued to release the dragon-slaying magic of fire and began to remove excess moisture from these log components. This requires precise control, otherwise it will easily ignite the wood, especially pine wood that contains a lot of resin, so don't burn it too quickly. The components of the wooden house still need to be roasted for a while, and Xia is also sitting aside waiting, chewing a chocolate popsicle in his mouth. The big wooden house behind him is just about to be topped off. Looking back on it, it took exactly 1 week from the beginning of the construction to the present. Since he is not a professional architect, he encountered many difficulties during the process. The reason why Xia went to so much trouble to build the guild's house himself was entirely because the natural magic he mastered could not be used to build the house. The conditions for using natural magic require plants and water. No matter what shape the things created by 540 use this magic, they must be living plants. The plant will take root and sprout. Xia still cannot control the root system of the plant spawned by natural magic so as not to damage the ground. So in the end, he honestly decided to build a house according to traditional methods. After waiting for more than half an hour, all the log components were finally dried. Shane used it to install it on the corresponding grooves one by one, and the guild house was finally capped. I checked the overall structural stability of the house again, and it was very good. It was not in vain that he spent so much money to find someone to draw a special drawing. It took a week to finally build the wooden house, and Shane felt proud in his heart. Then he took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was almost midnight. Time flies so fast. I didn't expect to spend a whole school year at Hogwarts like this. Sighing at the passage of time, Xia put his pocket watch back into his pocket and teleported back to the dormitory. Then after washing up, I happily hugged the pillow and went to bed. At the same time, no one except Neville, who had been petrified, knew that 3 little lions in Gryffindor ran out of the common room. I don't know how long it took, but Xia fell asleep in bed with sweet dreams. But suddenly, a short figure passed through the wall of the Ravenclaw dormitory and quietly came to Shane's bed. I saw this figure slowly extending a hand to Xia but at this moment, Xiao'en's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the owner of the hand in front of him, sighed helplessly and said, "Peeves, could you not choose this time to play a prank? You know, disturbing people's dreams is a very bad behavior." But as soon as he finished speaking, only Peeves saw Piggy didn't laugh like his usual mischievous laugh, but instead said anxiously, "Snake, bad guy. Albus Dumbledore isn't here, and bad guys have entered the school." Xiao'en frowned instantly when he heard this. At the same time, the three little Gryffindors went through all kinds of hardships and almost conquered the Devil's Vine, Flying Key, Wizard's Chess, Potion Puzzle, etc. After a level tailor-made for the three of them, they finally came to a long downward staircase. I don't know why, maybe because Shane, the butterfly, flapped its wings, Ron was not sacrificed in the Wizard Chess level, and Hermione simply used the levitation spell to lead the three of them directly past the purple magic fire door that required drinking the correct potion to pass through. "When did you learn this magic?" Ron looked at the purple flames behind him and asked in disbelief. "Is it weird? It's not that you don't know how to practice flying magic, it's just that you don't want to spend time learning it," Hermione replied proudly, and then patted the sparks on her robe. In fact, it was because she couldn't move the broomstick every time she took flying lessons. She was so stubborn that in order to surpass others, she secretly practiced flying every day. Magic. After passing through the purple magic fire door, the three little ones were greeted by an invisible staircase leading underground. Although they didn't know what dangerous mechanisms were at the end of the stairs, the three of them still mustered up their courage and continued walking forward. I don't know how long they walked, but they finally reached the end and saw a huge underground hall in front of them. There were dozens of stone pillars embedded in the stone walls around the hall, and in the center was a mirror that Harry was very familiar with. And in front of the mirror stood an unexpected figure. Harry felt the scar on his forehead getting hotter and hotter. He looked at the face reflected in the mirror of Arist, an incredible image. Look, and Ron and Hermione next to them also had similar expressions. "No, impossible," Hermione said in shock. "How could it be you, Professor Quirrell? Ha ha ha." Quirrell turned around slowly and let out a spooky, hoarse laugh. "I saw that the Arab-style turban originally wrapped around his head was long gone, replaced by a head that was seeping with disgusting liquid. On the face that still had a lot of burnt black skin, a pair of green pupils were staring at Harry and the three of them. It's you! It was you who was in the Forbidden Forest that night." Hermione saw that Quirrell was covered in burns and immediately reacted. "It's impossible, how could you still be alive after being attacked like that? Ha ha ha, smart little witch. But in fact, the student named Xiao'endela couldn't kill me." Quirrell's green pupils suddenly exuded endless resentment, but then he calmed down. "But it doesn't matter. It just so happened that both him and Dumbledore thought I was dead, so I was able to sneak in secretly." After saying that, he just raised his hand, summoned Harry to his side, and then pinched his neck tightly. "Harry!" Hermione and Ron exclaimed in unison. Hermione quickly raised her hand and pointed it at Quirrell, but she was afraid of hitting Harry and did not dare to take action. Quirrell ignored Hermione and Ron and directly pointed at Harry. He placed the magic stone in front of the mirror of Arist. After a while, he saw a bulge coming out of Harry's trouser pocket. He then took out the Sorcerer's Stone from his trouser pocket, and Quirrell flicked it away, throwing away Harry who was about to suffocate. It reached Ron who was not far away. The two of them fell to the ground, and looking at the legendary magic stone in front of them, Quirrell's eyes were a little fascinated and crazy. To read Bao's Huan novels, go to Flu Novel Network. But soon, he calmed down and focused on the three little ones again. Seeing that Harry was no longer blocking Hermione, she immediately used the most powerful magic she had learned, used it, the Flames of Incendio. A fireball the size of a football rushed towards Quirrell, but Quirrell didn't move a step or even make any movement. The fireball dissipated not far away in front of him. Quirrell's emotionless green eyes stared at Hermione, said slowly, "I see the shadow of that annoying woman in you." After saying that, the wand in his hand slowly raised. Avada eats a big melon. Hermione stared blankly at the familiar green light in front of her, and the cold feeling of being about to fall into death filled her body again. At this moment, she regretted very much why she didn't listen to Xiao'en's words and said that she wanted to do it without knowing her ability to protect the magic stone. But after a while, the expected death did not come. Hermione slowly opened her eyes and saw that at some point, a familiar figure was standing next to Quirrell holding a wand. I saw him kicking Quirrell to the ground, and then cursed with great resentment, "You old fool. Not sleeping all night makes me want to get up to save people. And old B, you owe me a favor, Shane." Hermione rubbed her eyes, making sure it was the person she had longed for, and ran over quickly. Harry and Ron, who had just hugged each other and were smashed to pieces, were relieved to see Shane. He stood up and staggered behind Hermione. Shane knelt down and took the magic stone out of Quirrell's hand. Looking at the stone in front of him that was emitting red light and flowing with special magic power, he couldn't help but feel aroused a desire for research. Shane. Hermione ran over and threw herself into Shane's arms, and then tears began to flow down. Shane raised his hands and saw the little witch in this state, and couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at the person running towards him with a serious face. Harry and Ron, your self-righteousness almost caused 3 more cold corpses in Hogwarts. Hearing this, Harry and Ron immediately lowered their heads in shame. And you don't think that it will be okay if you cry. Shane knocked Hermione on the head again. Hermione felt the pain and immediately withdrew from Shane's arms, then wiped her tears resentfully. Quirrell, what happened to him? Harry asked curiously as he looked at Quirrell, who seemed to have been cast a petrifying spell on the ground. Fantasy magic. Shane explained, Voldemort is like Orochimaru, splitting so many souls, and spiritual magic is his nemesis. Orochimaru, what did it come from? The 3 little ones were confused when they heard this unfamiliar term, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They thought it was a magical animal they had never heard of before. Soon, they were caught on the spot. Another noun in Xiao's words attracted me. Voldemort. Ron took a few steps back from Quirrell when he heard the name. Isn't he Professor Quirrell? Why is he Voldemort? Quirrell is dead. Voldemort was attached to him like a parasite before. After he was seriously injured by me in the Forbidden Forest that night, Voldemort may have used some unknown magic to use Quirrell's life, as in the price is the last breath of 2.3 that hangs this body. As he said this, Xiao kicked Chi Luo in the face. Take a look, these burnt skins are all covered with scales, so that means we have been in the same classroom with Voldemort for almost a school year. Ron looked frightened. He really didn't expect that Professor Quirrell, who usually stuttered and was submissive, was actually the Dark Lord. Shane, how did you find yourself here? At this time, Hermione finally calmed down and asked Shane with red eyes. Peeves called me here. He found that Voldemort had turned into a snake and slipped into the school, so he called me over immediately. Xian explained, then he raised one hand, and a ball of blue-purple fire appeared on the palm of his hand. I will settle your matters with you later. I will first kill this guy who ruined my dream. After saying that, before the 3 little ones could react, Shane threw Li Huo on Quirrell. Immediately, a black smoke spurted out from Quirrell's body, and Voldemort's soul howled. The scream merged with the fierce fire, and rushed towards Xiaoyan desperately. After wiping out 1/7 of Voldemort's soul, Shane put away the Sorcerer's Stone and turned to look at the Gryffindor trio. Miss Granger. Shane called Hermione by her last name without expression, and her stern tone shocked Hermione. Forget about these 2 idiots. Shane pointed at Harry and Ron, who were looking confused next to them. I remember I should have told you before, you must consider the causes and consequences before doing anything. Can you tell me, what is the purpose of what you are doing tonight and what is the reason for it? We thought, Hermione lowered her head, hesitating and unable to explain why. You thought Snape would come over and steal the Philosopher's Stone, right? Shane directly helped Hermione say what she wanted to say. Okay, Miss Granger, what guesses did you base on to come to this conclusion? That's because she saw Snape chanting a curse to me on the Quidditch pitch. He wanted to harm me. Harry looked at Hermione's pitiful expression and couldn't help but help to argue. He's saving you, idiot. Shane looked at Harry coldly. If Snape hadn't kept reciting the counter curse, you would have let Quirrell's spell fall to the ground. What? How is that possible? Hearing the truth, Harry immediately looked incredulous. I have to say that you 3 little lions are really blessed by the halo of 25 protagonists. If Peeves doesn't find out that Voldemort has sneaked into the school tonight, what do you think you will do? Xiaoyan asked sarcastically. The 3 of them were silent. Even if your previous guesses are true and Snape really wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, you don't really think you can deal with a professor, do you? And even if you don't meet Snape or Voldemort tonight, where do you want to take the Philosopher's Stone out of the Mirror of Erised? We're going to hide it in the common room so Voldemort can't get in without the password. Ron said softly, his tone still a little unconvinced. Haha, you think the trouble you have caused is not big enough, and you have to drag the entire Gryffindor to be buried with you, right? Shane sneered, and then continued, Voldemort can bypass the defense mechanism of Hogwarts, but can't he enter the Gryffindor common room? You are not so naive as to think that only students in your house know the password to the Gryffindor common room, right? Have you ever counted how many students pass by the fat lady's portrait every day? In fact, if you can stay in the dormitory obediently tonight and don't do anything unnecessary, Voldemort will not be able to break through the defense of the Mirror of Erised and get the Philosopher's Stone. To put it bluntly, it was the self-righteousness of the 3 of you that almost allowed Voldemort to get the Sorcerer's Stone, and even almost cost 3 lives. I'm too lazy to say anything else. Now you'd better go back the way you came, go to Professor McGonagall to admit your mistake, and take the initiative to explain everything that happened tonight to her. Otherwise, I will throw you into the Pumpkinhead on the first floor of the school and let you experience the preciousness of life. And I treat everyone equally, Miss Granger. After saying that, Xiaoyan disappeared in an instant. In front of the Mirror of Erised, the 3 little ones looked at each other with a look of loneliness. They thought they were acting bravely, but it turned out that they were doing bad things with good intentions. Are we really going to find Professor McGonagall? Ron asked timidly. I think if we use the invisibility cloak to go back now, no one will know about us. Are you dumb? Even if Shane doesn't tell Professor McGonagall about the matter, he has just taken away the Philosopher's Stone, plus the agencies we have passed through. Do you really think that if we pretend that nothing happened, the professor will not be able to find us? Hermione immediately glared at Ron and said irritably, "It's all my fault, I've caused you trouble." Harry lowered his head in shame. To be honest, the feeling of powerlessness he had just faced when facing Voldemort made him very scared and regretful now. Go to the professor. Hermione looked downcast. I can already imagine what people in the college will think of us tomorrow. She felt that since they had caused such a big trouble this time, Professor McGonagall would deduct at least 300 points from them, and the Gemstone Hourglass might owe a little more. However, although the three of them had decided to obey Xia En's word, she went to find Professor McGonagall, but when they arrived at the door of the office, they were hesitant to knock on the door. It wasn't until the sun slowly rose and Professor McGonagall was washing and dressing up that she noticed that Professor McGonagall was already at the door. The three little ones who stayed most of the night. Mr. Potter, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall was surprised and full of doubts. The three students in front of her had messy hair and dirty bodies. They looked like they had just returned from the front after fighting. Professor McGonagall, Harry looked up at Professor McGonagall nervously, trying to muster up the courage to tell what happened last night, but he was immediately stuck before he could say a few words. I don't know why, but he couldn't say the next words no matter what. Come in with me. Professor McGonagall also seemed to realize that the three students in front of her might have caused a big trouble, and immediately called the three of them into the room seriously. More than half an hour later, Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor, came to McGonagall, Professor G.E.'s office. Because he had finished the final exam, he came to ask for instructions on the arrangements for the next student vacation and preparations for the start of the next semester. But just as he was about to knock on the door of the office, an extremely angry curse came from there was a call from behind the door, which frightened Percy so much that he took 2 steps back. In the office, Professor McGonagall had completely lost her usual calmness and composure. She was like an angry lion and yelled at the three little ones, "You three, how dare you do such a thing? I'm really going to be mad at you. Do you know how important the magic stone is? Once this thing is lost, how many people will kill each other to fight for it? How many people have lost their lives because of your whim? I can tell you clearly that the trouble you have caused this time is enough for the school to expel you. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network." This last sentence made the three little ones take a breath at the same time, and they suddenly began to feel uneasy. Harry was desperate, because he had to go back to his aunt's house after being kicked out of school, living in a dark closet again. Ron was frightened, because if he was kicked out of school, his mother, Mrs. Molly, would definitely pluck out his skin. Although Hermione did not have the above two, she was so desperate and scared, but she also saw how depressed she would be after she couldn't learn magic in the future. Professor, it's not that serious. After all, the magic stone was not lost. Ron stammered, trying to win leniency. We will definitely not dare to do it next time. But the response was an angry look from Professor McGonagall, and she said, Mr. Weasley, do you want a next time? Ron immediately lowered his head. You three, listen, all of you. Professor McGonagall's voice rose a few decibels again, frightening the three little ones so much that they immediately stood up straight. You are not allowed to leave this office without my permission. Now I am going to write a letter to inform Professor Dumbledore that your punishment will be known by this evening at the latest. After saying that, he immediately walked quickly outside the office. Patsy, who had been standing outside the door and eavesdropped, heard Professor McGonagall preparing to come out and quickly hid behind the door. Although she didn't know what happened inside, he felt that it was better not to ask about work matters today. If he got into trouble with Professor McGonagall at this time, he might get burned. At the same time, the three little ones in the office looked at the door not far away and heard a bang. Closing it, a look of despair suddenly appeared on her face. Hermione's eyes immediately turned red, and she ran to the corner and cried. When Harry and Ron saw this, they didn't know how to go up to comfort them, because now they were unable to protect themselves. If I was really fired, I'm sure my mother would kill me. Ron's pupils have lost their light at this time. Don't think so, Ron. Harry suppressed the loneliness in his heart and consoled him. The result of the punishment hasn't come out yet, right? He may not be expelled. Hope, Ron replied. Then his whole body collapsed against the wall, as if he was equipped for the execution ground. On the other side, after Professor McGonagall calmed down, she first went to the owl room, posted the letter she had written, and then went to the Ravenclaw common room. In the boys' dormitory of Ravenclaw, Shane was sleeping soundly on the bed, catching up on his sleep. But at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside his bed, and a slender white hand pushed Xia En on the bed. Shane! Xia En slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the visitor, then turned his body sleepily, and said in a buzzing voice, Good morning, Pinello. If there is anything, let me wake up and talk about it. Professor McGonagall stood in the common room and suddenly looked at Shane floating in midair on the stairs, and suddenly became furious. She immediately walked forward quickly and stuffed a ball of mashed potatoes transformed from apples into Shane's mouth. You! Who gave me the mashed potatoes? The familiar and disgusting smell made Shane wake up instantly. He quickly looked around and found Professor McGonagall standing not far away, glaring at him angrily. Ha ha ha, good morning, Professor McGonagall. Xian was just about to raise his hand to say hello, but he suddenly found that he seemed to be wrapped in a quilt and couldn't move. I go. Let me go, Pinelo. Xian was twisting up and down in midair like a maggot. The funny look made Pinelo, who was usually stoic, laugh out loud and quickly freed him from the quilt. When Professor McGonagall saw it, at this scene, I felt angry and funny, and immediately said with a straight face, Mr. Dolia, please be serious, you should know why I am here. Yes, I know. Xian reluctantly agreed, and then said to Pinelo next to him, Pinelo, please step aside, what I will say later is not suitable for you to listen to. Surprisingly, Pinelo didn't ask the reason, just nodded, and then went upstairs again with Shane's quilt. Let me mention here, Hogwarts has a very strange rule, girls can enter and leave the boys' dormitory at will, but boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory. Professor McGonagall looked at Pinelo's back and suddenly said meaningfully, Mr. Dolia, it seems that you are well liked in Ravenclaw. You are born with a charming personality, there is nothing you can do about it. Xian boasted a little, and then said, Professor McGonagall, are you here for the Sorcerer's Stone? That's right. Professor McGonagall nodded. Do you have the Philosopher's Stone in your hand now? It's here. Xian took out the Sorcerer's Stone from the pocket of his pajamas. Professor McGonagall leaned forward and took a closer look. After confirming that the precious stone was not lost, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the three little ones had told him before she didn't lose the magic stone, it was just taken away by Shane, but she was still worried. Shane also clearly saw Professor McGonagall's worry, so he knocked the copper stone on the table next to him with the magic stone, making a fruit plate, and then said, Don't worry, Professor McGonagall. This is the real magic stone. I saw a dull red light flashing from the magic stone, and the fruit plate immediately turned into gold. You can actually use the power of the magic stone. McGonagall was very shocked when she saw this, because in her memory, apart from Nico Flamel, the maker of the Philosopher's Stone, she had only seen Dumbledore who knew how to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone. This thing is similar to the magic I learned, so in my opinion, it is just a special magic prop. Xian said with a smile. The alchemy runes contained in the magic stone are very similar to the magic circle. It's just that the magic circle only uses magic power to carve the patterns, while the magic stone carves the runes on specific methods were used to activate the power within it. After demonstrating the authenticity of the Philosopher's Stone, Shane put the Philosopher's Stone back into his pocket. When Professor McGonagall saw this, he was surprised that he did not ask Shane for it. Instead, he started to exhort with a serious face, Mr. Dolia, you should know the importance of this stone even if I don't tell you. Please be sure to keep it before Principal Dumbledore comes back. Actually, it's not that she doesn't want to get the Philosopher's Stone back, but because she knows that with Xiaoyan's character and his natural actions just now, it would be extremely difficult for her to get the Philosopher's Stone back immediately. So, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly, and after calming down her mood, she found a sofa and sat down. At this time, Xiaoyan also used dressing magic to change his clothes. He also found a sofa and sat in front of Professor McGonagall. Then he took out 2 cups of black tea and 2 pieces of cake from somewhere and placed them on the table between the two of them. He completely upheld and carried forward the noble etiquette of flower growers. Professor, did the 3 of them tell you what happened yesterday? Xiaoyan took a sip of black tea and asked with a smile. Having said that, they were so bold that they actually ran to the basement where the magic stone was guarded. Professor McGonagall had a headache just thinking about the 3 students still sitting in her office. Looking at it now, no matter how selfish Professor Dumbledore is, Gryffindor may not be able to win the Academy Cup this year. Shane suddenly recalled the last scene in the movie, the large-scale shady scene created by Dumbledore at the school dismissal ceremony. This matter to them is not just as simple as deducting points, they may be expelled from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall picked up the black tea on the table, took a sip, and then suddenly said seriously, puff. Xiaoyan puffed up his cheeks and couldn't help laughing. Professor, you can deal with those 3 idiots with this kind of threat, but don't use it on me. Devil's Vine, catching flying keys, wizard chess, magic potion logic questions. Xiaoyan raised 4 fingers, you can just bring any Ravenclaw student over. From the perspective of a bystander, any fool will know that these so-called institutions are specially built for those 3 stupid little lions. If Dumbledore really wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone, he wouldn't have to move the Mirror of Erised out of his office. There should be no safer place in the British wizarding world than the principal's office at Hogwarts, right? But he just went out of his way and asked Udines to set up some such childish mechanisms, especially the wizard chess game. Who came up with it? Only those 3 little lions were stupid enough to actually play chess. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Professor McGonagall had a hint of embarrassment on her face because of Shane's rant. In fact, she just tried to use the incident of the three little ones to scare Xiao so that he could just ignore the school rules in school, which would have a bad impact on other little wizards. But she didn't expect that Shane had already seen Dumbledore's plan. So in order to avoid further embarrassment, Professor McGonagall immediately began to change the topic. I saw her asking Dolia, "Can you tell me in detail what happened yesterday night?" Xiao stuffed a bite of cake into his mouth, and at the same time a question mark appeared on his head. "Didn't they tell you?" "I just said roughly," Professor McGonagall replied, then with a serious face, "I want to know how Tom got into the school. Logically speaking, people with good intentions cannot enter Hogwarts." Ever since she heard the three little ones recounting what happened yesterday night in the morning, she has been very concerned about this matter. As the vice principal of Hogwarts, she did not receive any warning yesterday night. But faced with this problem, Shane himself was not very clear about it, because he didn't know much about the defense mechanism of Hogwarts. He only knew that when the portraits in the school saw strangers, they would immediately report it to Dumbledore or 4 other people, the dean of the college. So he answered truthfully to Professor McGonagall, "Professor, to be honest, I am just guessing as to why Voldemort came into the school quietly. Peeves came to me in the middle of the night yesterday and said that Voldemort suddenly turned into a snake and slipped into the school while Dumbledore was away." "You mean Peeves?" Hearing this unexpected name, Professor McGonagall frowned immediately. "No reason. It never did anything else but play tricks, and why did it come to you?" Well, Shane sighed, "Professor, if you can look at Peeves from another angle, you can understand the reason." "What's the meaning?" "Nothing." Shane didn't want to tell the truth about Peeves, and he guessed that the reason why Peeves came to him yesterday was that he could not find anyone who could believe his words. Secondly, it might also be because of the Ravenclaw diadem. "Professor, let's not talk about Peeves for now. Now that Voldemort was able to bypass Hogwarts' defense mechanisms by turning into a snake, I guess wizards like Animagus can do the same thing." "You're probably right, the Animagus can turn a wizard into an actual animal, and Hogwarts' defense mechanisms are indeed incapable of responding to animals." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, and then her frown suddenly relaxed, but this time it was a blessing in disguise. "Tom helped us discover this loophole. So, Professor, do you still want to express your feelings?" Xiao said with a smile. "He is never a person worthy of gratitude." Professor McGonagall immediately denied, "But to be honest, the last time I heard Dumbledore say that you severely injured him, I didn't really believe it. Thanks to you this time, Harry and the others were able to come back alive. In fact, if you didn't do so many things, the 3 of them wouldn't have so many messy ideas." Xiao complained. "Besides, when will Professor Dumbledore come back? This time his miscalculation almost killed our dear savior. Owls don't deliver letters that fast. Something big is happening in Eastern Europe right now, and he is helping to mediate there. Even if he gets the letter and asks Fox to send him back immediately, it will take some time." Professor McGonagall said, "Oh, that's it." At night, in the country where the bear has degenerated into a big fur, there is the Kodos Doryai's magic school. At this time, Dumbledore was holding a letter that had just been opened, looking at the stars in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, an important member of the International Federation of Wizards suddenly came over and whispered, "Professor Dumbledore, everything has been discussed. Cordos Dorez will be temporarily taken over by the Federation. After everything stabilizes, we will discuss the final ownership. How many people are in favor or against?" Dumbledore asked without looking back. "Nearly 70% of people." "Everton." Before the dignitary named Everton Mosley could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by Dumbledore. "Don't think that I don't know what those people are thinking, but in any case, magic schools are just places to teach and train new wizards, not some people's private property, let alone a tool used to fight for power and gain. So please tell the truth." Facing Dumbledore's invisible pressure, Everton shed a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He rubbed his fingers nervously, and then explained in a low voice, "Professor, the woolly bear has disintegrated, and the whole of Eastern Europe is now in chaos. The most important thing now is that there is a problem within the Magic Bear Ministry, and the second is..." Everton stopped talking mid-sentence, but Dumbledore understood the meaning of his words. Now not only are some people in the Federation harboring evil intentions, but high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic are also. It also seems that he is betraying Kodos Doryai's magic school for his own personal gain. Thinking of this, Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and then began to suggest, "It has been more than half a year since the incident happened. The Federation cannot take care of Kodos Dorez forever. It should consider transferring the management power back to the newly built local Ministry of Magic in 1 to 2 years and appoint a new one. The principal I will report to the superior." Everton nods. "In that case, my task is basically completed." Dumbledore lowered his head and looked at the time on the pocket watch in his hand. "There are some things at Hogwarts that I need to go back to deal with. If there are any more urgent matters, please contact me through the owl." "Okay." Everton took 2 steps back. Immediately, a melodious cry came, and a burst of golden red fire suddenly appeared in the distant night. Fox flew towards Dumbledore wrapped in flames, and one person and one phoenix disappeared in an instant. On the other side, in Hogwarts Castle, the three little ones have been staying in Professor McGonagall's office for almost a whole day. During this day, the three of them have been constantly tormenting themselves. It is the feeling of waiting for the exact death that makes them extremely tormented. We also win? Ron asked weakly, holding a piece of toast with only one bite. Can you shut up? You have asked this question so many times today. Hermione hugged a pillow and glared at him. I just want to end this quickly, Ron responded, taking a bite of void toast. Ron, come on. Harry cheered up his friend, but he didn't know that he had said the same thing countless times today. However, as time passed slowly, the three little animals finally came to the moment when they could end this day's torture. Seeing the office door creaking open, Professor McGonagall, CFCH, walked in and said to the three of them, "You three, follow me." The three little ones looked at each other, and they could see some relief in each other's eyes. Immediately, the three of them stood up and quickly followed Professor McGonagall, going around, and finally arrived at the principal's office at Hogwarts. Pushing away walking into the office through the shiny oak door, I saw Dumbledore with his back to the four people, eating his licorice wand in front of the snack cabinet. Can this old guy like me behave properly in front of the students? Professor McGonagall sighed silently upon seeing this, and then reminded Albus, Mr. Potter and the others are here. Dumbledore turned around when he heard the sound, wiped the sugar stains on his hands with a handkerchief and said, "Oh, welcome. Want to try a licorice wand?" This strangely relaxed atmosphere made people who were already preparing for the storm. The little one was stunned for a moment. Harry was the first to react and walked forward and said, "Yes. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, we are here to admit our mistakes, we were wrong." "Oh yes, you did something wrong." Dumbledore nodded with some relief and said softly, "But Harry, from another perspective, you didn't actually do anything wrong, you just lack some more mature thinking. You want to protect the Philosopher's Stone so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. In this respect, you are brave." When the three Harrys heard that Dumbledore did not blame them, but praised them, they all immediately looked at each other in disbelief. "Professor, will the school expel us?" Ron asked cautiously. "Oh, of course not, Mr. Weasley. Although you made mistakes, your intentions were good, not to mention you didn't lose the magic stone, right?" Dumbledore winked mischievously. The three of them suddenly felt that the big stone in their hearts fell to the ground, and their faces began to change from gloomy to sunny, with happy smiles on their faces. "Due to the special circumstances this time, I will not deduct points from Gryffindor House." Dumbledore looked at the three little ones and continued, then stretched out a finger. "However, you cannot be exempted from the punishment for violating school rules." "What's the punishment?" Hermione asked immediately. Strangely, she felt very happy when she asked this question. "To read Bauswan novels, go to Fila Novel Network." "Oh, then we have to invite another of our guests over." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a ball of golden red flame suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge office. But what was different from Dumbledore's imagination was that suddenly a horrified voice came from the flames. "Damn it! Careful!" A green lightning-like magic spell shot out from the flames, and directly blew out a huge gap in one of the walls of the office. Everyone immediately looked at Xia-En, who emerged from the flames in shock. They saw that he desperately used his two hands to maintain a broken magic circle that looked like the death array. Green lightning kept coming, trying to break through the limitations of Shane's powerful magic and fully release its huge power. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Squinting his eyes, he saw the magic circle for the first time. At the same time, he also felt the power of the life-killing curse contained in the magic circle in Xia-En's hand. I don't know how long it took, but the broken magic circle in Xia-En's hand began to gradually become complete. The green lightning emitted by it also gradually shrank. Seeing that the magic circle finally stabilized, Xia-En breathed a sigh of relief, and then clapped his hands. The magic power that constructed the magic circle immediately turned into the original magic power and dissipated in the air. After solving the immediate crisis, Shane immediately turned his attention to the culprit who almost caused his magic circle to go out of control. He suddenly flashed in front of Dumbledore at a speed that ordinary people could not match, and then pulled him away with that long white beard. His eyes flashed, shouted, "Old B, I've tolerated you for a long time. How many times have you told Fox to just let me know if you have something to do with me? Do you know how dangerous it is to merge and reconstruct the two magic circles? Oh, it hurts, let go, let go." Dumbledore was caught off guard by Shane's move. He immediately grabbed his beard and pulled it back hard to prevent the beard he had grown for many years from being torn off. However, Shane obviously didn't want to give up just like this. Seeing that the strength in his hand increased, he shouted loudly, "Can't calm down. It was because you suddenly asked Fox to teleport me here, which almost caused the magic circle to go out of control. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, you and everyone in the office would have died. Also, I have worked hard all day today, and my new magic is almost ready. Because of you, all my efforts this day were almost in vain." After saying that, he leaned back with his whole body, as if he would not stop until he pulled off all Dumbledore's beard. It hurts, it hurts. Dumbledore howled in pain. He never imagined that a 12-year-old child would have so much power in his hands. At this time, Professor McGonagall and the three little ones, who had been watching the farce in a daze, gradually came to their senses. Professor McGonagall and Hermione hurriedly tried to pull them apart. Mr. Dolia, let go, Albus's beard is about to break. Shane, don't be impulsive, but Principal Dumbledore, let me go and I'll pluck out this old bee's beard. Harry and Ron, who were both in the office, looked at all this at a loss, not knowing whether they should go up to help or not. I don't know how long it took, but Sa-An gradually let go of his hand under the constant persuasion of the two people. But at this time, Hermione looked at Shane, who was still in a state of panic, and still hugged him from the front, constantly comforting him. Calm down. Calm down. On the other side, Professor McGonagall also checked on Deng Xiaoping. Bullidor's red chin looked at the few strands of beard that had been plucked out on the ground, and he couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Dumbledore also looked aggrieved. He touched his burning chin and complained, I've had this beard for a long time. Hermione unconsciously touched something in Shane's pants, so she instantly remembered something and quickly took out the thing from Shane's pocket. Shane, don't be angry. Eat chocolate. Hermione broke off a piece of chocolate that Sean brought with him and put it into Sean's mouth. Feeling the sweetness on the tip of her tongue, and looking at the pleading expression of the little witch in her arms, the fire in Sean's heart gradually subsided a little. He snorted coldly and withdrew the flame in his hand. Tell me, what do you want from me? Shane asked while chewing chocolate. At the same time, his hands were stroking Hermione's hair like a cat. Good thing. Dumbledore touched his beard and said calmly again. He wouldn't be angry with Shane over such a trivial matter. In addition, it was indeed his fault first. Haha, a good thing. There was a hint of sarcasm on Xia-En's face. If you can avoid causing trouble to me, that would be the greatest good thing in the world. Yes, he is still brooding over what happened just now, and what happened yesterday. I had no choice but to get up in the middle of the night to save someone. However, Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Shane's little ridicule, but looked at Harry and said, haven't you been building your guild in that room recently? I want Harry and the three of them to help you, as punishment for their wanton behavior this time. When Shane heard this, he couldn't help but stop petting the cat with his hand. He looked at the little witch in his arms who was biting his hand, then looked at the embarrassed Harry and Ron beside him, and immediately nodded. Head agrees, sure, no problem. It just so happens that I am also short of manpower to help tidy up the guild's house. This free labor is not used in vain. Although the three-story wooden house in the rest area of the guild station has been built, the various furniture inside has not been placed and decorated at all, so now the wooden house is just an empty shell with a superficial appearance. In addition, there are 7 other areas in the station that need to be arranged and constructed. If he only relies on him, he doesn't know if he can finish it in the past few months during the summer vacation. He had originally thought about it before let the house elves in Hogwarts help, but these elves are different from the elves who have masters from pure-blood families. Faced with Shane's commission, they will be jealous, and after completing their work, they will take over the work that other elves are doing, and sometimes they will even fight each other. So the final result is that the elves have extremely poor discipline, which actually delays the construction period of the guild station. And if there are 3 little wizards to help, even if it is just a trivial matter like planting flowers and grass, it will save him a lot of effort. Of course, at the same time, Xia-En also noticed what Oldby was thinking. Just like last time, it was the same as leading Harry to come to him to ask Nico Flamel. He wanted Harry to establish a sufficient bond with him. However, Shane didn't care about it. Dumbledore agreed when he saw Shane. He nodded, and then said to the 3 little ones, the 3 of you have also heard what to do and how to do it. Mr. Dolia will come to you later. Then he looked at Professor McGonagall. Now, Minerva, please take them back first. After going through so much, our little wizard deserves a good rest. Okay. Professor McGonagall nodded, then looked at the 3 little ones and said, Sir and Madam, it's time for us to go. After that, he led the 3 people out of the door. As the oak door was gently closed, the office suddenly fell into a strange silence. Dumbledore looked at the snacks that were rummaging in front of his snack cabinet. Xia-En suddenly felt a little heartbroken. However, compared to the snacks that could be bought with money, he cared more about the power Xia-En had just shown. Can you please explain the magic that looks like an alchemical spell just now? Asked Dumbledore. Do you mean the magic circle? Xia-En turned around with a chocolate frog in his mouth. What do you want to know? In fact, I don't want to know anything, I'm just simply curious about what kind of power can make a child reach the level of a natural disaster. Dumbledore said unabashedly, you seem to have some misunderstandings about the power of the magic circle, Professor. Xia-En opened another chocolate frog and looked at the wizard card inside. I am special. In fact, the magic circle is not something that can be learned if you want to. Basic learning alone can screen out a large number of people, and in-depth learning requires extremely high talent. So you don't have to worry about anyone mastering this power to do evil. I can 100% guarantee that no one in this world can cultivate the magic circle to the level that I do, not even 1% of what I can achieve. Xian knew that Dumbledore took it for granted that through the power he controlled, a power system like the magic circle could easily allow people to quickly gain extremely powerful power. In fact, to be honest, without the blessing of origin, Xian would felt that it was hard to say whether he could beat Wendy. She was the youngest dragon slayer in the guild. That's good, Dumbledore nodded. He believed that Shane would not lie. Because when his power reaches his level, lies are often just superfluous. The reason why he was so worried was entirely because Xian told him before that after the guild was successfully established, the official members of the guild could learn his magic. In fact, he was already very concerned about it at that time, but he couldn't pry out of politeness. After all, even the Dumbledore family has some secrets that cannot be passed on to others. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. However, after getting the answer he wanted, Dumbledore began to ask another question that he cared about. I felt the power of the life-killing spell in that so-called magic circle in your hand just now. Have you found a way to destroy Tom's soul and Ravenclaw's diadem? How did you know? Xian suddenly looked confused. He remembered that he never said anything about this magic from beginning to end. It's no secret to me that the death curse can directly destroy a person's soul. Dumbledore explained. In addition, you just said that the two magic circles were merged and reconstructed, so I guess that the magic you just used was used to deal with Horcruxes. This is indeed old and almost demonic. Xian sighed in his heart. He is indeed an old fossil who has lived for more than 100 years. Just by saying a few words, you can know that he has successfully developed the magic to deal with Horcruxes. Yes, that is indeed the magic used for Voldemort's soul. The name is called Ling Bell Soul Purification, Shane nodded, and then took out Ravenclaw's diadem from his portable space. It's better to choose another day than against the sun. I will destroy Voldemort's soul hidden in the diadem now. After that, he took the diadem. Suddenly a golden-green magic array unfolded in his hand, and the death array on it changed from holding a sickle to holding a bell. There was also a trace of golden light flowing in the middle of the entire array. As the power of the magic circle was activated, Voldemort's soul and Ravenclaw's diadem felt a serious threat, turned into a black mist and poured out and let out a painful and angry roar. Dumbledore looked at the ugly, crazy, and familiar face with a serious face, and couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance in his heart. However, his worries were unnecessary. Just hearing a long ringing of bells, referred to the Sanking Bell, Dumbledore felt an invisible force impacting his brain and even his soul. Immediately, the howling of Voldemort's soul became weaker and weaker, and soon he completely disappeared from this world with the sound of bells. Voldemort's Horcrux was reduced by 2. Shane looked at the intact Ravenclaw's crown in his hand and instantly showed a happy smile. Because his magic worked. It was not in vain that he spent so much time combining the two magics with extremely complex magic structures, Fairy Law and Avada Kedavra. Because Voldemort's soul has disappeared, the gems on Ravenclaw's diadem have gradually changed from black back to their original dazzling Klein blue. Congratulations, Shane. Dumbledore smiled and expressed his blessing. At the same time, he was also happy that he could find a way to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. Can this magic remove Voldemort's soul from Harry? This is a little hard to say. Shane took back the crown, then shrugged and said, if Harry's soul does not merge with Voldemort's soul, that's okay. But if fusion occurs, this magic may purify Harry's soul together. Is this so? Dumbledore was a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered. But it doesn't matter. Harry's matter can be put aside for the time being. I am currently investigating the traces of other Horcruxes. I hope that you can help find these Horcruxes, also destroyed. Why are you looking for me? Can't you do it yourself? Xian raised his eyebrows, and then he seemed to notice something. Professor, you don't think that only my magic can destroy Horcruxes, do you? Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. The surprise on his face seemed to say, isn't it? Professor, I created this magic to destroy Voldemort's soul without damaging Ravenclaw's diadem. If you don't have this requirement, you can just use fire. Hearing Shane's explanation, Dumbledore was speechless. He realized that he seemed to have entered a dead end. Because after learning about Horcruxes, he collected all the books about Horcruxes in Hogwarts and studied them non-stop. To make a Horcrux, you need to split your soul into pieces through evil things such as murder, and then extract the split soul from the body and seal it in the vessel. However, according to the laws of nature, the human soul should remain intact. Splitting it is an evil act that goes against nature. Splitting the soul will make a person go crazy and lose his mind, so even a large number of dark wizards are not willing to making Horcruxes. They are more willing to die happily. It seems that I am still getting old and my brain is not as bright as before. Dumbledore scratched his head and laughed at himself. No one can resist the erosion of time, right? Shane replied calmly, just like your friend, Nick Flamel. Can his current body support him to live in this world? You actually know? I studied the power contained in this stone. Xian took out the magic stone and said, I guess the legendary elixir of life does not really make people immortal. Created through the magic stone, it may be a magic potion that can forcibly fix the soul and the body and strengthen the power of the soul to a certain extent. Am I right, Professor? Yes, that's right. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and then sighed. I didn't expect you to have such attainments in alchemy. 060 If you don't have a very in-depth study of alchemy, it will be difficult to detect the essence of the magic stone's power. But the truth is I don't understand alchemy. Xian shook his head and denied, it's just because the runes in alchemy are very similar to the magic circle I master, so it's not too difficult to study them. In fact, Nick had long wanted to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, and he also understood that it was time for him to face death. Dumbledore's face suddenly showed a trace of reluctance for his old friend. The birth of the Philosopher's Stone in this world has already carried too many sins. Nick is alive, and the Philosopher's Stone is a legend that people can touch, but once he is no longer in the world, this thing will only cause unnecessary bloodshed. Do you want to take this stone back? Xian asked while holding the magic stone. It depends on whether you need it or not. Dumbledore replied, okay, although this stone is useless to me, it still has some uses. Xian put the magic stone back into his pocket, and then took out another book, but I won't take it from you in vain. I think the things in it won't be a problem for you. After that, he turned around and prepared to leave, etc. Dumbledore called out to Shane, and then took out a money bag from the cabinet on the desk behind him. I think you should take this thing back. Oh, I almost forgot I had this one. Falling in love. Xian quickly took the bag and weighed it in his hands. How much is in it? They didn't send you a copper NAT. After all, they were also afraid that this scandal would spread outside. Dumbledore said, haha, what a bunch of tough-talking guys. There was such a big scandal in their family at school. Even if I didn't say it, others would. They have always been like this. Forget it, since they paid the ransom, I will keep my promise. Shane put the money bag away and said, when those Slytherin students come back next semester, I won't nail them to the wall anymore. But Professor, I also hope that you or Hogwarts can think about my opinion through this matter, otherwise I'm not sure the same thing will happen next time. Slytherin's so-called unity is used to intercept students from hiding from professors. I think you should be able to see that if things continue like this, it is hard to imagine how lawless Slytherin students will become. Minerva and I have discussed this matter. Some things can be implemented next semester. The next day, at noon, Hogwarts held the end of the school year ceremony as scheduled and prepared to announce the winner of the House Cup. However, because Shane, the butterfly, stepped in from the middle, Dumbledore was no longer able to create a large-scale shady scene. Ding, ding, ding. The luncheon was coming to an end, and the crisp bell rang. Professor McGonagall knocked a tall glass with a copper spoon, and the originally noisy Hogwarts Great Hall fell silent instantly. Immediately, Dumbledore stood up from the chair and began to say with a serious but slightly smiling expression, another year has passed and today is the day to award the Academy Cup. Now, on behalf of Hogwarts, I would like to announce the scores of each house as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with a total score of 309 points. Hearing this score, the little lions of Gryffindor lowered their heads and sighed. Although they don't care about the House Cup as much as Slytherin, the score is really too low. This school year, first of all it was the points deducted by Snape for the various troubles he initiated against Harry Potter, and the scattered points added up to it were 60 or 70 points. The second was the points deducted by the Weasley twins for playing pranks everywhere, but the most serious ones were Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The three of them were deducted 30 points once for Halloween, and another 150 points for a night out after Christmas. To be honest, they were deducted 30 points. It's not that Hermione would take the initiative to raise her hand to answer questions during class and bring Gryffindor's score back a bit. The scores obtained by the Little Lions this school year may not even be 300 points. However, the third person announced next the name made the Little Lions' faces turn rosy again. 3rd place, Slytherin, with a total score of 312 points. Dumbledore continued. As soon as this result, which was only 3 points higher than Gryffindor, was announced, the Little Lions applauded enthusiastically, but the Little Snakes and Snape were livid. Slytherin House the score was originally far ahead, but they were deducted 300 points for ambushing Shane. If Snape hadn't desperately found various reasons to get the points back, Slytherin in this session would definitely to be recorded in history. In 2nd place is Hufflepuff, with a score of 365 points. Although they rarely came in 2nd place, the Little Badgers just shrugged and said it didn't matter. Their college didn't care about college points the least. Compared with chasing that false honor, they felt that it was more practical to work hard. However, this as soon as the 2nd place results were announced, the faces of the Little Eagles who had no desire for anything other than knowledge finally began to show a slight fluctuation, because this meant that the title of Ravenclaw's eternal second eldest brother finally came today, was washed away. Topping the list is Ravenclaw House with a total score of 412 points. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Sure enough, as soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, warm cheers suddenly rang out from the Ravenclaw table, and Professor Flitwick also raised his head in joy. Hands yeah, the eaglets cheered. Because of the previous fight with the Snake House, Ravenclaw House was also deducted 100 points. The Little Eagles originally thought that they were second in the school again this year, but they couldn't stand it. This year, Xia was here. The points he added to the academy alone accounted for more than half of the total points. At this time, Dumbledore also looked at the position of Ravenclaw House, nodded and applauded. Very good, very good. Well done, Ravenclaw. Then he raised his hand, and the entire auditorium, the blue raven flag was raised, and the long table belonging to Ravenclaw was boiling again. Professor Flitwick clapped his palms red and shed happy tears from the corners of his eyes. However, while the Eagles were enthusiastically celebrating their victory in the Academy Cup, they were also looking for the Academy's great hero, but the search was endless. Where was the person? Only now did everyone realize that Xia didn't seem to come to attend the important end-of-school ceremony. The Little Eagles suddenly felt a little wilted, because the biggest protagonist was not here, and they always felt that something was missing. Next, Ivana took the stage to receive the college cup on behalf of the college, and the graduation ceremony officially ended. However, just as the little wizards were busy preparing to go back to their dormitories to pack their luggage, a voice that was extremely familiar to all Ravenclaws suddenly came over. What is the highest wisdom of mankind? The sound quality of this sound was like a big bell being struck. It resounded long and long throughout Hogwarts and could be heard in every corner. The eaglets looked around in shock. Pinello whispered, he murmured, this is the sound of the crow ring in the lounge. The other little eagles also discussed one after another, what happened? How did Crow Ring's voice reach here? And I have never heard Crow Huon ask this question before. The little eagles were chirping, and the professors on the rostrum were also confused. Including Dumbledore, he was also frowning, but he had already guessed in his heart who this unusual scene was related to, and that was right there. When everyone was in shock, a voice that was familiar to the entire Hogwarts answered the question raised by Crow Ring just now. The highest wisdom of mankind comes from mankind itself. How to do it? Swallow the bitter pill of history and never repeat the same mistakes again. Advice? The only lesson that humans can learn from history is that humans never learn from history. Noble and exquisite. After just a few words of dialogue, the entire Hogwarts Great Hall was silent. It wasn't until Crow Ring said the last sentence of praise that everyone gradually recovered. Hermione raised her head and said in shock, this is Shane's sound. The eaglets looked at each other and suddenly started running upstairs like crazy. Some of the eaglets that had learned the flying magic took off directly on the spot and flew quickly towards the lounge. And the other three, the students of the college, as well as the professors and staff on the rostrum, all followed curiously. The first to arrive in front of the Crow Ring were some senior eaglets from Ravenclaw. As the senior, Ivana stood at the front, and at the same time she was holding Pinello, who had just learned flying magic. Everyone saw that the door to the Ravenclaw lounge had been opened at some point, and something strange happened. It did not close automatically. Xia had no interest in attending the noon end-of-school ceremony and luncheon because there was a more important thing waiting for him to do at this time. After washing up in the morning, Shane walked around the campus and finally found Peeves in a room next to the Hogwarts kitchen. This room is where the elves place the food for the banquet. On the surface, Peeves wants to play a prank here, but in fact, after being refused entry to the banquet, he simply wants to come and feel the atmosphere of the banquet. Peeves, I found you. Shane lifted up a long white tablecloth, and Peeves was hiding under the table. You found me. Peeves showed a smile that was completely different from the one he usually used after playing pranks. It was a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. You should know that I have eliminated the bad guys in the crown. Shane took out the Ravenclaw diadem and showed Peeves the gem glowing with sacred blue light. According to previous speculation, Peeves should have sensed his action of annihilating Voldemort's soul in the principal's office last night. Here it is. Peeves crawled out from under the table, bowed respectfully to Ravenclaw's diadem, then looked up at Shane and said with a smile, follow me. Follow me. Immediately, Shane followed Peeves, watching him jump and lead him in front. It was strange that the 25 stairs of Hogwarts were extremely quiet today. They didn't look like Peeves. He turned around randomly like he usually did, but seemed to be leading someone. After a while, Peeves brought Shane to the door of the Ravenclaw common room. He saw it facing the bronze on the door. Crow Huon whispered, he's coming. As soon as Peeves finished speaking, Crow Ring first trembled twice as he usually asked the eaglets, then fell silent for a while, and then began to ask, what is the highest wisdom of mankind? This question is similar to what Crow Ring had asked before. As with many questions, there is no single accurate and perfect answer. As long as Shane's answer can be recognized by Crow Ring, he should be one step closer to the Ravenclaw inheritance. But in fact, this problem does not seem to be difficult for the flower gardener's rabbit. Human beings have developed from primitive civilization to the present, and the development of their entire civilization is a concentrated expression of human wisdom. Ancient Rabbit, a flower grower, said, use copper as a mirror to straighten your clothes. Using history as a mirror, we can know the rise and fall. Using people as a mirror can help you understand gains and losses. So thinking of this, Xia first replied, the highest wisdom of human beings comes from human beings themselves. How to do it? Crow Huan asked back, swallow the bitter pill of history and never repeat the same mistakes again. Advice? The only lesson that humans can learn from history is that humans never learn from history. Noble and exquisite. This simple dialogue between Crow Huan and Xia is like the philosophers sitting together in ancient times and discussing some of the most basic or common issues in the world. And just a cup of light tea while drinking, the philosophers exchanged a few simple words, as if they had discovered the nature of some of the most basic existences in the world, and then uttered a warning. After getting this satisfactory answer, Crow Huan felt a burst of excitement. The sound of the ancient key being unlocked suddenly came, and the ancient wooden door that had been covered in dust for thousands of years was opened. Xia gently opened the door and walked in. I saw that the place that this door led to was no longer Lavin. Crow's Lounge is a brand new space. When you walk in, the first thing you see is a long corridor. Candlesticks are hung on the walls on both sides of the corridor, and the bright candlelight illuminates the unusually clean bronze on the ground. The carpet was printed with a pattern of ravens flying around a bronze tree. At the end of the corridor, Shane came to a wide oval room. The carpet in the room was still bronze, but it was printed with a pattern of ravens flying around a bronze tree. The pattern changed into the stars, moon, and sun. Looking up, the mural on the ceiling is very similar to the pattern on the carpet in the corridor. Countless ravens are perched on tall bronze trees, and in the distance are mountains protruding into the clouds. On the top, there is a tall fireplace on the left side of the room. The match inside has been lit at some point, and the firelight emitted illuminates the entire room. On both sides of the fireplace are huge towers more than 10 meters high. The bookshelves, tightly connected to the floor and ceiling, extend around the edge of the entire oval room to both sides, filled with many ancient books. Finally, there is a large table on the right side of the room, which is also filled with books, leaving only there are some quill pens and dried ink tanks neatly placed in the empty space in the middle. The greedy raven steps on the sun, moon, and stars, looking at the top of the mountain. And the number of books in this collection is almost as big as Hogwarts' 1,000-year collection. Xian looked at everything in front of him and exclaimed. He guessed that this should be Rowena Ravenclaw's office when she was still alive. However, just at that time, he thought that the books in front of him were the Ravenclaws he wanted to find. When passing on the inheritance, Peeves pulled his clothes, then pointed to the center of the room and said, "Go over there." Xia was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the inheritance of Ravenclaw might not be as simple as it seemed, so he followed Peeves' instructions and walked up. And just when Xia walked to the center of the room, the ravens in the mural on the ceiling suddenly twisted, and they began to flap their wings and flew out of the mural. Countless black ravens were seen from top to bottom, circling around Xia and then transformed into a white marble statue in front of him, and this statue was exactly the same as the Ravenclaw statue in the Ravenclaw Lounge. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novels Net. At the same time, behind Shane, the Ravenclaw eagle had just arrived. Where is this? This is not our common room, Ivana said in shock as she looked at the scene in front of her that was completely different from what she remembered. Ivana, look. Is that the one in Xia hand? Pinello next to him pointed in the direction of Xia, not far away. When everyone heard the news, they saw a sparkling crown instantly introduced into their eyes. Could that be Ravenclaw's diadem that has disappeared for thousands of years? A little eagle said with a trembling voice. And what he said was just heard by the little eagle who came after him. In the room, Shane looked up at the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in front of him, and then looked at the Ravenclaw crown in his hand. He immediately stepped forward and carefully put the crown on the head of the statue. However, unlike what Shane had imagined, there was no reaction after putting the crown on. So he looked at Peeves next to him with a puzzled look on his face. Peeves turned his head and looked at the eaglets gathered in the corridor of the room and said, "True inheritance requires the recognition of all ravens. All ravens, admissions." Shane didn't quite understand what Peeves' words meant for a while, but when Pinello heard Peeves' voice, his eyes suddenly lit up and he suddenly said, "Oath." In the common room, the oath is engraved on the side under the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. After saying that, they immediately ran forward in the direction of Xia. When the other eaglets heard Pinello's words, they immediately thought of something, and quickly walked forward and followed behind him. Nearly 200 eaglets filed in. People poured into the room, and they gathered around the statue of Shane and Rowena Ravenclaw in front of him, and began to chant in unison, "Smart, determined, and enterprising, we become greedy ravens, 850, calm, composed and gentle, we climb the mountain of wisdom. Determined, patient, and curious, we yearn for endless knowledge. Accurate, superb and elegant, we pursue absolute truth. We come from the tranquil lakeside, we are scholars who are covered in darkness but see through the darkness, and we are ravens that soar in the sky but never forget to gaze at the land. We always pursue the truth and study hard. We are full of curiosity and our hearts are toward the sea. We are loyal to ourselves, to reason, to wisdom. We are Ravenclaw. At this moment, the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw under the crown suddenly emitted a warm white light, and at the same time, the bronze raven ring outside also transmitted a force to Ravenclaw's crown. The gems embedded in it burst out with dazzling blue light. On the other side, Helena Ravenclaw, who had been staying in Ravenclaw's tower, also looked in the direction of Shane in shock and shouted in disbelief. "Mother!" The oath in the room continued. "Here, we only swear in the name of Rowena Ravenclaw. Sien Dole, Ravenclaw is willing to crown you with the crown of wisdom. Your wisdom will become our eternal glory and belief. We will use you as our guide to become the supreme wise man in the world." At this point, the oath is made. What the Ravenclaw eaglets recite is the ancient oath that Ravenclaw has passed down for thousands of years. It is engraved on the pedestal beneath the marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in the Ravenclaw common room. For a long time, every Ravenclaw has been familiar with the above content, but no one has ever cared about or pursued the history and purpose of this oath. But at this moment, the oath was suddenly recited. Xia stared blankly at the eaglets surrounding him. The scene in front of him was something he had not expected at all. He even never expected that this 1,000-year oath would be fulfilled for him. After reciting the oath, the eaglets slowly opened their eyes, and everyone stared nervously at the crown worn on the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. At this time, the sentence engraved on the crown, "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind, wit beyond measure Reisman's greatest treasure." Even if the font size is small, it is still eye-catching. The dazzling blue light of the gems on the crown gradually faded, and then a wisp of silvery white light slowly floated out from the crown, and gradually turned into a translucent shadow. What suddenly appeared in front of him was a beautiful but stern-looking lady. She has black eyes and long black hair. Although she has a vague smile on her face, the cold temperament she exudes is a bit intimidating. But at this moment, Lady Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw, suddenly rushed in from the door. She saw the phantom floating out of the crown, and cried, "Mother!" The phantom slowly turned around, its eyes full of tenderness. "Helena, my dear daughter." There is no doubt that from what came out of the crown was none other than Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the first headmaster of Ravenclaw House. "Mother!" Ms. Grey rushed forward excitedly. Rowena Ravenclaw hugged her daughter, the tenderness on her face became even deeper. She gently stroked Ms. Grey's silky hair and said slowly, "Sorry, Helena. I don't have much time to stay, and now there is one thing I must complete." After that, she kissed her daughter's forehead. After hearing her mother's words, Ms. Grey also wiped her tears, nodded sensibly, and gave up her position. Rowena Ravenclaw turned her head slowly. He slowly looked at Xia, who was surrounded by the eaglets. "Unexpectedly, after waiting for thousands of years, the only one who can pass my test is a little wizard. Age never matters, ladies." Xia replied with a smile, and then suddenly expressed his question. "I would like to ask, what is your test?" Because so far, he is still a little confused. Along the way, what are the conditions that allow him to enter this room? At the same time, apart from the large number of books in this room, what Ravenclaw really wants? What is the inheritance? You have come this far, you should know the true identity of Peeves? Yes, I know. Xia nodded. Peeves and Hogwarts are closely related to each other. If you want to pass my test, the prerequisite is to be recognized by it and Hogwarts. Rowena slowly explained. No one likes Peeves since the day he was born, but people with high moral character can treat him with kindness and equality, and see through his true nature. And while being recognized by Peeves, you must also hold my token. The question of the Crow Ring is to test whether you have the quality of being a Ravenclaw, while the Raven's Oath is to test whether you have the ability to lead a group of ravens to reach the pinnacle of wisdom. Only after passing all the above tests will I appear as I am now and pass on my lifelong wisdom and knowledge to the destined people. Hiss, madam, your conditions are not unreasonable. Shane exclaimed. To be honest, each of these conditions is simple. Because before Ravenclaw's diadem was made into a Horcrux, it had always been a legend. It seemed that no one except Ms. Grey knew about it. It exists. The same goes for Peeves. If you ask any Hogwarts student from outside, you will basically get an answer 100%, that is, without exception, they all hate the prankster. Ghost. Crow Ring's question is okay. There may be some people with unique wisdom who can give different answers, but the last one is recognized by all the ravens. To be honest, it's not self-deprecating. In the 4 major colleges, Law Winclaw's students are the most selfish. If you want to be recognized by all the greedy ravens, you can imagine how difficult this condition is. So what exactly do you mean by the inheritance of wisdom and knowledge you just mentioned? Xia asked again. He was a little confused about how wisdom can be passed down as it is a void thing. There are also a large number of ancient books on the bookshelves around here, which already contain a lot of knowledge. And after hearing Xia question, Rowena just raised his hand, and Ravenclaw's crown flew gently from the statue, and then floated to Shane. This crown can increase people's wisdom, but it is just a lie. In fact, the jewel in the center of the crown contains a magical liquid. This liquid can carry people's memories. The unique alchemy of the goblin family allows people to use its power. The person who wears the crown can learn from the mistakes, failed experiences, and lessons of the old people's history. Just like what you said when facing the crow ring, the only lesson that humans can learn from history is that humans never learn from history. This is the truth that the crown can increase the wisdom of the wearer, and it is also the truth that the crown can increase the wisdom of the wearer. Inheritance of Wisdom. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Why does Xia En feel that the more he listens to it, the more familiar the function of this crown becomes? Isn't it exactly the same as the pensiev in Old B's office? But it's not surprising that after thousands of years, historical civilization has already achieved tremendous development. Something that might have been considered a miracle in the past may not be anything special now. Of course, Rowena, who is a remnant soul, cannot understand these trivial things, so she continued, this diadem was supposed to be returned to my hometown on the riverside of Scotland, awaiting the arrival of a Ravenclaw who could gain guidance from Peeves. But unfortunately, my naughty daughter took it away, so when my life was about to come to an end, I left an ancient oath at Hogwarts and asked Godric to seal my 2 souls in the statue and the door knocker respectively. Now, I know your name, Shandoria, the new Raven Lord of Ravenclaw House. Are you willing to accept the inheritance of my knowledge? You don't even have to think about it? Xia En nodded immediately and said, of course. And at the moment Shane agreed, Ravenclaw's crown burst out with dazzling light again, and Rowena's soul merged into the crown again. Immediately afterwards, a silver thread floated out from the gem in the middle of the crown and merged into Xia En's brain. Shane could feel that the silver flakes were harmless to him, so he let go of the thinking barrier in his mind, and Ravenclaw's lifelong magical knowledge began to be integrated into his memory. Seeing this, all the eaglets around him consciously gathered around Xia En to protect him. Dumbledore and a group of professors were standing in the corridor not far away. They also saw what happened in the room just now. Albus, what should we do now? Professor McGonagall asked with a serious look. At the same time, she was also thinking about whether Godric Gryffindor would have a legacy left. Notify the Department of Transportation of the Ministry of Magic that the end of school at Hogwarts will be postponed by 1 day, allowing them to rearrange work related to the express train. Dumbledore thought for a while and then said, then inform the students outside that something important happened at Hogwarts, and let everyone move freely first, but don't let them get close to here. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at the excited Professor Flitwick next to him. Phileas, you should know what to do. I will protect Mr. Dolia to the death and let him successfully accept the Ravenclaw inheritance. Professor Flitwick said firmly. He is the champion of the duel competition and the master of spells. I am afraid that there are few people in the entire European magic world who can definitely defeat him. Very good. Dumbledore nodded, and then looked at Shane, who was receiving the inheritance not far away with a lot of emotions. He knew that with the blessing of being the heir of Ravenclaw, what Shane wanted to do in the future would be even more unstoppable. The time for the Ravenclaw inheritance was neither long nor short, just over half an hour. More. As the light of the crown gradually extinguished, the light connecting it to Shane also gradually disconnected. Xia En suffered from indigestion because too much information was suddenly stuffed into his mind, and he fainted on the ground. Pinello quickly ran forward and hugged him, Niu Zhao, and rested his head on her soft thighs. At the same time, Rowena's spirit reappeared in the room. Upon seeing this, Dumbledore quickly stepped forward with his robe and said respectfully, "Welcome, Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Hogwarts and representative of supreme wisdom." Rowena looked up and down. He looked at the old man in front of him, whose beard had almost fallen to the ground, and nodded. "Hello, Albus Percival Wulfrit Brian Dumbledore, the owner of the Phoenix. I have been observing you and you are a very good principal." "Thank you for the compliment, ma'am." Dumbledore gave the greatest respect to the eagle ancestor in front of him, but the coldness on Rowena's face did not seem to diminish because of this, but instead deepened. Rowena continued, "Rowena Ravenclaw's mission has been completed." She turned her eyes and looked at Shane, who was digesting the inheritance, then glanced at the eaglets in the room who were looking at her with admiration, and began to say, "My mission has been completed. I hope that you can all inherit Ravenclaw's qualities of intelligence, determination, enterprising spirit, calmness, composure, gentleness, firmness, patience, curiosity, precision, mastery, and elegance. I will turn into the breeze, accompany the raven, and soar in the blue sky to bless you. I will follow your teachings." All the Ravenclaws said in unison. At this time, they seemed to show the same sense of unity and honor that was unique to Slytherin. After leaving his last blessing, Rowena turned around and looked at his daughter with a gentle face. "Helena, I don't have much time." Ms. Grey quickly stood up and flew over, holding her mother's hand, and then passed through the bookshelf in the room. She didn't know where she went. However, everyone felt that the mother and daughter should have a lot to talk about. Shane continued to lie on Pinello's lap and pass out. In fact, he can feel what is happening around him, but he can't be distracted at all now. Rowena Ravenclaw's inheritance of wisdom and knowledge. Wisdom refers to Ravencrow's crown's ability, and knowledge refer to all the knowledge stored in the crown before she died. But there is one thing to say: is this knowledge reserve too exaggerated? What was the founder of Hogwarts during his lifetime? How many books have you read? Xiaoan's mind is full of secrets right now. Mommy is full of all kinds of knowledge and experience about magic, alchemy, conjuration, runes, souls, etc. He took a cursory look and found that in fact, after so many years, Rowena Ravenclaw's era, the magic mastered by wizards at that time, seemed a little backward and complicated compared to today's. But it doesn't matter, there are still many useful ones. In addition to those lost magics and a large number of conjurations, probably due to the special background of the era at that time, many of the magics Rowena Ravenclaw mastered were war magics. What is war magic? It's magic of mass destruction used to fight wars. For example, in Ravenclaw's knowledge inheritance, there is a magic that releases a large cloud of highly corrosive mist to kill enemies. This kind of magic is a treasure among treasures for Xiaoan. With origin, as long as he analyzes and reconstructs these magics, his strength can definitely rise to another level. The digestion of the Ravenclaw inheritance continued until nightfall. Xiaoan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was a piece of bronze, and at the same time, there was a hint of fragrance flowing in his nose. Feeling the softness that was close to her face, Yen's head arched forward unconsciously, making Pinelo, who was holding him on his lap, very distracted. Pinelo's face turned red with embarrassment. Why hadn't she noticed that the person on her legs was a little pervert before? Then she stretched out her hand and gently pulled Xiaoan's ear, and said angrily, "Get up when you wake up." Seeing that Xiaoan could no longer pretend, he stood up like a carp. Let me first explain that he is not a pervert, he just has poor resistance to beauty. After exhaling a breath, Shane found that Professor Flitwick and the eaglets were looking at him expectantly. "Thank you for your hard work." Shane stood up and thanked him. He could see that Professor Flitwick and these little eagles had stayed up for most of the day for him, and they might not even have had dinner. "You're finally awake, kid." Professor Flitwick excitedly ran to Shane. He was still wearing the flying shoes that Shane had given him for Christmas. "Child, have you obtained the inheritance of Ravenclaw?" Flitwick couldn't wait, and so did the eaglets. "They've been waiting for a long time, don't tell them to rejoice in vain." "But it's obvious." "No." Shane smiled and nodded yes. "I have obtained the inheritance of Ravenclaw." Just such a simple answer immediately made everyone in the room jump for joy. "Yes. Yes, long live Ravenclaw, long live." While excited, the eaglets also gathered around Xiaoan, cheering loudly and throwing the ladder high into the air. Over the years, Hogwarts, Europe's oldest wizarding school, has gradually declined. New magic schools such as Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Ilvermorny, and Uberdo have emerged all over the world, making Hogwarts once known as the best magic school in the world. Magic is in a very awkward position, but it's completely different now. After thousands of years, the legacy of Ravenclaw has returned to the world. This means that the Raven of Hogwarts has completely awakened, and its dark feathers of wisdom will scatter from the sky to the earth, leading Hogwarts to the top of the magical world again. After the extreme excitement, the eaglets put Shane down. Professor Flitwick stepped forward again and asked, "My child, can you tell me what inheritance Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw gave you?" "Professor, don't get excited yet." Shane stretched out his hand to comfort Professor Flitwick, and then glanced at the eagles surrounding him. "In fact, Ms. Rowena taught me her whole life's knowledge. As a Ravenclaw, members, I should share this knowledge with everyone, but no matter who it is, especially for Ravenclaw, our pursuit of knowledge must not be gained without hard work. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. The process of chasing or climbing is also our extremely precious wealth." As he said that, Xiaoan took out his magic wand, took a deep breath, and then his whole person began to exude an indescribable temperament, and he officially started. Gave his own, CFDH, speech. "Hello everyone, my name is Shandoria, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to Ravenclaw House. Our emblem is an eagle, and the colors represented are sky blue and bronze, which means soaring high to the unreachable peak. We have the eyes and quick thinking like an eagle to see through all things. We are transcendent. We are calm and reserved, but also public and enthusiastic. The world says we are weird, but geniuses and madmen are like people's right and left hands. Worldly disputes can never influence people who pursue wisdom. Ravenclaw often soars under the storm to listen to the cry in the heart that fights against ignorance. A wise heart keeps us from getting lost. Here, on behalf of Ravenclaw, I offer wisdom from ancient times to every wise man who pursues the truth." As he said that, Xiaoan pointed the wand in his hand at the mural above his head. A huge blue magic circle rose into the sky, and the permanent supermagic hometown of Penglay was activated. Under the influence of magic power, the people in the mural where the bronze tree is growing rapidly downward at a speed visible to the naked eye, and is taking root on the carpet printed with the sun, moon, and stars. Countless ravens are perched on the branches extending from the trunk. The overall look is the feeling of mirror or chaos. As the mural changed, Xiaoan also continued, "Ravens, under the guidance of the forefathers, you will step on the sun, moon, and stars to climb the never-ending mountain of wisdom." That's it. I wish every Ravenclaw can ascend, go to the Palace of Supreme Wisdom and become a supreme wise man. All the power of Penglay hometown has been released. With the blessing of this permanent super magic, all the knowledge about the Ravenclaw heritage stored in Shane's mind has been injected into the bronze tree. In the future, if someone wants to obtain the knowledge, he only needs to ask the raven a question. If he answers the question correctly, he will obtain the knowledge he wants. Of course, the more difficult the knowledge is to obtain, the more ravens you need to face. Only when all the answers are correct will the raven turn into a book carrying knowledge. As for the above methods, Xia has already told the eaglets through the speech just now. Maybe others can't understand it, but smart Ravenclaws definitely can. However, just as the eaglets were excitedly staring at the tall bronze tree in front of them, Ivana, the senior, suddenly thought of a question. Shane, what about our common room? As soon as this question came out, all the little eagles reacted instantly. Yes, the door of the room they are in now seems to be the same as the common room of their college. Oh, this question. Xia calmly took out a piece of chocolate and started to replenish his energy. He puffed up his cheeks and said, "You just need to tell Crow Huan which room you want to enter, and then answer the questions correctly, and it will open the door for you. Also, you can read the books on the bookshelves around here, but you can't take them outside." "What's the name of this room?" a little eagle asked. This place used to be Rowena Ravenclaw's office, so now it might as well be called the Bronze Tree Palace. Xia thought for a moment before finalizing the name of the room, and then shouted in the direction of the door, "Crow Ring, Bronze Tree Palace, did you hear it?" The crow ring immediately shook twice. It said it heard it. Xia said with a smile. The eaglets were collectively speechless for a moment. So careless. It's not because of the name, but shouldn't the process be a little more sophisticated? At least take a wand and recite a few spells. It feels so simple to be so simple. On the second day after receiving the Ravenclaw inheritance, Shane slept until 3 o'clock in the morning before getting up. He didn't know why, but at this moment, when he looked at the bright sun outside the window, he felt particularly refreshed. He slowly climbed out of bed, and after a simple wash, his only thought was to go to the auditorium to work. But why isn't there an eaglet in the lounge? They wouldn't have stayed in the Bronze Tree Palace all night, right? With such doubts, Xia wanted to go to the Bronze Tree Palace first, but he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the door of the lounge, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What the hell? Xia looked outside the door and exclaimed. Did he get angry or did he open the wrong door? Why are so many little wizards gathering outside the lounge door, and they all look expectant? And that's it. While Xia was confused, a young wizard heard the sound of opening the door and subconsciously walked out. He saw the person he had been waiting for all morning finally appeared inside the door, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Out! Dolia is out! The heir of Ravenclaw is here!" In an instant, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Xia, who was still inside the door, and they exclaimed, "Oh, oh, oh." Early this morning, Dumbledore suddenly announced in the Great Hall that Sean Dora of Ravenclaw College had obtained the inheritance of Ravenclaw. And the people of Hogwarts who heard this shocking news, the little wizards were all excited to get up close and personal with Shane, the descendant of Ravenclaw. So they all gathered at the door of the Ravenclaw common room one after another, even carrying their luggage home. They crouched all morning without doing anything. At this time, Xia quickly woke up when he heard the little wizard's fanatical cry. He broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to close the door, but he didn't expect that it was too late. I saw several little wizards grab his hands and pulled him out of the door. All the little wizards around him immediately gathered around. "Dolia, how did you obtain the Ravenclaw heritage? Not to mention how you got it, can you tell me what the Ravenclaw inheritance is? A wand, a charm, or something else really powerful? I heard that you met Rowena Ravenclaw yesterday. Isn't she very beautiful? And did she say anything about the clues passed down by the other founders?" Like a flock of birds, the little wizard gathered around Xia and kept chattering. Xia, who was talking so much, couldn't hear what they were talking about. I don't know how long it took, but he was squeezed into the crowd. Shane in the middle finally couldn't stand it any longer. He felt that he might be squeezed into a meat pie if he stayed here any longer. So with a thought, he immediately activated space magic and escaped. In the Hogwarts Astronomy Tower, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Xia lay on the stone platform with his body turned white, his soul floated out of his mouth, and he slowly said with lingering fear, "It's so scary." It can be seen that Shane has now become a big star in Hogwarts. Because the identity of the comic book author was suddenly exposed by Peeves, Shane already has a group of fans in Hogwarts. During Halloween, the scary game activities and troll invasion events concocted by Xia made all the little wizards in the school see Xia's powerful strength. During the Snake Eagle chaos incident in the school, Xia's magic spell changed the situation. He has captured the hearts of many little witches. And this time he has obtained the Ravenclaw inheritance, which has made him a fanatical idol of all the little witches in the school. Just now, even some little girls from Slytherin were there, crouching at the door. Xia was lying on the stone platform. Thinking of the red hearts that kept popping up in the pupils of the little witches just now, he shivered unconsciously. He quickly took out a chocolate and ate a piece to comfort himself. A weak mind. As it is now, it is impossible to go to the Bronze Tree Palace anyway, let alone the auditorium. Why did he forget to leave a few spatial anchors there when he left yesterday evening? Xiao regretted the ground, scratched his head, and had no choice but to use light and shadow magic to send a message, asking Kalula to deliver breakfast and dinner together. After a while, the meals were delivered. The elf's work efficiency was still very fast. However, it was just when Xiao was preparing to eat, a familiar voice suddenly came. "Shane, I knew you were here." Xiao raised his head and saw that it was Hermione floating in the air not far in front of him, so he raised his hand and said hello with a smile. "Oh, good morning, Hermione." At the same time, he started stuffing chicken legs into his mouth. "Why is it so early? It's already noon." Hermione rolled her eyes angrily. "If I hadn't heard a commotion in front of the Ravenclaw lounge, I don't know how I would have found you. What do you want from me?" Xiao asked vaguely with his mouth full of food. "And today is the day to go home. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Granger and the others will be waiting at the station in a hurry?" "It doesn't matter, I asked the owl to send a letter home yesterday so that they don't have to pick me up at the station. You will take me home anyway." Hermione looked like it was natural. "Wow, I don't remember that I promised you this. What did you say?" "Nothing." Xiao shook his head, but he still felt that he should not bully the little witch, otherwise he would be in trouble if he got angry again later. So he quickly finished the breakfast and lunch in front of him, wiped his mouth and stood up. After moving his hands and feet for a while, he said to Hermione lazily, "Okay, let's go. Do you know what I'm here for?" "Nonsense, if you don't come to me, I'm going to come to you." Xiao rolled his eyes at her and replied, "I finally found you 3 free laborers, how could I let them go?" Hermione immediately became angry when she heard this, and she retorted angrily, "We don't work for free, we just accept the punishment according to school regulations. Is that any different?" Hermione was speechless. But when she saw Xiao's unusually unbeatable look, she suddenly became furious. Then she couldn't help but raise her calf, thinking of kicking Xiao's knee. But unfortunately, she failed to succeed. Instead, Xiao pressed her head and kicked the air randomly. On the other side, the Gryffindor Lounge. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. At this time, Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess out of boredom. When will Hermione come back? Ron complained feebly, "It's been all morning, where has this Dahlia gone? I heard that everyone in Ravenclaw has disappeared, and there is no news about him at all. Now many people are guarding the Ravenclaw common room, and many girls want Dahlia's autograph." Harry replied with a strange tone. As a face control man, he saw that so many beautiful girls liked Sean, and he couldn't help but feel a little jealous in his heart. However, just as Harry and Ron were waiting painfully for Sean to show up, when they received the news that they were pregnant, a strange magic wave suddenly appeared in the Gryffindor common room. The two of them felt that their eyes suddenly blurred, and then their buttocks were empty, and they both fell to the ground. Ouch! The two little lions screamed at the same time. What happened? Ron lay on the ground and covered his head, looking around in horror. He had just met Voldemort a few days ago, and he thought something bad had happened to him. This seems to be the 8th floor of the school. We were here the day before yesterday. Harry sat up and looked around, and then spotted the stone beast guarding the principal's office not far away. "How did we suddenly come to this place?" "I sent you here." A familiar voice reached the ears of the two of them. Harry and Ron immediately heard the sound and went out, only to see Shane and Hermione standing not far away looking at them. Behind them there was another voice that they had never seen before. "Past the gate, so it's you, Dahlia." Harry slowly climbed to his feet. Only then did he realize that in his memory, Shane was probably the only person in the entire Hogwarts who could bring them here from the common room without anyone noticing. "Was there a door here before?" Harry walked forward and asked, rubbing his butt. The Gryffindor common room is also on the 8th floor, but it is on the other side of the floor. Although he does not pass by here often, he clearly remembers it must have been here before. There was nothing. Ron on the side also came over and said, "Yes, I remember there is only one wall here. When did there be an extra door?" "This is actually the room of requirement, where you will be punished according to school regulations." Xiao explained, "The entrance to the room of requirement will only appear when the user concentrates on thinking about the required site and walks through the wall in front of him 3 times. Room of requirement? Hermione suddenly looked confused when she heard the name. Why is it called this name? It can satisfy your wishes as much as possible. For example, if you want a toilet, the room of requirement will become a toilet. If you want an empty room, the room of requirement will also provide you with an empty room. So if I want a room full of gold galleons, can it be given to me?" When Ron heard about the ability of the room of requirement, he suddenly said with excitement. He had already begun to fantasize about becoming a rich man. But soon, Shane poured a basin of cold water on his head. Listen to him say with disdain, "Think too much, look at your potential. The room of requirement is not omnipotent. It can only give you rooms that actually exist within Hogwarts, and its permissions are not the highest. After explaining the restrictions of the room of requirement, Xiao opened the door in front of him, and the guild station that had begun to take shape was immediately displayed in front of several people. Wow, what place is this? The three of them stared blankly at the luxurious but incomplete garden and marble fountain in front of them. The almost endless gray-white brick road was shining under the simulated sun. Looking above their heads, there was a blue sky on the ceiling. The white clouds were fluttering, and the three of them could even feel a breeze blowing gently around them, and the direction of the soil suddenly filled their entire nostrils. This is the home of the guild called Fairy Tale that I founded, Xiao said with pride. This is the largest room that the room of requirement can provide. It was used to store debris, but later I burned all those things. Fairy Tale? And what is a guild? Hermione looked at Shane with a confused look on her face, as did the other two. It's a student organization I established and will start recruiting people next semester. Xiao replied, as for what the guild does specifically, don't ask now, you will know then. So what are we here to do? Harry asked 220. Now I am building a house in the station. I have already built the 3-story wooden house in the distance, and I have put all the furniture and facilities inside. Xiao pointed to the house in the rest area in the distance and said, what you three have to do is to arrange all the furniture and facilities in the wooden house. I will guide you then. Of course, if you feel that there is still something missing in the house, such as decorations, etc., you can also tell me and I will buy it. Is this the end? Ron asked weakly. What are you thinking about, young man? Xiao turned around and smiled sinisterly, then pointed to a few large sacks stacked not far away. After taking care of the inside of the wooden house, you must continue to plant those few sacks of seeds into the flower base, and then water and fertilize them. So much. Ron looked at those big bags of seeds and was stunned for a moment. This is just the beginning, there is still a lot of work to be done. Shane said calmly, but if you think it's too hard, you can also ask Fred and George to come over and help. I can pay them galleons, 1 a day. So do I have it? Ron looked up and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's a nice thought. You came here to be punished for violating school rules, and you don't get paid. Xiao suddenly looked like an evil capitalist, and if you are short of money, you can go to Pumpkinhead on the first floor. I remember that since Fred, no one seems to be able to get the game rewards I set. Got it, forget it then. Ron immediately shook his head in horror. He had gone into that Pumpkinhead once, but that experience gave him nightmares for almost a week. But Dolia, there's a problem. Harry raised his hand and said a little embarrassedly, Hogwarts does not allow students to return to school during the holidays, and we have all gone home. Then, you don't have to worry about any of these issues. Shane waved his hand, and then took out his wand. Olby has already acquiesced by letting you come here that you can freely travel to and from Hogwarts during the holidays. As for how to come to school, now I will cast a spell on you, and I will teleport you from home on time every day. After saying that, with a wave of the magic wand, a silver magic circle lit up on the back of the three people's hands, but it quickly disappeared. So what time do we come here every day? Asked Ron. I will teleport you here at 8:30 in the morning, and I will teleport you home at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao said with a smile, don't worry, I will take care of lunch. But please remember not to go to the toilet during this time, otherwise I will throw you into the Black Lake if you dirty the station. I think the mermaids there would be more than happy to bathe with you. Devil. Mom, this person in front of me is a devil. Ron looked horrified. At Hogwarts, all boys will be warned not to approach the Black Lake easily when they first start school, especially in spring and summer, but at the same time, it was strange that the school did not tell him the specific reason. But Ron, who was born in the Weasley family, knew it. Before enrolling, his father, Mr. Arthur, had told him that in the spring and summer, Hogwarts the mermaids in Sahey Lake may randomly capture 1 or 2 people and bring them back to the tribe to mate. Although I don't know what their purpose is, they don't seem to care about age. In this way, Shane came to Hogwarts for the first time. The school year is gradually coming to an end. In late June, the little wizard's vacation has just begun. After Sean said hello to the families of the 3 little ones, Harry's family was a threat. He told them and learned that he could earn money. The Weasley twins of King Gallon were sent to Hogwarts, and then came to London's largest Chinatown. He came here just because today is a special festival. Today is the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, a tradition of Flower Growers Festival, Dragon Boat Festival. Xiao came here to look for the taste of his hometown that he had not tasted for a long time. Walking on the streets of Chinatown, looking around, although this is a place where rabbits from flower growers live, the architectural style is still the same. It's British style, and maybe the only thing that can keep in touch with the flower growers is the rabbits and delicious food here. Shane walked around and came to a restaurant with a blackboard with the words Zhanzi for sale. Open the door and go. After entering, perhaps because it was not lunchtime, there were no customers in the store, and even the boss was nowhere to be seen. So, Xia shouted to the store in his long-lost Mandarin, is anyone there? As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly poked his head out of the store and responded in a less fluent Mandarin, oh, yes. What do you want to eat, pretty boy? is the boss from Guangfu? Xia En asked curiously, and spoke in Cantonese, because he heard that the boss's Mandarin accent was very strong, like a rabbit from Guangdong in Guangxi. The broad-spectrum flavor should not be too strong when he opens his mouth. Yeah, it's been a few years since I've been here, the boss replied with a smile. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. He is not surprised that Xia En can speak Cantonese. There are not too many fellows in Chinatown, but you look so cool. Is this your first time in Ledu? Are international students also immigrants? Boss, you are wrong, I grew up in London. Xia En generously pulled a stool over and sat on it. Are you tight and sharp? Hearing that Xia En actually grew up in London, the boss was immediately surprised. I grew up in London and can still speak fluent Mandarin and Cantonese. Why don't you get along with me? No more ties. Xia En responded with a smile. Boss, let's not talk about it for now. I just saw it outside. Do you have any rice dumplings for sale? It's tight. The boss nodded. Do you want to taste it first? Are there any rice dumplings with pork and salted egg yolk? Hey, know your food. How much does it cost? It depends on how old you are. After a while, Xia En dragged more than 200 kilograms of rice dumplings out of the store, and then activated a space magic and disappeared in an instant. But then, people from the Ministry of Magic suddenly appeared near the place where Xia En disappeared just now, and began to search for something all over the world. They had just detected unknown magic fluctuations nearby. Dragging the rice dumplings he bought, Xia En returned to his home first. Aliyah was sitting on the sofa with her big white legs exposed. When she saw him suddenly coming back with several big bags, she immediately asked in surprise, Shane, didn't you go to Hermione's house to play? Why did you come back suddenly? Also, what are you doing with this thing? These are rice dumplings, for eating. Xia En dragged the rice dumplings to the kitchen, and then dug out the largest iron pot in the house. Who else told you that I went to Hermione's house to play? I have important things to see her. Does it make any difference? Alia came over and curiously picked up a rice dumpling in the iron pot. You just said this was for food. Aren't these just tree leaves? What kind of tree leaves? Xia En immediately said in dissatisfaction, this is good stuff. It's made of glutinous rice wrapped in leaves of a very fragrant plant. Various ingredients are added to the glutinous rice. It's delicious. Oh, I don't understand what you are talking about in 4.2. Alia put down the rice dumpling, then suddenly her expression changed and she patted Xia En on the head. And please tell me clearly, why did you go to see Hermione so early in the morning? Did you offend her daughter by coming back so soon? The child is angry? Who made her angry? Xia En pretended to have an aggrieved expression. She violated the school rules. I went to send her back to school to receive punishment. Nonsense. Alia gently lifted one of Shane's ears. Don't think I don't know, Hogwarts does not allow students to go back during the summer vacation. After cooking the rice dumplings at home, Shane left a note for Aunt Julie and the others, explaining how to eat the rice dumplings, and then took Aliyah to Hogwarts. Holding Xia En's arm a little nervously, Aliyah felt her eyes blur, and then she found that she suddenly came to an extremely luxurious garden. In her impression, maybe only the large estates of wealthy families had such scenery. Wow, where is this? So beautiful. Aliyah looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and exclaimed, but at the same time she was confused, but aren't we going to Hogwarts? What are we doing here? This is Hogwarts, a small room inside the castle. Xia En explained, the sun and white clouds in the sky, as well as the scenery you see in the farthest distance, are actually illusions created by magic. There is such magic. Aliyah looked surprised, her eyes shining. Then can you make my room like this? No problem at all. Xia En agreed immediately, but then quickly said jokingly, I can turn your room into a haunted house, go to hell. The two siblings joked, and then came to the rest area of Fairy Tale Guild. Not far away, on the steps in front of the wooden house, Harry and Ron were sitting there sweating profusely, and they were both. He looked like he was about to collapse. Looking at Hermione, although her face was a little tired, she looked more relaxed. Hermione. As soon as Arya saw Hermione, she ran over to her. Hermione immediately raised her head when she heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice. When she saw that it was Shane's sister, she quickly got up and ran forward. AI-25 Leah. The two girls hugged each other happily. Alia, why are you here? Hermione asked happily. I heard Xia En say you were at school, so I asked him to bring me here. Aliyah was holding Hermione's hand with a smile on her face. On the other side, Harry and Ron looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Ron looked at Aliyah's extremely unfamiliar face and asked Harry, do you know her? I don't remember there being such a beautiful girl in our school. Not sure, I've never seen her before. Harry shook his head, but it seems that she and Hermione have a good relationship. Are they from other colleges? And just when the two of them were wondering why a strange girl suddenly appeared in the school, Xia En appeared quietly behind them. He quietly stretched out his hands and patted them on the head, which caught Harry and Ron off guard. They both looked back and saw Shane standing behind them, looking at them with a smile. No need to guess, she is my sister, Alia Swinton. Sia and let go of their heads and said, she said she wanted to visit Hogwarts, so I brought her here. Harry and Ron suddenly understood. But Harry looked at the two girls laughing happily not far away, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, but Dolia, your sister is a muggle, right? Are you not afraid of being discovered by bringing her to school like this? You must know that the Ministry of Magic has clearly stipulated that even the parents of students, as long as they are muggles, are not allowed to enter Hogwarts. The rules of the Ministry of Magic are for ordinary people. Sia-en said calmly, there are many things. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, these so-called rules cannot restrict you. Just like Professor Dumbledore, whom you all know well. You think he is a kind person. When he was young, he wanted to impress the Ministry of Magic more than once. However, considering the stability of the magical world, he refrained from taking action. How can it be? Harry looked shocked. Don't be too naive, young man. Voldemort and Dumbledore are both called devils, but one is black and the other is white. Shane looked at Harry with disdain, then patted the two of them on the shoulders. Okay, you're hungry after working all morning, so come over for lunch first. As he spoke, he controlled a large pot of rice dumplings floating in the air, placed it on a large wooden pier, and then shouted to the two girls not far away, Hermione, Alia, time to eat. Harry and Ron came over smelling the unique aroma in their breath. They wiped their hands, and then each took out a steaming rice dumpling from the pot, with puzzled expressions on their faces. How to eat this? Harry asked, holding a long rice dumpling. Unwrap the outer layer of leaves, dip the long strips in sugar or honey, and eat the rest directly. Shane explained, and then looked around again. Where are Fred and George? Not long before you came, they said they wanted to visit the Black Lake. Ron said, let me go. The two of them are really not afraid that they will be captured by the mermaid. Sia-en exclaimed, forget it, ignore them too, let's eat first. After saying that, he waved his hand and conjured up a few chairs, and then took out the prepared sugar and honey, ready to eat. As soon as Sia-en put a piece of rice dumpling into his mouth, he immediately burst into tears. Woo. This is the taste. There is red bean paste in the alkaline rice dumplings, so delicious. Everyone on the side saw Sia-en looking moved by eating it, and they all curiously took this first. The food that came into contact for the first time was put into the mouth. After a while, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all shouted in their hearts, it's delicious. Next, it was the daily lunch break and lunchtime, more than an hour later. Seeing that Harry and Ron were still lying on the grass like two dead snakes, Shane couldn't help but began to urge, I tell you to, get up and get ready to work after you have eaten and rested enough. Aha! Can't you just rest for a while? Ron suddenly had a bitter look on his face, and haven't Fred and George come back yet? Whether the two of them come back has nothing to do with when you start working. Sia-en said without mercy, also, I just went to see it. Why are you two big boys not as efficient as Hermione, a little girl, in one morning? To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. She can use magic. Ron argued with an aggrieved look on his face. Haha, I thought you were a muggle when I heard this. Sia-en looked at Ron with disdain and said, you have to remember that you are a wizard. Can't you just practice your magic a few times? Being so impatient like you is a waste of your talent. By then, all the second grade classes will be finished, and the first grade magic will only be passed. Talent? What talent can I have? Ron glanced at Harry next to him with a look of self-deprecation, but the response he got was just the latter shaking his head. I heard Hermione say before that in Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, you used a broken wand to turn a mouse into a goblet. Is there such a thing? Sia-en decided to become a professor and guide. There seems to be such a thing, but that goblet has a rat tail. Then let others try using a broken wand to see if they can do it as well as you. Especially when you first come into contact with transfiguration, it will be good if you don't get the curse backlash. So, I am very talented in the art of transfiguration. When Ron heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly started to rise. Then you are overthinking it, just a little bit. Before Ron had time to be happy, Shane cruelly interrupted the beautiful fantasy about to come in his mind. In Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, every student in it is better than you. Ron suddenly drooped his face again. Okay, why are you talking so much? Get up and get to work. Shane impatiently took out his wand and began to threaten, if you stay on the ground and can't get up, I will use the Imperious Curse to control your work. This last sentence frightened Harry and Ron so much that they got up from the ground, because they knew that the person in front of them was really capable of such sinister things as using the Imperious Curse. What about Hermione? Doesn't she have to work together? Ron looked aggrievedly at the two girls who were playing with Puff-Wrong on the grass in the distance. Hermione has this afternoon off. Why? Harry and Ron shouted in unison, blowing the horn of resistance at the same time. You can't be selfish just because your sister is here and needs Hermione to play with her. Harry said angrily. Yes, you must know that she received the punishment together with us. Ron 033 also nodded in response. Do you two have the nerve to say it? A few tic-tacs appeared on Shane's forehead. Hermione is a girl. She has done more work all morning than you two boys. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. That Fred and I'll catch them and bring them back." After saying that, Shane pushed Harry and Ron into the cabin, then walked to Hermione and said, "Hermione, you don't have to work in the afternoon. If you can take Arya for a walk around the school. I'll go find Fred and the others first." "Okay." Hermione nodded while holding a velvet. After a few instructions, Shane walked out of the room of requirement and flew directly out of the window of Hogwarts Castle. He flew over the Black Lake and looked down. Shane's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he suddenly had the vision of an eagle. The entire Black Lake was not big, with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer. After checking in the air, the Weasley twins could not be found anywhere. Figured, did they run into the Forbidden Forest? Just when Shane was confused, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the shore of the Black Lake closest to Hogwarts. There were some drag marks on the lawn there. He quickly landed and checked. "I saw that the lake there were 2 shallow drag marks on the grass on the shore, which could not be found without looking carefully, and there was a lot of mucus around the marks." Xian immediately held his forehead and sighed. These two guys might have really been caught by the mermaid. Back. Xian looked at the ugly mermaids in front of him, which were completely different from the images of mermaids in fairy tales. It has protruding brow bones, large yellow fish eyes, a flat nose, incomplete fangs and sharp teeth, and has distinct dark green hair like thin strips of waterweed on its head. The skin all over the body is iron gray, with mucus and fine scales. The upper body is human and the lower body is fishtail. It also exudes a strong fishy smell all the time. Several mermaids were struggling in midair, and one of them with a spear wanted to attack Xian, but the spear made of fish spine and stone turned into ashes as soon as it was thrown. Shane sighed, then used light and shadow magic to simulate the appearance of the Weasley twins, and then asked politely, "Have you ever seen these two people?" However, in the face of Shane's question, the mermaids he kept struggling and made hoarse screams from his mouth, as if he was very angry. It seems that communication is impossible. Xian was helpless. When he watched Goblet of Fire a long time ago, he remembered a scene where mermaids could talk, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them also said that mermaids have an IQ no lower than that of humans, and they like it very much. Singing has its own unique culture and language, but now it seems that creatures like fishmen may have more beast aspects than humans. However, since they cannot communicate, then the only thing to do is to do it hard. So he waved his hand and flicked it casually, and a few mermaids flew out instantly, and bounced on the lake surface a dozen times as if they were floating on water, and then slowly returned sinking to the bottom of the lake. After dealing with the mermaid, Xian stamped one foot on the grass, and a huge purple magic circle quickly unfolded. The twisted patterns on it looked extremely oppressive. Super magic, celestial magic super gravity, activate. Suddenly, the entire Black Lake began to fly toward the sky quickly as if it was attracted by some force. And the creatures in the lake soon discovered something strange, and they all got into a mess and began to run rampant in the lake. The mermaids were even more frightened. They looked at the exposed bottom of the lake and desperately followed the water up to the sky. After a while, to the south of Hogwarts Castle, they saw a huge water bag floating in the air. It's like a balloon filled with water, twisting constantly under the interaction of gravity. Giant squid, Grindylow, mermaid, and other magical creatures are swimming quickly in it in panic. And underneath the water bag, black, the bottom of the lake has been completely exposed and formed a huge hollow. Countless water plants are drooping, and many fish are jumping among the wet sand and stones. At this moment, the direction of Hogwarts Castle is showing Arya around the school. Min suddenly saw the water bag floating in the air in the distance and the completely empty Black Lake, and suddenly became stunned. "Oh my god, what is Shane doing again?" Hermione said in shock while lying on the window. Then, that was what Xian did. Alia looked at the almost miraculous scene in front of her with disbelief on her face. Because this was the first time she had seen that magic could have such great power. Could it be that something happened to Fred and George? Hermione frowned and guessed to herself. Are Fred and George the brothers of the boy named Weasley just now? Alia turned her head curiously. That's right. I'm afraid something happened to the two of them, otherwise Xian wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Hermione nodded affirmatively. How about we go over and take a look? Good. Immediately, Hermione took out her wand and started to cast the levitating spell, and flew in the direction of the Black Lake with Arya. On the other side, Shane walked around the completely exposed bottom of the Black Lake several times, and finally landed in the mermaid village. They found the Weasley twins tied up with water plants and stripped of their clothes. Fred and George looked at Shane in front of them, tears instantly filled their eyes, and they immediately struggled and whined for help. But when Xian saw this scene, he did not save them immediately. Instead, he suppressed a smile, took out his camera from his pocket, and took a dozen photos before releasing them. Cough, cough, cough. Fred and George knelt down naked on the ground, coughing and nauseating. They had fish gills on both sides of their faces, and their feet were webbed. It looked like they had been fed gills by the fishmen. Sist Ella Puff. Ha ha ha. Xia En finally couldn't help laughing when he saw the miserable situation of the two of them. He used the water plants that had just tied them up to turn into a simple piece of clothing to cover their shame, and then began to ask, "You two, how could it be like this?" Ahem. Fred coughed twice, and then complained, "Forget it, it's all George's fault. He was the one who suggested coming to the Black Lake in the first place, but he didn't expect to be captured by the mermaid." "What? You?" George vomited a few times, then immediately said unconvinced, "Obviously you said you wanted to see a mermaid. But I didn't say come to Black Lake." "Blame you. It's all your fault." After arguing, the two of them got into a fight. "You want to have a fight with me, right? Come on. Watch me rip your ears off, bastard." Weasley cursed each other and started to fight each other. Shane shook his head when he saw this, but he was too lazy to care about these two living treasures. He reincarnated and started walking around the mermaid village to see if there was anything else nearby. Rare magic potion, raw materials, or herbs. You know, herbs like gillweed were only found growing in the Mediterranean in the past. I didn't expect that they would also grow in the Black Lake, and this herb is difficult to grow in water. Picking. The growth conditions are also relatively harsh. In addition, apart from allowing people to obtain mermaid-like abilities in a short period of time, it actually has no great effect. Therefore, gillweed is rarely circulated on the market, but because the scarcity and the price were extremely high. And just when Shane started looking for herbs everywhere, Hermione had already brought Arya to the Black Lake. Arya held Hermione's arm and looked up at the floating herbs in the air. "The huge water bag in front of me couldn't help but feel a little scared, and asked worriedly, is this going to fall off? Probably not for the time being." Hermione looked up, feeling a little unsure, "But don't worry, as long as you find Shane, you won't have this problem." With that said, they flew forward quickly. After a while, they saw the Weasley twins wrestling with each other in the middle of the lake, and Xia En who was digging something not far away, so they hurriedly flying in the direction of Shane. After landing at the bottom of the lake, Alia curiously looked at the strange lake bottom environment around her, while Hermione stepped forward and asked Shane, "What are you doing?" "Oh Hermione, Arya, you are here." As Xia En said, he pulled out a huge lake clam with a diameter of more than 2 meters from the mud, and then said happily, "Look, tonight's meal is settled." To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. He didn't find the herb first, but instead discovered that fresh water from the rising lake was coming, and it was also the first time for Hermione and Arya to see such a big shellfish. She was also very surprised. Alia asked curiously, "Xia En, do you think there will be pearls in it?" "Yes, this thing might have pearls. Let me take a look." Hearing this question, Xia En suddenly remembered that most of these large shellfish creatures can produce pearls, so he used magic to force open the shell of the lake clam, rummaged around inside, and soon found several fist-sized and irregularly shaped pearls hidden in the flesh. Shane took out the pearls, cleaned the largest one and gave it to Alia, and then handed the other smaller one to Hermione. However, compared to Arya's natural happiness, Hermione looked at the pearl in front of her and immediately shook her head and refused. "This is too precious, I can't have it." Whatever is precious or not, there are some behind it, okay." Xia En gestured with his thumb behind him. Then Hermione discovered that there were countless giant lake clams in the pile of rocks behind Xia En, but because they were covered with water plants, it looked no different from a real stone. So without feeling any pressure, Hermione happily accepted this pearl, which could easily be sold for tens of thousands of pounds in the Muggle world. However, just as the two girls were happily playing with it, when receiving the gift, there was suddenly no sound from Fred and George. Shane looked curiously and found that they were tired from playing and were lying on the ground weakly, looking as if they were hopeless. At this moment, Hermione suddenly remembered that there were two other people, and immediately asked curiously, "By the way, Fred and George, what happened to them?" "Nothing, just got captured by the mermaid." Xia En explained nonchalantly, and then suddenly felt nauseated in his stomach and shuddered. "I just don't know whether the mermaid did some indescribable things to them while they were captured." "What indescribable things? Why do children ask so many questions?" Shane knocked Hermione on the head, and then walked straight towards the Weasley twins. "Let's finish the quarrel. After the quarrel, I will send you home first. Anyway, you can't work today like this." After that, without waiting for the twins to respond, they took them and flew to the shore without saying a word. After a while, several people returned to the shore. However, a huge figure was also standing on the shore of the lake at this time. "Oh my God! Shane, it turns out to be you." Hagrid saw several people slowly descending from the sky. What on earth happened? A few minutes ago, he had just returned to Hogwarts from Diagon Alley. He saw the incredible scene on the Black Lake from a distance. He thought something terrible had happened. The two of them were caught by the mermaid and thrown into the lake. Shane teased and pointed to the Weasley twins on the grass with his eyes and explained, "Zhao, oh that's really." Hagrid suddenly became embarrassed when he heard the news. He looked at Fred and George with his mouth open, and after a while he asked in a pitiful tone, are you two okay?" The Weasley twins shook their heads, but they didn't say anything. It was obvious that they didn't want to tell what happened at the bottom of the lake. Only they themselves know if something is wrong, Xia said, and at the same time he also released the confinement of the lake water. I saw that the water bag floating in the air suddenly lost its support and began to fall violently to the ground. Then there was a loud bang, and a large amount of water hit the bottom of the Black Lake. Suddenly, a stormy sea broke out in the east. However, just when a huge amount of lake water was about to fall on Xia and everyone, an inexplicable force suddenly pushed the lake water back. Hagrid, this is my sister, Arya Swinton. Shane first introduced Alia to Hagrid, and then grabbed the Weasley twins with both hands. I will send these two unlucky people back first. Please take care of them. Oh well. Of course that's no problem. Hagrid nodded. The burrow is where the Weasley family lives. It is a crooked little building several stories high that was built using magic. There are 4 or 5 chimneys on the roof that are emitting smoke. Its base seems to be a large pigsty made of stones. It can be seen that from the beginning to the present, the owner must have built some rooms on top and around it with wood and other materials to form its current appearance. At this time, Shane looked at the house in front of him that was full of fairy tale atmosphere. He still couldn't figure out why the Weasley family was so poor until now. Even Ron's wizard robe was worn by his brother. That thing said, to be honest, there is no difference in price from ordinary clothes. It didn't matter before. I had a large group of children to raise, so I needed to live frugally. But now, the male owner of this house, Arthur Weasley, works in the Ministry of Magic's office for the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle items. Although the salary is not very high, it is still acceptable. The eldest son, Bill Weasley, worked as a cursebreaker at Gringotts Bank after graduation. This job is not something you can do casually. Because the cursebreaker may be killed by ancient jinxes, poison spells or curses in daily work, and this position requires wizards to learn arithmetic and divination, as well as defense against the dark arts, charms, potions and transfiguration. N of subjects. E.W.T. Certificates, sometimes requiring them to be able to read ancient runes, is a very dangerous and serious profession. So accordingly, cursebreakers are paid very well. The second son, Charlie Weasley, is studying fire dragons in Romania. This job is also extremely dangerous. There is no guarantee that one day he will be sprayed into ashes by the fire dragon's breath, so the salary is also not low. The third child, 150 Percy Weasley, is about to graduate now and has basically no money left except tuition and daily meals. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, sell prank props and homemade potions at Hogwarts every day, and they are completely self-sufficient. So the Weasley family now only has 2 children, Ron and Ginny, to raise. No matter what, they won't be this poor. And just when Shane was for Shane, Wizard Weekly is just an entertainment magazine that reports gossip news, and its use value is not great. But the other two are completely different. The Daily Prophet usually reports on current news and advertisements, such as the Gringotts theft and recruitment information for the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Therefore, because of its seemingly serious and high-sounding characteristics, it has always been the main channel for people in the British magical world to obtain information, and its credibility has always been the highest in people's minds. But at the same time, as an official media that is not completely controlled by the Ministry of Magic, the Daily Prophet has always been a thorn in the side of the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Ever since Fudge became Minister of Magic, his desire for power has continued to expand. In order to consolidate his power, he has always wanted to completely control the entire Daily Prophet, and there are even rumors that he wants to bring Gringotts into his sphere of influence. However, the existence of a special reporter from the Daily Prophet newspaper has always caused Fudge's plan to completely control public opinion in the British wizarding world to fail. And this reporter is Rita Skeeter, the Beetle Animagus in the original novel, who likes to exaggerate the truth and describe the news in all kinds of extravagant language. It can be seen from the usual content of the Daily Prophet that most of the sections she writes are negative news about the Ministry of Magic and Fudge. What's interesting at the same time is that, without exception, these news are all based on certain facts. Of course, it's just a point. When Rita Skeeter writes news, she will use her wonderful writing to attach various logical conjectures that are in line with people's favorites to these facts and expand them without reason, conjecture, idealization, visualization. The main focus is on selling sales and gaining attention, without any regard for the truth, which often brings great pressure and trouble from public opinion to the protagonists of the news content. And the reason why Fudge and the Ministry of Magic have been helpless with the annoying reporter Rita Skeeter is probably because this little beetle has obtained some information through its own abilities that can ruin the reputation of certain people or institutions. Secret. So, she has been around here for at least a week, so it's time to talk to her. Thinking of this, Xia dodged and instantly captured the little beetle that had been wandering near his house during this period into his room. There was a muffled sound, and Skeeter, who had returned to his human form, fell on the carpet and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings with a horrified expression. Oh my God. What happened? Obviously she had just been crouching near the possible home address of the Ravenclaw heir that she had investigated as usual. Unexpectedly, her eyes suddenly blurred and she came to a strange room in an instant. She thought she was being hacked. The wizard has been kidnapped. And while the little beetle was panicking, Shane was also carefully looking at the media lady in the British magic world in front of him. He instantly felt that his aesthetics seemed to be a little distorted. To be honest, Rita Skeeter's overall image is not ugly, but she looks very awkward. A face with a big chin, and her light blonde hair is styled into delicate, stiff, weird curls. She wears a pair of glasses studded with jewels, and the nails on his fat fingers were about 2 inches long, and they were painted red like a vampire. Looking at Skeeter, who was still sitting on the ground, Shane slapped him politely. "Say hello, Ms. Skeeter." "Hello." Skeeter immediately heard the sound and turned around to look behind him, only to see that the person who had been searched for by the entire British media industry for half a month was sitting in front of him. "Oh, Mr. Dolia, it's an honor to meet you." Skeeter immediately got up, not paying any attention to the fact that Shane arrested her rashly, and showed a professional fake smile. "I think you know for yourself whether you really feel honored to meet me." Xia and sat on the bed and said teasingly. Then he drew his hand in front of him, and a table, a chair, and a cup of black tea appeared between the two of them. "To be honest, Ms. Skeeter, I kind of admire your professional ability. I cast a powerful protective spell on the house below us and my family, but you can still find your way around here. I have to say, you are much better than your peers." "Thank you for the compliment. But let me tell you, no matter how powerful magic is, it can't completely erase the traces of a person's growth, right?" Skeeter sat on the chair unceremoniously, and took out the dark green shorthand quill and notebook she carried with her. And Shane didn't stop her when he saw this action, because he actually took the initiative to find this. The arrival of the little beetle showed that he would not care about her nonsense. "So," Xia continued calmly, "Madam, I took the initiative to come to you this time because I want to give you a gift, but at the same time I want to ask you to use your ability to do something for me." "I'm all ears," Skeeter replied with a smirk. At the same time, the notebook in her hand already had a sentence such as, "Shandela is arrogant and complacent, and wants to bribe reporters through her identity as the heir of Ravenclaw." But Xian ignored it, instead picked up the black tea in front of him, took a sip, and began to say, "Ms. Skeeter, I grant you exclusive rights to the Ravenclaw heritage, yours alone. But in the meantime, I need you to help me dig out as much of this man's history as possible." As she said that, she handed over a piece of paper. Skeeter picked up the note and looked at it, and saw a name written on it, Tom Marvolo Riddle. She did not agree to Shane immediately, but the notebook continued to write, "Sandolia personally admitted to having an affair with a man named Tom Marvolo Riddle." Then she continued to ask, "Then, Mr. Dolia, can you tell me the paper what is the relationship between this person in the article and you?" "A little bit, but not too much." Xia replied calmly, "Actually, you also know him, but you all call him Voldemort." As soon as she finished speaking, the proud and confident expression on Skeeter's face suddenly froze. She slowly raised her head and showed a stiff smile. "I'm sorry, just now you said that this person named Tom is Voldemort." After hearing Shane's exact answer, Skeeter suddenly began to sweat on his forehead, and felt a cold air rising from his back. As a reporter, especially as a beetle animagus, she was able to learn more or less through various channels, intentionally or unintentionally, that Voldemort might still be alive. Half a month ago, it was revealed that Shane had inherited the Ravenclaw heritage. She also passed the investigation because of this. She learned in detail that the comic book that is now widely popular among young wizards is actually written by Shane Doria, so she knows very well what the name Tom Marvolo Riddle represents. Watch the spoiler for cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. This was completely a tease and ridicule of the Dark Lord. Thinking of this, Scott immediately stood up from his chair and refused with a trembling voice, "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Dolia, I can't accept your request." After saying that, she wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, she no longer cared about the exclusive interview rights, because as a reporter, her intuition told her that the seemingly harmless little wizard in front of her was very dangerous. However, just when Skeeter wanted to leave Shane's room, she suddenly felt that she couldn't move, and at the same time she had no control over her limbs. He slowly let her sit back on the chair. "Don't leave in such a hurry, you haven't finished talking yet." Shane smiled, holding the teapot and adding some black tea to the teacup in front of Skeeter, and this weird atmosphere immediately made the latter breathless. "Ms. Skeeter, you have already accepted the gift. People should be polite to each other." Shane pointed at the notebook in Skeeter's hand and said, "I can't promise you, the Dark Lord is not dead yet, he will kill me." Skeeter suddenly revealed the secret that Voldemort was not dead yet, in exchange for Shane's automatic withdrawal. But it was obvious that she had made a wrong calculation. Xiaoyan's face did not change when he heard this so-called secret, but he added some black tea to himself, and then said slowly, "To be honest, as a reporter who often deals with the Ministry of Magic, Ms. Skeeter, you are a little too confident. There are so many unknown secrets hidden in your heart, you should practice a clemency you." Hearing these words from Shane, Skeeter's scalp went numb instantly, because she then discovered that a trace of blue light was flowing in the pupils of the little wizard in front of her. So she was so frightened that she screamed at the top of her lungs, "How can it be? you actually know legilimency. If he was horrified when he learned Voldemort's real name just now, then Skeeter's mood now is completely fearful. Because Shane can legilimency, this means that the secrets he knows have been completely exposed. Not to mention, saying that she is an illegal animagus may make her spend 3 years in Azkaban. She has offended so many people by writing articles before, and the Ministry of Magic will definitely add fuel to the fire and aggravate her sentence during the trial. Again. Coupled with other secrets that she accidentally learned, if these were leaked, some people would definitely try their best to shut her up permanently. Therefore, after struggling repeatedly in his heart, Skeeter said with a cold sweat on his forehead, nervously asked, Mr. Dolia, can you tell me why you want to check his past? You don't have to worry about the specific reasons, but what I can tell you is that the history of Voldemort will be of great help to some of the things I want to do in the future. Xia En replied after providing some limited information about Voldemort. Shane sent Rita Skeeter out of the house. The current editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, Barnabas Guffey, is basically a hands-off boss, while Rita Skeeter, as one of the most influential special correspondents of this mainstream newspaper, as long as Shane grasps the secret of this little beetle, he will be able to control a large part of the mainstream public opinion in the British magic world. After solving the problem of Daily Prophet, now it is the turn of another company. The content style of the Quibbler is absurd and bizarre, and its audience is mostly young wizards. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic and many adults will ignore it. Therefore, this provided Shane with the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and grab it from the baby. Shane took out the first draft of his new comic strip, activated space magic, and came to the village of Otter St. Catchpole. He had forgotten the name of Luna Lovegood's father, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler in the original book, but he remembered that the Lovegood family seemed to live near the Weasley family's burrow. So, he thought of coming to Weasley's house to get some information. Boom, boom, boom. Shane knocked on the door of the burrow. Within 2 seconds, 1, 5, 3, Fred pushed open the door and stuck his head out. Hey Fred. Xia En first said hello with a smile. Hey Shane. Fred opened the door and jumped across the threshold, then put his arm on Shane's shoulder and said, didn't you say you have a weekend off? Why are you here? Also, I'm not Fred, I'm George. No, you are Fred. Xia En smiled and affirmed, usually if you or George say this, then 9 times out of 10 it is you. Oh, look, we have another prank to think of. Fred pretended to be regretful and said, are you here for fun, or do you have any good business to introduce to us? There is no good business at the moment. I just wanted to come over and ask, do you know where the Lovegood family is? Lovegood, that father and daughter with some weird personalities? What are you doing with them? Fred asked doubtfully. It's nothing, I just want to publish my new comic strip in the Quibbler. What? Have you drawn a new draft? Fred immediately smiled brightly, and then raised his eyebrows. Can you show me first? It has been prepared for you a long time ago. Xia En took out a stack of bound comic books and reminded, there are 5 books here, but don't leak them to me in advance. Do not worry. Fred excitedly took the comic strip, and then pointed to a hill not far away. The Lovegood house is behind that hill, a house shaped like a cart. You can just fly there, it's very close. Okay, thank you. After bidding farewell to Fred, Shane flew straight in the direction pointed by the former. Looking down from mid-air, a strange-shaped house soon came into view. Shane landed in Luo at the entrance to the yard of Fujud's house. Behind the tall hedges and delicate orchards, there is an irregular 3-story cylindrical house. It looks like an upright bus, and it seems to have used many huge blocks. It is made of a random mix of black stones, and there is a huge green kite that is always flying outside the roof. In addition, there is a large mistletoe growing at the door of the yard, and there are 3 hand-painted wooden signs nailed to the ruined building. On the courtyard gate, Shane stepped forward curiously and took a look. From left to right, 3 wooden signs read, the Quibbler editor-in-chief, Lovegood, please pick a bunch of mistletoe yourself, touch the airshiply. It is enough to see the eccentric personality of the owner inside. What is this airshiply? Xia En was a little confused about what was written on the last sign. The first sign was to introduce himself. The second sign, although he didn't know why he had to pick the white berries by himself, and traditionally used plants used for Christmas decorations, but at least they can understand the meaning of the nouns. But the airshiply, is it the kite above the head? And just when Xia En was confused, an elf-like voice came suddenly and answered his question, airshiply, which can help people accept abnormal things. Xia En looked up and heard the sound, and saw a girl with a somewhat aloof temperament suddenly walking out of the dense jungle next to the yard. She had messy, dirty blonde hair that reached her waist, and a pair of shoes that looked. She has dazed, bulging gray eyes, pale eyebrows, and an obviously crazy temperament all over her body. There is also a necklace hanging around her neck that should be made of butterbeer corks. Wearing a pair of carrot earrings in his ears. Hello, Xian Dole. A sound quality like that of elves singing, hello, Luna Lovegood. Xia En smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. Oh, you know my name. Luna showed a hint of happiness and surprise. Perhaps because of family and personality reasons, she had not had many friends since she was a child. At the same time, the trance-like and dreamlike qualities she showed when she spoke also made her the children of the same age around her did not dare or would not take the initiative to contact her. However, in Xia En's view, the trait shown by Luna was more like a talent. Moreover, in just a short period of time, during the 10 seconds of conversation, he even realized that the quirky girl in front of him also had abilities that were naturally different from ordinary people. "Are you here to see my dad? It's a pity that he is sleeping now and I can't wake him up." Luna turned to look at the second floor of the house, which seemed to be her father's room. "That's a pity." Xia En also followed Luna's gaze to the second floor, but he added, "However, I think you should be able to accept my submission on your father's behalf. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network." After saying that, Xia En took out his newly drawn comic strip sketch from the portable space and handed it over. "This is my new creation. Could you please post it on the Quibbler?" "Oh, it's this." Luna took it happily. "The story of your painting is very interesting, but unfortunately, the copy I got seemed to have been accidentally stolen by Al-Hook last time. Then I can give you a new one." Xia En promised. "Really?" Luna raised her head and asked softly. An unknown halo flashed unconsciously in her gray pupils. "I don't need to lie to you." With that said, Xia En copied an old version of the comic book from the portable space using copy to double Geminio and handed it to Luna. "Thanks." Luna happily touched the cover of the picture book, and then suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Actually, I have always been curious, what is its name?" Name. Xia En didn't realize what Luna's words meant for a moment, but when he saw Luna staring at the empty white skin on the comic strip, he immediately realized it. It seems that his comic book has never had a decent one. Name. So he thought about it and suggested, "How about you give it a name? I might call it The Diary of Tom Marvolo del." Luna thought for a while and replied, "Because he seems to be doing some very interesting things every day. These paintings are like his diary." "No problem," Xia En agreed without saying a word. But at the same time, a voiceover suddenly came. "Voldemort's diary." Horcrux said with a confused look. "Then what is my name?" Luna held the drawings of the Diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle in her arms, then raised her head and stared at Shane's face. "I will give these drawings to Dad, maybe next week, or the week after. You can see it in the Quibbler, thanks." Xia En nodded and thanked, and then suddenly handed over a piece of paper. "This is my contact address. If you have anything, you can send me a letter." Luna tilted her head and took the note, with a deeper smile on her face. "It seems that my Al can help send some different things. That's a good thing, isn't it?" Xia En smiled, then turned to look at the figure who had been peeping on the second floor of the house. "Then I will ask you to transfer my drawings to your father." "Nice to meet you, Luna. I'll be waiting for you at Ravenclaw House. I'm also very happy that someone can talk to me today. Don't worry, these paintings will not be stolen by the Hook." So, Shane ended his visit to the Lovegood family. He was flying in mid-air, staring at Luna who had just entered the house, and suddenly murmured, "Are you a born Legilemnier?" Time passed quickly. It's late August, and it's now less than a week before summer vacation ends. However, just when Xia En was accelerating the completion of the construction of the guild station in 4.9, he suddenly received a special express. "What is this?" Xia En wondered. He had just returned from Hogwarts. Suddenly an owl flew over the sky, and then his head was hit by a wooden box the size of 2 fists. When he opened the express, he saw only the box. The things inside are wrapped in many layers of fabric, 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Other than that, there is nothing else. "Who sent this?" "Not signed yet," Xia En complained, and then took apart the cloth. After a while, a bottle of magic potion suddenly appeared in front of him. The potion made by Snape using Helena's venom can be described as a double-edged sword. Let's talk about the advantages first: staying awake and being immune to the Imperious Curse. Let's not discuss whether this potion is immune to the Imperious Curse before drinking it, or whether it has the effect after being hit by the Imperious Curse. Anyway, looking at the entire magical world now, the bottle in Shane's hand is probably the only potion known to be able to resist the Imperious Curse. If this matter gets out, there will definitely be a big commotion in the magic world. As for the second function of maintaining absolute sobriety, its greatest function can be manifested in continuous combat and research and development work. For example, when Shane uses Origin to develop magic, if he can stay awake for a long time, this will greatly improve his efficiency in developing new magic. Because to be honest, facing those intricate magic structures and magic lines, just looking at them is already dazzling, so when Xia En uses Origin, he usually has to take a break every once in a while, otherwise it will be very confusing. Almost fainted. Then let's talk about the disadvantages: staying absolutely awake 24 hours a day. If this is not used properly, it may be fatal. You can imagine that if a person is extremely tired and his body and brain are in urgent need of rest, and he suddenly pours a bottle of magic potion into you to keep you absolutely awake for 24 hours, see if you will go crazy. For another example, if a person who is being tortured drinks this magic potion, he will be able to feel the extreme pain of the punishment all the time for 24 hours until his body dies completely. So, this new potion is a complete double-edged sword. Of course, whether anything in this world is evil or not depends on the position and intention. Xiaoan looked at the blue potion in front of him, and did not try it rashly, but decided on the potion first. A name with 25 characters, brain-refreshing agent. Then he thought about it and decided to go to the old bat himself and ask him to help research the antidote for this brain-awakening agent. Otherwise, if you just send a letter, he will probably throw it into the trash can as soon as he sees the signature. But where is this old bat's home? That owl just flew away. But in fact, Snape's home is not difficult to find. The next day, Shane received a letter from Dumbledore, and he learned that the old bat's home was actually located in Spider End Alley, Cokeworth. Cokeworth, this is a large town in the Midlands of England. There are many streets with houses made of the same bricks on both sides of the road, which looks very monotonous. At this time, Xiaoan was walking on the slippery streets of Cokeworth town, covering his nose with black lines on his head, and kept complaining in his heart, why can people still live in such a ghost place? Cokeworth is located on the edge of an extremely dirty river. The river is winding and winding, with overgrown weeds and piles of garbage on both sides of the riverbank. An unknown mist floats on the surface of the river. People passing by can hear the gurgling whimpering of the dark river water inside. There were no signs of life, save for a lean, bald fox slinking down the bank, sniffing hopefully at a few rotting fish and potato chip wrappers among the deep weeds. Looking across the river into the distance, the most conspicuous thing about Cokeworth town is the tall dilapidated chimney, which stands in an abandoned mill. This makes this dusty town even more eerie. There was an ominous silence. This place seemed to be the boundary between the world and hell. Xiaoan walked through the smelly river, entered the town, and looked around. He pinched his nose, trying his best to block out the strange smell in the air, and complained again, "My old swan. This old bat really lives up to his name. Can he really stand living in such a dark and damp place? Or do people in Slytherin like this kind of gloomy place? Also, why do I feel like I have stepped into the scene of some horror game? I don't know why, maybe it's because it's raining now." At this time, Shane is the only one walking on the streets of Cokeworth town. There is deathly silence all around. The sky is still gray. It's like a horror game. The opening scene in the movie. Following the address given by Old B, Shane walked along Spidertail Alley to the end, and finally came to Snape's home, a two-story red brick house. Boom, boom, boom. Shane knocked directly on Snape's door. Somehow, this ordinary knock on the door seemed unusually abrupt here. Bang! The door suddenly opened by itself, as if someone was outside. It seemed like he kicked it open, but Xiaoan didn't feel any surprise at all. Instead, he walked in with an indifferent expression. As soon as he entered the door, he came to a dark and small living room, which contained there were several shabby pieces of furniture, a candlelit lamp hanging from the ceiling, and the surrounding walls were filled with books about potions. And Snape was sitting under a bookshelf, where the entire living room was brightly lit, the most sufficient place. He held a book in his hand and looked at the arriving Xiaoan coldly. "Professor Snape, long time no see." Xiaoan smiled and said, "Hello, it's been almost 2 months since the last final exam. Dolia, I did not allow you to come to my home." Snape still looked cold as usual. "Professor, I am your excellent student after all, so don't be so unscrupulous," Xiaoan said with a familiar smile, and picked up the bag in his hand. "Look, I also brought you a gift. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Your grade in potions this semester is only an A." Snape sneered, then snapped the book in his hand shut. "Stop talking nonsense. What do you want to do here? I just received the magic potion you sent me, and I suddenly wanted to visit you." Xiaoan took out a thick book from his arms, "And this, to be honest, it's a bit of a waste to keep it here." "What's this?" Snape sat there and did not take the book immediately. "All the Ravenclaw heritage about potions," Shane replied with a smile. Thousands of years later, Rowena Ravenclaw's records on potions seemed too simple and backward compared to now. A lot of the knowledge about potions that has been passed down usually only records the names and approximate quantities of the ingredients. There is no such thing as the current textbooks that even tell us the number of stirring circles. In addition, so much time has passed, the names of many potion ingredients have changed, and the measurement units and standards for their weight are completely different from those thousands of years ago. Therefore, Shane felt that for him, a person with a very ordinary talent in potions, it would be a complete waste for him to place Ravenclaw's inheritance on potions. So, in order to prevent these ancient knowledge from becoming dusty, he decided to hand over all this knowledge to a potion master, Snape. And this is also the most appropriate, and you can also earn favors by the way. When Snape heard that the book in front of him turned out to be the inheritance of Ravenclaw, he immediately stood up on the sofa, took the book from Shane's hand, and began to open the pages to check. After a while, there was a slight fluctuation in Snape's eyes, and he suddenly said without raising his head, "Dolia, tell me your purpose." "Sure enough, it is refreshing to deal with smart people." Shane sighed in his heart, and then said, "As for the brain-awakening potion, you used the magic potion prepared by Helena. Can you prepare an antidote that can relieve absolute consciousness?" Snape's brows furrowed without a trace. After thinking for a while, he turned around and took out the crystal bottle that Shane had given him on Christmas Day from the cabinet next to him, and then threw it towards Shane. And Xian was also direct and understanding, summoning Helena to extract some venom. Snape put away the crystal bottle that once again emitted a faint blue light, and then suddenly began to drive people away mercilessly. You can leave. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to walk upstairs, but just a few steps away, he saw Xian suddenly rushing into the kitchen, so he immediately frowned and asked coldly, "Dolia, what are you doing?" Xian didn't respond, just opened the refrigerator about 1 meter high, and then complained, "Wow, Professor, you usually eat these things. No wonder your face is so white, it turns out to be caused by malnutrition. I saw only stacks of cold bread in the refrigerator, nothing else. This old bat doesn't usually use magic potions as condiments, right?" When Snape saw this, the veins on his forehead twitched, and he immediately said in a cold voice, "Dolia, I order you to leave my home at 967. Okay, Xian agreed, then took some bread from the refrigerator and left. "Thank you, Professor." After saying that, he disappeared instantly. He just finished eating the chocolate in his pocket, and wanted to find something to eat when he was hungry, and to make the old bat feel sick, who told him not to even give him a cup of tea. When Shane was a child, Snape stared at the squeaking and shaking refrigerator door, feeling depressed. He forced himself to calm down, waved one hand, and the refrigerator was slammed shut. Then he turned around and opened a secret door on the bookshelf and walked up to the second floor, leaving only the candle light in the living room shaking creakingly. Wait, another week passed quickly, and it was finally the day when school started. The Hogwarts Express is spitting out white steam and running across the endless grassland, and its huge whistle echoes in the distant mountains. And for the so-called sense of ritual, Shane did not use space magic to go back to Hogwarts directly. Instead, like many young wizards, he went to platform 9 3/4 and boarded the express train to school. In the empty train carriage, Xian was reading a book leisurely and eating delicious afternoon tea. But suddenly, a commotion came from outside, and the carriage door suddenly opened violently. Then a little witch rushed in and shouted, "Xian, I finally found you." At the same time, a little eagle followed and said apologetically to Xian, "I'm sorry, Wisdom Master. She suddenly rushed over and we can't stop her. They all say just call me by my name." Xian sighed and said helplessly. Although he didn't know what made Hermione so angry, Shane still closed the book and let her in, and at the same time said to Xiaoying behind her, "It's okay, let her in. Just go and do your own thing." Eagle nodded respectfully, "Okay." After saying that, he turned around and left. Xiaoyan looked at Xiaoying's leaving figure and sighed helplessly. Then he took out a new piece of chocolate cake and put it on the table, and asked, "Tell me, why are you so anxious? Harry and Ron are missing. I searched all the carriages and couldn't find them." Hermione explained as she closed the compartment door behind her, then sat down opposite Shane, "So I doubt they two got on the bus at all. So is there anything strange about this?" Xiaoyan shrugged, not feeling any surprise. "Aren't the two of them often late? It's a traditional craft. If I hadn't used my strength during the summer vacation, if you can convince people with reason that Guy Ron dares to sleep until noon before getting up." This actually refers to the fact that Harry and Ron are often late for class. Originally, Harry was a little better and a good boy, but for some reason, he was gradually led astray by Ron, while he was brought along by his two older brothers. This really meant that people who were close to red were red and those who were close to ink were black. And looking at Shane's nonchalant look, Hermione suddenly stood up and sat down beside him anxiously, and then continued, "You do not understand. Not for this reason." While speaking, he was moving his hands up and down. Just over half a month before the start of school, Harry moved to Ron's house temporarily because his aunt wouldn't give him a meal. "Don't you know this?" "Aha! Of course I know this." Xian nodded. "I also said this would save me from having to go to two places to pick up people. But what does this have to do with their disappearance?" Previously in the room of requirement, Harry said that before he moved to Ron's house, he suddenly encountered a very strange house elf in his room. The elf warned Harry that Hogwarts was in danger. He also persuaded him not to go back to school, and now, suddenly and by chance, Harry and Ron disappeared together before returning to Hogwarts. Don't you think it's strange that these two things come together? They might have encountered some kind of danger. Hermione was talking endlessly, but Shane was sighing silently at this time. "Netizens are not deceiving me. Hermione is now like a mother whose child has disappeared, and then she looks very anxious. Before, when I was watching the short video, some Harry Potter fans commented that Hermione was like Harry and Ron, the two stupid old ladies. Now it seems that this statement is based on fact." However, after Hermione's reminder, he seemed to remember that there was indeed such a thing in the original work. In the original work, Chamber of Secrets, he remembered that a house elf did appear, and his name seemed to be Dobby. At the same time, it seemed that it was because of it, Harry and Ron didn't get on the express train back to Hogwarts. Thinking of this, some plots hidden in the depths of his memory gradually emerged in his mind. Shane looked out the window consciously, and his pupils instantly turned into eagle eye. Sure enough, in the mid-air in the distance, there was a car flying crazily towards the express train. Oh, Shane made a sound of gloating. These two little lions got into big trouble. At least Ron would definitely be scolded by Mrs. Molly. In fact, these two idiots could have stayed at the burrow and waited. The professors at Hogwarts could just pick them up and take them back to school, or they could just wait for Mrs. Molly or Mr. Arthur to send them off. But they unexpectedly chose the stupidest way to transform Mr. Arthur privately. The speed car drove out, and at this moment, Hermione, who had been chattering nonstop, also noticed that Shane had been silent, thinking that the other party was not paying attention to what she said, and suddenly said angrily, "Shane, are you even listening to me?" Heard it. Xian responded helplessly, then stretched out his hand to pinch the little witch's face. "Don't be so anxious, let's have something sweet first." Then he took a piece of cake and stuffed it into Hermione's mouth. Feeling the sweetness on the tip of her tongue, the little witch's face instantly turned red, because what Shane was eating was the one he had just eaten in front of her. "Don't worry, these two idiots will be fine, but that won't be the case later." Shane started stroking Hermione's head again like a cat. "How did you know?" Hermione asked with a frown. "It will be clear when you look at it." After saying that, Shane got out of his way. Hermione leaned on the car window with questions and took a look outside. She immediately discovered that a Ford Anglia 105e Deluxe Speedster was racing with Huo outside. The Gwartz Express was competing in the competition. The question mark above her head instantly turned into countless exclamation marks. She recognized the car in front of her. When she visited the Weasley family during the summer vacation, Ron's father Arthur the husband pulled her along more than once to introduce his favorite works, and asked her for her suggestions for renovation more than once. "How could they be there?" Hermione exclaimed. "Because they are little lions," Xian replied matter-of-factly. "To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network." At the same time, he stood up happily, opened the carriage door and suddenly shouted outside Ravenclaw, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" As soon as Xian finished speaking, the sound of more than a dozen doors opening echoed throughout the carriage corridor, and then the eaglets swarmed out. The car outside, try to rescue the people inside without harming the car. The eaglets all looked out the window. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they still agreed in unison. Copy that. The wise master said, "At any time, the truly valuable wisdom comes from the development process of each thing, not the result." After closing the carriage door again, Hermione looked at Shane dumbfounded and asked, "Why are you doing this?" "It's something you can obviously solve with a wave of your hand." "No reason, it's just fun." Shane showed a harmless smile. This was the first time Hermione felt the bad taste of the person in front of her. At the same time, outside the carriage, the eaglets are gathering together to discuss the rescue plan. To be honest, it is not difficult to rescue people. What is difficult is how to ensure the safety of the car. Because not to mention the entire Ravenclaw, there is no one in the entire Hogwarts who can drive, let alone a modified magic speed car. So after a detailed discussion, the eaglets gradually came up with 3 plans. Rescue Plan 1, first send out several eaglets with flying magic to pick up Harry and Ron, and then find a way to secure the car to the train. Go up and drive all the way to the Hogwarts platform where they will be unloaded. However, just when the little eagles started to demonstrate this plan, the train under their feet suddenly entered a dark tunnel. This immediately led them to discover a fatal problem with this plan, which was that the train had to pass through several tunnels before reaching Hogwarts, and the method of fixing the flying car on the roof of the train would definitely destroy people's lives. So this plan pass. The second rescue plan is to use the deformation technique to turn the car into a small toy for recycling after rescuing the person. It is simple and crude, but there are 2 problems with this plan. One is that no one in the academy can guarantee that the flying car can perfectly return to its original shape after it is completely deformed. To put it bluntly, the car may not be able to change back, or it may only change back a little. So in order to ensure the integrity of the car, this plan is also pass. At present, Rescue Plan 3 is the most reliable. After rescuing Harry and Ron, they turned off the car, and then several people worked together to use the levitating spell to pull them directly back to Hogwarts. In fact, this method would have been difficult to work in the past, because even a wizard who was very proficient in levitation spells would have been difficult to lift a car weighing several tons. But the good thing is that because of Shane, every Ravenclaw is now a levitating spell master. But just when the Kitty Hawks were about to set off to rescue people, Ron, who was racing outside, suddenly found that the car under his feet seemed to be gradually starting to lose control. I saw that the car began to vibrate inexplicably, and from time to time it would automatically steer itself, as if it was consciously trying to do exciting rolling movements. At this time, Ron, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was a little afraid to hold the steering wheel, because his hand was suddenly twisted just now, and now his wrist hurt. However, Harry, who was sitting next door, didn't seem to notice anything strange about Ron. He just thought that the actions of the cars just now were all caused by Ron, so he reminded fearfully Ron, drive more carefully. I also want to drive steadily, but Ron slowly turned his head and said with a bitter look, I feel like my dad may have had some technical problems when he was remodeling this car. What? Harry had a puzzled face. Just before he had time to understand what Ron's words meant, the car suddenly began to roll in midair, instantly throwing the two people in the car away. Oh, shit, Harry shouted in horror while sitting in the passenger seat, while protecting his head. Ron, think of a way. I'm thinking, but I can't do it. Ron frantically tried to control the steering wheel, but his little arms couldn't compete with the mechanical power. At this moment, Harry's car door was suddenly thrown open, and he, who was not wearing a seatbelt, was caught off guard. The person was thrown out of the car. Harry! Ron exclaimed when he saw this, and suddenly felt cold all over. He thought Harry fell off the car and died. However, just when he was desperate, a broomstick suddenly flew out from under the car. 393 Seeing that the little eagle above was struggling to pull Harry's clothes, he then rolled and threw Harry up completely, and then he stopped firmly on the broom. Ron was relieved to see that his friend was saved, and at the same time, a bang-dong-dong sound suddenly came from the car window next to him, and he immediately turned his head to look. Outside the car window, he saw a little eagle driving a broomstick and knocking on the window. Ron quickly turned the car window lowered. Turn off the car. The little eagle shouted loudly against the strong wind. No. Ron shook his head in fear. If I turn off the engine, the car will fall. Wow. Before he could finish his words, the car lost control again and made a horizontal spin, almost knocking out the little eagle next to the car. After the car returned to stability, Xiaoying cautiously continued to fly forward and shouted, we can't save you if you keep losing control like this. Trust us. Stop the car, he said, pointing. Distant direction. Ron followed his finger looking in the direction. I saw not far away, there were several Ravenclaw Quidditch players riding broomsticks and holding wands on standby around the car. Ron was instantly moved by the picture in front of him. He looked at the car in front of him that started to shake violently again, and he was heartbroken, and then put out the car's fire. But then he felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and he quickly shouted in fear, help. And just when Ron thought his life was hanging by a thread, the little eagles flying around him, they suddenly picked up their wands, pointed them at the car and recited a spell loudly, Yingardum Leviosa W. The car was suddenly stopped in midair, and Ron in the car was also hit hard at the same time. But at this moment, a little hawk without a flying broom flew to the car, pulled Ron out of the car, who was a little dazed after being hit, and took him to fly in the direction of the train. And the train, the little wizards who had been observing the development of the incident immediately cheered collectively when they saw that the person was successfully rescued. At the same time, the Ravenclaw Quidditch players flying outside the train also began to pull the car towards Hog as planned. What's? The two eaglets successfully brought Harry and Ron to the car window. After Fred and George pulled the two in, they immediately said in unison, welcome back the two warriors. But Percy, who was the senior next to him, was not so good-tempered. He rushed up and started to curse, but it was mainly aimed at Ron. Ron Weasley, you idiot. How dare you take the family car out? Then began a period of crackling curses that lasted for who knows how long. The little wizards gathered in the corridor of the train to watch the show, and Hermione was relieved to see that the two of them were okay. However, just when she was about to go find Xia En, she turned around and saw a strange girl occupying her original position, and she was very close to Xia En, and they were talking and laughing. Click, a strange sound, like something breaking, suddenly sounded. Neville raised his head and looked around in confusion, and then asked the demolition wizard next to him, Seamus, did you hear any strange noises just now? It seems like something is broken. No. Seamus shook his head and replied, did you hear wrongly? Maybe. Neville scratched his head, then continued to step into the carriage to watch the show. The little wizards were all joining in the fun, but on the other side, Luna had crossed the crowd in the aisle and came to Xia En. Hello, Xian Dole. Hello, Luna. The two greeted each other as if they had met for the first time. Luna walked forward holding a stack of magazines, tilting her head and staring closely into Xia En's eyes. Your eyes are still very clean, and mine are the same. Same as Ravenclaw's eyes have to be clear at all times, right? Xia En smiled and replied, are you here to give me the new issue of The Quibbler? Yes, Luna said softly, CFFC, then took out a brand new copy of The Quibbler from her arms and handed it over to Tom's interesting stories are all published in it, and there is also the Benhorn Snorlax. Thanks. Xia En reached out and took the magazine, but did not open it immediately. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Luna slowly turned her head, looking across the carriage at the changing outside world. The scenery, suddenly said, I hope the train can go faster. Why? Xia En asked doubtfully. I'm hungry. I hope there will be pudding tonight. Luna replied somewhat nonchalantly, and then shifted her gaze to Xia En's eyes again. My father hopes to know which college I will go to as soon as possible. Then I think you can use the owl to send messages now, and you will definitely be sorted into Ravenclaw. Why? Luna looked a little confused. Why are you so sure? Just this, Shane replied confidently, and then took out the Ravenclaw diadem from the portable space and placed it between the two of them. Want to give it a try? I feel like something is attracting me. Luna stared curiously at the mysterious aura of the crown in front of her, and at the same time, her hand began to reach forward unconsciously. And the moment Luna's fingers just touched the crown, the gem inlaid in the middle of the crown suddenly began to emitting a faint blue light. This phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the little wizard in the train. Is that Ravenclaw's diadem? How is it possible? That girl seems to be a new student. This has nothing to do with whether you are a new student or not. Have you forgotten what the wise master once said? Those with a clear mind will be recognized by the crown. So envious, born Ravenclaw. She is the first person besides Wise Lord to be recognized by the crown. The eaglets discussed in shock. At this time, Luna felt that her brain was sober as never before. She feels that her vision is much clearer and her sense of things around her is much sharper. She also has many problems that were difficult to figure out before, and now she is gradually gaining ideas. Why, I feel something in the crown. Luna slowly retracted her finger. It seems to be welcoming me. The secret of Ravenclaw's ability to increase people's wisdom is actually to constantly draw on the lessons and experiences of their predecessors to prevent people from making the same mistakes over and over again. Xian explained, but people with messy minds are easily disturbed and influenced by the memories stored in the crown, and lead to another unpredictable path. So when Rowena Ravenclaw made the crown, she specially added an ancient spell to it. If the person holding the crown did not have a clear mind, the crown would refuse to show its abilities. But if the reverse is true, this ancient charm will also protect the owner of the crown, keeping his mind clear and not affected by the memory of his predecessors. Very interesting. Luna watched the crown in front of me, exclaimed, indeed, I just felt a lot of things, but I didn't accept them immediately. That is the memory and lessons of our predecessors. Shane continued to explain with a smile, and then put the crown on Luna's head. Congratulations, you are the new owner of the Ravenclaw crown from now on. Yes, he decided to give the Ravenclaw crown to the girl in front of him. Facing the sudden gift, Luna was stunned for a moment. After a while, she tilted her head and asked why. The most important thing is that this thing is for women, and I can't wear it even as a man. Xia En scratched his head and said with a bit of resentment, is it because of this? Hearing Xia En's reason, the little wizards around him suddenly went crazy. As the sun sets in the west, the halo of the setting sun has completely disappeared from the distant mountains, and night has enveloped the earth. In Hogwarts Castle, the elves and school staff are busy preparing for tonight's opening party. This should be a happy day. But at this moment, as the principal and vice principal, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had a straight face, because the arrival of an uninvited guest broke the tranquility of Hogwarts. Wearing a pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, purple pointed boots, and a dark green top hat, the person who came was none other than the current British Minister of Magic, Kenay Lifudge. I saw him walking quickly with several staff from the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, and took out a stack of photos and said to the two professors, Albus, Minerva McGonagall, take a look, this is what the Auror just sent. At least dozens of muggles saw this car on the way. I checked before I came here. The car was illegally modified by Arthur Weasley, but the people sitting on it were your students Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Now the wizards in the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters are busy eliminating the effects of this magic exposure accident, which has caused a lot of trouble for me and the entire Ministry of Magic. So I was eager to know why two Hogwarts students who were supposed to be on the express train suddenly flew over England in an illegally modified magic speed car. Fudge was not eager to ask Dumbledore or Hogwarts to give an explanation, because after thinking about it, the biggest problem in this accident may be the Ministry of Magic. Platform 9 3/4 is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic's Transportation Department, and there are usually more than 2 Ministry of Magic staff on duty at the entrance. They will promptly erase the memories of passing people to avoid exposure to the wizarding world. So if it is confirmed that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley have been to the platform, but the magic if the Ministry's duty personnel did not find anything abnormal, then the Ministry of Magic must bear a large part of the responsibility for this incident. And if the cause of the incident is really as mentioned above, then Fudge can completely predict that tomorrow the Daily Prophet will definitely have a headline like this: serious magic exposure accident, the worst minister of magic in history? What that woman likes to do most is to turn nothing into a trivial matter, and a trivial matter into something big. But on the contrary, if the two parties involved in this accident had not been to the platform, that would be a different matter. At least he could blame most of the blame on the lack of education at Hogwarts. However, although it is not clear yet the ins and outs of the incident were unknown, but facing the somewhat excited Minister of Magic in front of him, Dumbledore still maintained a calm look. He stretched out his hand to comfort him. Connolly, please be patient. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley may have had an accident. Everything will not be determined until they return to school. Albus. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall next to him suddenly patted Dumbledore's arm and gestured to the distance with a hint of worry in his eyes. Everyone followed Professor McGonagall's gaze curiously, and saw in the farthest valley, suddenly a red light point flew from bottom to top into the sky, and bloomed under the night, looking particularly dazzling. What is that? Fudge asked doubtfully, is there going to be a fireworks show at Hogwarts tonight? And before everyone could react to what happened, another firework suddenly bloomed above the closer Black Lake. After a while, a dull explosion sounded, and then a whizzing sound was heard overhead. Then everyone subconsciously looked up and saw two students riding flying sweepers circling in front of Hogwarts Castle. One of them shot a stream of fireworks into the sky, while the other landed on the ground. Go up and walk straight towards the crowd. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Miss Blanchard. Professor McGonagall walked forward and looked at Ivana in surprise. What's going on with you? The wise master asked us to deliver a magic flying car safely to the school, but it was already dark, so we could only lead the way on flying broomsticks. Ivana explained, magic speedster. Professor McGonagall was stunned, and quickly handed over the photo that Fudge just brought over. Can you look at this car? Yes. Ivana took the photo and looked at it carefully, nodded and replied, what about Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley? They are all fine and should have almost reached the Hogwarts platform by now. However, I think it is better to let Madame Pomfret prepare, because when they were in the car, the magic speeding car suddenly lost control several times, and Weasley also hit a big bag on the head. Ivana roughly explained the situation at that time, and at the same time drew an extremely exaggerated circle in front of her with her finger. Oh, at least their lives are not in any danger. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief, but it could be seen that her face suddenly became not so good-looking. After a while, the Quidditch eaglets escorting the magic speeder back to school had also arrived in front of Hogwarts Castle. I saw the car slowly landing on the grass, bouncing up and down a few times, and then stopped safely in place. However, the little eagles who had just completed their tasks also lay down on the ground, sweating profusely, and gasping for breath. Upon seeing this, Professor McGonagall hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, oh, my God, kids, are you all okay? We're fine, Professor McGonagall. A little eagle raised his hand feebly, but with a smile on his face. Although maintaining the floating spell for a long time was very exhausting, at the same time he gained a lot. After passing this escort mission, he felt that he not only did his attainments in the levitation curse become more advanced, but he also accumulated a lot of experience in using magic spells. At the same time, other Xiaoying who participated in this escort mission also felt the same way. And at this moment, Deng Bulado also came over. He looked at the eaglets lying on the ground and nodded appreciatively. Good job, kids. You did a great job this time. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Then he told Professor McGonagall and Minerva, please send them to the school hospital and let Poppy take a look at their bodies. Okay, I'll go right away. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Then with a wave of the magic wand in his hand, a few stones on the ground turned into a four-legged stretcher with legs, and then he directly pulled the tired and half-dead little eagle away. Watching Professor McGonagall walked away, and Dumbledore stroked his beard, and then said to Fudge next to him Connolly, this unexpected incident may take some time to deal with. Maybe you can go back to the Ministry of Magic and wait. Oh no. In fact, I don't want to go back just yet. What people didn't expect was that Fudge directly rejected Dumbledore's proposal, and he continued, it's rare for me to come back to Hogwarts, and I want to attend tonight's banquet. Sure. Dumbledore nodded expressionlessly. In fact, he already knew in his heart what the Minister of Magic in front of him was doing. To be honest, this magic exposure accident is not big or small. In fact, there was no need for the Minister of the British Ministry of Magic to make a trip in person. So just like that, at the opening banquet of the new school year at Hogwarts, there was suddenly such a distinguished guest. On the other side, after a long period of wild driving, the Hogwarts Express train finally sounded its whistle as it entered the station. The carriage door opened, and the little wizards began to pour out of the car one after another. At this time, on the platform, Holly Zhang supported Ron, whose legs were still weak, and kept comforting him. Ron, don't worry too much. I think the car will be fine. Harry, you don't understand. This has nothing to do with the car. Ron looked like he was about to collapse, while looking blankly in the direction of Hogwarts. I am so silly. In fact, we should stay at home obediently and wait for the professor to take us back to Hogwarts, but I drove the family car out without authorization. My mother will definitely beat me to death as soon as she finds out. Harry looked at the other person who was ready to die generously and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. But at this moment, Hermione, who was following them, suddenly glared at the two of them sharply, and the cold voice shocked the two of them and made them sober in an instant. I just heard her start to curse in an endless stream. What's the use of you two regretting now? Why did you go there earlier? If you are so afraid that Mrs. Molly will scold you, why did you open the door? Don't know how to notify the school with an owl? Or do you think Hogwarts will expel you for this? Now you two are so awesome and have become famous. racing with an express train on the edge of the track in front of the entire school. Have you ever thought about how you could drive? Can you reach the accelerator with your legs while sitting on the seat? Can you see the road ahead clearly? I'm afraid your brains were eaten by a giant monster to do such stupid things. This sudden series of venomous words immediately stunned both Harry and Ron. When Ron heard what Harry explained, he immediately looked forward subconsciously. I saw in the Ravenclaw team not far away, Shane and Luna were chatting and laughing, and the crown on Luna's head was also shining. Oh, got it, Ron nodded in realization. But at this moment, Hermione suddenly turned her head and glared at them fiercely for some unknown reason. Harry and Ron were so frightened that they quickly pretended to be fine, lowering their heads and not daring to say anything. I'm afraid this is the dimensionality-reducing blow that the old lady has given to the fool. As the bright moon hangs high, the stars converge, and the long-lost Hedwig Variations plays. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the freshmen of the class of 1992 were following Professor McGonagall's footsteps into the Great Hall, preparing for the solemn sorting ceremony. First, Dumbledore read out a few more important school rules as he did in previous years, and then Professor McGonagall began to take the list and read out the names of the new students. At this time, on the long table in Ravenclaw, Shane looked with interest at the nervous little wizards who had just entered school not far away, and at the same time lamented how time flies. Now I think back to when I attended the sorting ceremony at this time last year, as if it was yesterday. Luna Lovegood. Professor McGonagall called Luna's name. As soon as he finished speaking, the little wizards in the entire auditorium all looked at 587 towards the figure who was already sitting on the Ravenclaw table. At the same time, Professor McGonagall naturally noticed the strangeness of the students, so he followed everyone's gazes, and then shouted with a voice raised by more than 10 decibels, Luna Lovegood, go for it. Sia smiled and patted Luna's head gently, and pointed the direction of the sorting hat with his eyes. No matter what, you can't skip the process of sorting. Okay, Luna replied softly. Then she stood up and skipped towards the stage. However, as soon as she walked onto the stage, there was a sudden commotion in the direction of the professor's chair. Professor Flitwick was even more so. He stood up directly from the high stool and said in disbelief, "Oh, my God, she is wearing a Ravenclaw diadem." Professor McGonagall also looked at the girl with a unique temperament in front of her in shock. At the same time, the sorting hat that was being held in his hand also suddenly said the moment he saw the crown, "Oh, I don't think you need to wear mine anymore, Ravenclaw." Yeah, the little eagles immediately cheered. They had been worried just now. If a person recognized by the Ravenclaw crown is not assigned to Ravenclaw House, they will definitely consider kidnapping the person directly after the opening ceremony. Even if Merlin comes, he can't stop it. After being officially recognized by the sorting hat, Luna happily returned to the Eagles of Ravenclaw in the same jumping way just now. Shane grabbed Luna's hand and helped her cross the wide wooden stool, then smiled and congratulated. "Welcome to Ravenclaw, Luna." "Thanks." Luna smiled happily. But at this moment, under the influence of the crown, she seemed to suddenly feel something different, and then her hand touched Xiaoyan's chest. Click. There seemed to be something. The sound of things breaking suddenly came from the long table on the side of the little lion. Both Harry and Ron looked at the direction of the sound in horror, wondering if they should take some life-saving measures now. Ginny tugged at her brother. His sleeves asked in a low voice, "Hermione, what's wrong with her?" Ron immediately covered his sister's mouth, and then whispered with a frightened look on his face, "Don't make a sound, it's best not to mess with her now, otherwise you don't know what terrible things will happen." Her eyes returned to Ravenclaw. Luna put her hand on Shane's chest and asked curiously, "I seem to feel the beating of a heart here." "Oh, you discovered it." Xiaoyan looked down and instantly knew what Luna was referring to. "It's called Helena, it's my pet, a very beautiful curled-winged devil." "Real? I have never seen such an amazing creature." Luna's eyes were suddenly full of curiosity. "Is it a girl or a boy?" "Girls." Xiaoyan replied, "I want to get to know her." "Okay, no problem at all." To be honest, Luna is really an incredible witch, because she was the first person to know that Helena was a winged demon, but she was not timid. Instead, she wanted to take the initiative to approach it. You know, even if you have possession of magical animals, Hagrid was so passionately in love with Helena that when he saw Helena for the first time, he was so frightened that he put an iron pot on his head. Gradually, the banquet came to an end. But Dumbledore did not immediately follow the routine. He asked the students to go back to their dormitories, and began to talk about the things to pay attention to in this new school year. However, this time his speech seemed to be a little bit longer. "Good evening, fellow students." Dumbledore first gave a friendly greeting. "Tonight we usher in a new school year and a new class of Hogwarts freshmen. So now there are a few things that I would like to announce to you on behalf of Hogwarts." Then he spread out a piece of parchment, which was densely covered with words. "Please note that after careful consideration by the school, this year's College Cup competition will be temporarily suspended. Instead, a professor and dean responsibility system will be implemented within the school. The 4 deans and professors of each discipline will be directly responsible for their corresponding colleges or disciplines. At the end of the academic year, the the school will rate the 4 deans and professors of each subject respectively. The scoring criteria are derived from the overall performance of the 4 colleges and the overall performance of students in each subject. The dean of the school with the best performance will be awarded the title of Outstanding Dean of the Year, while the professor with the highest academic performance will be awarded the Best Professor of the Year award. Yes, after hearing this, any flower garden or rabbit will feel that this system is very familiar. In fact, the new system that Dumbledore just mentioned was actually formulated based on Shane's opinions. In addition, the purpose is to improve the vicious competition among Hogwarts students in the past, and instead let the 4 deans and professors in the school get involved crazily. But now, the simple-minded little wizards have not realized the seriousness of the matter. And in fact, if Shane wants to cause trouble, he will definitely not just do this. Sure enough, just listen to Dumbledore continue to say, starting from this semester, the school will adjust the class time of each class from the original 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and change History of Magic to World History of Magic and Moral Politics. The professor of World History of Magic and Moral Politics is our school's ghost, Miss Helena Ravenclaw, while Professor Ben Cuthbert is the associate professor of this new subject. He mainly works on compiling new textbooks. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. After hearing this, the little wizards finally began to have some reactions. Forget about the professors, why did we also take the volume together? Also, then Professor SI is no longer in class, so won't the only class where we can sleep be gone? However, this is not over yet. Dumbledore continued in order to test everyone's academic performance. Starting from this semester, the school has decided to hold 2 centralized examinations at the midterm and end of each semester. The results of the examination will greatly affect the evaluation at the end of the school year. At the same time, after the end of the academic year, each subject professor will rate the overall performance of each college during the year, and each dean will rate each other's overall performance of the other 3 colleges. The comprehensive performance of the college includes students' academic performance, Quidditch points, the number of students who violated school rules in a year, etc. So here, I hope that every student can encourage each other to achieve excellent performance in the new school year. After saying that, there was a dead silence in the auditorium. At this time, the little wizard only felt that his scalp was numb and his back was cold. Because after hearing this, they didn't know that they were actually the ones who suffered the most. If they really press if this new system is implemented, for all Hogwarts students, this castle will be nothing more than Devil's Purgatory. You must know that among these deans and professors in the school, except for a few nagging, which one is more fuel efficient? Lamp. You must know that Ravenclaw practiced flying magic like crazy last semester, which once caused the little wizard's homework to double. So it is conceivable that in order to win the honor at the end of the school year, what methods will the professors use to torture them? The little wizard looked in the direction of the professor's chair with cold sweat on his forehead, and saw in another space, the lion roared, the eagle showed its sharp claws, the snake showed its fangs, and the badger was not afraid of death. It was the evening of school. Before the banquet was over, the 4 deans had already begun to fight secretly, especially Snape, who looked like he wanted to kill the other 3 deans immediately. The little wizards were so frightened when they saw this. Bye-bye, quickly shouted in his heart, Mom, I want to go home. And just when the little wizards felt that the dark clouds were coming, Dumbledore began to announce that he would win the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts this year. The unlucky guy for the professorship. After talking about the school's new system, I will announce another thing. Our renowned novelist, Order of Merlin 3rd class, Gilderoy Lockhart will be our defense against the dark arts professor this academic year. Also, Professor Sylvanos Ketlaban, who has been serving as our Care of Magical Creatures class, resigned from the school this year on May 6, 2020 to retire. Next, our gamekeeper Rubius Hagrid will take his place. I'm done, thank you everyone. Finally finished talking about the messy content on the parchment, Dumbledore slowly sat down. At this time, Shane looked at Lockhart, who was waving his hands in embarrassment on the professor's chair, and couldn't help but feel a little headache. Because he knew the plot of the original novel, so he knows very well that Gilderoy Lockhart is just a liar who is proficient in Obliviate from the beginning to the end. Although he admits that this guy's novel is indeed well written and he likes to read it, he still can't hide it. This is an ironclad fact. It's just that the old bee has always been afraid of the curse placed on the defense against the dark arts professor position by Voldemort, and hires some parallel importers every year, resulting in the fact that the young wizards at Hogwarts are now completely empty in this class. There is theory but no practice. Amid tons of resentment from the little wizards, the opening ceremony finally came to an end. At this time, the 2 little lions, Harry and Ron, were left behind as a matter of course. Professor McGonagall was seen escorting the 2 of them to his office with a serious look on his face. At this time, she really wanted to ask her 2 students why they were so bold and caused such a large-scale magic exposure accident. But at the same time, the strange thing is that Xian was also inexplicably left behind. Just listen to Dumbledore holding the microphone and shouting, Mr. Dolia, please state. Shane, who was about to leave, looked confused when he heard the sound. Why does this old be suddenly looking for me? So he ordered Pinello next to him. Pinello, please don't go back to the dormitory. Wait for me in the common room. I have something to tell you." "Okay," Pinello nodded in response. Then, Shane walked towards the podium. "Professor Dumbledore, what do you want from me?" Cyan glanced at the unfamiliar face standing next to Dumbledore, and then looked at a person not far away who was waiting with a camera, and he suddenly had some guesses in his heart. Sure enough, he heard Dumbledore start to introduce. "Shane, this is the current Minister of Magic in England, Cornelius Fudge." "Hello, Mr. Dolia." Fudge took off his gloves and Smiley stretched out his hand. When Shane saw this, he rolled his eyes in his heart, but he couldn't reach out to hit Smiley, so he politely held Fudge's hand and said, "Hello, Secretary Fudge." Click. 25 At this moment, the camera next to him suddenly lit up with a flash, and then a puff of white smoke rose. The old-fashioned magic camera took a photo of the two people just shaking hands. Yes, in fact, the reason why Fudge today, the main purpose of coming to Hogwarts in person, is to establish a relationship with the Ravenclaw inheritor. In the past 2 months, Shane has become famous because of his Ravenclaw inheritance. As the Minister of Magic, Fudge certainly wanted to take the opportunity to gain some popularity and improve his reputation. But unfortunately, during the entire summer vacation, apart from people close to him, only Rita Skeeter had met Shane in person. Even though Fudge tried his best, and even tried to find someone through Dumbledore's relationship, but in the end he was declined like a Tai Chi exercise. So as soon as Dumbledore saw Fudge today, he immediately understood what he was here to do, and even brought someone to take photos. Doesn't this show Sima Zhao's intentions, as everyone on the street knows it? So just like that, Fudge and Xia started talking in official style. After chatting for more than half an hour, Xia was able to escape. Looking at Fudge's back, who was gradually going away, Xia said with black lines on his head, "If this kind of person comes to me in the future, just tell me that I am dead." "Oh, you can't say this nonsense, and you are still so young." Dumbledore was a little surprised why the person in front of him was looking for such a nonsensical reason. "If there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first," Xia said a little unfavorably, and turned around to leave, but at the same time he also left a warning, "And Professor, tell that guy not to harass me, otherwise I will throw him directly into the Forbidden Forest to feed the acromats." Spider. After saying that, he glanced at the handsome Lockhart who was walking not far away, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving Dumbledore alone in silence and Lockhart alone in a mess. Back to in the common room of Ravenclaw, the eaglets have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Shane's arrival, they collectively said with respect, "Wise Lord." They all say, "Just call me by my name." Xia held his forehead with a look of helplessness on his face and shook his head. "Forget it, actually, I just wanted to say one thing when I brought you all here. This school year, I will personally teach the defense against the dark arts class in our college." After hearing the news, the little eagles were immediately filled with questions. One of them raised his hand and asked why. "You'll find out when you take one of Lockhart's lessons." Xia did not explain the reason immediately, because instead of talking about it, it is better to let the little eagles truly experience what parallel imports are. "But of course, we can't skip class so openly, so everyone will come to me to take this thing away, learn it in as short a time as possible, and then we can come back to class quietly." As he said that, Xia took out a large stack of small notebooks that he had just prepared. The content inside was a simple method of practicing clone magic. Although it is difficult to hide the clones from the deans, that would definitely be more than enough to fool Lockhart. One more thing, I would like to remind you that according to the school's new system, I will personally prepare an exam for you at the midterm and final of each semester, but it is not a theoretical exam, but a practical exam, so all of you must be mentally prepared when the time comes. I can only guarantee that you will not die, but I will be relatively relaxed about the exams for first-year students, but I must not let my guard down. That's it, solve it. After saying that, Xia gave Ivana the method of practicing clone magic and ordered her to distribute it. However, just when he was about to go to the guild station to prepare for the next recruitment work, Helena Winklew suddenly floated out of the wall and found him. At the same time, in Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and Ron were standing tremblingly in front of Professor McGonagall, and began to explain what they had done today. "Explain, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Should you have something to say to me?" Professor McGonagall had a straight face and frowned as she looked at the two of them seriously. "Professor, this is actually the case. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network." Harry gradually changed the story from the appearance of an unknown house elf in his home to the time when he and Ron were mounted on the pillar at the entrance to platform 9 3/4, and finally told the whole process of how Ravenclaw's little eagle rescued them. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly after hearing what the two said, and then said, "I know everything, whether it's the strange house elf or why the platform entrance was suddenly closed. The school and the Ministry of Magic will find a way to investigate as soon as possible, but I'm still curious. Since you can't get on the train back to school, why don't you go home and wait?" Upon hearing this question, Harry and Ron fell silent for a moment. To be honest, they didn't know why they suddenly had a brain twitch and wanted to drive back to school. When Professor McGonagall saw the bitter faces of the two students in front of him, he already guessed that they might not be able to explain the reason, so he continued, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. This time your reckless behavior caused a very serious magic exposure accident. So far, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are still dealing with the aftermath of this accident. Then Professor, we won't be expelled, right? Ron asked nervously. Not yet. Professor McGonagall looked at Ron expressionlessly. But through this incident, I hope you two can fully realize your mistakes. I will write a letter to your home tonight and punish you by copying the school rules after dinner every day. Copy it 10 times. Hearing the last number, Harry and Ron were stunned for a moment, and both looked at each other in disbelief. 10 times. Even if your hands are broken, you can't copy them all. You must at least know the school rules of Hogwarts. There are dozens of pages thick, and there are some weird school rules on them. They have never been deleted or modified since the school was founded. Besides, Professor McGonagall continued to say indifferently, obviously not wanting to let the two of them go, if your grades in the Transfiguration class this semester cannot reach an excellent O, then it will be directly judged as a failure. I don't think you two gentlemen want your Christmas vacation to be wasted, right? After receiving punishment 063, Harry and Ron walked out of Professor McGonagall's office. The two stood at the door and looked at each other, and they could see in each other's eyes the future of campus life in the new semester. Desperate. But then again, Professor McGonagall just said to write a letter to sue his parents? Why did it suddenly feel like it was not punishing Harry, but like venting his anger? On the other side, at this time, Shane was following Helena to Ravenclaw's Bronze Tree Palace. He looked at the wonderful figure floating in front of him curiously, and couldn't help but ask Helena, what do you want to see me for? Just now, the beautiful lady in front of him suddenly found him and said that she wanted to ask him to do something. Before she disappeared, my mother said that besides her crown, there was another relic left in her room. Helena floated in front and said slowly, that was given to her by the father I thought I had never met. Think you are? Never met. A question mark appeared on Xia-En's head. Why does this sentence sound so convoluted? Helena slowly flew to a bookshelf with Xia-En, and then pointed to a book with a conspicuous red cover on it. The book said, my mother told me that thing is at the back of this book. Hearing this, Xia-En quickly stepped forward, pulled out the book Helena was pointing to, and then reached out to explore inside. He actually touched an abnormal protrusion, so he subconsciously pushed down hard. Press it. Lion head decoration and red gems, this is obviously not Ravenclaw's style. On the contrary, it's more like. Thinking of this, Xia-En carefully looked at Helena aside, and tentatively asked in a low voice, Helena, your father is not? Yes, Godric Gryffindor, founder of Gryffindor House. Xia-En was speechless and felt a strong smell of a bloody TV series coming to his face. So you came to me just to take out this ring? No. Helena shook her head, I want you to help me. I want to see my father. Impossible, Gryffindor has long been. Could it be, right? Shane subconsciously wanted to say that Gryffindor is dead, and there is no way that you two father and daughter can get together. But at the same time, he immediately thought of the scene when Rowena Ravenclaw emerged from the diadem, and immediately he reacted and asked Gryffindor also left something of his own in Hogwarts. Yes, although my mother died before my father, she once told me before she disappeared that she could feel that my father was at Hogwarts. Helena said, so, I want to ask you to help me find my father. But why? Xia-En had another doubt at this time, why didn't you recognize each other at that time? My birth was a complete accident. Although Gryffindor loved my mother very much, he didn't even know that he had had a relationship with her. Why is this? My mother cast a powerful oblivion spell on him, though why she did it is unknown. My old swan, where did this real-life family ethics drama come from? He can actually be hit by himself. At this time, Xia-En only felt that he was full of blood. He sighed helplessly, and then began to say, after what you said, I probably understand why it was called such a name at that time. To be honest, at that time I doubted whether Gryffindor also had a corresponding inheritance passed down. What's the meaning? Helena was a little confused, but quickly asked eagerly, do you know where my father is hiding? Not sure, but there is a clue. Shane replied, now we have to go somewhere. At this time, the principal's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had just finished listening to Professor McGonagall repeat what Harry and Ron had said to him. Dumbledore was silent for a while and then said with certainty that strange house elf should come from a certain pure-blood family. Only their elves can use a piece of rag as clothing. I thought so too, but house elves have unique magical powers, and there's no way we can trace who the elf who appeared in Mr. Potter's room was. Professor McGonagall said with some worry, and what worries me most is that the elf said that Hogwarts is in danger. Albus, I'm worried that something unexpected will happen at school. I guess we don't have to worry about that just yet, Minerva. Dumbledore said calmly, faced with opponents that may come from the invisible darkness, we can choose to wait for the time being. No matter what the house elf's purpose is, judging from its behavior of trying to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts behind its master's back, it will appear sooner or later. Tell the elves in the school to pay close attention to whether strangers come into the school. Their powers are from the same source and they can sense and track each other. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Professor McGonagall received the order and immediately turned around and left the office to implement it. Dumbledore looked at the former's leading figure and suddenly felt very tired. This has been such an eventful time. Why has this happened since Harry came to the Hogwarts? After Gwarts went to school, strange things that were unlikely to happen before suddenly started to happen one after another. He rubbed his aching head, lamented that he was old, and unwrapped a chocolate ball. And just when Dumbledore had finished enjoying the snacks and was about to take a dip in his memories, the arrival of a man and a ghost directly interrupted his regular program. "Oh Shane, Ms. Helena. What happened so late?" Dumbledore asked, looking at the person and ghost in front of him in confusion. "Professor Dumbledore, please lend me Gryffindor's sword and sorting hat." Before Dumbledore could agree, Shane walked to the glass box where the sword was stored without saying a word, and then took down the sorting hat next to it. Although Dumbledore was curious when he saw this, he didn't stop him, but watched silently. He knew that there must be important reasons for Xia to do this. "Stinky hat, wake up." Xia grabbed the sorting hat and shook it up and down twice and shouted, "Oh, it's you annoying little wizard again." The sorting hat, who was shaken awake, immediately shouted angrily, "Don't think that because you have the inheritance of Ravenclaw, you can insult the great hat at will. I don't want to argue with you today, but I'm asking you if you recognize this ring." Xia took out the ruby ring he just got and asked. The sorting hat was silent for a while before replying, "I don't know. I don't know what you were hesitating about just now. If you don't know him, you just don't know him." I just suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xia narrowed his eyes, and then looked at the Gryffindor sword in his hand. He suddenly remembered that in the original book, the sword in front of him absorbed the venom of the basilisk and had the ability to destroy Horcruxes. See for exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. And according to the inheritance given to him by Ravenclaw, the weapons made by the Goblin clan can absorb things that can strengthen them. So, Xia seemed to think of something in an instant, and put the ring on. The gem was buckled down and pressed on the sword. Sure enough, at the moment when the gem and the sword came into contact, the sword made of mithril suddenly twisted like liquid mercury, and the red gem on the ring melted directly into the sword grid. Inside. Immediately, Xia picked up the sword and stabbed it directly into the sorting hat. The whole office fell into silence. "Godric Gryffindor?" Xia asked tentatively. "Oh, this is really a long-lost feeling." The sorting hat suddenly scratched his head with the tip of the hat in a very humane manner. "Boy, how did you discover my existence? The last time I asked you for clues about the Ravenclaw diadem, there was a moment when you called Rowena Ravenclaw instead of an honorific. Since that time, I have always wondered whether you might exist in the sorting hat in another way. After all, the sorting hat is your hat. Even with the thoughts of the other three founders, you should be the one taking the initiative." "That one," Xia told what he had been guessing. "He is worthy of being the descendant of Rowena, with extraordinary wisdom." Gryffindor praised, "But unfortunately, I am different from Rowena. Apart from this hat and sword, I did not leave any inheritance to future generations. If there is really one more thing, it is the ring you found that I gave to Rowena." "Then you have some misunderstanding. I called you out today not for the so-called inheritance, but to be entrusted by others." After saying that, Xia got out of the way. Helena floated forward slowly, looking at the sorting hat with a complicated expression. "Oh, it's Helena. I didn't expect to see you again after so many years. I was the one who gave you your name back then." Gryffindor's tone was full of nostalgia. "I think back to you when you were just born. You were really cute, father." Just when Gryffindor was talking endlessly about past memories, Helena's words about father suddenly interrupted Gryffindor. And Dumbledore, who was standing nearby and had been watching the development of the matter, was also shocked by this sentence, and his father spat out the hot cocoa he just drank in his mouth. "You, what did you call me just now?" The tip of Gryffindor's hat stood straight up, and the outline of his eyes expanded a lot. "I am the child of you and Rowena Ravenclaw, which means you are my father." Helena explained. "No. Impossible. I don't remember Rowena and me at all. My mother cast a powerful forgetting spell on you back then." Helena interrupted Gryffindor directly. "Although I don't know why she did this, she doesn't seem to want you to know my existence." Hearing this explanation, Gryffindor fell into silence again. After a while, I heard him say slowly, "You are still so strong, Rowena." After thinking for a while, he actually thought about why Rowena Ravenclaw had to hide the fact that he had a daughter. In fact, at that time, among the four founders, Rowena Ravenclaw was the least talented and weakest one. But at the same time, she is also the most aggressive among the four, even more powerful than Salazar Slytherin. Therefore, in order to catch up with the strength of the other three, she constantly used her wisdom to make up for her shortcomings in talent, and even challenged Gryffindor, the most powerful among the four, every now and then. However, she has never been able to win a victory. I was very self-righteous at the time, thinking that I could win Rowena's heart by showing my superb strength. Now it seems that this idea is really childish." Gryffindor said slowly. "Ring? You mean the ring Rowena gave me before she died?" Gryffindor recalled for a moment and said, to be honest, I'm not sure whether the ring was buried with me in the grave. After all, my consciousness was also injected into the sorting hat before I died. By the way, why are you looking for this? This is your mother's wish. The ring she gave you and the ring you gave her have been forged into a pair long ago. She didn't want the two rings that symbolized your hidden love to be separated, so she asked me to find the two rings before they disappeared. Helena said slowly, then I think you can go look for it in my grave. That is the most likely place. So, where is your grave? At this time, Xia En, who had been silent just now, suddenly interjected. For some unknown reason, the news about the deaths of the four founders of Hogwarts was not handed down at all, and I don't even know how they died or where they were buried after they died. Because I am a lycanthrope of a myriad, I have always had a connection with the creatures in the large lake next to Hogwarts. Gryffindor said, if I follow my thoughts during my lifetime, I should bury myself in the big lake and be guarded by the fishman tribe. Many-legged beast? A lycanthrope. Are you the animagus of the giant squid? Xia En scratched his head, this is a bit troublesome. It has been so long, do those fishmen still remember this? I don't know this, the tip of the sorting hat swayed from side to side, okay, then I can only ask those mermaids directly tomorrow. Xia En shrugged. Since there was only one direction, he had to go straight to the point. However, after talking about the ring, Xia En immediately started a new round of asking questions. There are really some questions. It lingered in his mind just from the beginning, making him feel like a cat scratching his heart. Gryffindor, I was actually very curious just now. What is going on with you now? Is it a Horcrux or is it like Rowena Ravenclaw who sealed part of his soul in the sorting hat? Of course I am not a Horcrux, there is absolutely no way I would do such evil things, Gryffindor said with a little excitement. Although I don't know Rowena's situation, in fact, I am just a consciousness that holds most of the memory of my body. I can't feel emotions, and I can't think like a human being. Then why does the ring you gave Rowena Ravenclaw wake you up? I have to say that you are very lucky. Gryffindor replied, the sorting hat has gathered the consciousness of the four of us, but for the sake of fairness in the sorting, the extra consciousness I injected before my death has been sleeping. Only by using the alchemy runes on the sword can we wake me up. The alchemical runes on the sword are actually engraved on two gems. The one on the hilt is for attack, and the one on the sword grid is for protection. I gave the protective gem to Rowena, and the one on the sword is for protection. The alchemical runes are incomplete, so I keep sleeping, so that's it, then I understand. Finally clearing up the doubts in his heart, Xia En nodded, now that the questions are over, I won't disturb your father-daughter reunion. I will go to the Black Lake after class tomorrow morning to check out the situation first. To be honest, it shouldn't be difficult to find an underwater grave. As he said this, he was about to activate his magic and come here immediately. However, just before he disappeared, he left a message. Correct. Just ignore him, old B, he won't mind you chatting here for a while. Kfi finished speaking and then disappeared. However, his last message before leaving made Dumbledore keep thinking in his heart, this seems to be my office then. After thousands of years, a father and daughter suddenly reunited in a special way. At the same time, the dawn of the new semester at Hogwarts is coming. The next day, the first class of the new Ravenclaw term was herbology. The herbology classroom is located behind Hogwarts Castle, where there are greenhouses and gardens. 3 of the greenhouses are usually used by young wizards for classes. Among the 3 greenhouses, the plants in the 3rd greenhouse are the most interesting, but also the most dangerous. Dangerous plants such as poisonous tentacles and mandrakes are planted there. If a little wizard who doesn't understand herbal medicine touches these plants, he will have to lie in the school hospital for a month or 2. Today's class was also held in the 3rd greenhouse. Xia En walked in front and brought the eaglets here early. Due to the reform of the school system and to promote student exchanges, Hogwarts no longer forces the 2 houses to hold classes in a fixed manner. So, today is herbology class with Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Good morning, classmates. Professor Sprout walked into the classroom with his wand and shovel. Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff College and professor of herbology. She is short, fat, the witch with flowing gray hair is a very optimistic and compassionate person. She usually wears a thick hat full of patches, and because she likes to stay in the greenhouse and play with flowers and plants, you can always see her covered in mud. At the same time, she worked with Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and others a long time ago. Good morning, Professor Sprout. The little wizard said hello to the professor as usual. Welcome all 2nd grade students to the 3rd greenhouse, we will start class now. Professor Sprout's teaching style is very resolute. She pulled her sleeves, and then moved a pot of plants behind her to the table in front of her. Today I will introduce you to Mandrake. Does anyone know the characteristics of Mandrake? As soon as the words fell, a little eagle raised her hand first. Her fingers were only a little higher than the head of the classmate next door. Miss Scalia. Professor Sprout looked at the little black-haired girl. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Mandrake, also known as Screech, Poison Apple, is a very dangerous plant that emits a deadly cry when its rhizomes are pulled out of the soil. However, the cry of young mandrakes is not fatal and can only knock out the person who hears it for a few hours, so earmuffs are usually required when picking mandrakes. Mandrake has the ability to restore petrified people, and its leaves are one of the important materials for animagus transformation. Suri's Kalia replied with a sweet voice. She sounded like a child when she spoke, but in fact she was really the same age as the other second-grade eaglets. After listening to Suri's answer, Professor Sprout also smiled happily, and immediately nodded to her and praised, "Oh, what a detailed and exquisite answer, Ravenclaw is very grateful." "Professor, there are no extra points now." At this time, a voice suddenly reminded me, "Oh, sorry, I'm used to it." Professor Sprout patted himself on the head. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Dolia. Okay, let's continue. What we are going to learn today is to repot mandrakes." With that said, Professor Sprout took out an earmuff and began to warn carefully. "I think everyone should get the earmuffs I just handed out. Although our mandrakes are still seedlings and their cries are not fatal for the time being, they must be worn tightly, like this. Put on the earmuffs and press them in hard." After a while, after making sure that all the little wizards had put on the earmuffs, Professor Sprout began to demonstrate how to repot the mandrake. I saw she stretched out her hand and firmly grasped the stems and leaves of the mandrake in front of her, and began to say, "Students, watch it, grasp it tightly like this, and then pull it out of the pot with force." Immediately afterwards, with a popping sound, the young mandrake was pulled out of the flower pot, and the entire third greenhouse suddenly echoed with a harsh cry like a baby. This sound is like a magic sound filling your ears. Even through thick earmuffs, it is difficult to resist it from constantly drilling into your brain. The little eagle and the little snake reflexively tightened their earmuffs and frowned. But Professor Sprout was undoubtedly used to such situations. She calmly put the mandrake in her hand into another empty flower pot, and then continued, after pulling out the mandrake, "Quickly put it into another pot and sprinkle it with soil to keep it warm. Remember to add soil quickly. Mandrake is a very cold plant. If you add soil too slowly, it will soon freeze to death due to the low temperature. Also, be sure not to compact the soil when sprinkling it, as this will also cause the mandrake rhizomes to be unable to breathe and die." As he spoke, the loose soil suddenly covered the mandrake that had just been repotted, and gradually the harsh squeaking sound gradually disappeared. Just cover it completely with soil and it won't cry anymore. Does everyone understand? Now, you all have a pot of mandrake in front of you. Everyone does what I just did. Start. Professor Sprout glanced at the little wizard in the greenhouse. To be honest, this operation is actually very simple. If you don't know how to pull out grass and berry soil, you can just find a piece of tofu and hit yourself to death. And forget it. At this time, Xia-En looked at the mandrake in front of him. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen this thing. Shane pressed the earmuffs, then reached out and pulled the stems and leaves of the mandrake upwards like Professor Sprout did just now, and an extremely ugly and snarling grimace appeared at the base of the grass. "In front of you." He stepped forward and took a closer look. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen the mandrake's face in some anime. That thing seemed to be called a spinagu, right? Shane did not put the mandrake back into the pot in a hurry, but curiously secretly opened a gap in the earmuffs. In an instant, he felt a strong dizziness, as if someone had taken his brain out of his skull and hit it hard with a hammer. His vision suddenly blurred. Xia-En quickly plugged in his earplugs, and then quickly used sky magic to get rid of the negative state. "Good guy, this cry is too cruel. Why are the creatures in the world of Harry Potter so weird?" Thought barrier has no effect, which shows that the cry is actually a physical attack and a special sound wave. And in fact, what he just heard was not just the cry of the mandrake in his hand, but the cry of the entire third greenhouse. After patting his slightly groggy head, Xia-En glared at the mandrake in his hand, still crying. To be honest, this thing is really noisy, even wearing earmuffs is annoying. Then a few tic-tac-toes popped up on his head, and Shane immediately grabbed a handful of soil and put it directly on the mandrake's mouth, then stuffed it into a new pot and buried it with new soil, even if there were additional classes. The herbal medicine class was finished quickly. Before get out of class ended, Shane also took away a few mandrake leaves. Because of Gryffindor's conversation yesterday and Suri's answer in class just now, he suddenly wanted to try practicing animagus. Animagus, a wizard who can transform into some kind of animal while retaining his own magical power. The method to become an animagus is 1. For a whole month, from full moon to full moon, you must continue to hold a single mandrake leaf in your mouth. The leaves must not be swallowed or taken out of the mouth at any time. If the leaves leave the mouth, the whole process must start over. 2. Take out the leaves during the full moon, fill a crystal vial with saliva, and soak the leaves in it to allow it to receive the pure moonlight. If there are dark clouds that night, you will have to find a new mandrake leaf, start over. Then, into the moonlit crystal vial, add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a place where there has been no sunlight or human contact for 7 full days. Finally, add a pupa of the grimace hawk moth. Keep this mixture in a quiet, dark place and do not look at it or disturb it again until the next storm with thunder and lightning. 3. While waiting for the storm to come, you should perform the following actions at sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of the wand to your heart and recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animadu, Animagus. Amato Animo Animato Animagus. 4. After drinking the potion, you will feel intense pain and 2 intense heartbeats, and the creature you are about to transform into will appear in your mind. In fact, Shane knows a kind of magic similar to Animagus. Receiving magic, it is the magic of Myra and the 3 siblings who were born with self-awakening. It is a magic that can receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for themselves. It can be divided into partial reception, which only receives part of the target's body, and whole body reception, which completely receives the target. But in fact, compared to Animagus, there is a big flaw in receiving magic. That is, even if the whole body is used to receive it, the human nature of the magician has not changed in any way. For example, if Shane accepts Helena, he will relatively possess the ability of the winged demon, but it will only be limited to the physical ability. Other abilities such as changing body size and poisonous breath will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Shane wanted to practice Animagus, and at the same time, he also wanted to challenge the height that the transformation master in the world had never been able to reach. After leaving the 3rd greenhouse, Shane originally wanted to go directly to the Black Lake to find Gryffindor Cemetery. But before that, a person found him in a hurry. Shane, I finally found you. A figure suddenly ran over panting from the other side of the school corridor. Cedric. Xian looked at the person in front of him up and down and asked doubtfully, why are you so anxious? Is there anything important? Haha, it's actually not a big deal. Cedric scratched his head and said, it's the basic principles of magic formation and formation characterization you gave me. I finished studying it all in the first month of summer vacation, but I don't have your contact information, so I can only wait until now to find you. Oh, you never came to me before, I thought you gave up. Xian exclaimed, have you ever tried to draw a basic magic circle? Some, although they are not very skilled yet, at least they can be fully released now. After saying that, Cedric took out his wand, and then began to draw a basic magic circle in front of Shane. In a total of more than 10 seconds, a water-type basic magic circle was released, and a water ball the size of a ball fell from mid-air to the ground. Very good. Xian looked at the water stains on the ground, nodded and praised, I have to say that your talent is even higher than Hermione. I gave her several lessons during the summer vacation, but she carved the basic magic circle. The time has not yet exceeded 20 seconds. So can I learn skyscraper now? Cedric asked excitedly. Not yet. Xian immediately poured a basin of cold water on him. When you practice the basic magic circle drawing to the point where it only takes 2 seconds, you will be qualified to learn skyscraper. Skyscraper what? 2 seconds? Cedric suddenly looked shocked. How is this possible? Practice makes perfect. Xian replied. Then he snapped his fingers, and a water-type basic magic array flashed past. In an instant, a transparent water ball floated in the air. Then he snapped his fingers again, and the fire-type basic magic array was released, and the water ball suddenly it turned into water vapor. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Cedric, you have to remember. You cannot force your brain to memorize the patterns of the magic circle, you have to use your body to feel and become familiar with them. I suggest that you take a certain amount of time to practice repeatedly every day. Although this process is boring, it is the only way to quickly master the basic magic circle. All right. Cedric nodded a little frustrated. Then I want to ask, if I meet the conditions to learn skyscraper, how long will it take to reach the point where I can use illusions to practice Quidditch? If you want to practice to the extent that you can create a permanent fixed illusion like Pumpkinhead on the first floor, it will take about 5 to 8 years, depending on your talent and hard work. But if you just want to practice Quidditch, maybe 1 to 2 years will do. After all, you only need to cast spells directly on people, which is more energy consuming than a permanent fixed illusion. Xian made an estimate in his mind and said, okay, then I understand. When Cedric heard that it would only take 2 years at most, his fighting spirit immediately started to burn. He had absolute confidence in himself. As long as he practiced hard, he might be able to basically practice in just 1 year or even less than 1 year. Into skyscraper. Thank you, Shane. I'm going back to practice magic first. After Cedric thanked him, he hurriedly turned around and wanted to find a place to practice the drawing of the basic magic circle. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled back by a hand. Wait a minute. Xian reached out and grabbed Cedric's robe. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I have something to tell you here. The guild is planning to recruit people, just this weekend. I will post announcements throughout the school in the next 2 days. Xian said slowly, when the time comes, wait for my news and come over to help. No problem. Cedric nodded in agreement. So, after parting with Cedric, Shane came to the Black Lake as originally planned. Looking at the sparkling vast water in front of him, he did not intend to be like last time that would directly drain the entire Black Lake. After all, school had already started, and it would not be appropriate to make too much noise. Therefore, Xia En didn't think too much, and directly applied a waterproof and moisture-proof impervious to himself, and then went straight into the lake. Entering the lake. Relying on his memory, Xia En quickly came to the mermaid tribe in the Black Lake. Looking at the mermaid swimming towards him with a spear in front of him, and the dozens of Grindy around him who were preparing to cause trouble, Luo, he just waved his hand, and a huge cavity immediately covered the entire mermaid tribe. The mermaid and Grindelow were caught off guard and fell to the ground. Find someone who can talk. Xia En ignored the struggling Murloc on the ground and shouted directly. After a while, a mermaid that was stronger than ordinary Murlocs came out swinging its tail. He was a little nervous and asked respectfully, said, "Powerful wizard, may I ask why you are here? Do you know where Godric Gryffindor's grave is?" Xia En asked directly without much nonsense. "You know, it is in the deepest valley of the Black Lake, where countless foreign substances are deposited. Godric Gryffindor's tomb is guarded by a giant squid that has lived there for who knows how long." The mermaid leader immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he was not here to cause trouble for them. "Where is Sugu?" "Right in the middle of the lake, there is a huge cave. You can enter the Su Valley just through the cave." After more than 10 seconds, as the cavity was completely filled, the bottom of the Black Lake gradually returned to calm. On the other side, Xia En has also found the entrance to the cave that the mermaid leader mentioned. Looking at the hole in front of him that was half the size of a basketball court, he went straight in. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the cave, he found that the space inside was much larger than he had imagined. No matter whether you look forward or below your feet, you can see basically endless black. So he slowly went deeper with curiosity, and Xia En discovered that the so-called Su Valley in front of him was actually a huge underwater cave. It was just because it was big enough that it was called Valley by the fish people. Name. Walking along the rugged cliffs to the bottom of the valley, you can gradually see some unknown luminous plants growing on the rock walls, and from time to time there will be a large group of small fish surrounding them. This looks like a fire-breathing fish. Doesn't this thing live in the Indian Ocean? How did it evolve into a freshwater fish species here? Xia En looked at the small orange-red fish in front of him, with black stripes on the skin. It is a magical fish that can absorb phosphorus-containing organic matter and store it. When the fire-breathing fish encounters danger, it will spray. It produces phosphorus-containing substances stored in the body. These substances will blow in water and will spontaneously ignite when exposed to air. That's why 443 has such a special name. Xia En dives very fast, but even if in this way, it took him several minutes to reach the bottom of the Su Valley. On the way, he saw many fish that should exist in the ocean like the fire-breathing fish. Standing at the bottom of the Su Valley, at a glance, they were all some dilapidated boats, wooden boxes, iron products, etc. with countless aquatic plants attached to them. Why are these things here? Xia En looked at the scene in front of him that looked like a waste recycling yard, and suddenly felt very confused. Logically speaking, the Black Lake is an inland lake. How could the wreckage of these large wooden sailboats used at sea appear in such an irrelevant place? Secondly, the Black Lake is an inland lake. There are also anchors, etc. Even if this thing generates a tsunami, it is difficult to bring it up from the bottom of the water. With doubts, Xia En continued to walk forward. Even though there were many luminous plants, it was difficult to see the situation in front of him. So he raised his hand and cast a super large ball of light, which directly illuminated the entire ruins valley. In an instant, a few hundred meters away, a huge object suddenly came into view, entrenched among countless scraps and debris. It was long and narrow, in the shape of a gun, with more than a dozen huge thick tentacles covered with suckers as big as a faceplate. The size of the giant squid in front of you should be comparable to that of Godzilla. "Let me go, you are not the legendary Kraken, are you?" Xia En looked at the huge sleeping figure in front of him, and suddenly remembered a rumor. I don't know where it came from, but it was said that Godric Gryffindor did not die, but turned into the Black Lake. A giant squid in there protects Hogwarts. When Shane heard this rumor, he thought it was a joke, but he didn't expect that the scene in front of him made him believe that the legend might be true. Look at Black Lake. Which giant squid in there has such a size? The largest one he has ever seen is only 4 or 5 meters long with its body and tentacles. Also, there is probably a passage to the sea under this ruins valley. There are so many around here. Was the wreckage pulled back by the giant squid in front of him? But these are digressions. Xia En slowly walked forward and found that there was indeed a crooked marble stele under the giant squid, which was covered with many gray-green. If he didn't look carefully at the sediment, to be honest, he really thought it was just an ordinary stone. Without immediately alarming the giant squid, Xia En slowly walked to the stone tablet and wiped off the sediment on it, only to see that there was a lot of sediment on it. There was a name clearly engraved on it, Godric Gryffindor. Unexpectedly, the process of finding this cemetery was smoother than expected. However, just when Shane was about to squat down to check if there was a ring, a huge tentacle had already waved towards him. Bang! A very dull sound echoed in the water. The tentacles of the giant squid seemed to have received some resistance about a foot away from Xia En, and were instantly bounced away. It caused a shock wave. Shane looked up at the giant squid that had woken up, and tried to comfort him and said, "Big guy, I'm just looking for something. Can you continue to sleep?" But it was obvious that the giant squid couldn't understand human words at all. After it stabilized its huge body in the water, it attacked with its thick tentacles again. Seeing this, Xia could only sigh helplessly, and then started to attack Celestial Magic Supergravity. A purple magic array with twisted formations instantly unfolded above the head of the giant squid, and a super strong gravity knocked the giant squid to the ground. Looking at the giant squid that was already in the shape of a cake at this time, Xia turned around and started digging for the ring again. He first clasped his hands and bowed in front of the tombstone, and then his eyes instantly turned into a strange white color, and the magic perspective was activated. I saw nothing under the tombstone. There is no coffin for the remains. The base of the tombstone is actually a thick piece of solid marble with simple carving patterns. After years of precipitation, it was buried in the mud and sand, and only a part of the stone monument was exposed. However, where the base connected to the tombstone, there happened to be a fist-sized square vacancy, and the ring was actually lying inside. So, Shane immediately used magic to dig out the entire marble tombstone from the sand. He came going to the tombstone, he pulled out the only movable piece of marble, revealing a mithril ring inlaid with a blue gemstone and a pair of eagle wings on both sides of the gemstone. Shane took the ring, picking it up and looking at it carefully. I found that the pair of eagle wings on the ring looked very much like a setting. Thinking back to what Helena said yesterday, Rowena Ravenclaw once compared this ring to Gryffindor's. The ruby rings were made into a pair, thinking that the setting should be used to set the ruby. Shane put the rings away, and the process was much smoother than he expected. He originally thought that this time he would come down. At least you have to encounter some twists and turns in the Black Lake to find the ring. To read exciting novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. But now that the goal has been achieved, it's time to go back. This eerie Sioux Valley is not fun at all, not even some herbs or ingredients. After adjusting the Gryffindor tombstone, Shane immediately released his grip on the giant squid, and as expected, the tentacles attacked again. But looking at the close, the squid tentacles were so close. To be honest, at first he really wanted to cut a section and take it back for teppanyaki. But when he thought of the legend, he shook his head and forgot about it. After all, no matter whether the giant squid in front of him is actually Gryffindor himself, there is always the possibility of him changing into a human being. Even though it only has the beast aspect left now, as a human being, Xia still can't get over that hurdle in his heart. As a result, Xia activated his space magic and disappeared into the ruins valley instantly. The giant squid was left alone to roll over the sand crazily in the ruins valley, and then gradually fell into a deep sleep again. Back at Hogwarts, Shane immediately went to Dumbledore's office. The old bee man is not here, but Helena is already waiting here at the agreed time. "Shane!" Helena flew over with an expectant look on her face and asked anxiously, "Have you found the ring? Fulfill the mission." Xia smiled and took out the ring and put it on a table. "Very good." Helena came forward and looked at the sapphire ring on the ring with a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand to touch it, but unfortunately her hand went directly through it. Xia looked at the regretful expression on the face of the beautiful lady in front of him, and also helplessly, he expressed his helplessness in his heart. He shook his head, and then he walked to the glass box where Gryffindor's sword was stored. He took out the sword, then turned to look at Helena and asked, "Helena, is there anything else you want to say to your father?" "No, everything that needs to be said was actually said yesterday night." Helena shook her head in relief. "In that case, I will take out the gem." With that said, Shane took out the ruby on the grid of Gryffindor's sword. The sword flowed like a liquid again, and soon the vacancy on the sword grid was completely filled. Then he gently placed the gem on the eagle wings of the ring. It fit perfectly without any surprise. Shane picked up the ring and immediately felt an inexplicable power coming from his hand. He suddenly felt that his body and brain were much more relaxed. "How about it?" Helena asked, looking at Xia's face. "It seems that your mother is very accomplished in alchemy. This ring has the same ability to keep people awake as the crown. Secondly, it also retains the alchemical runes that can activate the protective magic in the ruby." As he said that, Xia directly activated the guardian magic on the ring, and then a translucent red protective shield enveloped his body. This strength can probably block 1 or 2 life-killing curses. Unfortunately, it requires active release of 0.8, but according to the technology of more than 1,000 years ago, it is already very good. Xia took back the guardian magic, and then asked Helena, "What do you want to do with this ring?" "To be honest, it is not appropriate to put it back in the Bronze Tree Palace. Take it first and keep it for me." Helena said, "My mother's last wish was to reunite the 2 rings, and now this wish has been fulfilled. And as my mother's descendant, you are qualified to hold this ring." Since there was only one herbal medicine class in the morning, it was just time for lunch. At this time, the Hogwarts Great Hall had undergone tremendous changes due to the school system reform. The long tables that represented the 4 colleges in the past have disappeared, replaced by dozens of hexagonal wooden tables. Each table can seat 6 to 8 people. Shane roughly observed that the young wizards from the 4 houses of Hogwarts still naturally gathered in one area. But without the barriers of hardware, communication between people will inevitably occur for various reasons. The little lion and the little badger are the most social. There are already many little wizards in these 2 colleges who can sit with each other to eat and chat. Most of the little eagles have introverted personalities. Although they are not proactive in social interactions, they are always friendly to other little wizards. It's just that compared to the previous 3 academies, the little snakes are more unique, but not all of them are people who are full of pure blood ideas. No matter what, there will still be some arrogant people. At this time, Xiaoyan looked at the bustling scene in the auditorium in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. After all, it is indispensable for him to have such an atmosphere at Hogwarts. Xiaoyan happily found a seat and sat down, but he instantly scared away the little snakes at the same table with him. Xiaoyan was speechless for a moment when he saw this. "Didn't I just beat you up last semester? Do you need to be so afraid?" So he didn't care about these 25 nervous little snakes, but Lulu had already served a feast in time, and the auditorium reappeared the scene of starving ghosts. At the same time, the 3 little Gryffindors had just come to the auditorium after class. As soon as Hermione entered the door, she saw Shane devouring food not far away, so she happily trotted over. Harry and Ron followed behind, and immediately showed puzzled expressions when they saw this. "Weren't you jealous yesterday? I also broke a plate." "Why now?" Ron said secretly, while looking at Hermione's smile not far away and gesturing. "Who knows? It was the same thing during the last Christmas vacation. I heard from Fred that he met Hermione in Diagon Alley a few days after the vacation and said that she seemed to have gone directly to Dolia's house." Harry was also confused and whispered. While the 2 little lions were whispering, Hermione also ran to Shane and sat directly next to him. "Oh ho Min." Xiaoyan said hello with his mouth full. "You swallow what's in your mouth before you speak." Hermione rolled her eyes, then saw a sparkling thing on Shane's hand, and asked, "Why are you wearing a ring? Where did it come from?" While speaking, there was a hint of nervousness in his tone. This one, Shane swallowed all the food in his mouth, and then told the love story between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. At this time, Harry and Ron also sat over. After a while, the story was finished. Hermione immediately exclaimed, "It's incredible, I didn't expect that Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would have such a tortuous relationship. An arrogant woman and an upright man, when these 2 people get together, they just don't know how to express their feelings." Xiaoyan also looked at the ring on his hand and continued to complain, "There is no way, it is normal for such a result to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, Harry and Ron sat next to them and nodded in understanding. Aha, you two. 2 little brats who haven't even grown chicken feathers yet know how to love in a twist." Shane looked at Harry and Ron and said sarcastically, "Besides, have you finished copying the school rules?" "Kindness." Harry immediately lost his face when he heard the word school rules and asked in surprise, "How did you know we were going to copy the school rules? Hogwarts is such a big place, so there probably aren't many people in the school who don't know about it." Xiaoyan took out the Daily Prophet that just arrived today and handed it over. "Look, you 2 have completely become celebrities." Harry and Ron immediately took the newspaper and looked at it. They saw a big headline on the cover: "Harry Potter and his classmate Ron Weasley caused the most serious magical exposure accident in the past 50 years, which has to make people wonder whether he is acting recklessly based on his status as a hero." A large dynamic photo is also attached under the title, and you can see Harry's face sitting on the speeding car from far to near. "Oh my god, who took this photo? We clearly pressed the button of the cloaking device at that time." Ron shouted in shock. "If the stealth function of your car was normal, not so many people would see a car flying in the sky." Xiaoyan showed a sarcastic smile and said at the same time, "Seriously, you 2 have caused such a big trouble this time and haven't been expelled yet. You should go home and burn incense to worship Merlin. If you follow normal procedures, you should be in Azkaban now." After hearing this last sentence, Harry and Ron's faces instantly turned blue. Don't scare them too. If they were going to Azkaban, they would have been captured by the Ministry of Magic. I heard that at the dinner party yesterday, the Minister of Magic was sitting next to Professor Dumbledore. Hermione patted Shane's arm and interjected, "Oh my god. My mother will definitely beat me to death when she sees this newspaper." Ron slumped in his chair with a look of horror on his face. "I wish I had heard this sentence last semester." "You also had something to do with me last semester." Shane stretched out his hand and pinched Hermione's little face, making the latter feel embarrassed and angry. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from above. An owl whined from the top of his head. The skylight in the great hall flew in, then flapped its wings twice and hit Ron's arms. Shane felt that the only owl in the Weasley family seemed to have poor eyesight. At the same time, he saw the letter in the owl's beak again, and immediately glanced at Ron with pity, and made a strange sound. "Oh," then he covered Hermione's ears. "What are you doing?" Hermione blushed and grabbed Shane's hand, and asked curiously, "To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Ron tremblingly picked up the shouting letter and swallowed it. Took shui shui to muster up the courage to peel off the sealing wax. And at the moment when the sealing wax was lifted, the roaring letter instantly turned into a grinning bright red lip, and the huge curse resounded throughout the auditorium and formed an echo. Ron Weasley, how dare you steal that car? I'm really going to be mad at you. It's all your fault that your father is under scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic and you brought Harry with you. If you continue to disobey the rules and do something outrageous, we will take you home directly. Listening to this terrifying and familiar curse, Ron could only keep nodding mechanically, his eyes full of fear. But the next moment, when he heard the yelling letter again, the topic changed, and his tone became gentle. Shane next to me. Thank you, Shane. Ron is giving you trouble. And Ginny, congratulations on entering Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. Immediately, the roaring letter stuck out his tongue at Ron, and then automatically tore himself apart. Ginny looked at her brother at the next table with a look of helplessness. At this time, the entire auditorium also fell into a dead silence, and they all looked at Ron sitting there dumbfounded. In the next few days, the roaring letter Ron received became an interesting thing that the entire Hogwarts little wizard talked about every day. The time came quickly in the evening. Xia En had just left the guild station and returned to the common room when he suddenly heard a cry. Wisdom Lord, Xia En heard the sound and went out, only to see a group of third-grade eaglets lying in various corners of the lounge, looking at him feebly, and immediately said in surprise, "Fuck, what's going on? Who was bullied?" They had 2 defense against the dark arts classes this afternoon, and that's it when they got back. Who is speaking? Wisdom Lord, don't pretend you can't see me. Suri raised his head angrily and said. Wisdom Lord Zhangqiu sat under a sofa with a tired look on his face. You are right, we had a defense against the dark arts class this afternoon. Lockhart actually asked us for 2 consecutive classes. What is his favorite color? What is his ambition? When is his birthday and what is his ideal birthday gift? OMG. This is simply torture. At this time, another Xiaoying also started to interject from the side. After these 2 classes lasted for 90 minutes, they were all about his own affairs, and the Black Magic Defense 560 had nothing to do with it. Well, I was just saying last night that I will be teaching the defense against the dark arts class this school year. Xiaoyan also sighed with some empathy. Anyone who has taken one of his classes will know that he is a real parallel import. Maybe only his idiot fans will believe him. Wisdom Lord, when will you teach us? John Chu asked. I don't want to go to Lockhart's class anymore, even if we haven't mastered the clone magic yet. Let's do this, regardless of whether you have learned the clone magic or not. I will buff Lockhart with the Imperious Curse, and you won't have to go to the defense against the dark arts class in the future. Xia En thought for a while and said, so when will we have class? Just do it in the lounge tonight. Xia En said, from 7 to 9 o'clock in the evening, grades 1 to 3 are in class, and others are in class from 9 to 11 o'clock. Then wise lord, let's start now. All the third-grade eaglets immediately stood up as if they had been given a shot of blood. Don't you guys take a break? Xia En looked at the little eagle that was half dead just now in surprise. Why did he suddenly become full of life? We just expressed our temporary despair about the future. Zhang Chu said, okay, let's call all the first and second graders. In this case, Xia En also decided to familiarize the little eagles with his teaching method. In fact, Xia En used to have a nickname in fairy tale, Devil Teacher. All first graders to third graders are here. Zhang Chu nodded. She just ran all over the boys and girls' dormitories and asked a few classmates who could fly to go out and call them all back. Okay, everyone, come with me. Xia En turned around and walked into a mirror. Then the other eaglets looked at each other and followed in with a little nervousness. After passing through the mirror, everyone came to a brand new space in an instant. What they saw in front of them was the endless tropical rainforest, with the bright sunshine overhead, creates a Tyndall effect, a dreamlike scene, so beautiful. Wow, where is this? A little eagle exclaimed. This is an illusion, using the same magic as Pumpkinhead on the first floor. Xia En turned to face all the hawks and explained, to be honest, I shouldn't have let all 3 grades of you come to class together, but considering the smoothness of the defense against dark arts professor at Hogwarts, or should I decide that all 3 grades of you will go to school together. So let's start class now. Today we will learn how to escape. Before the eaglets could react, Xia En waved his hand, and the eaglets of first grade, second grade, and third grade were instantly divided into 2 teams, and then a long wolf howl came from the dense trees. 3 werewolves suddenly appeared. Wow, it's a werewolf. Run! When the second and third grade eaglets saw this, they screamed subconsciously, turned around and ran away. But unfortunately, a few of them were so frightened that they froze in place, and then they were bitten by the werewolf's neck and flung away. Regarding this cruel scene, Xia En had no expression on his face, but turned sideways and began to introduce to Xiaoying, you see, this is a werewolf, sometimes called a werewolf, a human who can transform into a wolf when the full moon rises, caused by lycanthropy infection. Lycanthropy is a magical disease that can be spread among humans through contact with saliva and blood, current research shows. Therefore, when a transformed werewolf bites someone, the person bitten will also turn into a werewolf. At this time, Xia En made a stroke with one hand, and a standing werewolf appeared next to him, startling the first-year Xiaoying standing in front of him. Because lycanthropy is so easily spread, there are not a few werewolves in the wizarding world today. Their normal appearance is no different from ordinary humans, but lycanthropy is more serious, and they will show these characteristics even in their normal state. At this time, the standing person gradually transformed into a human form. The human form of a werewolf will retain the characteristics of the wolf to a certain extent, such as wolf hair growing on certain parts of the body, canine teeth in the mouth, and a preference for eating bloody meat, etc. At the same time, because of their low social status, the werewolf group is generally poor, so their clothes are usually ragged, although they also want to live like normal people. Xia En pointed at the face, mouth, and clothes of the transformed werewolf around him and said, "There are many ways to defeat a werewolf. The legendary method of using silver weapons cannot kill a werewolf, but applying a mixture of silver powder and white blood to the werewolf bite wound can cause it to seal and save the victim from death. Bleed to death werewolves are not as resistant to magic as many magical animals. They are only slightly stronger than humans, so in many cases it only takes 1 or 2 magic spells to knock them down. But werewolves move extremely fast and flexibly, and they all appear in the night, so how to hit the werewolf is the key. I think your seniors have set a good example for you in this situation." While Xia En was lecturing, in the distant jungle, several more eaglets were bitten by werewolves on their hands or legs and were thrown away. However, some of the stronger-willed ones had come to their senses and began to take out their wands to fight back, but it is a pity that none of their spells hit. And when the second and third grade eaglets were desperately trying to escape, a dozen little creatures that looked like goblins suddenly stood in front of them. So, after talking about werewolves, I will talk about another dark creature that is very similar to werewolves. The red hat. A short figure wearing a blood-red hat once again appeared next to Xia En. In this way, 2 hours passed quickly under the immersive squeeze teaching. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the Ravenclaw common room, all the eaglets in the 3rd grade and above received the notice that they were going to take the defense against the dark arts class, and they were all waiting here. At this moment, the extra new mirror in the lounge suddenly rippled, and the little eagles who had been in class came out one after another. "What happened to you guys?" Pinello asked cautiously, but no one responded. "I saw that these little eagles in front of me seemed to have their souls out of their bodies, like soulless walking corpses, using the body's instinct and subconscious to walk anyone in 3rd grade or above. Come in." Before the senior Xiaoying could figure out what was going on with his juniors, Xia En stretched out his head from the mirror and shouted outside. So, with great trepidation, in such a mood, the senior eaglets put down the books in their hands one after another and slowly walked into the mirror. The next day, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the little wizards around suddenly saw a picture like this. The people in Winclaw College were pale and listless, as if they had been drained dry. Many people were curious about what they had encountered, but no one responded. This reminded many little wizards of Halloween last year, a grand occasion where half the school was knocked unconscious. But just when everyone was surprised by the strange situation of the little hawks, another thing immediately diverted their attention. At this time, Harry and Rowan Gang had just finished his meal and was about to leave the auditorium, but as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw many people gathered not far from the corridor. They raised their heads and didn't know what they were looking at. Lou Novel Network. So both of them walked over curiously. Harry asked a familiar figure in the crowd, "Neville, what happened?" Neville said nothing, but raised his finger and pointed in a direction in front of him. Harry and Ron looked in the direction of the finger, and saw that at some point, a text formed by light and shadow suddenly appeared on the wall of the corridor. Announcement, which reads, "To all my dear classmates at Hogwarts, hello, I am Ciandolia. Partner is not just an ordinary noun, it represents a beautiful feeling, and a kind of trust that can be given unconditionally. In the long and short life, people rely on each other. No matter the pain and sorrow, there will always be someone by your side. You are never alone. Count the stars shining in the sky. That is the light of hope that represents the future. Feel the breeze passing by, it is the vein that guides us to yearn for beauty. Let us follow the beat of the goblin song and bravely move forward. We hereby solemnly declare Hogwarts Goblins the Tales Guild was officially established. Guild President Ciandolia Vice Presidents Cedric Diggory, Hermione Granger. Guild Rules 1. The Guild prohibits all malicious fights. 2. From the moment we join the Guild and engrave the fairy tale emblem, we are all family to each other. 3. Please always remember that the wand in your hand is always pointed at the enemy. 4. Please firmly believe that even if the paths are different, you must never underestimate the lives of yourself and your companions, and never forget the bonds established between your companions throughout your life. 5. All conflicts within the Guild are not conflicts, they are just manifestations of friendship. 6. All conflicts within the Guild can be resolved in any way without violating the second rule. 7. No matter how they quarrel, no matter what happens, the partners of fairy tale need each other and respond to each other. 8. Please rely on fairy tale. 9. You must not do anything detrimental to fairy tale, Wang Lihao, otherwise you will be the enemy of the entire guild. 10. The most powerful force in the world is the bond. Guild member selection time, September 6th, Saturday, location, Hogwarts Atrium Lawn Private. Anyone who wishes to join Fairy Tail is welcome to officially become a guild member and can practice powerful magic. At that time, the president Cien Dolia will personally preside over the selection event. Signature Shendol Aliu, Fairy Tail Guild Badge. Everyone looked at this long announcement and started talking about it in an instant, but secretly many people were already eager to try it out. No joke, since Shane entered Hogwarts, the various miraculous magics he has publicly displayed are really fascinating. For example, flying magic, clone magic, illusion magic, seance magic, referring to agricultural tools that automatically manage vegetable gardens, etc. Although many people really want to join Fairy Tail after seeing the recruitment announcement, there are still many people who don't quite understand what this guild does. In the past, they had only heard of clubs formed by professors and schools, but they had never heard of an organization like a guild. Moreover, this announcement was written in a strange way. Apart from saying that you can learn powerful magic, the other contents seemed to have no useful information at all, and it was also a bit confusing. But in this regard, Xiaoan said that there was nothing he could do. His writing skills are limited, so he can only rack his brains to write something relatively middle of the road, otherwise the entire announcement will appear very bland and not high-level enough. However, compared to the puzzled little wizards around them, Harry and Ron knew some of the inside story. Speaking of which, we've been helping out at the Room of Requirement for so long, and we still don't even know what this guild does, Ron said with a bit of resentment. So are you going to attend? Harry turned around and asked. Of course I want to attend, you don't know how luxurious that place is. Ron replied, although I was punished for violating school rules, I still have a share of the credit. I also want to enjoy it. Makes sense, Harry nodded, expressing great agreement. Just when the young wizards were discussing Fairy Tail enthusiastically, Cedric, who was far away at the Quidditch pitch, suddenly received a message from a light owl, asking him to go immediately. A troll on the 8th floor clubbed Barnabas Silly in the Room of Requirement opposite the tapestry. Looking at the letter in his hand, Cedric was very surprised why it happened so suddenly. So he rushed to the place 650 mentioned in the letter without stopping. As soon as he arrived in front of the tapestry on the 8th floor, he saw Hermione already waiting at the door. Are you Cedric Diggory? Hermione asked with a smile. Yes, it's me. Cedric nodded. My name is Hermione Granger, just call me Hermione. Hermione introduced herself first, then turned around and opened the door to the Room of Requirement. Come with me, Shane is waiting for us inside. After that, he walked into the door. Cedric followed behind him, and at the same time he was very confused. He was wondering if there was a door before here? After 3 years at Hogwarts, although he came up to the 8th floor more often, although he was young, he still knew that it was just a wall. So with doubts, Cedric slowly walked into the door, and an extremely beautiful scenery came into his eyes, which stunned him. After a whole summer of construction and renovation, the Fairy Tail Guild Station has been 100% completed and all facilities have been installed. When you enter the door, the first thing you see is a huge square with a marble fountain in the middle. There are some common fish caught in the Black Lake in the pool. Most of the square is covered with green lawns, divided by gray-white stone brick roads. At the same time, there are many Xiaoan from the forbidden area on the lawn. The magical animals caught in the forest, such as velvet, pig monsters, fairies, and so on. Looking up, the original high ceiling has been cast with the same magic as the ceiling of the auditorium, but it is more perfect and beautiful. The ceiling can be changed according to the actual alternation of day and night, and you can even enjoy the Milky Way starry sky at night. Of course, if you want dark clouds, rain, thunder, and lightning, you can, but Xiaoan is really not good at this. People will become depressed if they live in a dark place. This is where our guild is based. Hermione looked at Cedric's shocked expression without any surprise, and began to introduce the basic situation of the station. The large 3-story wooden house in the distance is called Fairy House. The smaller house next door is the kitchen. They are places where guild members rest, communicate and hold meetings. The first floor of Fairy Residence is the leisure area, the second floor is Shane's office and conference room, and the third floor is the room where members use to rest. While walking, she came to the Goblin House. Hermione pointed to the 2 houses in the distance and continued, the round building is the library, and the red square house behind it is the material storage area. Xiaoan has put almost all the books he can find in the library. According to incomplete statistics, there are more than 11,000 books in total. In addition to these, Hermione also continued to give Cedric a brief introduction to other areas of the guild residence. On the right side of the Goblin House are the gym and the medical room. The gym has all the necessary fitness equipment, such as treadmills, dumbbells, etc. As the name suggests, the medical room is a place used for treatment, but it also takes into account the function of potions and herbal medicine research. Behind the Fairy House is the study area, which is a huge square with a small house built on the edge of the square. This place is mainly used for practicing magic or experimenting with alchemy props, etc. The last remaining area is the actual combat area, which is a large arena where the guild resolves internal conflicts. And it is when Hermione is giving Cedric after introducing the basic structure of the guild station, Shane also walked out of the goblin residence. He looked at Cedric, who was still in shock, waved and said, "Now that you are here, don't be stunned, hurry up, come in." On the first floor of Goblin House, Hermione and Cedric were sitting on a brand new sofa. Shane made 2 cups of sweet hot milk tea for them, then looked at the man who still hadn't recovered and asked, "Cedric, how is the guild?" "Oh, to be honest, I don't think I deserve to drink tea in this place." Cedric blinked and responded a little dully, "CFBG, haha, it took me a lot of effort to build the entire guild station. If I can't even shock you to this extent, then I have to overthrow it and rebuild it." Xia En's face was full of pride at this time. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Then he took a sip of milk tea happily, put down the teacup in his hand, and started talking about business. "Hermione, Cedric, you are the first batch of guild members in Fairy Tale, so I have decided that you will temporarily take over the position of vice president." "Wait a minute, president." Xia En just said one sentence and was interrupted by Cedric. And for some reason, he instantly entered the role and changed his name to Xia En. "Can I ask, what is the purpose of our guild?" "Well, the name Fairy Tale originally meant endless adventure." Xia En said slowly, a trace of memory began to appear in his pupils unconsciously. "It's just that, after thinking about it, this meaning seems inappropriate here. In fact, you all don't know, right? 95% of all the new reform measures introduced by Hogwarts starting from this semester were proposed by me. It turns out that the culprit is you, the president." Cedric said in shock, "If this news gets out, those students in the school will not kill you, then they have to be able to beat me." Shane shrugged, saying it didn't matter, and continued, "Actually, my purpose of founding Fairy Tale is mainly to completely overthrow the current idea of pure blood glory in the wizarding world by reforming Hogwarts. But here are some specific things, even if I tell you now, you may not be able to understand them. So, wait until the guild gets on the right track, and then you can slowly experience it." "President, why do I have a feeling now that the more you look at me, the more you look like the Dark Lord?" Cedric suddenly showed a strange look in his eyes and complained. "Why did I do that thing? I thought it was glamorous." Xia En rolled his eyes and then changed the subject. "By the way, how are you learning the magic circle now? Show me." After saying that, Hermione and Cedric took out their wands naturally, and then continued to remind, "Don't use wands." "Ha! Why?" Hermione looked confused. "You just rely too much on the magic wand, which is why your body has never been able to fully remember the depiction of the magic array." Shane knocked Hermione on the head. "You too, try using the water-type basic magic circle." Then, they pushed the 2 empty cups out. Seeing this, the 2 had no choice but to put down their wands, and then began to use the feeling of practicing magic circles to release magic. After a while, both cups were filled with water, and at the same time there were a lot of water drops on the table. Hermione took 41 seconds and Cedric took 27 seconds. "It takes twice as long?" Xia En sighed and put away his pocket watch. "I'll give you 2 a task. Compress this time to 2 seconds within a month. There is a magic gathering array in the study area at the back, where the magic power is rich, which can speed up your practice." "Magic? President, what is magic?" Cedric raised his hand. "Oh, right. I haven't talked to you about this concept yet." Xia En patted his head. In fact, during the summer vacation, when Xia En was teaching Hermione, he accidentally discovered that Hermione could not sense magic. Then a problem that he had ignored suddenly surfaced.